be sure that the Eved is no longer connected to his Avodah Zarah. So even if he had Mila and Tefillah, that's not enough. You need the waiting period. You need the detachment period of a year in order to go ahead and get rid of his Avodah Zarah. But Bnei Shvachos are different. Why? Because Bnei Shvachos are already being brought up in a Jewish home. Maybe because they need, in order to escape any Yayin Nesach issue, is Mila and Tvila. Once that happens, you need a waiting period at all. I have the Chin Katani, but again, the Lashon of the Bais is the Chin, so too, which seems to link the halachas of Bnei Shvachos ultimately to the halachas of Avodim, to which the Gemara ultimately answers again, Alokon Umidras. Ultimately, that's referring to the nature of their saliva and their Tumas Medris cases. Avodim and Bnei Shvachos, they both have the same halachah, to which the Gemara says, Hanichel Man Damatane. That's fine according to the opinion that says that both Avodim and Bnei Shvachos have Tumah. Either there was Mila and not Tvila. And what about second opinion? Second opinion says, what there's Mila, even if there's not Tvila, they no longer have Tumah. So of Michael, they know what to say. Avodim, it's coming ultimately again to Avodim to Bnei Shvachos. House Ma Bnei Shvachos Kidolim Buda Nesach Kitanameinos Oinos and Yain Nesach. It's like by Bnei Shvachos. It's only the adults ultimately again who make Yain Nesach, but not the children. Avodim Nami Gidolin Osin Yain Nesach Kitanim Ein Osin Yain Nesach. So to buy Avodim, it's only the adults that make Yain Nesach, not the children. Fuke Midirah. Ultimately, again, this comes to his position of Rav, because what does Rav hold? The Amar Rav, Tino Ben Yomo Osin Yain Nesach Kamash Malon Dilo. Ultimately, again, because Rav holds that halacha l'maisa, even a one-day-old child, even a one-day-old akum, has the ability to create nesach. Kamashma, that is not the case. Don't pass the mikvah. Okay, so let's pause here for just a moment, right? Because again, remember, what is this whole subject? So there's like a lot of information that's coming out of here. So first of all, just a couple of nuggets here and there. So first of all, this concept that Chal legislated Tumas Zav on akum. So we've actually seen that concept before. That's done ultimately again. That was actually, we saw this in a list of different hachanos. This was about in order to prevent mishkan of sachar, in order to prevent immorality, in order to prevent intermarriage. Therefore, again, there is a rabbinically legislated tumas zav on every single akum. Fine, even even from one day old. Good. We've seen that halacha before. Now, let's say, interestingly enough, when does that Tumas Zav go away? So obviously, now in the case of Avodim, I'm purchasing an akum for servitude. We've also seen now another nugget of information is that when a Jew purchases a non-Jewish servant, there's a Mila and the Tvila of the Shem Gears, which essentially is a conversion process. So obviously, once there's Mila and Tvila, that Zav status goes away. That Zav status goes away. Our shaila is, if there was only Mila and not Tvila, so then it's a machlokes. First opinion says no, Zav status remains. Second opinion ultimately says that halacha l'maisa, Zav status goes away. At what point in time does an akum eved owned by a Jew, at what point in time does he no longer pose a yayin nesach threat to the wine? That is also machlokes. So some are going to say again, halacha l'maisa after Mila and Tvila. No, you need a full 12 months. Only after 12 months do we assume that the akum has left his idolatry and therefore does not pose a yayin nesach issue. But remember, the way we got all of this was Rav. Rav is on the books as saying that in Tinok ben Yomo yayin nesach, even a one-day-old akum child, if he touches the wine, ultimately again makes it into yayin nesach. Even in that statement, what does Rav mean? Right? What does Rav mean? Does Rav mean it makes sense that I can't drink it, that I can get handa from it? Or that no, it's not yayin nesach. I can't get handa, and I can't drink it, and I can't even get handa. So let's pause here. Even though the sugi is not finished, I just want to share with you a Rambam. So the Rambam in Hilchos Ma'acholos Asuros, Perek Yud Aleph Halacha Hey. Listen to this halacha. Akum shenaga b'yayin shalom kavanah. An akum touches wine without kavanah. I'm going to say now, what does it mean without? In context, right? It's clear that again, the kid that we started with, he's climbing the tree, he's holding his palm branch, or not holding his palm branch, and he touches wine on the way down. Clearly not libational. not idolatrous intent, no religious intent. There's no kavanah. So ultimately, now the equivalent case would be a child. The child doesn't have das. So it's an akum who touched the wine clearly without any cow, or a child, because a akum child is always considered to be what's the halacha? Here we go. So we pass him like that. At any time an akum wine, you for sure can't drink it. For sure can't drink it. Now the thing is, if it was shalobik kavana, right, either a child, which is or shalobik kavana, don't shalobik kavana, you can get hana. So that's how you pass. That's why Rambam goes on in this case. Halakavot mina akum, uvetov lo miyad, im minas v'yain shenago mutter l'shtiya, v'yain fapi shenago nagu b'dati yisrael lo paska akum piyov. So also listen to this. Now the Rambam also disagrees with Rav Nachman. Rambam says, if I purchase a Gentile servant, once he has milah and tefillah, he no longer does any kind of yayin nesach. Now the Rambam says something interesting. The Rambam says, even though this guy yesterday was worshiping idolatry, but once he has his milah and tefillah, again, even though we know that he may still, right, he's not yet used to living in a Jewish home, and he has not yet stopped talking about his akum, his touch does not render the wine yayin nesach. Okay, so, right? Now one more halacha that we're bringing it all together. B'nei hashloch sa'akum shnogu b'shus Yisrael u'malu va'adayin lo tavlu hagidol u'oshen yayin shigubo v'akanim enoshen. So remember again, b'nei hashloch is treated differently because the maid servant is already my servant. She gives birth in my home. Ultimately, it's her offspring. That's the halacha. And in this case over here, obviously, once it was Malo V'Tal, if there was Milah, nothing to talk about, right? They're members of my household, no Yayin Nesach. Let's say there was just Milah, but not Tefillah. So the Rambam says the adults will make the wine to Yayin Nesach, but the children won't. Okay, so even leaving aside the avodim piece, because that's, I think, a little bit more of the conversation, but I just want to point out is that I'm asking, and therefore, again, an akum or an akum child, even 1 day old, if they touch wine, can't drink it, but can get hand. So again, I got ahead of it a little bit because you actually didn't reach this conclusion yet, but I just wanted to give a little bit of clarity because there's been so much going on over here. And again, and halacha that I'm asking, when if I purchase an akum servant, well, obviously once the akum has milah and tefillah, then halacha ma'isa, a member of my household, no issue, and we don't need a waiting period like Rav said. I will say again, b'nei hashlochos, again, but interestingly enough, we appear based on sometimes you can say things from what the Rambam says and what he does say. If you notice, the Rambam doesn't comment on the case of purchasing an akum that did without tefillah. Apparently, contact with wine would render the wine. Okay, let's go right there. Says the Gemara. Instant story. Who uvda tam Mechuzah? There was a story that happened in Mechuzah. That was the name of the city, Mechuzah. So what happened? An akum walked into the store of a Jew. And what happened? Islu Chamra. He asked, do you have any wine? He wanted to purchase one. He asked, do you have any wine? So Islu Chamra, do you have any wine that I can purchase something? Amr lay low. The Jewish shopkeeper said, no, I don't have any wine. I don't have any wine to sell you. There was wine sitting in a bucket. Shadi biyadeh. Yaakov stuck his hand in the bucket and started, Amr lahu, is this not wine? So Yaakov apparently says, so what are you talking about? There's a bucket of wine, right? He stuck his hand in the wine, moved around the wine a little bit, This is wine. So what happened? Shakle, Verisve, Shache Lidana. So what happened? The Jew got upset. So what did he do? He picked up the bucket of wine and he dumped the bucket barrel of wine. Okay, so what's the Shiloh? Rashi says, first of all, Shakle, so Verisve. So he saw that upside. which makes sense. If somebody sticks their hand in it, right? He picked up a bucket of wine and he dumped it into the barrel. And Rashi says over here, Shakle, Hi Yisrael Bariste, Yisrael got upset. And what happened? He dumped the bucket of wine into the barrel, as if to say to the audience, right? You're not going to drink. So now obviously the is what's the status of the barrel of wine? Now, this is a great case. Why? Because what happened over here? Yaakov stuck his hand in wine. He touched it and he moved it around. Now, obviously, there was no libation over here, right? This was shalom. It doesn't have ultimately, again, for any type of religious purposes, he just wants to buy wine. He told him I don't have any wine. Yaakov said, they're talking about this wine right over here. He saw they went ahead and dumped the wine into the barrel. So the shaila is, what's the status of the barrel? Or we get to the opinions. It's interesting to know. It's a tremendous mushroom about how when you lose because so many problems. Like Rashi points out over here, so he says, Shakle Hayisol Rischai. Esau was angry. Esau was angry. And what happened? He dumped the contents of the barrel of the bucket into the barrel. Now here's what's interesting. Had he not got angry, so what would the shaila on? The shaila would be on the lid. Now that he got angry, what's the shaila on? Barrel. Because when we act out of anger, often we act in haste. We act impetuously. We act passionately. And often what it does is it just amplifies whatever the problem is. It just makes it so much worse. So before, the Yisrael only had a problem with the bucket. Now the problem with the barrel. It was such a tremendous skill. How when we have to be so careful not to act out of anger. Because whatever the problem is, if I act in a state of anger, one thing is for sure, which is I will amplify whatever the crisis is. So now the shayla is, we went from what's the stat of the bucket to what's the stat of the barrel. So what's that? So Rava said, you can't drink it. Anytime an akum touches the wine, you're not going to be able to drink it, but you can get out from it. So you could sell the wine. You're going to get benefit from it. If log alei Rahuna great Rav Nachman. So what happened? So Rav Huna Bar Chinna and Rav Huna Rav Nachman disagreed with Rava. Said that halacha l'maisa, you cannot go and get benefit from it. They agree. You certainly can't drink it, but you also can't even get benefit. Rashi says over here, if legale lo hayu abir lisfakachimo. Now each level we're going to see that Rav Huna and Rav Huna Bar Chinna and Rav Huna Rav Nachman not in the same city, right? So it was in Mechuzah. They were not, so they disagreed with him, but not geographically present to disagree with him. But they said, what happened? Nafki Shipuri, so literally again, the troublers of Rava went out of wine was mutter. Ultimately, again, so most I saw again that literally is the good trumpets. What it means is he made a haflazik. He ultimately made an announcement. Everyone should know that in this type of situation is absolutely going to be permitted. So after that, Rav Huna Bar Chinna and Rav Huna Rav Nachman, they would send out their own trumpet blowers to make their own announcement, ultimately again that the wine was usher. So we're going to stop over here for today. This is kind of like, well, I'm really going to live all the cliffhanger, but don't be nervous. Baruch Hashem, we're going to make shalom. I never like to leave off on a yes, because it doesn't feel right to leave off it. But sometimes, first of all, when you know that it's a machlokas l'shem mayim, I know that it's machlokas ultimately again for HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So it's really not there for ego, but it's there to be honest. Any machlokas l'shem shemaim selfless kind. It's going to be okay. It's going to be okay. Baruch Hashem. So again, we'll stop here because the story actually goes on to the bottom of Munches Amud Aleph. But I don't want you to lose in this week tonight. We're going to have resolution. Everyone's going to be friends. It's going to be Shalom al Yisrael. Stop here for today. Tremendous with all of you. Looking forward to continuing tomorrow. Have a wonderful day. must say it is an incredible satisfaction to be able to with you, all of you today. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors. To thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Filson Shachar Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Shimon Drushos this year as a host for the Soros. Thank you to the Drazen family for dedicating all of the Sherman Drushos this year in honor of their parents. We thank them for their incredible generosity. And of course, as always, we dedicate to learning this for our precious hostages. May Hashem bring them home, the Shalom and the Karav, and our holy soldiers. May Hashem to be successful. The Chol Maaseh Yedeihem. And mostly with that, let us begin. We have a lot to do today. A beautiful daf ahead of us. Today's daf is Nun Zayin 57, and we are picking up on Nun Zayin 57, 2, 4, 6 lines down from the top. So we are continuing today actually in the sugya that we began yesterday, a really fast sugya. The Hava Biram. There was an episode that happened in Biram. Biram was the name of a place in Biram. There was a certain Akum who was climbing a palm tree. I see Lulavi Bahade, and he went down with him a literally on branch. And what happened? The Gemara says, Bahaditi Kanoches, Noga Birasha Dululia, the Chamra Shalob. So what happened? As he was coming down the palm tree of the lulav, went ahead and touched the wine. So essentially, he touched the wine through the lulav. So again, going up the palm tree, bringing down with him a lulav, and he inadvertently touched the lulav. Now the shaila, of course, is what's the status of the wine? Is this considered to be wine touched by an akum or not? And if it was touched by an akum, remember again, what's unique about this case? Clearly, there was no religious intentionality on the part of the akum over here, right? He's just doing his thing. He's coming down. He got a palm branch, and he's coming to touch the palm branch to the wine. So the Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says, I want to just point out something interesting, which is, and Tosas brings a point. Tosas had this idea that halacha l'maisa, the Gemara is presupposing the wine with his lulav is the equivalent of the akum to the wine himself. That's why Tosas brings that. He says, "Ulefi Tafi Garcina Morova Svarim." Tosas Ulefi Gizu Chashvinon Maga Ovid Kochavim Yidei Davar Acher Kimaga Ovid Kochavim Beglo. So again, Tosas that when the akum touches the wine, equivalent of the akum touching directly with his hand. Happens to be, he quotes over here, the Rabbeinu Tam, and the Rabbeinu Tam omits the mention of the lulav. The Rabbeinu Tam says, no, the case over here was the akum went up the tree, coming down the tree, inadvertently touched the wine. Again, right now, we could just go to the simple gears of the Gemara and just assume for a moment of the akum. Because the truth is, that's not really what's in this case. What's more intriguing about this case for us, remember, is inadvertent contact by the akum with the wine. Also, even inadvertent, clearly no ligation of theological significance to the contact of akum and the wine. But nevertheless, the akum did touch the wine. So what's the halacha? So the Gemara says, Shaye Rav Lizabuno of the. So Rav permitted the sale wine to an akum. Again, as I said, you could sell the wine to an akum. So the Gemara says, interestingly enough, indicates that holds that halacha l'maisa, you can't drink the wine, consume it, but you can get an eye. So it says, Rav Amrullah Rav Kana of Rabasi the Rav Kana ben Yom Ohu, ben Yom Ose Yayin Neseh. 1 second, Rav, we actually did this in yesterday's daf. Rav was the opinion that said that even a 1-day-old akum child that touches wine makes the wine into Yayin Neseh. Now again, what does that tell us? That tells us that halacha l'maisa, you don't need intentionality. That even without intentionality, right? Even without libational, religious or spiritual, intentionality, the mere contact of the akum with wine makes it into yayin nesach. That's what it means. If a 1-day child can do it. Yet here Rav is saying it requires kalma. So what's going on over here? So Rav said, so first one I will say, so Rav said, 1 second, you're right. I agree that even if a one-day akum touches the wine, halacha l'maisa you can't drink it, but you're allowed to get hana from it. You're allowed to get hana from it. And that's why he says, I hold that halacha l'maisa you could sell this wine. So I'll say, so this is really incredible. So now we're beginning to crystallize a little bit the shita of Rav. So Rav says that even if there is unintended contact between the akum and the wine, now again, unintended can mean one of two things, either accidental or no, the akum purposely touched the wine, but it's clear that there's absolutely no absolute libational, spiritual, theological significance with this contact. So Rav holds that halacha l'maisa. But the truth is, we should really call this, I should reframe that. Rav's real case is what we'll call shalom kavanah, because that's how the Rambam is going to frame it. So here, the akum is touching the wine, but there's no intention, there's no intentionality there. Rav says you can't consume that wine, you can't drink it, but you're allowed to get hana. So we're going to questions. It's gufa, surface white wine, is item 57 in gufa. Amarav, tinok ben yoma also yayin nesach. No one year old akum has the ability to create yayin nesach. Say today, Rav seen back the other Rav, right here is Tasha to Rav, listen to this case. Let's say again, I purchased servants from an apple. I purchased Gentile servants from an apple, and these servants neither had any applied as a servant. So the halacha is the circumcision, milah, and tevilah, immersion in mikvah. At that point in time, the servant effectively becomes Jewish, although, to a degree, although the obligation in mitzvah is not complete. So what's the halacha? So the Gemara, if you look at that, Rashi says over Shema v'lo tavlo, the kan b'yivamis the olam enoker achilimo v'yitol. So essentially, when a Jew acquires a servant, essentially again the non-Jewish servant undergoes a conversion process. That conversion process, like every other conversion process, is comprised of milah, circumcision, and tevilah, immersion in the. In this case over here, I'm purchasing non-Jewish servants. What happened? They didn't love the two. They did bris milah, but ultimately again did mikvah. Now this is interesting. So b'nei hashvachas, what's the two? So this is where I own a shifcha. Now what happens? That shifcha, or non-Jewish children, gives birth children, and those children also shemal v'lo tavlu. They had milah, but didn't yet go to the mikvah. If you look at Rashi points out to Rashi on the Dafachim B'nei Hashvachos, Afapi shenodu b'beis Yisrael v'lo gidlu b'nei ovrim v'chavim ba'u milah tefillah. Now in this case here, this is interesting. So the mother is already my maid servant. Now halacha l'maisa, the Gemara says that what happens, she gave birth to children. Those children also have to undergo milah and tefillah. Now, he points out over here that this is very important. It must be that the mother herself, she went to the mikvah after having her children. Right? Because remember, again, the new servant herself would have already gone to the mikvah and then birthed the children. Those children, their offspring, would not have to be immersed. They would require milah, but they wouldn't have to be immersed. So you must be talking about a case where I acquired the maid servant's mother. She kids also require milah, and so again, two different types of Gentile servants that are happening here. Case number one is under this purchasing servants from an apple. Okay, and either they didn't fully undergo the conversion process. They loved, but didn't do it. So they had risk, but didn't immersion. Or I had a Jewish maid servant underwent her tefillah before she went to her tefillah, she birthed children, and now and tefillah as well. Only done part of the process. Only the milah didn't do tefillah, and they've done part one of the Jewish process, but not part two. So what's the halacha? Look on the trust on the bishop. The halacha is that look on the wooden like there's light, like there's state when we trust on anything that ultimately again is covered, which is the same. that they have the same type of tumah as Zav. Like a Zav. Now, I just want to show you something interesting. Rashi and days. The top Rashi is it really belongs in the B'shot. I feel it now. What does it mean when it's back there? There's saliva, must measures, right? If they walk over something in the marketplace, what does that mean? I feel she'ain too much on something that does maybe I don't know. So it does well all the day. So this actually is not only good here. That is that Chazal legislated at an upcoming level of itself. That's not that's too much itself. A big part of that is also to dissuade, to create a Jew and Gentile. There should be a distance. You know that this devil communicates to us. Solve can intermarriage with the So the Gemara says, well, the interesting finish over here is that in these servants, even though they are part of the conversion, as part of the conversion for this process, therefore their saliva and conveys tumah like a self. Good. The Gemara says, the reason it says, the shot, remember again, halacha is that suffix toma the shus harabin, and the measures is tame, even in it's not a suffix toma, but rather again it's a fadeh toma. They have to give rabbinic toma like Esau. 5. So the Gemara says, varmin latar. Now some say no, it's not true. Some say because they have undergone part of the conversion process, therefore they do not have the same sumas zav, like, and therefore halacha remains again they do not include Rashi again. This Rashi is also leitar the model of a color. Interestingly enough, the second opinion says that someone a servant who just undergo part of the process and not the whole process, and therefore Chazal do not go there in such a case. Okay, so fundamental my focus as to whether or not the servant, the akum servant who has undergone process, mila without tvila, do they have Thomas Zav or not? First opinion says yes. Second opinion, I will say, now that's interesting, but this is what we need. What about their wife? So what happens if halacha myself they touch water? So what's the status? The golden osin yayin nesach, the kanan in osin adult servants will make the wine into yayin nesach, but not children. What's the difference between the golden and the kanan adults and children? Elohim Gedolim, Elohim Ketanim, who are adults who are children. Gedolim Yodim Yekira Bodos V'Chamim Shal. So the Gemara are understand about the Zara. So because they understand about the Zara, therefore there's a real concern that I have to touch the wine. Ultimately, again, they have Kavana for about the Zara. Ketanim on the other hand, even Yodim Yekira Bodos V'Chamim. Ketanim on the other hand, they don't know about the Zara. Okay. It's interesting. So we'll say, so again, so just watch how fascinating this is. So again, I'm purchasing, so one of two cases. Case one is I'm purchasing servants from home. My job as a Jewish owner is there has to be a conversion process. The process is comprised of Mila or Tevila. Same idea. If I have I have a maidservant who I already acquired. So she underwent her Tevila, but she became pregnant and gave birth before her Tevila. Offspring also require Tila and Tila. Let's say in these cases, I have these Gentile servants. In both of these cases, they did Mila without Tila. So the halacha is that they still treated like an akum, according to the person. They still treated like an akum, and therefore have Tumas Zav. There is a second opinion that says no, once they've undergone Mila, they no longer have Tumas Zav. We'll go with the first opinion. What if they touch wine? So again, if they're Gedolim, meaning they understand about the Zara, then the wine nesach. If they're ketanim, ultimately the wine is not yayin nesach. Why is this probably not for us? The Gemara says ketanim ha gedolim in ketanim lo. What do you see from here? Here that halacha l'maisa again only if they're gedolim, i.e. Das, do they make the wine intentionality? Do they make the wine yayin nesach? And apparently, if they're minors and therefore lack das, it doesn't make the wine into yayin nesach. So okay, what do you see from here? You see from here that halacha l'maisa, in order to go ahead and make wine into yayin nesach, you require intentionality. Incredible. So ultimately, again, that is a kasha. Ultimately, again, on that, because Rav said that even a tinok and even a one-year-old child can go ahead and make wine into yayin nesach. And even though Rav said, okay, that's only for consumption purposes, not for another purposes, but still, to be able to make wine into yayin nesach. To which the Gemara says, no, Kirgama Habnei Shvachos. Maybe that distinction between adults and children, excuse me, only applies to Bnei Shvachos, where the offspring is the servant of a shifcha who already belongs to me. Because in that particular case, interestingly enough, the children are being raised in the home of the Jewish master. So because of that, they don't know about Zara at all. They don't know about Zara at all. The one is already a bit more problematic. But maybe that's the distinction. But instead, in the case of, let's say, an Akum, maybe we never make this distinction between adults and children. Okay, the Hot, the Chaim Kamar, but this is the thing. In other words, the two cases are going on. The Bnei Shvachos case, even on the previous case of the to which the Gemara says, no, Lokan in the dress. Only referring ultimately again to their saliva and their Tomas Medris. To which the Gemara says, Hani Chalaman Damar. That's fine according to the that says that the spit, the saliva, and the Medris and the trembling is ultimately the stomach, right? However, Elronan Damar Tar might have me. That's on the second thing. Most remember the second thing. The second thing he says, once you have the serpent, what's undergone Nila, even if he hasn't undergone Tila, he actually has the rabbinic zot. So what is this? Okay? So the price is coming to compare two Bnei Shvachos. Remember again, and in this context, an Eved is someone who I'm just purchasing from a Bnei Shvachos, and again, I already own the mother. Right, the mother is already made servant. Now, on the conversion process. So once the rice is these two types of houses, Madani Shvachos, Model Villa, who the host in the Model just like that in Shvachos. It's only in the case where there is Mila and not Tila, who has the ability to go ahead and wine to Yainesa. However, again, Mama the Tavolo. Once the children of the maid city, once there is Mila and Tila, their contact will not make it into the Nesach. Avodim can go to Avodim on the same thing. Once in had Mila and Tila, the shame of the city, right? Because Mila and Tila makes wine to Yainesa. And that is the Kiddush. Why? Halokiach Avodim not obvious, because it not as follows. That if you purchase Gentile servants, even though again those servants have Mila and Tila, Osin Yain, if you touch wine, it still becomes Yain Nesa. When Ad Shekishka Avodas Kochavan Yukira. Ultimately, on the time where the Eved forgets that as a I will tell that in this moment, Kamash Malon, the last one that we reject this position of nothing. So it's interesting. So a lot of things happen already. So that happens the whole that halacha. If I purchase a Gentile, even though that Gentile serving now that's Mila L'Shem Avros, the Gemara says the point of our right to reject and repudiate position. You don't hold that way. You know that halacha l'maisa. Once an akum goes ahead and once an akum goes ahead and once the apple has Mila and Tila, L'Shem Avdos, if he touches wine, it no longer becomes Yain. That's very interesting. So the Gemara questions this Ufa, Amram Nachum, Amram Shmuel, Halokiach Avodim Ila Ovdei Kochim, Afa Kisha, Mamor Tavla Osi Yain Esech, Acher Kishka Avodos Kochim Yikiyah. So now the Gemara is going back and revisiting Rav Nachman's statement when he Shmuel. And I just want to point out the piece of information. Well, let's finish this. So Rav Nachman says, if I purchase an Eved from an Akum, even though the Eved had Mila and Tila L'Shem Avdos, halacha l'maisa, if they touch wine, the wine still becomes Yain Nesach, and they forget about Avodah Zarah. I asked the Gemara, how long does it take for an Akum to forget about Avodah Zarah? I'm sure maybe I actually myself for this. 12 months. 12 months, that's the amount of time it takes for an Akum to forget about Avodah Zarah. Just appreciate the deal, right? So apparently, when the nations of the world, it takes them to forget about that. Right? Once they're detached from their Avodah Zarah for a year, ultimately, again, they figure out what I'm saying. You see from the power to use. They haven't history, and we have forgotten Chazal Shalom, Rahman al-Islam, So we could be thousands of years cut off from nowadays and we could be thousands of years cut off from the epicenter of our people, but yet nothing ever allows us to fully forget. Sometimes our behaviors make it look like we've taken action. Sometimes the way we act makes it look like we've turned our back on the emotion. But even though it looks that way, it could be nothing further from the truth. And I don't forget about the deity in the year. No matter how errant our behaviors may be, no matter how far we may stray, no matter how badly our mistakes may be, no matter how long we go without a base on Mikdash, nothing could ever cause us to forget. That is the love. Which implies on our Kaddish Baruch Hu. So, in other words, the Kasha is to elaborate Kasha Halokiach Avonim in Oti Kochavim. Shemalu V'lo Tavlu. Right, so I purchased servants from it. And again, they do Milah, but not Tefillah. They think they have Shvachos Shemalu V'lo Tavlu. So too again, the Shvachos who did Milah and not Tefillah. So again, we're back to these guys. So there's saliva and too much measure. Too much measure is any time that somebody walks on something, supports their weight on something. So so again, they have too much, essentially too much zav, definitive too much zav. Some say they don't have too much. Some say once they did Milah and Tefillah, there's no too much zav. Yena. What about their wine? So the Gemara says, yayin yayin. So if they don't contact with wine, ultimately again could create yayin nesach. But ultimately again, if they don't get yayin nesach, Elohim Gidol Be'elohim. What's the definition of the what's the definition of the Katan? So the Gemara says, Gidol Shiyodim B'Tlavod B'Cham Misham Sham. And adult means you know about Avodah Zarah. Yodim B'Cham Avodah B'Cham Misham Sham. All of you again, but if they don't know about, if they don't know about that, so Gemara says, "I also say, telling us, malu v'lo tavlu in, malu v'tavlu lo." So we'll say, so ultimately, again, what do you see from here? It's only a halacha l'maisa. Now again, I will say, remember, both as a kasha from Nafmi. Now, Nafmi said that halacha l'maisa. Even if I purchase an Akum servant, even if that servant had a needle and tefillah, if touch the wine becomes yayin nesach. The only time the wine becomes yayin nesach is when they forget about their avodah. And how long does it take them to forget about their avodah zarah? A year. This contradicts the Brisa we just said before, because our Brisa said, as soon as they have needle and tefillah, they know when yayin nesach. The Nachman said they need a year in order for the wine not to become yayin nesach. So what's going on over here? Krishna says, no, Kirkava Abinay Shvachos. As we said before, that ruling applies to Bnei Shvach. To a certain degree, Bnei Shvachos ultimately are different than standard purchasing from an akum. If the case where Nachman says here, in order to be sure that it is no longer connected to his avodah zarah. So even again, that's not enough. You need to wait the detachment period of a year in order to go and deal with his avodah zarah. Bnei Shvachos are different, right? Because Bnei Shvachos are already being brought up in a Jewish home. Maybe because of all they need in order to escape any yayin nesach issue is milah and tefillah. That happens. You don't need a waiting period at all. I think once of the chim katanim, but again, the lashon of the Brisa is the chim, so seems to link the halachas ultimately to the halacha of Adam. To which the Gemara ultimately answers again on the midrash. Ultimately, that's referring to the nature of the saliva and their tumas medris. And in both cases, avodim and Bnei Shvachos both have the same halachas of tumas. To which the Gemara says, that's fine according to the opinion that says that both avodim and Bnei Shvachos have tumas zav. After there's milah and not tefillah. What about second thing? Second thing, it says even if there's not tefillah, they no longer have tumas. What is it to say? Ultimately, again, to equate avodim to the mishnah. Just like by the Shabbos, it's only the adults. Ultimately, again, to make yain nesach, but not the children. Avodim nani gidolim yain nesach, kitanim einos yain nesach. So by avodim, it's only the adults that make yain nesach, not the children. Okay, nigger Rav. Ultimately, again, this comes to exclude the position of Rav, because what does Rav hold? Nesach, Kamashwan, ultimately, again, because Rav holds that halacha means that even a 1-day-old akol has the ability to create yain nesach. Kamash malon that is not the case, that we don't constantly do. Okay, so we'll say, let's pause here for just a moment. Right? Again, because again, remember, what is this? So there's like a lot of things coming out of this. So first of all, just a couple of nuggets here. So first of all, this concept that Chazal legislated from us. So we've actually seen that concept before. That again, that was actually sort of some different concepts was about in order to prevent mishpacha, in order to prevent immorality, in order to prevent intermarriage. Therefore, there's a rabbinically legislated Torah zav on every single apple. Fine. Even if they don't. Well, you've seen that a lot before. Now, let's say moving enough, that does that Thomas zav. So, obviously, now in the case of avodim, I'm purchasing an alcohol facility. We've also seen other negative information is that when a Jew purchases a non-Jewish servant, there's a nidla and a tvila of the shem years, which essentially is a conversion process. So, obviously, once there's nidla and tvila, the status goes away. That's what says here. Our shaila is if there was only nidla and not tvila, so then it's enough focus. First opinion says no, the zav status remains. Second opinion ultimately says that the status goes away. At what point in time does an edit, an edit owned by a Jew, at what point in time does he no longer pose a yayin threat to the life of the Jew? That is also a focus. So I'm going to say again, halacha, but there is this Ramach who says no, you need a full 12 months. Only after 12 months do you see that the Akum has left his idolatry, and therefore does not pose a yayin. But remember, when we got to all of this was Rav on the books as saying that even Tino Ben Yomo Osei Yayin, even a 1-day child, if he touches the wine, ultimately again makes him Yayin. Even in that statement, what does Rav mean? Right? What does Rav mean? It's into Yayin that I can't drink it, that I can get hung from it. Or that no, it's not Mashiach, I can't get hano. I see I can't drink it, I can't get hano. So let's plus it looks like it's not finished. I just want to share with you the Rambam. So the Rambam in Hilchos Masilos, Perek Yud Aleph Halei. Listen to this halacha. Akum shenoga beyayin shalom kavan. And Akum touches wine without kavan. I'm both saying that. What does it mean without kavan? In this context, that is clear. And again, let's say the kid that we started with, he's climbing down the tree, he's holding his palm branch, we're not holding his palm branch, and he touches one feet down. Surely not like racial intent, not valid intent, no religious intent, there's no kavan. There's Tino Akum. So ultimately, now, the equivalent case would be a child, because it doesn't have das. So what's an Akum? Who touched the wine freely without hana, or a child, because a child is always considered to lack halacha. Here we go. Take the shkia, like that. That at any time, Akum touches wine, you can short pinch it. The difference just is, if it was shalom kavana, right, either a child, which is called shalom kavana, or a goat, shalom kavana, get hana. So that's how it's good. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm going on in this case. Halokech avodim min ha'akum umalo v'tavlo yad im minastim yain shenado hormuta b'shkia yain papi shatayim lo nagu b'dat yisrael lo paska akum mikir. So listen to this. Now the Rambam also disagrees with Rav Nachman. Rambam says, if I purchase the Gentile servant, once he has Mila and Tila, he no longer poses any kind of yain, any yain necessary. Now Rambam says, even though this guy yesterday was worshiping idolatry. But once he has his Mila and Tefillah, again, even though we know that he may still, right, he's not yet used to living in a Jewish home, he has not yet stopped talking about his akum, his talk does not render wine yayin masach. Okay, so fascinating, right? Now, one more, I'm going to bring it all together. כדי השלוח עשה akum, שנות ובישוס ישראל, ומולו ועדיין לא טלפו, הגידול לפוסט היין, שידעו back time. What about the Neshach? So again, the Neshach is because the maid servant mother is already my servant. She gives birth to my home. Ultimately, it's her offspring. Right? So what's halacha? And in this case over here, I was one mother of the top. The members of my household know the INS issue. Let's say there was just me law, but not Tefillah. The adults will make, but the children will not. Even leaving aside the advantage, because I mentioned, what I just want to point out is that the Rambam halakha myself lives, and therefore again, an akum with house dance or an akum child, even one old, if you touch wine, can't drink it. Can't drink it, but you can go. Right? So they don't, because you might actually didn't reach this conclusion. Clarity because you saw what's going on over again, and halacha when it comes to I purchase an akum servant. So obviously, once the akum has Tefillah and Tzvila, then halacha myself, the member of my household, no yayin nesach issue, and any kind of waiting period like Rav said. I will say again, again, but interestingly, some of these comments from what the Rambam says when he says, if you notice, the Rambam doesn't comment on the case of purchasing an akum Mila without Tzvila. Here again, the Rambam holding that contact with wine would render the wine yayin nesach. Interesting. Okay, let's go back there. Says the Gemara. Who was God? There was a story that happened in Mahuza. I was in the city. So what happened? Also, I was and Akum walked into the home of the walked into the store of a Jew. Okay, and what happened? He asked me, do you have any wine? I tried to find from the Jew. I asked, do you have any wine? So this little fool said, no. The Jewish shopkeeper said, no, I don't have fun with the Dafla. Wine sitting in the pocket. Shadi Biyade, Shishef the Akum started in the bucket and started, around the water. I love Amru. Is this not one? Apparently, said you saw it. There's a bucket of wine right stuck in the wine. Moved around the wine a little bit. Moved on while I said, this is wine. This wine. So what happened? Shot it very straight. Shotgun. So what happened? So what did he do? He picked it up wine and he put the bucket into a barrel. Okay, so most of the stuff. What's the Shiloh? Rashi goes on first of all, Shachley, highly saw the risk. So he saw that upset, he got annoyed. Which makes sense if somebody sticks their hand in your bucket of wine, you didn't get annoyed. Guy he picked up the bucket of wine and he dumped it into the barrel. And now he says over here, Shachley, highly saw the risk. He saw that upset. And what happened? He dumped the bucket of wine into the barrel. Like, because now obvious what happened at the end. Now obviously what's the status of the battle. Now this is a great case, because what happened? Yaakov stuck his hand in the wine. He thought he moved it around. Now, obviously, there was no libation. Right? This was Shalom He doesn't have intent ultimately again for any type of religious purposes. He just wants to buy wine. He's talking about more than wine. They're talking about this wine here. He went ahead and dumped the wine into the barrel. So the question is, what's the status of the barrel? Because even if we're taking a look at the opinions, it's interesting to me about how when we react on the end, so many counts. He actually points out over here that he's shockingly higher saw the risk. Esau was angry. Right? And what happened? He dumped the contents of the barrel of the bucket into the barrel. Here's interesting. Had he not gotten angry, So what would the Shaila be on? The Shaila would be on the bucket. Now that you're angry, what's the Shaila? Down. Because when we act, often we act passionately. And often what that does is it just amplifies whatever the problem is, it just makes it so much worse. So before Yisro only had a problem with the bucket, now he's got a problem with the barrel. And it was such a tremendous misery. How when we get angry, we have to be so careful not to act out of anger. Because whatever the problem is, if I act in a state of anger, one thing is so, which is I will amplify whatever the crisis is. Now the shaila is, we went from what's the status of the bucket to what's the status of the barrel. So Rabbi said, you can't drink it. Rabbi said, the seems to be line with what I said before. Anytime someone touches the wine, you're not going to be able to drink it. Right? Even if you can't drink it, why should you get out of it? So you saw you should try and get out of it. Lord, our lady Rafina Bakar, Rafina, so Rafina physically with Rafina. And they said that Allah myself cannot go ahead and even, they're really saying you can't, but you also can't get out of it. Here, if you go in, how you actually hear this attacking. Instead we're going to see that Rafina and Rafina are very glad enough. We're not going to see like it. So Rafina was in the shoes. They were not going to. So they disagree with him. But ultimately, again, we're not geographically present to disagree with him. But they said, what happened? Umar says, the Rava B'Shomer. So literally, the Rava went out to proclaim that the barrel of wine was mutter. Ultimately, again, so once I saw the wings of the good trumpet, he made a hafaz, and ultimately he made an announcement to know that wine, this type of situation is absolutely going to be permitted. Enough to secure Rafuna Batin, nothing but us. After that, Rafuna Batin, they still some bit blowers. Announcements ultimately again that the wine, so that's what we start with today, because it's kind of like, I'm really going to look here, it's something like Hashem, we're going to make sure. I never like to leave off of this because it doesn't feel right to leave off of my focus, but sometimes, first of all, when you know that it's my focus, it's going to shine. I know that it's my focus, ultimately again, first of all, my focus is really not to be ego, but it's going to be honest, and my focus is myself in this time. It's going to be okay. It's going to be okay. All Hashem. So again, because the story actually goes on to the bottom of the test on the list. But again, I don't want you to connect. We're going to have resolution. Everyone's going to be friends. We're going to be shalom on the source. I think they're both sides. Tremendous. It's really going all of you. If you're going to be have a wonderful day. Those things are not great for spot percent to be able to that when it was very special for it. This was really beautiful by the shoe. I'll be virtual engaging in this technique and growing again, making our level of results. Things are responsible and you're coming responsible for some of our so if you're always from the drug of this year, this short terms so we're getting always trying this month. And the app of having the over is plus of the parents and so it's also something all about additional sponsorship. All additional sponsorship information will be included in the description on YouTube and in the notes. Again, a great sponsorship feedback with you today on that room 56. And picking up the message at the two dots on room problem. A little bit about a shorter dot today. Really beautiful thing in the Sugya of Yain. So, the Marcos, the Ino also Yain. So remember again, wine does not become Yanesa until, remember, it's crushed in the upper back, then goes through, essentially, into the lower system. Only, Mishnah said, only the wine is in the lower system have the ability to be categorized as Yayin Nesa. So the Gemara follows that time. You know, Yayin Shita. Now, interesting enough, the Gemara is bringing up a different discussion over here. This is a discussion regarding Shumas and Moses. Specifically, at what point in time is there a tithing obligation for wine? Now, the Rice is Yayin Shita ultimately again becomes subject to Shumas and Moses. When it begins to Yayin Shita in short lines. Third line in Yayin Shita. Having done a machal in nicer, the also most so once the self begins to form is considered to be finished, because it's to be finished, ultimately, again, we're not even a non-set kavua drinking that's taking place. So remember, one could drink, we'll call it casually, without having to touch it. Once I have reached a finished state, one cannot touch it even casually without first time. It's not the Gemara says that what point in time is one considered to be finished for tithing purposes when it foams. When it develops foam, Rashi sees Mergo's on. Whereas Amarava, so what Rashi is supposed to say that here's the contradiction. So you must offering under the assumption of the here that whatever is considered to be, a finished state, so that one can become Yaminesa, should also be the same finished state at which point it becomes higher than Shumas and Moses. So the Gemara says as follows. So interesting when it comes to finished, when finished in terms of Yaminesa, when it gets to the lower back. As soon as it comes to the lower back, it's fixed. So it's become Yaminesa. It's considered to be a finished product, and therefore it means Yaminesa. The rice is when is wine considered finished for myself for tithing purposes when it foams. So when is wine considered to be a quote unquote finished product? Is it when it foams, or is it when it goes into the lower system? You might say, how do you keep a haraban? Keep it nothing. My focus as to when wine is finished. Keep on the Shita, so the Mishnah says as follows: is one considered to be finished so as to trigger tithing obligation? The comment says the Rabbanan is saying into the system, and it says only when it develops foam. Okay, so it's fundamental as to what point in time the finished product. Again, Rabbanan, which is the opinion, this is the opinion as soon as it goes to the lower system, that is a kiva once it begins to manas, the akasha, that is keep with the bar, keep with the chavis. Interestingly enough, apparently in wine reduction, there are three different times in which foam begins to form. One of that. So now the akiva says that wine is considered to be a quote unquote finished product. We're seeing now both the tithing issues and that it's now fit to become Yaminesa. We're talking about is it foaming in the system or is it foaming in the balance? Obviously, again, the barrel is a leader stage. That wine does whatever it melts a little bit, sits a little bit in the system, then it's poured into the balance. So it says that foaming, when it begins to foam, when foam begins to form, is the finished state, is that in the system or the foam in the balance? So the Gemara says, Tashma, so the Sanyo, Yain Yishivita, Akafa, Kolik in Hayal, Yona, Minatsina, Bishop. Interestingly enough, the Gemara provides this as follows. Wine, when it begins to foam, even though it has begun to foam, it's kind of this, even though it's begun to foam, you're still allowed to go ahead and take some of the wine from the system, from the gatal, the upper vat, or you had small from the piping. The show said you could drink it. You could drink it. Let me see from there. Shmanina, keep away the bar, Kamina, Shmanina. So if you look at that, just a moment, actually, Yapati Shakafa, Masha the bar, Kolik Minagatal, the show said, she also showed the bar, so it's actually very interesting. So the Gemara things like this, the Rice things like that if one begins to foam in the lower the system, wine in the lower system, or in the system, has begun to foam. The Brisa says you're still allowed to go ahead and take wine from the upper vat, that's the vat you're crushing to place, as well as from the pipe. Remember again, the upper vat in which the crushing takes place, a pipe that takes the liquid down to the lower vat. Or what we call the system. Those are the systems. Even though the wine has begun to foam in the lower system, it's still allowed to go ahead and take juice, wine, from the upper vat and from the pipe. In other words, what's the finish over here? That even though the wine in the lower system is a finished product, the stuff above in the pipe and in the upper vat is considered to be unfinished, and therefore again can be consumed even without first prior piping. What do you see from here? running out, cheap way to butt, running out. See here that Kiva says talks about foam. What are you talking about? Foaming is not in the barrel. Alright, it's not possible. Therefore again, what we have over here is as follows. Therefore, to what point in time is wine considered to be a quote unquote finished product? Now, that question has two ramifications. Number one, when is it finished and therefore it triggers an obligation to hydrate? And when is it finished, each point it could be technically moving to Yasa. So the Rabbanon seem to indicate that as soon as the wine hits the lower system, again, it is considered to be a finished product. Both the Chumas and Isis as well for Yasa. Akiva, foam. Has to be done with foam. Foam where? Foam in the vat or foam in the barrels. It seems to be indicates foam in the lower system. Or was taught by in Yeshua that wine when into the bar and goes on to the lower system. And ultimately begins to foam. Rabbi Kiva Omer, Mishabiyashla B'chavius. Interestingly enough, Rabbi Kiva says, no, it's not considered to be finished until when? Until it's poured into the barrels. If you look at that, she actually says over here, that's Mishishla B'chavius, Lashon HaShon, and it says when is the wine considered to be finished? Only once liberty again is drawn out, poured out from the cistern into the barrels. So just to point out over here that how many now is an attribution. Up until this statement of Lavzivit. So we had Rabban knowing that wine is considered to be a finished product as soon as it gets into the lower system. Rabbi Akiva and the foam, but foam in that same system. Now that it comes running the attribution changes, transubsidiary. So the Rabban will say wine is considered to be finished. Ultimately, again, when it foams, and the practice again in the lower cistern, and Rabbi Akiva only once it's put into barrels with its foam. So now you have myself copies. So that is my right. Which is you can read what we can first by itself to be what we just mentioned. Young Yeri Lavano Idiot. When is wine considered to be finished, ultimately, and it develops fame. Rabbi Kiva Omer, Mishi Shalosai. So just understand, where the thinking right now is that Halacha L'Maisa is not his wine considered to be a finished product. What about institution of being a finished product? Both. What point in time should wine become yourself? And then the 2 point in time should heavy obviously triggered. So now in this new iteration of this method, the Rabbanan will say once the wine hits the lowest stern, because we get the idea of that, that's where it's crushed, tight, which then leads it down the stern and the system itself. Rabbanan, once it's in the stern and it begins to foam, ultimately again it's considered to be finished. Even though it has to, yes, it has to come into the water and it has to foam. Only it's finished once it's actually pushed from the cistern into the barrel. Incredible. Fine. other mathematicians return in the OCI and SF actually the bar, they must process language. So here's the problem. Because it's heavy feel, so that it's all successfully interpreted in the Holy and the Ramadan. What do you do with the Mishnah? Because the Mishnah established, the Mishnah said that halacha l'maisa, at what point in time is wine considered to be finished? Wine is considered to be finished at the time that ultimately it's the lowest system. So it means that. That's not our because Rabbanan requires in the lowest system, that the Akiva requires when he's pouring out the system balance. So who's it reflecting in the Mishnah? Which you might plus it. So is it possible? Three opinions? Are the three opinions? Maybe there's Rabbanan. Wine is considered to be finished when it gets to the lower system. It foams, Rabbi Akiva. It gets lower system foams that has to be poured into barrels. And then part of our Mishnah holds no. Once it hits the lower system, it's considered to be finished. To which the Gemara says, maybe there aren't three opinions. It's possible, maybe the discussion. There are two of nice and we're assuming that whatever you hold is quote unquote finished for typing purposes is also considered to be finished for the Nessa. So maybe they're not linked. Maybe they're actually two different topics. And when it comes to what it might serve, at one point in time is one considered be finished and therefore subject to the obligation of tithing. Okay, yes, now you're keeping the Rabbanan once again. The Rabbanan, once it gets to the lower system, the Akiva, lower system, foams, and then pouring. That's the nice. Nessa, perhaps everyone is more math. Everyone says that once one gets to the lower system, once it gets to the bottom system, the bottom vat, to the section where the wine is collected, ultimately then it is subject to Nessa. And again, it's just the hummus, whereas in my mind it requires at least and maybe barrels, and then next step will be more nothing, it's that lower back. Ultimately it is subject. Good. Shiny next step near about the nicer. So the film is only by Yasa. So we got next to but by nicer, you have to focus ultimately again on the in the Rabbanon. Fine, on the days of those days. According to Rava, ultimately again, this distinction ultimately between Yain and Nicer. Rava was saying, you don't see how Nicer and Yain Nessa facing shiny little kasha, Amalo shiny. Shiny, Lima Shiny Yain Nessa, so remember again, Rava is one of the entire discussion, right? Rava was the one to remember the Gemara supporting the Raisa. The Raisa says that wine is considered to be fit for my suppose as soon as it foams. Comes along with it. The Gemara brought it up as a Mishnah. Rava says no, it's two different things. The fact that Rava doesn't say how it actually indicates the details of wine for Meiser are the same details of wine for Yayin. The fact that Rava structures this whole thing as two different opinions that Rava does not bite these discussions. Rather, again, halacha myself, whatever is considered to be the finishing criteria for wine by myself will be the same finishing criteria for wine by Yain. According to Rava, therefore, I will say no base 50, 60, first one law, fifth law, subtime. You will hold that there are three different times. It's interestingly enough to learn the studies of science. At what point in time is wine considered to be finished, subject to Yain? So here we have the religion dispute. That was wrong. Let's go with Rava. These things that the laws of Yain essentially we learn from this. So that nicely we have in Machlokes, Akiva and the Rabbanon. Ultimately, again, and I'm sorry, and then the people will hold, but I love something Rabbanon. But will hold ultimately again once the wine hits from the lower back, the cistern, and foams, it is finished. Therefore, triggers the obligation to Meiser, subject to Yain. Rabbi Akiva, No, transferred from the system into then finished. An obligation for Meister, subject to INS. There's a third of the Meister, which is a kind of our Mishnah. And kind of our Mishnah holds that Allah Meister is a chub right there. It's more machmir. It says essentially for Yayin Nesef, the obligation or the wine becomes subject to Yayin Nesef as soon as it hits the lower system. Okay, that's probably the interpretation. The other interpretation is that no, the two discussions are not really linked. By Yayin Nesef, everyone is machmir. Everyone is machmir. And as soon as that wine hits the lower system, it's considered to be finished, and therefore again subject to or susceptible to becoming Yayin Nesef. By Meiser, let my focus. That's my focus. And again, the Rabbanon saying once it hits the lower system and foams, the Akiva only once it's transferred to battle. So two different ways of understanding this particular signal. Incredible. Let's go back to it. Mashkadabar also by Sharma. So interesting enough, the Gemara says. So remember, whatever is in the bar, right? Whatever is in the system, ultimately again is going to be awesome, but the rest of the wine, the other parts of the pressing apparatus, is really mutter. So what's this? Now again, so the pressure, what this means is like this, right? So if you can imagine, you're pressing, right? We've got pressing the grapes on the upper, on the upper. That wine is then going into a pipe, right? There's a spinner on the bottom of that pipe, and ultimately, then the wine is collecting in what we call the lower system. You might suggest it like this. Mishnah tells us that once one hits that lower system, it is susceptible to Yayin Nesef. Right? Anything else, in the other part of the question, and that is what we want to essentially, until it's fit, it can't become Yayin Nesef. It must really be healthy. You know, most Ella, some of here are the sunny regatta. That is only assumed that you do not return to sediment. I would think that press. What is the actually, both the last word I am sunny, the sound gurgle. The Hayan Yorin have seen so-called. So the sun is Hayan is running so the guy that sun is a basket. And this basket essentially is attached to the end of the upper back, that's where the crushing occurs. And it then goes down the pipe again along with the liquid, also like pits and skin and all other types of great fish because they're coming out there. You have a basket on the bottom of that with all the baskets. You can't any of the impurities, and that is things to lower back. You notice the information Buddha says, that sediment from that basket that it has a pipe, put that back into the upper receptacle. Right? So with the initial crushing, and to crush it again, to crush it a second time. So this is going to be very interesting. The Mishnah says that anything that is in the back, as well as anything in the protection to the lower back, that is subject to Yayin Nesef. But when it says, however, if it is collected sediment from the basket at the bottom of the pipe, and you then put that back on top, the upper receptacle, right? And you crush it back. All of the color, all the stuff, if you put that in, then even the stuff in the up is going to be awesome. Okay, what's the chapter says about the Hexia God, but ultimately, again, if you go ahead and you take the sediment, bottom of the pipe, and put that back into the upper back, the crushing back, and ultimately, the stuff in the upper back is the two Yayin Nesef. Okay, why? Some of the other might come inside, so here's what's interesting. Presupposes that we the premise that the sediment collected basket attached to the bottom of the pipe is usher. Why is sediment attached? Why is that sediment is collected in the pipe? Why is that usher? Why is that usher? The most interesting enough, the mitzvah. Because ultimately, again, it's connected by flow to the bottom back. Now watch this, the bottom system. Remember, let's play this out. Right, so we've got the upper receptacle. We'll just call it a gut. Right, you have the grapes that crush. Right, so crushing that in liquid and other grape fish waters go down the pipe. Right? Then what happens? There's a basket, stringers attached to the bottom of the pipe, and then again, what we call the gap, what we call the again the cistern is on the bottom system. Is on the bottom. This is on the bottom. We want to suggest the flow of liquid from the basket connects the basket and its contents ultimately again to the lower system. Right? The flow of liquid, a piece of wine from that basket ultimately again to the lower system. That flow essentially connects those two entities to make them one. This is called the halacha mitzvah flow. So you have a flow from one utensil to another utensil. That flow connects, halachically connects those utensils. Therefore, because those two utensils are connected, the halacha treats it as the sediment collected in the basket attached to the bottom of the pipe is actually sitting in the lower cistern. The wine in the lower cistern is subject to yayin nesach. Therefore, when you take that sediment and you reintroduce it back up into the upper utensil, right into the upper crushing utensil, then essentially what you're doing is taking wine, so to speak, that is subject to yayin nesach, putting it back into the upper utensil, and when you do that, then you're the contents of the upper utensil become asur as well. It's called mitzvah. You might just let me know. Mitzvah. What do you see here? When there's a flow between two utensils, that flow ultimately again connects those two utensils and makes them one. Because there is a flow from the basket connected to the bottom of the pipe into the lower cistern, there's a flow that connects. Therefore, they're considered to be one, and therefore the basket is as if it's sitting in the lower cistern, and then when you reintroduce it into the upper utensil, it makes the contents of the upper utensil asur as well. Incredible. As the Pia says, Shapach so this is we get actually after the year so come on we'll see in next session talk about so looking at Shapach Shimshmali Habar actually yeah I'm sorry we're slow before you get so no one suggest before you get to the side so no one suggest that ultimately again it's a flow. So there's a flow ultimately again from the basket to the lower system. That flow connects the utensils making them one. Therefore, again, it's as if the sediment is the lower utensil, the lower cistern, and when you reintroduce it up into the upper utensil, it makes the contents of the upper utensil. You might then suggest a different idea. You might say, maybe it's going to be Shapach Sasso, so Hakanam Shapach Sasso Bola. Maybe there's a different case. Maybe the case over here where the bottom cistern itself becomes so full that the actual basket that is attached to the bottom of the pipe is submerged in the lower cistern. You hear this? So it's not a question of flow. In other words, because of the mitzvah says that even if there are two utensils, and those two utensils are distinct from each other, but there is a flow of liquid. When you those two utensils are considered to be connected to geographically. Comes under the case, it says, maybe that's not the case. Maybe it's much simpler. You don't have to rely on maybe the case in question over here is the level, the wine lower in the lower ceiling rose to the point that literally again the basket is submerged into the lower system. The wine level of the lower system raised so much that literally again the basket and its contents are submerged in the lower system. If that's the case, it makes sense because then the sediment, right, that collects the basket attached to the bottom of the pipe ultimately is submerged in the wine which is in the lower cistern, which the Mishnah says is subject to yayin nesach, therefore it's subsequently left. The sediment, you introduce it into the upper utensil, ultimately the upper utensil, all of its contents go into the vessel. Okay, incredible. Let's go ahead. We're going to tell the story. The kind of others go from this child, this young child, who had mastered all of the Sechas Avodah, right? In 6 years. It's just showing, right? Within 6 years. Very young age. Says that he had enough interesting. Showing is just perhaps 6 years. Rashi says, no, it's just showing, then Sheish Shanya. He's 6 years old. 6-year-old child, ultimately again, mastered the surface level design. Okay, the most advanced mask, we saw why does not tell me this. So very simple, what's our skill? Beautiful skill. That to help us with it. There are things in life that seem impossible. And there are things in life that also become overwhelming because we look like such an uphill climb. We look like such an overwhelming this mountain that I can't scale to give up before we even try. And every once in a while, there's the miracles, kind of like sprinkles, these incredible nuggets of just ridiculous optimism. They tell us if we apply ourselves, if we really apply ourselves, if we really push ourselves, there's no telling what we can accomplish. It's impossible as limitation. You're living a child 6 years old, ultimately again, mastery in seconds. And he may say, oh, yeah, 40 seconds. I believe. Perhaps. If that was the case, the Imam wouldn't have said. You know why? Because there's no great contrasting something with a photographic. One simple reason. A photographic memory is not something you did. Like you didn't earn it. A photographic memory is a gift you actually follow over. It's the same way no shaya for being 6 months. Oh, shaya! You really must have done something amazing that you do for 6 months. If you're 6'5", so good for you. That's confirmation. If you're 5'5", you don't get ups. You know, you're not really underperforming. 5'5", you really expect you to be 5'7". What are you talking about? This was conferred upon you. These are circumstances. It's actually Dimar Seconds Nida. Dimar says the Malachai, right? The Malach in charge of pregnancy brings the people when you guys do 12, where it says, Tipa Zuma now. What's are you with this child? And in fact, really question for good. It's tall or short, tall or short. That's it. So if we were talking about a very child with photographic memory, I don't think that Dimar would have mentioned because a kid with a photographic memory is no different than someone who's tall. You don't get a shkoyach for being tall. You don't get a shkoyach for being short. You don't get a shkoyach for having a photographic memory. Those are things, those are circumstances that can be emotional or upon you. The fact that the Gemara goes out of its way to tell us, because it's really not a relevant part of the story. That remembers that there was a child who mastered that old result. That old result is 6 years old. There is nothing that stands up your will to accomplish. There is one thing that stands in your will to accomplish, and that's nothing stands in your will. There are perceived obstacles. Those obstacles, if we set our mind to, could often be overcome. Child 6 years old, and that's the sacrifice of holding the most hand. That means that we can do the very things that we set our mind to. We don't accomplish. We have to be honest. We have to respect, and we have to recognize more often than not. The reason we don't cross those things is not because we do want to. But if you want, it's really nothing is beyond. Let's go back to this. This kid, he mastered up over 6 years anyway. They asked me the following question. Not really. So, always covering the gap. What is Allah? Is it used because if you are allowed to prostrate together with an atom in in this case, the equals that. The atom wants to hire and you need to crush him. Am I allowed to do? I'm a little darking about that. The child answered, yes, you're allowed to. Atom in his Whoa, one second. I'm not saying to be that way. One second. I'm going to go ahead and make it. Hey, this is why this is that. You can make the INS. You can make the INS ultimately again. Which that's what I tell me. Because we're in the thing to strip this really how the INS. So we're going to see how this fits in the previous discussion. But for now, the Gemara says, they asked the kid, could a Jew live together with a Gentile of one class? The Gemara says, the kid said yes. How can you say yes? After all, the information into the INS. A Jew is essentially touching the INS. To which the Gemara says, no, because what do? Interesting. You can go ahead and do Akum's hands. His hands that he can see also will still hold his color essentially. Once he's saying again, this will be further clear tomorrow. But it sounds like what's going on here is that in order for the Akum to make the animal, he has to stir the water. He has to heat. So therefore, if you take his hands, you take away as you go to the animal. That's like, I I'm not so good at that. But you can always go ahead and stir the wine, and stir the grapes with his foot, and make the yain mess up with his foot. No, that's not ultimately again. That's not what happened. We'll say yain mess up. Remember again, is libational wine. Separate is theological wine. It's religious wine. Akum, if he's going to make something for his out. He's going to do it in a bakavik way. He's going to do it with his hands. He's not going to go ahead and do it with his feet. As long as his hands are tied, no concern about making it yain. Again, we're going to get a clarification of that tomorrow. Another story. The Dashi saw the Ovigo so this is actually very interesting. There was another story. What's the other story? That the Jew and a non-Jew threshed the grapes together. Now, in this case, grapes belong to a Jew. So he writes to the Jew, hired Hakum to go ahead and crush the grapes with him. So the Gemara said, the Shaila was, what's the status? What's the status of the one? So the Shaliah Shmuel Pilgrim. Shmuel waited 3 regalim. In order to answer this, we can actually plus of the Wisconsin, the Shmuel, Hilchos Pesach, Shmuel says, in this case, over here, everybody on the tongue is actually listening. If any of them would gather to learn the halachas of that particular young kid. He doesn't exactly when this is happening, but he waited a Pesach for Shmuel and Asokis before he answered this question. Why? Why did Shmuel have to wait? Elaine Mishum the Kasaba saying Zainam Down 57, right? Elaine Mishum the Kasaba 50, right? The Matana the Asik Rabbi Nasr, Osrine, Afubanda. Maybe Shmuel was like this. Shmuel was waiting for someone who agreed with the position of Rabbi Nasr, right? Because Rabbi Nasr was saying in this case, as we'll explain just a moment, that in this case, the wine should be Asr even Bahana. Shmuel didn't want to be stringent on his own, so he was waiting to see if there would be someone else who would agree with this particular position. They go to the top Rashi, 57, Yayin Bana, but go show of a Kohaven, Alpha Pishna, Sula Avodas Kohaven, Nisuk Lo Havi Asr Bana, Ella Ayin Shipsha. So what says we're going to see this is quite interesting. But he doesn't have the opinion that Akum touches that. Even if in a way that is like or stunned and not touches one. And there's absolutely no theological motivation in the context. Rabbi Nassim still says ultimately again that the wine is going to be asam dana. Now you cannot consume it, but you can't even get benefit from it. So perhaps Shmuel is waiting. So again, remember, not to here. I'm a Jew, right? I hired an uncle to go ahead and crush it. You are watching on status of the wine. So Shmuel didn't answer this question. So why? Husband number one is waiting to see if someone might be nothing. Nothing holds that if an uncle touches wine, even if he's touching it not for religious purposes, but it's just contact with it. Just contact. So Shmuel's looking. Is anyone else? This time, no? This time, if you look at it, so mother though, being beyond and so ultimately, again, if Rashi says that we are mother though, over the Yain trade, so being beyond, Shifting said that was the self of the shark, and Yain, we spoke about let's come up. So let's say again, you have an accident who was measuring the wine of the Jew. Now, you know, in this case, it was measuring, right? So this is commerce. It's clearly not religion. Right? It's money. It's not religion. So he's measuring the wine. So it's like you mucker. So it's how come will have to say. Ultimately, you shouldn't drink it, but you can get enough for it. You touched it, so therefore you can touch it. You shouldn't drink it. But ultimately, you still get enough, so you should sell it in your life to keep the proceeds. Rabbi Nassim Omer, the Yad Asar, the Red Yal Muslim. says no. The Rasa says the shoe entered it. It also means Achila and Bano. You can't consume it, you can't get benefit from it. The Regal, ultimately, you just moved around his foot, then ultimately, again, that is going to be more. So that's one second. Maybe Shmuel's waiting to see anyone not here like Latino. Also, by the way, we're going to see this question, right? Because this is a discussion, right? So this is talking about a case where we actually cut the theological purpose. That is doing it for Thomas comes. What does that do? So Thomas says you can't drink it, but you can get benefit from it. And then, sorry, Rabinosa. No, once the apple is it, it's yainese. You can't consume it. You get hung off on it. Again, the origin is as long as you touch it with his hand. With his foot, then it's going to be more. Which was also the yarn. I'm sorry. The Nasser Omer Gemara says Ema, the Omar Rabbi Nasser Yad, the Regal all the Gemara says so Rabbi Nasser's position by the hand. So we mentioned about it says Allah be mashkaf makana bishar Rabbi Shimon Shaya Afila Bishar. No, that's not the reason. So I'm going to render in the last to see him because he wanted to see if anyone else is going to be matched one, even Bahana. Which one says no. The reason why much more waited to ask him is not to see if anyone was going to do just the opposite. He wanted to see if anyone was going to do the make like whom like Rabbi Shimon, because Rabbi Shimon not the again permits this one. Now what's this one? When it is clear the Atum's contact with the one was not living nature. Rabbi Shimon says that one is not only committed by Hana, but also committed even for consumption. Look at that. Shani Maga Shal Ovid showing us having an answer. Hopefully, Halacha myself, it is clear contextually that the contact that the Akum has with the wine is not religious in nature, and Halacha myself, the wine is committed. The wine is committed Halacha, even distributed, even for consumption. Therefore, again, you must be sufficient. Let's be circle. So, right, so again, June had a wine press. He asked him to come help him press wine. He came to Shmuel, what's the status of the wine? Answer to the dollar. Not conclusion. He wanted to see if anyone who's not like that is sin. Even if it's not touched, but it's clear that it's contact. Right? It's not religious in nature. But again, it's utilitarian, it's commerce, it's goodness, it's tabak. But the Shimon holds the wine is mutter ba'ano, and mutter for consumption. Shmuel we're looking to see ultimately again if anyone else who concurs with this thing. What does emerge from last piece is a tremendous message. And again, this more tomorrow's time. And what happens when there is clear, non-religious, non-theological contact between the Akum and wine? What does that do to the wine? So essentially, you have three opinions. Rabbanon, don't drink it, can't assume that you get hana from it. Rabbi Nassan, can't drink it, can't get hana. And ultimately, Rabbi Shimon, can get hana and can even drink it. So that's going to obviously have major halacha ramifications for us as well. And also, I will stop over there for today. A great physical to be back learning all of you again, and that's what I'm looking forward to. And have a wonderful day. What's been around agenda fly on today? What have you been doing? I'm sure you've been eating weird sweaty things. So I'll share that with you guys. Maybe this is probably the best place to do it, but one of the things that there's a great marketplace called that I've never been to. It's a great spot for us. Well, very special for this. So Adrian is dividing I'll be virtual for the next week or so, but engaging again, learning again, checking again, and growing again, making our way through level design. Thank you, how responsible, and you'll come co-responsible, so some stuff about yourself. The evolution of Russians this year, this also on of the parents and so all about additional sponsorships. All additional sponsorship information will be included in the description of YouTube. Today on that's on that today, but a really, really beautiful scene. Containing the Sugya of Yasa. So you are to the mission. The Ino also actually the ball. So remember again, one did not become Yayanessa until remember it's crushed in the upper back and goes through essentially into a lower system. Only Mishnah said only once in the lower system for the ability to be categorized as Yayanessa. So the Gemara says as follows: not we got Yayan. Now, interestingly enough, we're not a different discussion of that. This is a discussion regarding Shumas and Maestros. At what point in time is there a total obligation for water? Now, the right answer says as follows: ultimately, again, when does wine become subject to Shumas and Maestros? When it begins to foam. Short lines. Third line, so once the wine itself begins to foam, it is considered finished because it's ultimately again you're not even allowed to stress out even a non-set law drinking that. So remember, before let's say the wine is usually finished, one could drink a fermented alcoholic casually, which states one cannot drink it even casually for the first time. It's not the Gemara said at what point in time is it finished for tithing purposes when it falls. Rashi Siman, whereas our Rava supposed to say that here's the contradiction. So the Gemara is on the assumption of the whatever is considered to be finished state, so that in Yainesa should be the same finished state, which point it becomes so the Gemara says, when it comes to the Mishnah said, when is wine finished? When it gets out. As soon as it comes to the Lord, it becomes Yainasa. In other words, it's considered to be a quote unquote finished product. As it says, when is wine to be finished? This is for tithing purposes. When it foams. It's a contradiction. So when is wine to be a quote unquote finished product? Is it when it foams, or is it when it goes into the lower system? So the passages are contradiction. Two different things. My focus when the wine reaches its finished state. So just remember this time, Yain Mishir is about Kiva Mishika. So the Mishnah says as follows: at what point in time is wine considered to be finished, so as to trigger a tithing obligation? So the Tanakh says that when it goes into the system. Like the Kiva says, only when it develops foam. Okay, therefore the Gemara says, as to what point in time is wine again, Rabbanon, which is the mentioned, season who mentioned, as soon as it goes into the lower system, that is to foam. By the way, Manas, Kasha, Kiva, keep with the bar or keep with the cards. Interestingly enough, the kind of wine in wine production, two different kinds of which foam begins to form. One is consistent and one is organic. So Kiva says that wine is considered to be a quote unquote finished product. We're seeing that both for tithing purposes and that it's now fit to become Yainesa. Is that talking about is it foaming in the system or is it foaming in the barrels? How do you see again? The barrel is a later stage. That wine does ferment a little bit, sits a little bit in the barrels. So the Akiva says that foaming, when it begins to foam, or when foam begins to form into finished state, is that the foam in the system or the foam in the barrels. So the Gemara says, Tashma. So the Sanya, Yain Mishili. Afa Pishakafa, Holy in Hagat, Yona Mina, interesting enough, so the Gemara goes to like this as follows. Wine, when it begins to foam, even though it has begun to foam, which is translated, it's going to begun to foam, you're still allowed to go ahead and take some of the wine from the system, from the the upper vat, only has seen from the piping. This shows that you can drink it. You can drink it. What do you see from there? keep away the bar and shmamina. So if you look at that, actually, Yafati Shakafa, the bar, Holy Kinak tell you, another show set, also show you the bar, no Marmalata. So the Gemara is like this, that if one is foam in the what we'll call the lower the system, even though wine in the lower system or in the system has to go ahead and take one from the upper vacuum where the crushing takes place, as well as from the pipe. Again, you have the upper vacuum in which the crushing takes place, a pipe which then takes the liquid down to what we call the system. There is the system. So most of the advice is even though wine has begun to foam the lower cistern, allowed to go ahead and take juice, wine, and from the pipe. In other words, what's the finish over here? Even though the wine lower system finished product, stuff above in the pipe and in the upper vat is going to be unfinished and therefore required piping. Here, Marshall Shmania, keep like the bar has talked about foaming. What is he talking about? Foaming not in the barrel. Okay, very interesting. So Mars is about time to listen. Therefore, again, what we have is as follows. Therefore, this is the fundamental macro class. So, what point is one considered to be a quote unquote finished product? Now, that question has two ramifications. Number one, when is it finished? And therefore, it triggers an obligation. And when is it finished and which point it could be technically made into the iris. So the Rabbanon seem to indicate that as soon as one hits the lower cistern, ultimately again it is considered to be a finished product. Both for Chumas Nisus as well as for Yaliness and the Kiva has developed foam. Foam where? Foam in the vat or foam in the barrels. It seems to be my indicates foam in the vat of the lower cistern. So I can't believe it, but it's a God telling us today, they did that. Yani, the Shimiri are the Yitzhak. That again is what the subject over here. We learned this, no? Or was taught that today in the Yishuv Yerusha, that wine, when it goes down to the bar, when it goes lower to the lower system, the Yitzhak, and it begins to foam. Kiva Omer, Mishashigashla Dechavis. So interestingly, Kiva says no, it's considered to be finished until it's poured into barrels. If you look at Rashi, Rashi says over here, Rashi Mishishta Bechaviosto, Dagim Nayam, Yishayayim Min Habar, Chavis. The Akiva is the wine considered to be finished only once little bit again is drawn out, or it's poured out from the cistern into the barrels. Okay, Marshall, the seal will let Katana the shear the bar, but I'm finished. So here's interesting. So the alcohol here, the problem we now have is an attribution. Up until the statement of Rav Zvid. So we had the Rabbanan saying that wine is considered to be a finished product as soon as it gets into the lower system. Now the Akiva, when it develops foam, but foam in that same system. Now Rav Zvid comes running the attribution changes. So the Rabbanan will say wine is considered to be finished. Ultimately, and when it foams, and the Hashtas again foaming the cistern, and Rabbi Akiva, not only once it's put into the barrels with its foam, the calculations. Here it's a Nani Lahach, Maisa, Hafa. So that the Gemara says, you're right, the truth is, we can reinterpret the first part to be in line with what we just said. Yayin, when is wine considered to be finished, when it goes into the cistern and it develops, that the Kiva Omer, Ishta the Chavis. That the Kiva is not again, no, it's only once poured into barrels. So listen, just understand. The way the Gemara is holding right now is that Halacha L'Maisa, here's the Macrotas. Right, at what point in time is wine considered to be a finished product? What are the ramifications of wine being finished product? Both, at what point is wine becoming wine in itself? Two, at what point in time is the obligation triggered? New iteration. Yes, Rabbanan say, once the wine hits the lower system, you have the upper fat, that's where it's crushed, the pipe, which then leads it down into the system, and the system itself. Rabbanan, once it's in the cistern and it begins to foam, ultimately again, then it is considered to be finished. Now the Akiva, no. Has to get it. Yes, it has to come into the lower cistern and it has to foam, but it's only finished once it's actually put from the lower cistern into barrels. Incredible. Isn't the Tani in Yain Nesach Achir the bar? Here's the problem. How that we feel good about ourselves that we successfully interpreted our holy so we give Rabbanon. What do we do with the Mishnah? Because the Mishnah espoused the fine. The Mishnah said that halacha l'maisa. At what point in time is wine considered to be finished? Wine is considered to be finished at the time that ultimately it is consistent. So who's the mean is that? That's not Rabbanon require foaming or cistern. And the Akiva requires also from the system into battles. So whose opinion is reflected? To which the Gemara says, so is it, are there three opinions? Are there three opinions? There's Rabbanon. One is considered to be finished when it gets to the lower cistern and it foams. Rabbi Akiva gets lower cistern foams but has to be poured into battles. And who holds no, once it hits lower cistern, it's considered to be finished. To which the Gemara says, maybe not. Maybe there aren't three opinions of it. Let's have it over here. It's possible, maybe the confusion is because we are looking at the discussion of Meiser to Yain Nesach, and we're assuming that whole is quote unquote for tithing purposes considered to be finished for Yain Nesach purposes. Maybe they're not linked. Maybe they're actually two different topics. When it comes to Meiser, at what point in time is one considered to be finished and therefore subject to the obligation of tithing? Okay, that's a machlokas. Now you're keeping the Rabbanon. Once again, the Rabbanon, once it gets to the lower cistern and foams, Rabbi Akiva, lower cistern, foams, and then poured into battles. That's by Meiser. By Yain Nesach, perhaps everyone is more machal. And everyone says that once wine gets to the lower cistern, once it gets to the bottom cistern, the bottom back, the receptacle where the wine is collected, ultimately then it is subject to Yain Nesach. And that's just the chumras. Whereas in by Meiser, everyone requires at least foaming and maybe barrels. By Yain Nesach will be more machmir, and once it hits that lower back, ultimately it is subject to the laws of Yain Nesach. But trying to answer about the last question, trying to answer about the Meiser, so the chumra is only by Yain Nesach. So that's the Mishnah. But by Meiser, the focus ultimately again in the Rabbanon. Fine, on the days of us, I move on days. Never move this quickly. Okay, we Rabba, the low time days. That interestingly enough, according to Rav, ultimately again, he does not make this distinction. Right? He does not make this distinction ultimately again between Yain Nesach and Meiser. So we could actually almost Rav Goshen, you go Svina La'el, Meiser Yain Nesach Shemazim, Shani Rav Kashna, Alma Lo Shani. Lima Shem Yain Nesach, Mila V'Rabban, Akar Smuki L'Shmas. So remember again, Rav was going to introduce this entire discussion. Right? Rav was the one, remember, part of the rice. The rice says that one is considered to be fit for purposes as soon as it foams. Rav comes along and brought it up as a kasha on Mishnah. Rav says, no, it's not a two different things. In fact, Rav doesn't say it's not a kasha. And Rav holds that halacha l'maisa, the details of wine in Meiser are the same details of wine to Yain Nesach. It's like the fact that Rav structures this whole different opinions, whether Rabbi Akiva and Rabbanon indicates that Rav does not bifurcate. Again, halacha l'maisa, whatever is considered to be the finishing criteria for wine by Meiser will be the same finishing criteria wine by Yain Nesach. According to Rav, therefore, say no about base 50, 60, first one, smoking law, fifth law, second law. You would hold that to have three different things. So as I say, interestingly enough, the way to learn was at what point in time considered to be finished, and they're subject to Yain Nesach. So you're not in religion dispute. Let's go with Rav. Rav understands that the laws of the Yain will essentially be learned from this. So that Meiser had in my focus, right? Akiva and the Rabbanon. Ultimately, and I'm sorry, and then you're going to be people that are will hold ultimately again once the wine hits the lower back cistern and foams, it is thick. Therefore, what triggers revolution from cistern, subject to INS. Rabbi Akiva, no, it has to be then transferred from the cistern into the barrels. Then finished. Both triggers an obligation for Meiser, subject to INS. Third opinion of the Mishnah. And kind of our Mishnah, the Meiser is a chumva, it's more machmir, and it's essentially for Yayin Nesef, the obligation, or the subject to Yayin Nesef, as soon as it, okay, that's Rabbi's interpretation. The other interpretation is that no, the two discussions are not really. One is machmir, and yet everyone is machmir. What is that wine hits the lower cistern is considered to be finished, and therefore again subject to or susceptible to becoming Yayin Nesef. By Meiser, we have Machlokas. That's what Machlokas said. And again, I'm saying once it hits the lower cistern and foams, the Akiva is transferred to barrels. So that ways of understanding is incredible. Let's go back to it. Mashkiba Basra Basham. Interesting enough to be Meiser. So remember, whatever is right, whatever is in system, ultimately again is going to be Meiser. But the rest of the wine, other parts of the apparatus will be mutter. So now again, so the contrast what this means is like this, right? So you can imagine we're pressing, we've got pressing the grapes on the upper on the side. That wine is then going down through a pipe, right? There's a spin out of that pipe, and then ultimately the wine is collected in what we call the lower cistern. So it must be like this. Mishnah tells us that once one hits that lower cistern, it is Sistiyayi Yetzah. But anything else in the other parts of the pressing apparatus, we want to, because remember again, until it's finished, it can't become Yayin Yetzah. So you must do this we call it. Who knows? Moshe Ella, so if here, God is sunny is that. That is only assuming that you do not return the sediment by the things back up to the press. Again, it's a very good Rashi. Rashi goes also last line on Godel, the Kashuba, the Hayayin Yoyin Natsino the so-called, the Signing Hayayin in Zogin Halas. So the guide of sound is a basket. This basket essentially attached to the end of the pipe, right? The liquid then goes back. Remember again, the moment the liquid hits and skin, and it's a great fish because they're coming. So you have a skin on the bottom of that pipe. Dissolve the baskets to catch any of the impurities and to act as a screener to allow the water into the liquid into the lower back. The Mercy Nation, Kuna says, it would determine to take that sediment from that basket that's attached to the liquid, put that back into the upper receptacle, right? The upper utensil, with the initial crushing. Crush it again. Crush it this time. So as soon as it's something very interesting. The Mishnah says that anything that is in that upper vat, as well as anything in the pipe, are going to be mutter. It's one of the stuff that gets into the vat that is subject to Yayin Nesef. But Mishnah says, however, if we take the collected sediment from the basket at the bottom of the pipe, and we then put that back on top in the upper receptacle, right? What we'll call the crushing vat. So all of the color, all the stuff in the crushing happens, if you put that in, and the stuff in the upper vat is going to be less. Then you also, okay, what's the check? The Gemara says about Hexia, God, you study with that, but ultimately, again, if you go ahead and take the sediment, the attached to the bottom of the pipe, and put that back up into the upper vat, and ultimately, again, even the liquid in the upper vat is going to be stuck, or the stuff in the upper vat is going to be Gemara says, okay, why? So here's what's interesting. This presupposes that we have the premise that the sediment in the basket attached to the pipe is us. That sediment attached, right? Why that sediment is collected in the basket, which is attached to the pipe. Why is that also? Why is that also? Because interestingly enough, because ultimately again it's connected by flow to the bottom vat. Remember, let's play this out. We've got the upper receptacle. We'll call this the got. Right, so that's the great pressure. Right, the pressure happens, liquid and other Greek liquids go down the pipe. Right, then what happens? There's a basket, it's a strainer attached to the bottom of the pipe, and then again, what we call the gas, what we call ultimately the cistern is on the other the bar, I should say. The bottom. It's on the bottom. This is the bottom. Once you just move this, then the flow of it from the basket next, the basket ends ultimately against the lower system. Like the flow of liquid, the flow of juice, of water, from that basket ultimately again to the lower system. That flow essentially connects those two edges and make them one. This called the mitzel flow. You have a flow from one utensil to another utensil. That flow connects, halachically connects those utensils. Therefore, because those are connected, the halacha also treats it as if the sediment collected in the basket at the bottom of the pipe is actually sitting in the lower cistern itself. The wine is subject to yayin nesach. Therefore, when you take that and you reintroduce it back up into the upper utensil, right into the upper utensil, then essentially what you're doing is you're taking wine, so to speak, it's subject to yayin nesach, putting it back into the upper utensil, and that even the sense of the upper utensil become asiyah. Incredible. It's called mitzel. Let me know mitzel fever. What do you see here? That when there's a flow between two utensils, that flow ultimately again connects those two utensils and makes them one. Therefore, because there is a flow from the basket connected to the bottom of the pipe to the lower system, there's a flow that connects them. Therefore, they're considered to be one, and therefore the sediment of the basket is as if it's sitting in the lower cistern, which makes it. And then when you reintroduce it to the upper utensil, it makes the contents of the upper utensil usher as incredible. What's this piece here? Look at that. Actually says over here. So we'll see in there that this particular piece here we'll talk about so Bolo, Shinishmali, Bar Achia, sorry. Let's before we sorry, before we get to that. So no one wants to suggest before we get to it, sorry. So no one wants to suggest that ultimately again it's needs it's a flow. So there's a flow ultimately again the basket for the lower cistern, and that flow connects the two utensils making them one. Therefore again it's as if the sediment is sitting in the lower utensil. Upper utensil, contents of the upper utensil. The Gemara can suggest, the Gemara says maybe not. They kind of feel. So Hanani Shepach Salo. Maybe there's a difference over there. Maybe the case over here is where the bottom cistern itself became so full that the actual basket that is attached to the bottom of the pipe is submerged in the lower system. You hear this? So it's not a question of flow. In other words, the concept of mutual success, that even if there are two utensils and those two are distinct from each other, there's a flow of liquid running from the B. Those two utensils are considered to be connected even though it's radically distant. So the theory says maybe that's not the case. Maybe the case in question over here is where the lever, the wine in the lower system rose to the point where literally again, the gas of the lower system, the wine level rose to raise so much that little gas and its context are merged in the lower system. So that's the case. The sediment, right, that collects the basket attached to the bottom of it, ultimately is submerged in the wine in the lower system. The Mishnah says is subject to therefore it's subsequently collect the sediment, reintroduce it into the utensil, ultimately it's not the utensil, all of its contents go into the utensil. Oh, incredible. Go ahead, you might call this story. We kind of all this on the shoes. there was a young child who mastered all of the Mesechas Avodah like when 6 very young age. Rashi said that's interesting. She's trying to use this. Perhaps could be right as he mastered it in 6 years. He says no, but she's trying then she was 6 years old. 6-year-old child ultimately again mastered Mesechas Avodah. Shabbos that I may ask is why did you not tell me this? So very simple. What's your ask? That to accomplish whatever you push it on. There are things in life that seem impossible. And there are things in life that seem so profoundly overwhelming because we look like such God. We look like such an overwhelming just not give up before we even try. And every once in a while, we can learn there's kind of like sprinkles, incredible nuggets. Just
fuck your bitch and
tell us, we apply ourselves. We apply ourselves. We push ourselves. One time what we can accomplish. God's Lord's limitation. A child 6 years old ultimately again mastered the second design. And you might say, I have photographic memory, one of those things. I believe perhaps if that was the case, the Gemara wouldn't have said it. You know why? Because there's no great cause in mastering something with his memory. For one simple reason. Photographic memory is not something you did. Like you didn't earn it. A photographic memory is a gift that actually ultimately did it. It's the same way no one gets a shkoyach for being 6'5". Oh, shkoyach. You really must have done something amazing with 6'5". If you're 6'5", shkoyach, so for you. That's Cheshbach amazing. If you're 5'5", you don't get ups. You know what? Now, if you're really under 5'5", you really have to be 5'7". What are you talking about? These are circumstances. These are Sefes Nida. The Gemara says, Malach Halamuna Alai, right? The mountain touches pregnancy. Brings the people, brings the pregnancy in 12, where it says, people Zuma now. What's going to do with this child? And in fact, the question got good, tall or short, short. That's it. So if we were talking about a child with photographic memory, I don't think the Gemara would have mentioned it. Because a kid with a photographic memory is no different than someone who's tall. You don't react for being tall, you don't get a shkoyach for being short, you don't get a shkoyach for having a photographic memory. Those are things, those are circumstances that the Rama Shalom conferred upon you. So the Gemara goes out of it to tell us, because it's really not a relevant part of it. That Gemara goes out of it to tell this child who mastered that whole John God, 6 years old, tells us, Davar only bifnei haratzon. There is nothing but will to accomplish. There is one thing that stands in the way of your will to accomplish, and that's nothing stands in our own way. There are perceived obstacles. Those obstacles that our mind could often be overcome. A child 6 years old is mastering the sacrifice of holding something on both sides. That means that we could accomplish. We have to be honest. We have to respect it now. The reason we don't cross those finish lines is often because we didn't want it that enough. But if you want it, if you really want it, nothing is easy. Let's go back there. So there was this kid who mastered up on the 6 years old boy today. They asked Lalo and Castro, Mahu, we throw in my old age of interesting case. What is halacha? Is a yid, is a Jew allowed to crush grapes together with an akum in again, in this case, it's the akum's that. The akum wants to hire me to crush grapes with him. Am I allowed to do that? Another who darkening a lake from the gut. And the child answered, yes, you're allowed to. You're allowed to go ahead and crush grapes with the akum in his that. Whoa, mercy, 1 second. So I'm not saying to be ugly. Or the akum can go ahead and make the Inessa. Right? Why is that? You can make the Inessa. You can make the Inessa ultimately again. How could the Jew person? This Rashi says, "You come out to the other day." The Mishnah Shkona Katsani. In the spirit is his holy Mashiach Habiyayin. So we're going to see how this fits in with our previous discussion. But for now, the Gemara says, they asked the kid, should a Jew crush grapes together with the Gentile in the Gentile's wine press? The Gemara says, the kid said, yes. How do we say yes? After all, the Jew is essentially crushing the ayin, to which the Gemara says, "B'tzari lei yeh." No, because what do you do? This is interesting. You can go ahead and tie the akum's hands. Tie his hands so that he can't see also we'll see all this comes together. Essentially, once the single, and again, this will be further clarified. It sounds like what's happening over here is that in order for the atom to make the yes, he has to stir the water to do something. So therefore, if you tie his hands, you take away his ability to create yayin. Yes, I'll come and ask it for that. But you could always go ahead and stir the wine, stir the grapes with his foot, and make yayin up with his foot. No, that's not ultimately against that's what happened. You know, it was like yayin remember again, the additional one. Separate these theological ones. So an akom makes something, he's going to make something for his akom. He's not going to do it about couple this way. He's going to do it with his hands. He's not going to go ahead and do it. So therefore, as long as his hands are top, there's no concern about the akom making it yayin. Again, we create a clarification of that. Haru Uvda, the Hava Ben Arda, the Dashi Yisova Ovid Ochamla. So this actually, there was another story. What's the other story? That there was a Jew and a non-Jew crushing grapes together. Now, in this case, the grapes belong to a Jew. So he writes to the Jew to go ahead and crush the grapes with him. Now, the shaila was, what's the status? What's the status of the wine? So you want to Shmuel waited 3 regalim, effectively waited like a year, 3 regalim, in order to answer this question. Now, if you look at actually philosophically, Shayim is constant Lishmoa Drasha, Hilchos Pesach, so it says in this case, so you remember, it's actually was in Sukkot, and if you would gather of that particular Yom Tov. So Shmuel waited 3 Yom Tov, right? It doesn't tell us exactly when this is happening, but he waited a people Sukkot before he answered. This is my time out. Why did Shmuel have to wait? Elaine Mishum Bekasav was saying Zainu without 57, right? Elaine Mishum Bekasavar 50, right? The Meshachanatana the Asik Rebi Nasa Osrine Afilu Ba'ana. Maybe Shmuel was like this. Shmuel was waiting for someone who agreed with the position of Rabbi Nassim. Right? Nassim would say in this case, as we'll explain in just a moment, that in this case, the wine should be usher even ba'ana. Shmuel didn't want to be stringent on his own, so he was waiting to see if there would be someone else who would agree with this particular position. They go to the top Rashi, 57, Yayin ba'ana, Go Shal Kohavim, Afa Pishlo Nas Kohavim, Denisuch Lo Havi Aser Ba'ana. The Lord says we're going to see it. This is quite interesting. Because of the opinion that if Akum touches wine, even if he does not go ahead and touch it in a way that is libational, stam, an Akum touches, and there's absolutely no theological motivation as ultimately again that the wine is going to be Aser Ba'ana. Not only can you not consume it, you can't even get benefit from it. Perhaps Shmuel was waiting, so I can remember, go ahead and crush the grapes. We want to know what's that wine. So Shmuel didn't answer this question for 3 regalim. So why? So possibility number 1 to see is someone machmir, because we mustn't hold that if an ox wine, even if he's touching it not for religious purposes, but it's just stam contact, we'll see even more. Just stam contact still makes it bad. So Shmuel's looking, does anyone else hold this way? This sign goes on the right. So bein biyad, bein beregel, imacher. Right, so ultimately, again, Rashi says over here, mother though, Obe Kocham Shayisa, bein biyad, Sheikh Kami Yain Yishbo, so let's say again, you have an Akum who was measuring the wine of it. I will say in this case, so here he's measuring, right? So because he's measuring, this is commerce. It's clearly not religion, right? It's money. It's not religion. See, he's measuring the wine. So the halacha still is, right? So the Tanakh holds you have to sell it. Ultimately, meaning you shouldn't drink it, but you could get hana from it. Okay, he touched it, so therefore the Yaakov touched it. You shouldn't drink it, but ultimately you still get hana. So you should sell it and you keep the proceeds. Rabbi Nosson, the yad aser regel mutter. Rabbi Nosson says no. Rabbi Nosson said aser, and aser means ba'achila and ba'anah. You can't consume it and you can't get benefit from it. The regel mutter, ultimately again, if you just moved it around, then ultimately again is going to be mutter. So the Gemara says, so maybe Shmuel's waiting to see is anyone. The way we're going to see this discussion. This is a major discussion, right? So this is talking about a case clearly not for theological purposes, right? Business purposes. What does that says? You can't drink it. Rabbi Shimon, Rabbi Nosson, no. Once the akon touches it, it's you can't consume it. You can't even get hana from it. Again, the only exception is as long as you touch his hand, touch foot, then it's going to be mutter. Which Gemara says 1 second. Emar yad beregel mi amar. Where it says Amar, the Amar Rabbi Nosson, the Regel, ultimately again, the Gemara says so. Rabbi Nosson's position was only stated by the hand. Did he mention anything about the foot? So the Gemara says, Mi Allah I meshkach natana b'shari k'Rabbi Shafila b'shtia. So in other words, real quick decision because he wanted to see if anyone else is going to be mahir like Rabbi Nosson. This one, even ba'ana. Shmuel waited to ask him is not to see if anyone was going to be machmir opposite. He wanted to see if anyone was going to be naked. Is there anyone like Rabbi Shimon? Shimon ultimately again permits this type of wine. Now, what is this type of wine? When it is clear that it's contact with the wine, not religious in nature. Rabbi Shimon says only permitted by hana, but also permitted even Shari Gosh Oveko Chavim shown as Kavim. We should hold that halacha l'maisa if it is clear contextually that the contact one has with the wine was not religious in nature, then halacha l'maisa the wine is permitted. The wine is permitted halacha l'maisa even the shtia, even for consumption. So therefore, again, the Gemara suggested so let's just do this full circle. So right, so again, Jew had a wine press. He asked him how to press wine. They came to Shmuel. What's the status of the wine? Shmuel doesn't answer the government. Why not? Conclusion. He wanted to see is there anyone who's makel Shimon. Shimon holds that even if the touch is clear that it's contact, right? Is not religious in nature. But again, it's utilitarian. It's commerce. It's money. It's business. It's help up. Right? The provision holds the wine mutter ba'ano, mutter for consumption. Shmuel was looking to see ultimately again is there anyone else who concurs with this thing? I will say what doesn't emerge from this last piece is a tremendous machlokes. And we're going to get into this more in tomorrow's now. Now, what happens when there is clear, non-religious, non-theological contact between an aqua and wine? What does it do to the wine? So essentially, we have opinions. The Rabbanan, hana from it. Rabbi Nosson can't drink it, can't get hana. And ultimately, again, Rabbi Shimon can get and can even drink it. That's going to obviously have major halacha implications for us as well. I will say, Shkoyach was great. It's supposed to be back learning with all again. And yes, Hashem will continue going forward. Have a wonderful.
Is Avodah Zarah daf. Okay. We begin today's daf by thanking all our sponsors. We thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor for sponsoring all the shiurim and all of Russia's as it's a with Sir Tevis Rami Show. Thank you. Tell us about that sponsorship. And also Stephen and Wendy Drazen for sponsor in honor of Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, Stanley Rosenzweig, Ali Rosenzweig, and for Hashem. Everyone should have the Yeshua system of Thomas and was presented to the Yahweh Son of the Christian and the Summer, Stanley Rosenzweig, and Ali We also thank our weekly last week, David and Wendy, for sponsoring all of this week. In honor of Hester's 54th bar mitzvah anniversary, Mazel Tov, Dr. Sankey, and also for having Daniel Hester hold on the shul to celebrate their engagement, and David's nephew, and his wife Gizzy, and the Yishai, Namra, and Ora, who are visiting from our show. Welcome to we'll have this question about every the only sponsor for today. We thank Gabi and Shane Cohn for sponsoring the film this morning. We answered that Gabi's grandmother, Sarah Oxford,
Damn, bitch.
All those who are here, today's lesson, hey, we are picking up from the Hay and the Charlotte, your fidelity tomorrow, and challenges for questions of certain individuals about the nature of religious law. So here, it's saying, Charlotte, Sarah, Shavah. So Rashi points out, see that there's a contrast over here. Rashi says, I do best Sarah, Shavah. It's the last white line before about Gennaro. Ove Kochavim, he himself was Ove Kochavim, and he was Nino al-Russia. This is an army general. So he wasn't the Egyptian king, he was the army general, and he had some questions. So Rashi himself as a we asked the following question. Kelkana is a god of vengeance, or god of jealousy. The way he's understanding it is jealousy. Did we ask the following question? A group has the following question. They show jealousy over this, the things that they don't have, but are greater than them. So to a person who's lost, and he looks at another person who's wiser than him, so he's jealous of the person's wisdom. Or if you are a person who's working out all the time, you see someone else much stronger than him, or also a wealthy person, someone else is more wealthy than him. Interesting thing, first of all, I point out, the word is saying it's kind of hell of the Chachma, the Hebrew of Ashura. A Chacham is the kind of Chachma, a wise person. Person owns wisdom, himself is, when he wants more wisdom, or a deeper person is strong, then the person is
what's up?
Or an usher, a person is with more money. The thing that the thing that causes us to even reach stage of jealousy is the person has to have a concept of what it is. So again, jealousy is something which
So your mic's not working real well.
What you have good, and then you want more.
Your mic is not working real well.
That happens when it comes to cost. It's an advantage for a person wants more cost. However, Ashura is a very good physical, everything.
Brandon, I can't hear you. Your mic isn't
When it
working.
comes to Ashura, it's Messiah. Because he wants to. The next stage is the person's like Messiah. He wants Havamir. It's not like the person has a money. He wants another 100 mana. Then he has 200 mana. Then he wants 300. Your aspirations kind of double. So a person always, what is he speaking about? Okay, so another 100. A person has 200. He's one another one. That person has Havamir. He's a fire with another 200. Needs to have 800. That's more person's jealous of. Ultimately here, a person, the question I group was, why is the Baruch jealous? Again, we mentioned yesterday more about the vengeance towards those who serve Avodah Zarah. The question was, why is the Baruch jealous over the Avodah Zarah? It seems like the Baruch jealous of something. It seems like there's something here. It's like when it comes to typical jealousy, a person who's strong. If he's jealous of someone who's stronger than now. So there's something there to it. There's something that the person's jealous of. So I swear, jealous of it seems like there's nothing to it. If there's nothing to it, what's he jealous of? I'm alone. It's starting to say, "That's no fun, Marshall." My God, give me a parable, Marshall understand this. Now this Marshall, this is a learning again. So these things are hard for us, and we'll try to get through that. So the other person, he's already married. He decided to take a so four parents in again. Now, if the second wife is better or she's more respected, she's more capable, she has a lot more ability than the first one. Be satisfied. You know why they have a second wife? Because he got someone better than him. They want something to be satisfied being number two in this circumstance. Now, I don't know that was why over any circumstances, anywhere, with anybody who I know. However, the Gemara says, here's something that if you go ahead and marry a woman, you sent her, in such a case, this guy, she's like, hold on a second, before you did this, you took the second wife, what's wrong with me? Yeah. The second one, I can understand if I'm not successful enough, if I'm not smart enough, I'm not a good chef, I'm not a good job caring for the house. You want to get someone who does a better job, then go ahead and marry your second wife and they need at age. In such a case, then you have to be jealous of that one. But the response is the real deal. I've already said, you know what the response is? There's nothing to it. Because what we're saying to these people, the people trying to this person gets to the Rachamim. Everything that you need is here. Nothing that you need outside of this relationship. So what are you going to do? What? What are you trading me for? Now we're in the before Tisha B'Av, we named the first three fucking of Yirmiyah. So now the Yeshaya afterwards, beforehand Yirmiyah. One of those sukkim, I think it's in the third paragraph. It says, "Ahemer Vodi Boyoya." In other words, the prophecy is telling you of the prophecy. These are the words. So what are they doing? They switched out my heart for nothing. Absolutely nothing. Abandoned me. They left her. They left what is called other types of deities. For what? There's nothing to it. The whole thing is nothing. You know what we said about the kind of people losing for no reason. This is just the idea of losing Torah for no reason. When you hear that for a good reason, when you something serious prophesizing, we leave, and we leave people have the upper cut that's powerful about that. But they left Torah, Jewish guys, for absolutely nothing, got nothing to better. In other words, it seems like sons are even a leader's trust. Like, you know why a person left? The person was things were difficult for them under the church. He went to go get it, but I think air quotes might not understand what that means. But ultimately, he's going to understand the motivation the person had to lead for their life. But sometimes, since another year, people don't reason. What better are they getting on the other side of it? And this is essentially what kind of that. You know, if a person leads to something better, because all the not going to be jealous. The reality of it is, but you leave for a Zara for something worse, but it's what you left before for nothing. And that's a terrible thing. I'm going to leave soon. That's what the Rashi said earlier, that a difference was not. She's not Jewish. She's over Zara. Here's Rashi. Who's Mr. Zuri? So Rashi says, Zuni was strong. Zuni was a Jewish person. And I point out the Marsha, among many others, disagree and say Zuni is not a Jewish person. Now let's see. He said to the Zuni were the Akiva. Mr. Zuni said to the Akiva, leaving the leader between you and I, we both know that when it's the covenant, let's say Masha, has nothing to it. So again, in this discussion, I looked into it a little. It seems like those who say he was Jewish say, you know why? You know how we know he was Jewish? He was Jewish, obviously, because he said, "You as opposed to come like you're not saying so." Now, he started by acknowledge that those had absolutely nothing to do. There are those who say exactly the opposite. When a person starts coming in and coddling up and saying, "You and I, let me tell you this." Yeah, I once mentioned years ago, buying my first car, I went to used car dealership, experience. The individual working there was not Jewish, and he showed me this car, and it had a lot of miles on it. I was saying to the guy, "It's got a lot of miles. How long should I expect this car to last?" So I put his arm around my shoulder. He looks at me and says, "You didn't have shit. Doesn't know how long this car is." As soon as he's that, I was like, you know what? I'm going to get my Hashem advice from someone other than a used car sale. But the idea over here is, some say actually the idea of being religious on your day out. Once someone starts telling you, you and I, we're both on the same page with this. You're actually on the same page, because sometimes actually you're not anywhere near the same page. But also, he said, we know something has nothing to it. So I have a question. Y'all see people that aren't physically broken, they're physically broken, and they go, so somehow they recover the dollar physically in, they go serve and they come back better. So this seems to be a big problem that I'm having over here. I know there's nothing to Avodah Zarah, but I also am seeing that people are actually getting results from Avodah Zarah. So I time up. What's the reason? On my road, you see this to Mr. Zudin, on my road, empty from my but again, the person in town was a trustworthy person. Everybody knew this person is trustworthy. No problem depositing the money with him without any witness testimony. In other words, he was an old-fashioned bank. People would go to him, he locked it up in the safe, he write it down in his little notebook, and he was never a proper person deposited $100,000. They got it back $50, $50,000, whatever it was, people deposited him. He was trustworthy. Never did he deny it. Never did he come back when he confused him. He was the height of responsibility. Well, I got that side. When the hits get low, they did one person. He said, you know what? I'm not that naive. I'm old to give this person money. I'll make my deposits with paid. And how that far was one time it happened. Sometimes the hit the escrow. You got used to always depositing money for the person. One day you have to make a deposit. What did he do? He gave the person money without any witness. Now, on the latest though, his wife was his partner. His wife said, you know what, Mr. Adrian over here, who never would make deposit with us. Without Adrian, he didn't get Adrian. Guess what? Opportunity. Go earn it forever. When he comes back, he never got that money from you. What are you going to do? He's going to get his Adrian more present, and therefore, opportunity to steal this guy's money. Amar law. It's not a true story. It's just muscle. But the guy says, if he was known to show possess, also show any money without witness, only never in the same and lose our trust in the community, and now control. The person is going I deposited thousands of dollars with this person. And I got it the one time. The way he deposited money with this guy, Adrian, he immediately answered me. He immediately reported me. Said, wow, the money is never had. I've got this money, it's my money. This is the muscle. The fetus is that the giving out. You sue the same thing when it comes to you sue. The shagrin the time that comes forth with ceases to send you stream on a person, not he knows it. So forth is said to those difficulties. So those careful elevate your clothing. They're only allowed to go on a particular day. And the locator allowed to develop the Yom Party on a particular day to the Shabbos at a particular time by the following doctor, by the Sam Party to the following case. In other words, you soon have believers as when it's supposed to come and it's supposed to be. Now, here the penalty is not on let's say once the time comes that they're supposed to leave. Now, guess what? This person decided to go ahead and enter the house of the Zara. Now, the Yisurim are saying, on the Yisurim say to each other, Dinhu, the truth is, the most appropriate thing for us to do is slow nature. We shouldn't leave. We're going to leave this guy who's serving the Lord Zara? No, you don't stay here for a couple of days until this guy gets that invitation of Zara. However, the opposing the owners option to back to themselves with the invitation. Because this person went to serve the Lord Zara, I mean, never be a favor. So therefore, behind them was yes, my consider the halal way when the money in the money. What does it mean that these things will be very bad about their trustworthy? Right, they wish to do so. They're very, very bad because it was the person to have to deal with all the difficulties of the challenges. However, when the money was to rush on, it's trustworthy to do it, we're doing it at the right time. What was his answer? His answer, again, adding in a little bit that I saw from Ben Yoda. So the truth is that there is a clock on come over here that people can access certain information through shades. And there's a possibility that a person can be put in as to when these discriminating supposed to come and when they're supposed to leave. Now, you can try to do the system, and that's what these people did. They gave into a base of Zara the time that they're supposed to leave. The truth is, you show them similar to this person, the imaginary person. And you know, we could say this thing is not behaving appropriately. Therefore, we'll say an extra week. The problem is, the children aren't supposed to have a mind of their own. They're supposed to do what they're told. Because Father said, go on this day, leave on that day. So even if it's not deserving of it, and the person who's taking advantage of something with Zara, the bottom is, it's time to go, even if the person doesn't do it. Tomorrow, I think it's a good point to notice. Ashah points out that he is not on Lattes, sorry, a line earlier. The Shashim is well, Adam, Makinos, when you a person, the Gemara says, so funny, should only arrive on a particular day. Say a specific time that day. It gives a calendar date to when it's supposed to come. It seems it's a 24-hour period. However, when it comes to leaving, what do you want to say? It's a Yom Party on a particular day. If it's shown this at a particular time, are you date cloning in documented they sound much more? Why is it so specific with me, but not so specific us? It says, from Maruba. The Baruch gives as much leeway as possible on the good sector challenge. It's supposed to come on a particular day. That challenge to start all the beginning of that day, or do you sure to have your economy make a decision to say, you know what, we'll go when we're to go, or we're going to wait until the last possible moment we can get to arrive on this person. Everyone when it comes to leaving, because Boston says, no economy. Let's say it's time to go, it's totally. Another thing, you see this kind of how you're supposed to behave. This is pretty obvious. Some people feel if someone's doing it appropriately, that's supposed to act, to respond. In other words, if it's someone who, this person is not a good person, or not the message person, then I don't have to be as worthy, or I don't have to be as, if I give it more pointing out the way you're supposed to someone is, just because it's a show for that, I'm supposed to hold you. Because this person has no self-control, no moral standards, has no concept of what it means to give us men, it doesn't mean I'm never going to say it. I'm going to lose my own trustworthiness. I'm going to go ahead and stoop down to the level of this person, and I'm going to act like them. That's totally inappropriate. That's something you can more to understand as a kid. obvious that just because your counterpart is acting in the appropriate way, it doesn't give you the right aspect that way as well. As a matter of fact, the person has to think kind of like this person who's holding on to their money. Your reputation and being a trustworthy person is the most valuable thing you can own. Now, the person treating you appropriately, that's their problem. You want to sacrifice the team reputation that you have? You want to sacrifice for you to be a trustworthy person? The only thing you have to do as a result of it is you. So this person acts inappropriately, that's their problem. Let them take that to the weekend. You don't have to do it. But you want to lose your status, your trustworthiness, your behavioral standards just as this person lost it? Obviously not. That's the more teaches us that we should allow ourselves to full play on the community. I really love about the Yehuda. Right since the Yehuda. But we feel basically what we're talking about. This is already our town. The massive Alma was the one time there was a drought, I mean, people needed rain. Without seeing the people of Alma, but the guards showed up to them in the tree. But Alma was moved, and it said to them, "Shut the week out, kill the following person, or kill a person, human sacrifice." I see it then. It's Zara. You see that sacrifice to the human, I'll send down rain. Shock to look out, but it actually kills the person. In other words, this is a logical problem. It means that he was actually working. So I'm ready. So he responded to him. The interesting was that he had a shahivna, if he dead, low in the Muhammad. So I will not be able to this long to you. A line that comes together, and I intended to check before I'm sorry, there's a context to it is like something, I'm not sure. It sounds very strange. The person can say, "Oh, good, glad that I'm not dead, but I'm able to answer you." Hopefully, why? Have the opportunity to engage in a total conversation. Now I'm able to answer this question. Rav said, "Nice decision with all the Amen." What does the concept mean? When it says that observation, the last Shikon Varim gave us part of it. He's put out a word to mean he caused them to slip. In other words, he caused them to slip with your words. The height of the Amar and Klakish, he was like, this is nice, it's a possibility that says, in relation to Yahweh, to another thing, the person wants to be a fool, he wants to scorn, he wants to cast this, be filled with cynicism, then no problem, he Yahweh, you can go ahead and clown. You are not in the day, but for some of the trouble, for your glory, involved with comic. Most of the person ultimately who wants to engage in of tumult, explore things, and post the door is wide open. By the time Sayano person wants to take the sisters as well. The simple answer was that he's wanted to present scenarios that give people opportunities to make mistakes. I said yesterday, that Barkley just twist our arm behind our back and force us to do it. The right path is in front of us, that Barkley tells us what is the way to go, what's the way for a person to do that. He's a young of our toes, he's our things in the way to the color sparkle, that's the color of the the person who wants to know kinds of negative behavior of the Zara, but not going to slam the stuff in front of you. And therefore, sometimes because you don't want the person to slip, the person wants. They can manipulate systems, be able to make things look like things are actually working with the service of the Zara. There is something called the Baha. We'll read this next week. But the Parsha of Navi Sheker, it says the person will come by and he will say, it presents to you some type of miraculous thing. The chicken themselves say, to the not start to locate the kind of stuff. So as far as testing you, so as far as to allow the results to go ahead and to do these miraculous things sometimes, not because of what actually has anything to it, but the result sometimes the person gets stuff into it, so as far as to allow the person to make the mistake. Now, again, one more point before that over here. It says, the person wants to engage impurity, post the door is open. However, it says from the tire, when it comes to a person who wants to thing, what does it say? Messiah though. Baruch will help the person. There's a very big difference between the door being open and because Baruch will help it. Messiah knows holding up your hand can do it. Certainly, if what's doing the right thing, because Baruch is to help. Because Baruch is there to hold the person's hand and help them be successful. That's what Siyach is. However, when it comes to a person doing the wrong thing, Baruch is not going to do the wrong thing. But the door is wide open.
Yo, what up?
Wants to make a mistake.
Can you hear me? Yo, ACG 16, how you living? Do you speak? Fuck yourself. Nobody want to talk about this. Loser bitch.
All different paths. Path of life, path of death. It's funny,
What a
plenty of things that a person can do with choices. A person wants to make bad choices, because Baruch is not going to slam the door side in front of them. The person has to own those choices, own those decisions. The door will be open, but ultimately the consequences are there as well. Because the person wants to do the right thing, do the right thing, then that's the symbolic power of Sayano for Baruch will help. At this point, we are now moving on to essentially a very different topic. And I saw that some Rishonim will point out that the next Mishnah really should have been part of the next parak. It starts talking about Yayin Nasa, but they didn't want to finish this because Chazal did not want to finish off the parak disproving the Lord Zara. It's not a great way to end off. So they kind of brought the next parak into the parak as well. So the switching topic now to talk about Yayin Nasa, and that's really the topic until the end of the Masechta. So the entire next parak, the Sofa Shapal, you see, it starts off with Yayin Nasa, and essentially talks about the various of Nasa, some of them quite fascinating, but now it starts off with the following introduction. And let me just say my own introduction to this, and I apologize if my wine making skills are not 100% up to par. I think I understand what's going on here with wine press, but if anybody was around in biblical times when they wine from grapes and understand the anything to say, I'm happy to be corrected. It seems like that a wine press has 3 different stages. Step number 1, like literally number 1, is the old fashioned of taking off their socks and shoes and stepping all over the grapes. That's what we'll refer to as the gospel. So the place where we openly step and kick the grapes around. And then there's something called a tafuah. A tafuah seems to be a place where more finely pressed by actually putting it under like a beam that squeezes it out, and then it rolls through some into a place called the bar. To the cistern or the pit where it was sit. Now the bar, it's gone to sometimes right in the starting wine. You have these old ancient wine pits where it seems like they would allow the wine probably cool inside the ground. There's literally some kind of pit in the ground which Dr. said to put shade or lime around it to make it waterproof. That's where the wine will sit. You see that there's 3 stages in the pressing. Number 1, the old part, the old-fashioned athletes put part of the wine, and then there's the other part where they actually squeeze it with press, and then it goes down into the bar. So now this is what the mission says. Most in gas Beruta when it opens the cup. You're allowed to buy a wine press that's already Beruta, 3 stepped on by an oven cooker. So this is step number 1. Take grapes, they fit into this massive vat, they fill it all the way up to the top, and then they're stepping on it, and it's full, and they're able to seal it, and they just a pressed bunch of grapes. Buy that from an oven oven. Al-Falpi, noticing the Yado, the Nosi Lutak, even though Malcolm puts his hand in there, he transfers these grapes into the tapuach, which is the next step of the process, where he squeezes them in the more refined way. So this is, I'm pointing out that there are these 2 stages here, because it's not the wine goes from some type of into a necessary place, because clearly you're picking up all the sediment and squeezing it again. So it squeezes the first time, and then it goes back to another press. The Eino Osayayin Nesef, here's the rule, does not be Nesef, on to the bar until it goes open to the bar at the end of the process. Whatever inside the bar, that's Yayin. But the rest of it is going to be. Remember, there are two different things to keep in mind. Yayin Nesef means wine is poured as a libation program. And there's something else which will refer to as Yayin Nesef, but Stam Yinam, with their Chazal, that all one that have the volume alcohol is also, even if you don't know that it's used for a Rodazar, Stam Yinam is going to be a problem. So our this to keep us over here is that number one, there's no problem of buying the grapes for the wine from the aqua in the initial stage, because before the wine ends up in the bar, the last stage with wine starts to ferment. At that point in time, that's not Yayin Nesef yet. There's no problem with Yayin Nesef. That's only once to that part. Now, what we're going to discuss in the Gemara is the concept of Shachar, which is the bottom all of these stages, the sloped floor. In other words, the bottom of the first bat was sloped. It's like this wine that was being scraped would have an opening where all the wine is able to pour out and to be transferred to the bottom. So that wine that comes out of the stage, the Hamshachar, starts to slide down inside that stage of the wine press. That's not Yayin Nesef, only Yayin Nesef inside the bar. We're going to see this is something to focus now tomorrow. Next part of the mission. Darcy in over to cover the guys. If the over to cover fires you or any straw to help him step on the grape. Now this is a new line. Looking for the last drop in the face. Last drop in the hair. Explain that there are three potential problems that could happen with a person stepping on the grapes. Number one, it's permissible to put the grapes because the on this hard care is enough. Number one, if there's the idea stuff over here, you have to get paid from an athlete to be seeing enough. If the wire is forbidden benefit from, you're not allowed to take a job working with it. So you're allowed to step on it. As we say, so at this stage, it's not Yayin Nesef yet, so it's not receiving enough. There's another potential. That's the thing that the skill, Savar Haitak, the Shari Kozak, for your own bar. You even allowed to drink your wine at this point. Go and tomorrow, have that, eat the is coming, and we're talking about a place where he's ultimately being he's causing all these to become coming. What does that mean? It means that the assumption is that these are the grits do not become coming until they get wet. So you take the bucket, you put it into a bag, stepping on it at that point, and then you remove the kabbalah, and now they're going to become coming as a result of the two ways stepping on your grapes. Therefore, there's some going. There's no problem with somebody here. Why should we shop the door and over to something not with you? The second he touches them, he already became coming. So you're not having anything to do with them becoming coming. You become coming the moment yourself jumped into this battle point. Now, when you sing the Sayyah, the Over Avera, you might have it, though you're not actually causing the Sayyah. You're helping them do something wrong, but makes something coming. The answer is you're not doing anything wrong. Let them make something coming. Not to know, I says, and an option is not to make good coming. So you're allowed to step on the shit. There's no problem of benefiting on left. There's no problem of causing too much because they're coming anyway. And there's no problem of the Sayyah. It's the Over Avera because the outcome is not an Over Avera. Now the Mishnah says of a little boat here. You can't cut the grapes off of it. Because, you look at Rashi, indeed in that problem, it is a problem. When Rashi top of the page, first thing is he can note when the God may to go into it. In this case, the grapes would not otherwise become coming. It's only because you're helping them get to the the Tumah, low darken, the low darken. The same exact person who's making wine. When you swell, doing the Tumah, then there's the problem. You cannot go ahead and step on the gears with him. You will both mean you can't even come up with him. Watch this case, you are able to do it. So you swell to take fluids and make them come and get out of the straw, and therefore you helping do that is a problem. However, the reason we will probably have forgotten what we already produced wine is coming. At that point in time, if he hires you to help schleppen his bells, his wine person to the wine, there's no problem with it. You're allowed to do that. Because again, you're allowed to help a person move wine, which is coming. You're allowed to help him slip the full barrels back into the wine cellar. Similarly, natural bakers who also the Tumah, who eat bread with Tumah, may wash them perfect. You can't help them eat it, but to set up the shapes of those loaves of bread, because you're helping them spread Tumah to all those loaves of bread. You're allowed to help him carry the unbaked loaves of bread to the oven. Now, focus on what this means, and in Rashi, that will help it means to the oven. The Huda says, Yayin, wine, even shehistoli mafeh, once it starts to float downward, like we described, the bottom of these vats have a slope floor, but this all the wine you gather in one place and go on a kind of like a funnel. Once it starts to slope downward, hopefully Ayinasa becomes Ayinasa. Clearly, the Huna is saying something different than our Mishnah. Our Mishnah says that only when it goes into the bar. The Huna says once it starts to slope down, it's going to be Ayinasa. So hold on, now, our Mishnah just said, most of them got over the you're allowed to buy this gas that they stepped on from the Akil. The Akil picked up from the other. So nothing. The Akil said, look at the other. So he takes in his hand, have enough to cut the off. He takes in his hand and puts it into the other part of the press. Clearly, the Mishnah said, not become the INSF at that stage. Where Huna is got to pick on Malaya. No, our is talking about a case where the floor of the gas is stuck. The cork is in at the bottom, so the wine is not flowing, it's also full. In other words, it's completely full, and it's plugged in at the bottom, so there's no wiggle room. So it's not flowing from the top to the bottom, and that's why it's not a problem. It's not more special than Raya. It says the aim of Osir Yayin Nessa ad Shigeri Babar. Our Mishnah could have been more clear. It says, does not become Yayin Nessa until the wine goes to the final stage where it's in the bar, in the ground, where it's ready wine. That's also talking about does not become Yainetz until it goes into the bar. You know why? Because it can't get from this original vat into the bar, into the receiving pit where it's supposed to be, because it's all clogged up. That's why it does not become Yainetz. But if it was open, and the process allowed it to flow from the top to the bottom, it would become the INS once it starts to this. All right. Toshima, you're on the bar. It says it goes down into this bar, to this receiving pit. Not Shedusher. What's in the bar is Usher, the Hasheffer, and the rest is Mutter. In other words, my dear friend says to Gemara, this can't be easy to do. I'll put some out with these answers. It says, clearly, if you're allowing you to go into the bar, what's in the receiving pit in the bar for everything else above here is mutter. Clearly, going inside the original is not a problem. And who knows what that's something. This is not a problem. There's been a change to the Mishnayos and how you learn. The time here, we just learned this perfectly. We get started today. We finish tomorrow. We'll start. At the time, the second of right. So, initially, Badad uses this acronym Badad. Now, what does Badad mean? So we'll see. We want to explain. First thing is change boat string and over the couple. You can't go ahead and cut the grapes of vine with the pasta. Change boat string over the couple Badad. So also with your similar. You can't go ahead and harvest, and that's what harvest is the right word, but you can harvest the grapes off of the vine because you're causing him to make them tamei. Even though it's healing where it's it's not stuff that's going to this story, but still because some of the problem. The English dark, that's the second ballad, the darken in Yisrael. You can't go ahead like I mentioned to them and step on these great roots of Yisrael. But also pay also is making these fruits with tomatoes. Also, she said, yeah, over there. He told me tomatoes for no reason. You can't assist the Yisrael spread more tomatoes. The last dollar, which is the last dollar of God, which is Avodarkin in over the thousand of the gods, the low Kashina, we're not worried about it. So clearly, the original way of learning was by God, like our mission, which is not worried about Laguna, and we're not concerned. There's a problem of stepping on the gate with the Akram, because at that stage, I mess up yet, no one's going to mess up later. Later on, they took their mind, and it said, the bad, really good. Look at the box of feed, the valid base, which is the first valid in Darkem Ima Akram Begas, you should go Buddha. Not like not allowed to go ahead and trample on these grains inside this container with an Akram. Why? Because what does the Buddha say? At the time of the Hamsach, the wine starts to slow down. That slow floor, ready Yanganesa. So even in the original step on the very first element of the top of that slow bottom from Yanganesa, and if you can't do it there with Yaakov, I'm going to be benefiting from Yanganesa. They both trade in Yisrael. You can't go ahead and divine. Why it's also as we mentioned a few times. And Yisrael, of course, Tumah is a problem. The culture can certainly say, nothing. They were not going to go ahead and step on them together. But the second is the bow, the both of them, and the God, you let go ahead and cut off the great with and over the cover in the gas. The most original tumor with fear starts to show. In this opinion, there's no problem to cause tumor on fear and marriage to show. And therefore, you're allowed to go ahead and cut off the grapes with the apple. You can't step on them because of the Buddha that says, of course, with Yainesa, and you better finish with Yainesa, but you are allowed to cut them off of the vine because there's anything that's permissible. So a few different topics mixed together. But ultimately, the topic relevant to us right now is on the point of Hamshacha is really an issue of the wine, original, I don't know what it's called, I guess that or container that they put the grapes in, and you start to step on it, and the wine starts to come out of the grapes. Does it turn yain at the float or only in the bar? Our mission indicates it's only in that receiving pit. The Buddha said it's even inside the original that when you start to slow down. We will today have a wonderful we back up the whole week now, or no. Good morning. We begin today's daf. Avodah Zarah daf Mendal. By thanking our sponsor today, our annual Talmud sponsor, the Tulsi family for sponsoring all the streamers and coaching the short couple of families. Our Talmud sponsors in Menachem Av, Stephen Wendy's raising in honor of his raising, Stephen's raising, family raising, Turner of Rafa, and our raising twice, which is the Reverend Preserve for creating the sons for Yes, Hallelujah, family to have been a cover. Today's daf again, today's daf is Dal, we'll take you up on daf Mendal, 54A, 4 lines in, last word on the line. Come up. we learn. No about also, if something was as a Vodazar that belongs to him, it becomes prohibited to sell Chavero if the person serves the Vodazar. An item belonging to his friend, most of the item remains permissible. One second. The logic behind that would be is that a person has the ability to control their own items, to doing things that don't belong to them. Therefore, if I own an item, another person decides he wants to serve the Zara, that's his problem, but not my problem. He cannot earn my item forbidden material because he served it. It's mine, not his. The problem with this is more there are many that seems to be a contradiction for somebody who wants someplace else. It says a Zel Nevad is a bright before Zel Nevad. What is the case that you preserve that Nevad Zara? O son, anything that was served. The bright goes ahead, but then articulates, explains, and lists off. Say the shogi, whether it was by mistake, say the amazing, whether it was on purpose, say the honest, whether it was done in a way that was no. You could see like he was totally at its own. Name the rock zone, whether it was willingness, with willingness. So now exactly what the difference between music and Russian is, there probably isn't any difference. Yeah, Rashi, I knew something very clear. Rashi in the last line, maybe the Russian Kazahi, or Russian is a O. In other words, there's often that contrast that's whenever you every case is going to be a problem, there's that language that comes out. They showed you, they're amazing, they're the honest, they're the Russian, but ultimately the bottom line is there's no difference between the person serving of others are the Mason and the Russian. Mason is with attention, Russian means willingness. It's exactly the same. Now, the more I want to know, I own this issue done. What do you mean a person serves of others are the owners? What's the owners? What's the case of the year? Typically, what's the owners? So, an onus is an unpreventable circumstance. Cannot have done to prevent from happening. That's a typical onus. The more what's talking about in this case? Large Kidron, why can't we assume that it's talking about it, for example, the Henna person or another person's animal to be our Vodazara. They stop the law. So guys walking down the rock, you know, the person's animal is like, oh, this animal's got to be our Vodazara. He goes ahead, pull the animal aside, and he starts doing whatever service he wants to that if he sells up the animal. So what do you see? Person serves an animal, it becomes us. Why is that considered bonus? Because it's my animal. I have nothing to do with it. This animal's minding its own business, doing animal stuff wherever it's supposed to be. And so when the guy comes over and steps down, that's the animal. That's notice it's unpreventable circumstance because the owner of the animal has nothing that could have done about it. So the other considered to be bonus. Still, it seems so very clearly. This is in the category of nevat, and this would be forbidden. Correct. It's not the case of others. Rather, to go to unusually the problem and tell them with the hand tells you gay. What's the talking now? So, the whole thing is covered. I don't know. The folks came by and they saw a yid, and they said, Mr. Yid, your animal. They're going to let Zara. And we're forcing you to go ahead and bow down your own. That's the case where it becomes up. So again, we literally stated that a person cannot, person's animal, a person's animal does not become usher if someone else bows down to it. The problem that the mission is right saying this qualification of owning indicate that someone else bows down to the animal becomes is forbidden, and the Gemara says, no, that's not the case. He's talking about where a person was forced by an animal, and in such a case like that, that's what's going to be the problem. Hold on, that's the problem. Here, work to throw about down to the animal. That's really the animal of Nevada or the Zara. When a person is forced to do something, the Torah always tells us exempt. You don't hold a person responsible for things that they can't control. If someone goes ahead and forces someone down to the animal, now the animal is going to try and become monster. It's an own-age. You couldn't do anything. His wife was at stake. How do I know that? But see, so it says in the Pasuk about Nasa Double, referring to a case where a woman was violated against Nara or Tassis. Nothing shall be done. Use your rating. Use the Torah actually gives you an example. He says, when Nara or Tassis done, she said, nothing shall be done. Any when Nara takes young girl has hands. Will Nara takes mothers because they're young with this hour age. It's not that like if a person is convicted of murder, this is exactly the same thing. The person is convicted of violation against their will. They're like a murder victim. What are they supposed to do about that? A strange force type of thing. You know, over here. So you know from here the concept that only the one of hot when the person is in a state of unpreventable circumstances. The Torah is not going to be responsible for it. So therefore, why would in our case is that Hakim goes ahead and forces the down to his own animal so he can be responsible for it? This should be the simple case. Only just like a girl who's violating the Torah tells us very clearly she's responsible for anything to do with that. This Jew should not be held responsible for anything to do with the animal should not become first. The Lord says, I'm going to call he's actually the number 6 over here. When the Torah initially said, don't serve the Zara, then everyone was included. We could ship ahead and no Vachai for him. So Vachai for us, it's ultimately tells us all the missions that those prophets are given for us to live. So then, Moshe almost for him, the person is never supposed to be able to is not obligated to give up their life to serve a mitzvah. It's an onus. In the case of an onus, a person is forced into doing something that can be executed. As the Hawk is talking about animals, the power of same touchy. The case of Zara is an iteration of touchy that's given onus. It tells us even in the case of this, there's a power of Torah Hashem. And this one, the second tells us that the Shogi, that when it comes to Torah Hashem, there really is no in the onus. The Gemara in the sense is saying the power. You're right. Typically, the council called almost like right? Never a person is in a circumstance for it. However, the Torah Hashem, or the Zara, is the medical example of Torah, is the greatest desecration of Hashem's idol worship is the Torah Hashem. So therefore, what's happening over here is we have the initial of the Zara with the but behind the power of Saint Tachi seems to go ahead and exclude owners again when it comes to Torah Hashem. So we have a problem over here. In one place, owners is circumstance. is increased. So how cases how does this work? It depends what's going on here. It's going on in private meetings and people over there. That's the case where a person is not obligated to give an obligation to fight the perhaps when it comes to a public that's debated in front of his name. For person to serve on his own public and something like that. There is no heter of opponents. Person is not allowed to serve on his own. That's what Bryce and man, F-O-N is the first, even if the first one. Go ahead and serve on this. It's still a problem, but not to do it. And if they are going to animals don't become forbidden, if it is done in public. Of course, if it's private, that would be a case where the pipeline for the person should fight, should not fight it, they're not obligated to give up their life. Amalei Rabbanan Larava. One, you just told us the difference between how we're putting aside of the Revaisa to what you were telling us. It says, Zino Seal, so of the Heaven, the Shasa Zera, also Zino Seal, so we had the Zino Seals yesterday, so the times of Zera, notice some of the more final things over there, and tell us he wasn't the Shasa Zera, the Shasa Shmad. We took up the word for Shasa Shmad because the censor did, we took up the Shmad. Other times, when people were recruited to our voters are. So times of public, the mass public, these of Vodazara, the title says that it used to be Vodazara, in times of public smash, even though the disease goes away, title says remain up. So I'm a little, you should hold with the science. If that is going to bring a riot from that place of Amar, we shall move to call up from that. Another thing, since there was so many people had a study of Vodazara over the time, with such a major show Hashem, you know why those became up? It's not because it was impossible. Rather, the issue is because Amar is possible. So Amar is strong woman. There must have been at least one Jew who was, you know, he cared. He was a mama. He was not. So he's not concerned about keeping this. He was over the book, and he went to every call. And he got to it for us. Now, the shots are true that most people have no choice in the down downtown of the zone because they're forced to do it. Now, you're suing the owners, and you're suing every single person who did it for owners. Now you're trying to prove, well, no, even though it's owners, it was in public, that's going to be a problem. But no, that's not right. It might be that the reason it becomes also not because it was done in public, like you just got saying. The reason why it became also because it was served for owners who did not serve for owners. There's some people probably went ahead and said, you know what, it's doing the club, let's have a good time. Because Ashi Amar Mars, don't say you knew some Jews who may have been Yisrael Mumar when they had a service of others are willingly. However, Havi, definitely your son is yourself. This is just reality that every time we have these there were some people who really went ahead along with it. And definitely those people were bowing down to these people see us through the stars over here. Therefore, the reason why this week became us not because there was the ownings that happened, he just got finished telling us, rather the reason why it became us is because there's a public participation in this thing, because there was some Muslim who really and happily went along with it, and they bowed down. In other words, not saying that his brother is wrong, but his brother still makes sense. It's still being absolutely still settle our zero, which is why this Rizal comes after if it's served by the person who owns it. And it's right, it says it's taking their case. It says it comes after even if it's also exist. So now the answer. Sorry. That was the answer. I'm using my own term. The answer is it only comes after the owner of Rizal. What owners means? Owners means I go ahead. Sorry, not I. Someone goes ahead and shows what Rizal to their own animal for owners. The problem with that is ownership on a contract. On that, we explain, yes, it's true ownership on a contract, but that was the difference between public and private. In public, it's still a problem. It starts to back it up like even if it's in the field. That is the public. And so it's not there. Does that mean that if the owners, that may actually people bow down to temple. And then Rashi said, no, it's not maybe people bow down to it. Certainly people bow down to temple because they're not one with God. Shishkia Amar, Shishkia said to go to each of the levels with something. He's going back to the original question. The original question was, see that someone else from the Zara come as a result of someone else's action. It says, Shayisei the Pavim Yayin Karneha. You put forward the box was getting Karneha. So a person went over to the animal and poured wine to the lesion to Avodah Zarah between the horns of the cattle thing. The only person's animal would not become also, but the only thing that happened when the person got down to it. But action was actually good, and physical action happened on its head between its horns. In the case, this is saying that's what become. And the word says, hold on a second. I understand the animal's head because he poured one on its head between its horns. But ultimately, why would the animal become obvious as a result of that? Mosques were that actually serving the animal? What's serving the animal and pouring wine on its head? This is just a simple cut of wine for Avodah Zarah. On the head of the animal, the horns. What's the Avodah Zarah? Not the animal, some other Avodah Zarah. Whatever the person is serving, whether it's a mountain, whether it's a valley, whether it's the stars, the moons, or any other kind of structure the person has, the Avodah Zarah is independent. Now the person does a small study of Avodah Zarah, and it says in the full wine lighting, towards the Avodah Zarah, on the head of the animal between its horns, not the Avodah Zarah. You can't call the animal Ne'edat as a result of that. To say that the animal will now become forbidden, finally poured over it. Yeah, just a little item in the way of a flush that make it also. I did it for a habit again to use Lord Yayin before wine between the horns, my ball, my direction to the nice on the animal, serve the actual animal. Because of us, I'm not the other who will say. We go to some great restaurant, you'll be up on half of these someone stop there, even that a person does not have the issue to make his friend's animal forbidden because he does. However, also from myself, the animal actually feel physical result of the animal as a result of the case, also the animal does become also. So if you have a case where a person serves his friend's animal and his friend's animal becomes also, that happens. The person does the thing to the animal. All who are really not rich, all who does not rich. Not get some proteins and go out, but all who go for our sharing one of the scientific from Babel. It's exactly the same thing that Una actually explains your teaching from Babel. In other words, you can second it, so back this up. Who fights the down us, Kaveru, Lucy, the person's friend's animal is crouched down in front of the Lady Zara. But Cubic system at first, person goes ahead and scratching down. And you saw there's even one of the synonymy. It's next Osra, which tells us. So you know, how do you know it tells us? Even in the Kohanim, if you tell me from the Kohanim itself, they became disqualified from the Shani Kohanim in this day of it. Maybe Kohanim are different because Kohanim, they have things, and therefore what they do, they are responsible for, and that's why they became just now let's let inside of this. Make the element Avnin is that. How much do you learn this from the Avnin is that? Again, we told us yesterday already. The Dilma maybe the reason why the Avnin suspends his back is when he just had the topic. Look what Rashi in the bottom. That's talking about. That's the Rashi. So we learned this. That the mouth is the method of pinch is very distinct between the shiktsum mouth of those two topics. The mouth drinks what it has, and then those stones disgusting with the Avodah Zarah. Even though it didn't belong to them, nevertheless, even though the stones did not belong to these Greeks, they have no filth after something that doesn't belong to them. Nevertheless, the mouth based on Sinai went there. Where it says, no, you can't prove from there that you have the ability to ask for someone else's item as the Avodah Zarah just because of that story. You know, the problem was the problem with the last weekend. You know, the ask to prove it out. She actually the problem over the problem. In other words, in that case, there was a toss-up that we had. And he's able to say, oh, there's a pasuk that says you can't use these stones over again. That's just, there was a property, what's the law? And we must be going to the tailor from the vessel's papa from the dollar. And David, the Sith says also, there's Kola Kalim, we have so, there's Kola Kalim, said, Nia Kamela, also to Maki. So, the Maya, the Taylor, Zir, that's me. From Amar, if you learn, or like the Taylor, in other words, God is one, we could do it. We could do that we use, the Dashni, the Dashni Affair, Sakta. We went ahead and they consecrated, they designated new Taylor in their place. To see clearly that they concerned about the killing that they used, that are more just explaining this, the more stuff dictates the whole thing. Is it that's the affair? Now we want to ask the no, you can't go ahead, after vessels that don't, these vessels do not belong to people. So how is it that they since the action was taken in the service of the Zora, which is item to also small canal, once the action is taken in them, it does become partial. So again, just to wrap this up, of course, the person does not have the ability to go to ask for someone else's item. So the person bows down to someone else, animal left bundle of swans, the animal remains permissible, does not become also. However, because someone else's item, they do have the ability to get to it. In other words, this kind of follows typical rules. You know, the person might have the bad idea, but once something physical happens, in reality, and since it happens, now we're responsible for damage. Now, when the Zara is considered damage, or now becomes free. He also said, when the Vini came, he said in the piece of Amar for Olam, even though we learn, the person bows to the ground. Because the person goes ahead and uses these cisterns, little pits in the ground, little caves, then it does become up. In other words, the person uses these into the ground, with the intention of what then it becomes, because again, the person bows down to the ground, and she goes not to the ground. It's the only problem that he's doing that. However, the ground has not become subject to the Torah. However, if you go ahead and actually does this physical action, takes physical action to the ground, they can do pretty well have an effect to become subject. He also, it's not what you need it. I'm not the other one. It's not from light animals, no ostron, however, ostron eating my ways to the person makes a switch, swaps one animal to the next. So if you reach one being a mother's it does become ostron. Now, the ostron rubbing, the rubbing can come up, he's in the ball, but he's small, Rabiosis, Rabbi. In the fact, between the small and Rabiosis, and the Rabbanon on this matter. Adam, now one says, Khalifin Asurim, the original swap item or animal becomes Asa. However, Khalifin Khalif, the third generation, Mutar. Tadamar, one of them says the previous Khalifin, even the third generation, is Nami Asur Kini. In other words, how many switch down the line does the Bazar have the ability to impact? So he starts off by saying, even though you're saying that a person bows down to someone else's animal, that can be also, however, if a person makes a swap, so in our Bazar, his switch for another one, then it becomes a Rashi, when he describes Khalifin is metaphor from life to the city, that Khalifin is Davon split up. In other words, Shapaisa life, he had his own Avodah Zarah, where Khalifa and over to cover the Hemshah. He switched it for a better. Let's just say the person has this idol. They said, you know what? We want to switch it to the person's cow. So now what happens is the cow now becomes for another cow. So that now, so what would be the reason why the third generation problem when it comes to switching twice? Obviously, so it says, I'm not wrong. Plus it says, again, you just be practical, okay? It says, Shaki Fenning Sage, and it says, what the water. The sun is in the Sapa be prepared to let Taylor tomorrow. It shall be with you. That's also after Mahaya, Yisa says, anything, also after Mahaya, anything, just the word probably would be to facilitate. Anything that we can facilitate as a result of this Marvel Zara will retain status. So, it's the original change, the original swap started Marvel Zara, and you got an animal as a result of Marvel Zara, and then you switch animal for another animal, since it's all came from the power of the original Marvel Zara, it holds on to somebody else. Another opinion that says it's only one generation is switched, but not two generations. My father Pasuk says, it says at the end, you say no switch holds on to it, but not a second generation. How about the other that says, it does go through generations? That food is necessary to teach us our laws apply a carrot. So go ahead and to exclude this and apply a carrot. Both our laws in the first 3 years of the tree life, and also apply carrot is fruits that grew in a vineyard. Applying in a vineyard where a person mixed other grains inside a vineyard forbidden. In Machron, either the Arla apply-in, the Kiddush, he married a woman with it. He goes ahead, he sells Arla, he sells the apply-in. They walk to a woman and around with the Dashes made with this money. What's that, Wacha? Dashes. So in other words, what he's saying is, even though it was swapped from Arla, or swapped from clients, it's not going to retain its prohibited status. The prohibited status only is true when it comes to Avodah Zarah. When it comes to Zara, that holds on to this when you make the switch. But not when you swap out Arla or Klai. The other thing, the Enoch, Arla Klai Karam, you don't need to have a pasuk to go ahead and tell you that the swap is not going to hold on to there. Why? Havila Avodah Kefavim is Shvius Shnei Ksuvim Haboy Kefavim. What it says is that anything you have two psukim teaching us exactly the same thing, and it's specifically based. What that means is why the Torah repeated it. Torah repeated to tell you it's only true in these two cases. So therefore, we have a pasuk which tells us now tells us that the Avod status is retained even switching. Now we have another process exactly the same thing when it comes to the fruits of Shemitah, that its status of Kedusha Shvius stays with even when it's not. That means if you have a pasuk specifically saying Allah Avodah Zarah, you have a pasuk specifically saying Allah. So that means these halachas are only about Avodah Zarah and not true in other such as over the first 3 years. Klai Karam is when you mix together forbidden mixtures inside the vineyard. Now, we mentioned the pasuk of Avodah Zarah. We are the pasuk to tell us to hold on to its kedusha even after it's yitzchak for certain pasuk. Yovel this is going to be Yovel, the Jubilee year. Everything should be sanctified. Not Kodesh, Tofes is Testamav. Just like someone who's Kodesh. Something which is Hektish, which is consecrated to the Sanitas. Tofes is Tamav. We also have Shvius, similarly Shvius, Tofes is Tamea, Viasura. It's going to hold on to the value of its money. It's going to be also even if you swap it. And works to hold on. Kodesh, if that's where you're learning it, then Kodesh is different. Why? Because Kodesh Hofes is Dama, V'yotza L'Chula. Goes on to explain, but ultimately goes on to the original item to be redeemed. After that's L'Chula. When it comes to Shiyas, you're learning it from Hektish. Hektish is something which can be redeemed. So it seems like you're saying Shiyas should be redeemed also. And the Lord says no. Kamaloma, Kidi, the Hafiyasa, the Hay, will remain in Kedusha. Okay, so how does this work? They work as follows. Look up Peros Shavias. Sorry, look up Shavias Balsa. A person who goes ahead and takes food that years during the 7th year, and he goes ahead and he bought a piece of meat. So he uses them for a piece of meat. Now, Allah is both the Peros Shavias and the meat, the Elu, the star and the Shavias. The halacha of this, when it comes to the non-beer birth, halacha when it comes to this, once there's no more fruit left in the field, that's the time you have to start to all fruit of the years. If you do not finish it yet, it has to be burned. So the person buys a piece of meat with these fruits of years, then if it reaches this non-beer, the time when you have to get rid of all the fruit of Shmita, and guess what? You have to burn the fruit and the Shmita. And what happens if the boss does it, he switched his piece of meat for a piece of fish. Halacha is yosef bar. Now the meat loses its status as the meat of fish, and yet the sudagan, now the fish takes it. Now what happens if the duggan yayin, he switched the fish? So he switched in a bowl of herring for a glass of wine. And what happens is, you have to the fish now lose its status as Shmita, and Nichnas Yayin, now the wine takes over. What happens if the Yayin Shemen, he switches the glass of wine for oil? You have the Yayin, the Nichnas Shemen, the wine loses its status as Shmita, and the oil takes place. Okay, so how does it? Afro Mikpas Shmita, the last one, onto the sphere, to the future category, the Atmo, the actual food itself, also retains its status. In other words, bottom line is, the previous member I'm going to use to learn the possible this time. I'm going to leave it because he says the Schmitz is a bone cat, but the Malamdin therefore automatically all of my parents to be excluded. Now, the Yidach Pesachim bone cat and Malamdin, he's not a place there. He says he's very often we're going to have to keep teaching us in things, and therefore it makes him have to keep teaching exactly the same halacha basis. It's possible to both have the same halacha, and it still teaches by the third halacha, which in this case would be all of this, and therefore leaves the word who should go ahead and to exclude it. Again, the focus whether third generation. Wow. Zara, hold on to the status, or if the third generation swap does not hold on to it, and it's dependent on how plus the God, the Sabi, the Ava of the Shaka, no, Shaki, the Satan, the I'm going to go ahead and that last word or not to exclude Allah and Shadis. Now we start a bit of an agata to Mishnah. So as has the Canaan Baromi. Saves the wrong last only question. It's true that HaKadosh Baruch Hu, because the Hashem does not want Avodah Zarah. Why can't Hashem just go ahead for you? On the other hand, it's important to note that we mentioned earlier one of the svaras as to why Avodah Zarah, once it breaks, it's no longer going to be able to, it's no longer Avodah Zarah. The thought process is the heart can't protect itself, so why should we keep it serving? So it's a question these individuals were asking is the opinion was because he doesn't want Avodah Zarah. Why don't you just protect us from it? Destroy all the Avodah Zarah. So on the one hand, Canaan says, even with Davar Shein are you open? If people only serve the Bodhazara, the world did not need, yeah. Maybe, we serve the moon, stars, the sun, Ralavana, into the moon, Zalos, the constellation. So when you know about Olama reaction because of these fools, go ahead and destroy the whole world and create as possible. Create a beautiful world. During sessions, you make gracious. Because these people try to make these mistakes. These people are responsible to take the beautiful, destroy it. Everything. Yoga Dover ain't so well. Okay, that doesn't want to destroy it. Let him destroy it. He means the world doesn't need. Inanimate objects that people create aren't the very focus on that. I'm going to respond to them and say, what we're going to do by doing that is this is an inspiration to the people who are serving in Bodhizara. So, so they're going to say, I have proof that my Bodhizara is actually real. Because one of them actually is. Yeah, people who are serving the sun, people serving stars, people serving the constellation. And then you also have people who are serving bricks and mountains and other types of structures that we built. Then one day comes along and says, I had enough of Uba Sabodazara. Goes ahead and destroys inanimate objects, things that are the function of the world. And what happens? All those people are serving the sun and the moon and say, you know what? Things are Bodhizara destruction day, and guess what? Bodhizara survived. It must be that Bodhizara is actually real. You're destroyed because you were serving a chair or a rock. We were serving the moon, the sun. Must be real. Therefore, because Parker is not getting. The glory does more. Tanabana. Shalom for the Sufin. The first act, as has the pain in Rome. The sages in Rome. And they'll come aim with some of the rest of the same question. God does not want to put this on. Not aim with you just try to destroy it. The hand of responded and said, you was over ain't a old Sora flow. Are you open? If you were serving this way, these things the world does not need. Already in the backlog. You won't go ahead and destroy it. The problem is already open the Tamo, Uwabano, which is over my fellow. The sun, the sun, the moon, the stars, and the constellations. See, over hold on, the world to destroy. No. Because God created the world to follow a certain path. The certain through those who went to took that world and destroyed it, I'm speaking this at them. They're going to have to pay for their mistakes. Because God is not going to change the world just to accommodate the mistakes. Because God created the world, He told us how to use the world. He told us how to live in the world. He told us the right way for us to exist in the world. Person makes choices, decides to do other things because God is not going to change the world for them. But ultimately, the stimuli is dying, but there'll come a day when we have to pay for it. Number after, similar. She does also saw Jesus. Person goes to someone's house and he steals a saw of wheat. The whole lot of the saw of the car. He went ahead and he planted it in the ground. Now, Dingle, by strict justice, it's a lot. It shouldn't grow. Why should it grow? It's not. It doesn't own it. Why should he have it? It's great. Allah and Hagum. The world works because God can the world. He allows us to have it on. Allah and Hagum knowing God. Now the Shokis are guilty with fools who go ahead and destroy the world. Now his whole crop ultimately grains, goes ahead and takes ownership over it. He ultimately has to take responsibility for the fact his entire wealth was built off of stolen goods. Davaraka, another way of learning this. If there was an illegitimate relation between a man and someone else's wife, by strict law, so to Sabra, she should not become chip. Ella, because the ability to make good choices or poor choices. You should kill people. I see the weakness I did. People make bad choices. The result of their actions to bring to reach fruition, but ultimately for your poor choice. I'm not going to bucket. This is what Bucket says. Most the Restream is not enough to be the people. Those who sell us from Kumbi is freely stick my image. Which is a way of saying every single person is created okay. So every single individual is created, essentially a stamp of the Lord's Prophet. Thus, nothing can help you, nothing can help you, but they make the enforcement, so to speak. For me to go ahead and to stamp my image onto people, choose who exist. People who are born out of these kind of relationships that is not the man engaging with the married woman, and then she gives birth to ultimately to a mamza. Her fault is not a chance to be found like that into this world. But you know what? There's an nation that's created. You have to make your choices. To make your choices, you have good results of those choices. If that's one of us, some people make bad choices because Martha says, kind of my hands are tied, well, let's get created there. Now, allowed our constantly Moliga, form the child and cause it to be. Why Sahara is the zero the Fanai, it is the zero, it is the tree that was passed. She didn't hug, oh, didn't hug her. If the world takes a certain course, you better take the 50 miles package to the east of Nickel, who does Kabbalah Zoo. Rashi said, where get this from? Where does this come from? Because God is the word God. You see, they also the story was the country, right? No, the story was the country because it was like the rock creates again, come against his will. A philosopher asked the question, he asked the question, the Torah says in it, consumes fire, who he is a lord of he says, but the amount of scalable is bad, they're going to fall. Why is the Torah taking revenge against those who serve above these not against the average Zara itself? A similar question we had over here. People are serving above the Zara. So the Prophet takes out his vengeance against them, against the actual other Zara. I'll give you a parable. What is this? To a king also a ben, low as a teller. The son was sorry, but the son named the same name as his father Mitzvah. He's going to have ears, the son. He says, I'm taking the truth in the name, and he says his dog's name. My dog's name, he says his father. Now, it's because the dog hears, but he refers to his father's name. How many colors? Who's getting angry at? Our better choice. Who's getting angry at his son? Oh, Keller, of course. Who's getting angry at the dog? What's the answer? How do you go? Friends. The dog is getting the dog doesn't know its name. It didn't name himself. It's the son of his name. So, in other words, he's responsible for the third party instead of the Zara. The Zara is doing it. Some person went ahead and designated that as hearing it, because our person said, if the servers were Zara, but not the Zara itself. So he responded to this philosopher and said, what? I'm going to tell about the Koyo stuff. Leave it. I want to go What is on something you can't stop to it? It really works. I'm a lot of such a Maori, so once you see that you have a result eventually that really works. He said to him, that's not for great to be raining. One time there was a fire in our city. The next he said, the entire city got burned down. Also based on what this could happen from this stuff. This what his other house did not get burned. He must always protect himself. He said, and through a let me give you another parable about the Goma, when now what's the dark, the star comes up. A king who got angry. Sorry, the Sarka of Medina. The one of his cities rebelled against it. That's the in Machayim, Rosa, Olame. And the king goes ahead to wage a battle against those who are against it. Who does wage battle against? The live people of the city or the dead people of the cemetery of the city? Domination also. How many Americans say the Bible says the live people that do this work. Again, the Bazar is like dead. It's like a bunch of dead people. It's inanimate. It doesn't move. So you said to what? I'm going to tell about the Torah of the first. You call me Bazar a dog. And now, maybe it's up to the Torah. So they call it dead. So it's nothing looking good. It's dead dog. And so he says, okay, you're dead in the Ola. That's the case. The Spartans go ahead and destroy the Bazar. They call you the dead dog. One is destroy it. I'm already said it is. I'm going to say no one talks about the world and these things. And those are the things where often people say, I mean, but that's not what we say. The promise are open the comedy of the sun. Oh, above on the moon, let the comedy of the sun, the Mazars. And to the constellations, while seeking the girls into the heaven alone, the church, the Spartans go ahead and destroy the world because these fools came along with the prophet says, Paxel happened in Hayam and Kamadawa, Asaf Koma, me, Hadaman Onache. Also, other than the Ima, the third one I'm glad to gather people, animals, also hope of Shemai, the third part I'm glad to gather all the birds of Shemai, the Yam, all the fish inside the water, and the fish for the sun, anything that goes in and causing the sun to stumble, makes the sun, and the Olam, you have to destroy our world to shine to ahead. And some of these things, I don't know, other people even say, there are people who even serve other people. So where the prophets of the day have the Adama, the level people, in other words, the message is that God gives us a beautiful world. So God gives us every opportunity. Every opportunity in life is also a responsibility. God teaching us something very because God is not to hold our hands and force us to do the right thing. Because God tells us what the right thing to do is. He created a beautiful world with tremendous opportunities and stability. It's our responsibility to look around the world and to recognize what our responsibilities are, what our opportunities. We can't go ahead and misuse our opportunities, and if we do, don't expect a magic hand from heaven to come down and to save us across the face of the world. It's our responsibility to live lives that are upstream, good lives. We make those mistakes, it's going to be our responsibility to fix it. And you can't possibly go there. So you know, people say, oh, all of those are great. Make the same Kuzaka, all your choices, and because Barker should have used that fish life. Have a wonderful rest. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Today's back. It is a bizarre stuff from Gimel. We are picking up on Nun Gimel of an hour at the Mishnah about 7-8 lines in. We begin today's off by taking our sponsor. Our annual common sponsor, the Bank, the sponsor, all the justices in this bus. So we see this coverage. So I'm going to show you our sponsors to the month of National, even and when we raise the box rules through the honor of raising, and the Ocean's White, and the Mrs. White, and the Shama should have it over there, and the family should have them, and the Shama should have and not be able to go. Picking up at the Mishnah about the Gimel of an hour. The Mishnah says the following: Pesach Mevakta. How does one go about being Mevakta and Avodah Zarah? So now, Rashi points out here that this Mishnah which is talking about an Akra, talking about Yisrael being Mevakta and Avodah Zarah, because Yisrael can't. So speaking of an Akra being Mevakta and Avodah Zarah, so the person is capable of Mevakta. This could be a number of examples. Number one, Kata Rosh Ezna. If you cut off the tip of its ear, Rosh Kosma, tip of its nose. Rosh Etzba, the tip of its fingers. We're going to see with this other how the human figure. So let's cut off one of the extremities. Pichasa, he smashes it with a hammer. Rafa Pishla Chitra, even if it's not actually missing a piece, nevertheless, Bitla, it will be buffed. If he spits in its face, pissed in the fanel, urinates in front of it, Gara, or you drag through the mud, Zarafra, Tatsala, you excrement at it, any of those cases, a raised zoom of the Taylor does not become back to do any of those things. Rashi said, in the Taylor, why do you think Shaita Russia Hagar, so he gives you the space for things to come to it, but those come around, activity of those again, for those things, and I think there's permanent actions that will take away its status of the result. Will actually causes physical damage to the result to the point where we can't reverse it. So it cuts off a part of the animal and smashes it. In those cases, that is going to be the case where it's buffed up and it is buffed up for that is the Mafia or Mishnah, whatever he sells it, or he gives it away as a master as a collateral. So he borrows money and he gives away the collateral. Rabbi Omer, he says he felt becomes buffed by doing what he's selling it, or by giving it away as a collateral. Some Omer will say no, still retaining its status of the Zara, and the fact that he sold it or gave it away as a collateral does not take away its Zara status. The Gemara says, going on to the case of Pichasa, he hits it with a hammer. Mishnah is very clear that if he hits it with a hammer, even if it's not missing anything, in other words, it's still fully intact, now, and then the Zara becomes that. Let's see, but not Pishra. How did you buckle? How did we get nullified for the fact you smacked with a hammer? Everything was still here. It's still police. There to Pishra. They do that to reaction. So it became disfigured. So it took the son of Fanera. It can't go through us. So it had a certain look here, but it was all right. So it became disfigured. And then it's made out of metal. So it got completely bent out of shape. So even though it's not actually any of the metal, no part is actually missing. The fact of the matter is that since it's disfigured, at this point in time, we take it to the body shop and fix it, considered to be ruined and come up. I think this is where he violates it. The examples in the Mishnah. Right, he puts in front of it, goes to the canal, or he urinates in front of it. You know how we know this from that those do not constitute an application of what is a Makiski. He responds and he said that my friend from the Pasuk says, the Haya, and it will be Yudah, will be hungry, will be scattered, will be angry. What's going to happen? What are the Others of the Lord going to do? The kill off the mouth in their heart. Their king and their gods. What are they going to do? You think it's going to happen? Kill them out of them. However, unfortunately, the next Pasuk says, all established to themselves are really going to do down for the reputation of the Zara. There is something called preparation. In this case, it's a desperation. They got desperate to, you know what, what's my Zara? What's it doing for me? So look at my powerful, ultimately, yes, we got anything from the end of the Zara. They turned away from it, but that did not last. So therefore, unless a person does something permanently to something of the Zara, like completely disfiguring or destroying of the Zara, there's always a chance that you go back to it. Yahav, the kill of Malchus, says the Gemara, even first his king their heart, his deities, Kano Lamala, so what's going to happen? Yahav is going to go back to serve his own Zara. The Gemara goes on. He went ahead and sold it, or the Gilder as a collateral. Our Mishnah mentioned my focus between Rebbe and the family. Rebbe said, the only one of those things is going to become back. It's not going to come back. Now, we have my focus here. The Gemara says, is it Yiri from the Yochanan? This is the Yiri of Amarav, used to be homes of years working on, and really about Abba in the name of Rav. You don't know this a lot. The Gemara says, Chad Amar, my focus is over for Chavim. Where my focus is, where the Zara is sold to Melter, who's in Hakram, out of the Tzorah Yisrael, Divya Kavita. To Tzorah Yisrael, to Jewish smelter, everyone's going to give some buck. The Tana, the other disagrees and says that the Tzorah Yisrael, my focus is my focus, even when it is sold to a Jewish smelter. Now, Rashi points out, especially Rashi said the same. Rashi said the same. Basically, if you look at Rashi, you see Rashi says the thing to cover. I'm sorry, one before that. The middle of Rashi says, Stam, Lokay Matatas, Sarkah. Most people who buy things made out of metal, the reason why they buy it is because they're metal work. Therefore, they're probably going to do some type of metal work with it. But Rashi is much more clear that Kaptos says, Lav Davka Sorah. Talking about a Sorah Yisrael, the Jewish smelter, it's not specifically talking about a person who has a sign in his front door that says he's a blacksmith. Now, clearly, Eino Tzorah, even if he's not going to be a blacksmith or a smelter, not only because he's strong about it, but what is the self-tzarfer? All Jewish people, who brought up the Rizara, you read them as, in other words, don't get stuck on this Tzorah Yisrael, not a Tzorah job, because we'll see later on, Joseph points out, later on the question will easily be answered. Oh, this person is talking about just a regular Jewish person. In that case, it's talking about a Jewish person. That is just a blacksmith. The person just says, when he says we're talking about a Torah Yisrael, with a chocolate, it's not talking about a person who's a Torah, but you mentioned that exactly as Rashi pointed out. The Tosaf is, I would not get so long enough to not insult yourself. Since we probably should have one, you mentioned it as well. But again, this is specifically the case. Let's get back to this. The Gemara says, we have two opinions. The Ziri, it's Ziri the name of the Grotha, and Ziri the other name is the name of Rav. When one of them says, the first which we read in the Katan, is talking about the Tzorah of the Katan. Now, in that opinion, the Tzorah Yisrael comes to Jewish metal smelter, Zivri Akal, Vito, everyone agrees, opinion, not on the Tzorah Yisrael, my focus is even talking about the Jewish person who purchased about the Zara, that is one is not sure exactly what it means to look at the more of a slight tangential question. Even when we think of the focus, the Tzorah Yisrael, my focus, does that mean, does that sentence finish off by saying, I will Tzorah over the Chacham Divya Kol? In other words, the situation is saying that my focus is by a Jewish person who buys the Avodah Zarah. Being actually who buys the Avodah Zarah, it's not that though. No, maybe this is my focus. In other words, if you just added on the focus in both cases, so what would be, how would this my focus out? According to the first opinion, my focus is by Torah over the Kavod, but by Torah Yisrael, everyone agrees it's by. In other words, if Rashi explains what possibly the Torah over the Kavod should not over the Kavod with Torah Kavod, he sells it to his friends. In that case, the Rabbanan are going to say it's not why. What's the fault of the Takum Musaz Tosar? Even when the Ovid Kavim, the buyer is also Kavim, the Pala below Kabbalah. So it's a still processing the other guys in the middle. But I'm not just selling you a chunk of random steel that is found while demolishing my basement or something like that. It's talking about a person who's, I'm selling you my Avodah Zarah. What's the option of the you're not just going to melt that down into scrap metal. What to do with it? It's a Avodah Zarah. Everybody he's not going to think that way. You can ask again, but Rafa owed the Torah of Israel is a Bobby Gaiti, the Maybe Yad, the High Kabbalah. He knows, so it's not too show. What's do it. You melt it down to metal. So now, we're not sure exactly if the other opinion who said Machlokes even by Yisrael, we say that Machlokes is by Yisrael, but by an Ashman, everybody agrees it's not possible to answer that now. We'll ask the question again. So Machlokes, and then it says Machlokes is even when the Ashman tells us to Yisrael, I will serve over the call of Vital. Are we going to say when it comes to an Ashman provides that everyone agrees that it's not possible to assume you're still going to use it? Or Dilma, or maybe perhaps Machlokes, the opinion says that telling it to a that's saying still my purchase or to the knock. Talk more touch being well. So I'm a Rebbe. Rebbe is one of the members of my purpose. So I'm my words were more accepted when it was sold for damage, whether it was to be destroyed. Because Chaverai and the word of argue with me instead. Photo, Shemachim the object that is to be served. In other words, Rebbe says it's fine. So he said, my words were accepted. The other time, when it was sold to be destroyed, my words were not accepted. In other words, the Chachamim accepting themselves to be served. So it was my what does it mean when it's sold to be destroyed or sold to be served? It's actually sold for a big huge sign in front of it says, bring us good metal, we'll melt it down to sheet of one big sheet. So then the oath they'll open them out, bring it into a second-hand Mozart store. My time about the Ravito, my time about the Ravito. Other words, my purpose. If we know you've destroyed it, so then everyone should agree to become up. If we know you've repurposed the Mozart, everyone should agree to that part. What's this mean? Why is even my focus in here? It says Elarav, it must be that he was not saying that it was something that we knew specifically clearly what was going to happen to it. LOL, what it meant was, L'chaboa, he said, people accepted my word. L'chaboa, l'mish osin l'chavla, to a person who most likely is going to destroy it. Who's that? Uman Yitzhak Yisrael. That's a Jewish metal worker. A Jewish metal worker is most likely going to melt it down. So, of course, everybody knows when you melt it down. There's nothing to talk about. That's the person who's most likely going to destroy it. That's Yisrael. Let's go back one line. What does it mean it was sold to be served? It means going to serve it at the end of the night. Who is that? So, or is it calculated? Ushnami now, they was that my words versus the his words. He said, my words were accepted, and my focus both with regard to Israel and with regard to an we see, my left, we see from here, same as in our focus opinion, and our focus proves whether it's sold to Israel or to an actor. Gemara says, no, that's right. No, Hafi this is what I meant to say. Amar Rebbe, when he said, Yibarai, might accept it to Lichaver, Lichaver, to my friends, in other words, near the Varai Lichaver. In other words, look at what's looking on. Low. Even when it comes to a service of what Zara, everyone agrees, even the Chacham will agree. Now, behind the Amar is the Varai, Kishamach, when it's all destroyed, not argue on him in that case. The name on mirror is only my saying the different Chavera. It's not that case, but in that case, accepting my opinion for my rival to come over with me. Ella, rather what he needs to say is, you just come away, where is there my purpose? Restream is coming to teach us that it's sorry, only the Chabad who only argue by selling the Chabad, but only argue comes to a purchaser, to a metal worker. customer who's an akron. We're talking comments. What do you say? Nirin devarai l'chaverai motivated. My words were accepted to the, and they agreed to me. Kishemachro l'mi sh'ach l'chabala. It's all for somebody who's ultimately eventually going to destroy it. In other words, for those that the Chachamim agree with me when it comes to selling this food. In other words, so there's no focus between Rabbi and a Chachamim when it is sold to Yisrael. Inside the Gemara, the Gemara says, "No, I'm a Rabbi Yirich of Arai, the Mali Sarah Yisrael, Sha'ak Tadera, the Mexic Rise, come not argue on me, tell to Shemach and Oda, that's when it's served, when it's sold to someone who's great to serve it. Abba, if it's known or assumed to be destroyed, mostly we would agree. Okay, I'm going to let's ask the question. So how can sells for the oven? Person buys scrap metal from an auction. So he buys, I don't know, a whole carton of scrap metal from an auction. He wants to, and as he's going through it, he wants to bet other oven. He finds some of the Zara mixed into the all the scrap metals. The Gemara says, "It actually knows much." If you did the Shifa on this whole cotton and scrap metal before you the money, then yes. You can go ahead and return the whole thing to him and say, I want to have this. Even if you know some most, if you paid for it, then you did not have to do it on it. You have to know us, you have to go and take it out. In other words, you can't return it, because in such a case, it's going to look like he's doing business with the Zara. You can't, because it's a Zara. Any choice, so the place will never be received. Now, the Amr Pishbara, it's all about focus. If we didn't come in, it's not focus, it's come in and ready to even when the person buying it is Yisrael. In other words, the buyer of the one we told us, when you sell it to Yisrael, the house is that it's not fucked. Here we have a case. An Akram sold an essence of Israel. What's the halacha? Bought it, paid for it, did the sheaf on it. Now God owns it. What's he got to do with it? Now, if focus is only well, it's non-Jew in that case is my focus. I'm supposed to sell for Israel. To do that detail, everyone's going to do this without for it. Everyone's look the cross off. And that's the other thing. So how can we sell the Israel? Where's the focus going to happen? It's going to be destroyed. Now, what's going on over here? They're asking themselves a focus of scrap metal in the Israel. Now, it's true that every time the focus is destroyed, it becomes close. So, why is it to throw the by virtue of the fellow to a Jew? The surgeon said that can't be done. This one says no. Shani of that case is different. Why does that? We can tell something that is the most trusted. There's a very big difference between an carefully packaging up and putting it in the window and selling it. Then a person will just sell a bulk amount of scrap metal. When he's selling the scrap metal, I don't know, went around on the day before pickup with his broken down pickup, and he picked up as much as possible he can, and he strapped back with his truck. And he's selling it with him, he didn't care with him. He's selling it to these trucks, by the way, this is selling it back to his truck. So take this the thought process of, oh, yeah, he's selling it to the show, and he had a mind that he will go. That's can I get back to it? But he's about to look like so once you have the scrap metal to the show, you can about to do what result. Whereas sometimes take to a person, one individual, like Zara, so it's Yisrael, that case. Why are you selling Zara to Yisrael? Must be without Zara, you know, finding what Zara. So therefore, this case has less to do with what we mentioned earlier. Some examples of cases where there's an assumption that an action is about to be solved. Love allowed if they took out a loan other than the Zara, which means that the gate is a match. Took the loan, the Zara is a match. OSHA not fall around not polis. Or there's a building that's collapsed on top of it. OSHA got listed, or if it got stolen. OSHA can require a violent lawful getting say out. The owner now just left in the basement. Oh, so now the Gemara says, in not season, top of the Gemara, not season searching a feminist Yeshua, if these non-Jews plan to return to the place like they plan to do Yeshua, as well as they analyze this in a minute, and the Taylor, it's not all because they plan to come back and get it. But obviously the flip side of that is, if they don't plan to come back, it does become possible. And that's another Gemara says, let's see. We asked that all these cases. We couldn't just mention one with it. But we kind of love you only have that case where you use this when you say that the legs up now, a little bit, you might think the fact that you have it's not possible. I will not allow. So on top of it, I'd say you're not going back to clean it up. There's the two talk. Well, she's not that well. In other words, in these cases, we're assuming if he's going to do any chance he's getting back, it's not possible. Now, when it comes to like, that's it, it's not possible. But I would have. I really thought. In fact, he's not sure. But they would be treated like, no, shit, I know he's talking about it, I'm getting over it. He's talking about Pola. You don't have a tough one, you have a Pola, so it should be summer. You know what, in that case, it's not possible. He is conscious, he's losing. It's protected, perfectly fine under the food happen to it. That's how it's keep it safe. Therefore, it's there. I will go listen out city. Well, however, in the case where thieves came and stole it, you know, no connections after that. He has his whole family together to run after and get his Zara back. In fact, he's not going to move out. So no, we still have to say we're trying to get back. It's not possible. Super. When we're listening, if you only listen to the case of a listing where thieves stole it, I'll finish in the summer, he over the father, Uncle Law, and Nick Rock, even to that group, the guy's a thief, and I might never get it back. But guess what? The guy might also be using up. When he finds out what he stole, so he runs on himself. Because you know, I'm not going to be about to go to Zara, at least someone else to serve it. And if you try to took it, in other words, the flip side of not happening, I think the now you're trying somebody that's a good you use that level to be fucking. Or find yourself in the other after. In other words, this is just thought process as to why it's not about the way it's done. The things we don't have to about it, and it's the truth. Or you sell it and it'll sell it to another outfit. And you draw a violent. If the provider, the owner of it, just do that town, and then start to buy value, you keep up your outfit, you do the value. So we want to say, no, chief, you have to have all these cases to tell you that if he plans to come back, it's not possible. Now, we want to analyze that line of the Nasidim Lapsik in the Feminist Yeshua. Nasidim Lapsik in the Feminist Yeshua and the Torah is talking about them. And we want to say, hold on a second. Plan coming back, like they came back after the Feminist Yeshua, Mark says, even the Feminist Yeshua, he didn't come back. So Amorai, when he went there and fight, never came home. They thought they were going to come home, but they lost the war. You should have liked them. I said, Pakitana, see the Yatsa, Yeshua, and they hit the Torah. But it's planned to come back, and then it's not going to buckle like the Messiah Yeshua. And it's just what it's planned. What do you what do you have to happen? And when the Messiah Yeshua, what do you have to do? You said, you have to go back. So if you miss the Agavon announcement, it's teaching us. So on the other side, how the Amr you start to stop up the data with stuff. That's what it's not. And the only time you stop for the law, that's right. You can be more to us. fascinating about what happens when there's a Jewish connection of Avodah Zarah. So that this person who went ahead, Yisrael, he stood up the stone, stood up over the Shechta, he struck a stone, having it to go ahead and bow to it. Now what happened was, he didn't do that, but an Akim came ahead and he went ahead and did that. Halacha is the stone becomes possible. You know that, how do we know that? Us? We know. The number of people around me, Yisrael was up, was in the stock, was well, the other side of the stock was like Asher. We know the Asher, how do we know it's Asher? Muslim, to cool out to Israel. But the beginning of Israel, the number of one, it says in the function, Basi Sishra from the age. That favorite trees in Eretz Yisrael has to have to be burned in fire. Then it's never say. Eretz Yisrael, it's not like new property. It's new. It's just another new taking out there. It's been owned by you. So the end of the most never finished Shalom. No one has the ability to go ahead and to ask for something different there. So that's so to the fact that we temporarily out of using hands, how do the people who are living there have the ability to create? I would desire that things will come along. And even should have to make you talk fabulous, you know, if it's just because those people who are originally that would just be enough for. However, the culture is not necessarily fascinating. The culture is strong with April. While we didn't serve the April at the same time, God has a kindly initiative of our topic. When Fire so left and built April, that was public declaration. They were okay with Avodah. That's very similar to the stone. And he stands at the stone, and he goes ahead and he venerates, he declares that he's okay with people of Avodah Zarah. Then an Akmas becomes also sitting in fire so left and built Diego. That was a public declaration that they were okay with people serving Avodah Zarah. So that point when the Akmas came out to serve Avodah Zarah, the true object, or essentially the searching of the apple, every statement for it. And Karabi, the strong is not the best. The strong is not the value of outfit. The new player is the government in New Zealand is happy about the Zara. Also, it's a powerful. When Apple comes back down to it, with this just acting on behalf of Paris. Now, collectively, while we're mentioning this idea of Yeshua, it's relevant to share in Eretz Yisrael. Now, hold on. Just because it's still the Vega, is that is relevant for Eretz Yisrael. The one of the Arab people, maybe they're okay with serving the substantial problems they had over there. They got confused with Moshe Rabbeinu because he was late. He was coming back. The suffering confused them. So they built an Arab over there. How do you know? That is something that relation is okay with Avodah as well. No, maybe we Hamas says, Ayla will extra will make the things are Alex to Israel. A lot of even the LA first harvest. Use the plural language of the rest of the have a desire for many of the desire. But Ayla calls it how the Ayla mitzvah. Maybe it means only was done there, but from there on in, everything has to be looked at versus my look. You know that. In other words, look at that. Me, let's say that people have said, "What's the start?" It's impossible to know what was there and what wasn't there, and therefore everything is going to be there. Next question. Avodah Zarah, Avodah Zarah was abandoned. This was left behind. So the Mishnah says, the shots fire. In times of peace, Mutaros, the Sasmachama, the people were fleeing because of war, Asura, then the Assyrians just left it because they didn't have time to take it, but they were, again, there's a difference between the person abandoning them on the zone and the Assyrians doing the back away. The person leaving in such a hurry, arrogant, they run out, and have the ability to think about, so what do I have with? Then I have to grab the essentials and run for the rights. So now, if they just left the Sasmachama to be up, the Mishnah says, the Lucios, Shal Malakim, Halevi in the Torah. These are Malakim. What are they? So Rashi says the Nisia Shal Malakim is Avnei Gazis, these stone things, Sikanim, the Derech, Mahala Kamela. So kind of like these pedestals that you place along the road when the king would come. So when the king is planning to come, they would decorate the roads or the pathways with these pedestals, and they place the Mizarahs on top of these pedestals. This is early in Mitaros. These are Mitaros. These pedestals do not become Asar. Why? The nation are moving also the Shas and walking over them, so it's placed here when the king passes by. Now this doesn't seem to be a reason that makes much sense, doesn't give much of an understanding. Look to it more in the Gemara, but just to see Rashi actually says, Koloma, the place of Tzaras Lahada, the Shas and Malachos, then they have to put it up there when the king passes by. Shena Mufanos, the most of what is the Southern called Shah, LOL says, only temporarily placed there when the king passes by for temporary of what is our thing. You can make Torah become it. Me and everyone's putting it here. Who cares if it's so? All the time, temporarily, yet there is one of this thing. Amar Yirmi Barabba, Amarai, Nimrod, Ray Me, Kavos, Kavim, Sumi Mizwa of Dab, Osas Shal. Basically, you know what's talking at the story of God, Flagga. If you went to Beth Middah Fadal, he says that's considered to be the first they abandoned the Shas Shalom, and it's what after that the key the Jalina Ramana to Shas the Samatani, what is Mahadar Hadar, and what had to be about that. Even though they both scattered, like those parts were mixed up, and they start all the flight, they had no idea what was going on. They didn't about. This guy said this, then was something else. It was a major mix up these chaos. They just ran away from there. Still, whenever he settled down, we can go back. In fact, we need to go back. That was the kid over the back of it. He's getting on these cases. He moved from along in the top. Here, at the time that the king passed by, that makes the liquor type of life like that. Let's do the opposite. I'm going to find out. Oh, the also have to come. This is what this is. Fifth nation, I mean, also Mushah, some left over, and since they placed it there, some left passed by, so many from dark to the help with our Safaras. Things are unpredictable. You never know exactly which way they're going to go. Maybe even for security reasons, they don't disclose their exact travel route before they go. They say it's some particular town. So then they live in this town, we can decorate all the logos that the king is going. And then what happens is, sometimes the king doesn't even bother going down those roads, so it doesn't even end up being served. So the Malachim, anything there for fast. And these pedestals, these posts that you put out, the useful, or it's likely in most cases the word says. You also have need to sit down, so you sat down on one of these pedestals.
It's really impressive in Jew. This motherfucker.
Be more specific. You have one of these pedestals that got broken. Also, it's also benefit from it. I feel like in the Muslim, even
West side. This time.
However, this is just down to a little bit. So they're sitting on this floor. This is a shop table with Zara. This is what the Zara service over here. On this pedestal, there's no problem. Non-yard is outward. Rav Shmuel, Malin, Einan. Who's going to give us from the outfit, from the dirt of Rav Shmuel and Philip our Now, if you pay him a compliment to say that the teaching is so great and so beautiful, however, he said, however, both of the other instructors told us do the opposite. They said, if you have a pedestal that became broken, missing a piece, gets a greater benefit from it. Few remind my own from the Shvarim, even to my Dhamma that says, oh, we have a desire, are you in a desire that's broken? How do you need a voice to come? That's the actual desire itself, even if it gets broken, you'll still get about that down to a desire. But even the Alpha, since they serve this zero body, also, it's a justification to go ahead and be just about two. Just move out to the national. This is the Avodah Zarah. Or Zarah, I'm taking it. You gotta be move out to it. About how do you really can read just the pedestal to hold it up? How do you shop the way with Lahai, you might see yourself? This is not the Avodah Zarah. It's not the Avodah Zarah. It's one of the shouts in the Zarah. One of the tools they use. It's the fourth Avodah Zarah. It's not such a desecration for a new pedestal to hold up the Avodah Zarah. So basically, two different schools of thought. One of them is rather school of thought, which is that when it comes to the Bimus, even if it gets damaged, still it doesn't become mutter. You have exactly the opposite from Flutter, which is exactly the opposite. First of all, it gets damaged about it. Bimus in Islam, if you have a pedestal that became negate, it's mutter. Means that the altar that was used, Avodah Zarah, so this became checked, also it's possible to benefit. She will not say it's you, but so the whole thing gets smashed. So, let me be this. What's the difference from this there? Remember, both of these things are made out of stone. Both of them were used for Avodah Zarah service. What's the difference between a demon and a Mizbeach? Why is the demon not a Mizbeach? Why is Mizbeach not a demon? Both some type of stone structure that is used by the whole Avodah Zarah, Avodah Zarah. Amar Yaakov Ahi, Amar Yaakov gets is as an achas, is one stone. Mizbeach one and harder. Mizbeach is made out of several. So I'm not sure. I'm not speed up. Stop and down an hour. Michael, what's the plus have to ultimately help understand what the difference between Mizbeach and Bimus is? It's the single cell. Call Avnei Mizbeach. That's what the is going to show. Call Avnei Mizbeach to Avnei give puzzles like the six. The puzzles is both broken up. Look at how so you get to Avnei because if they're going to get Avnei deal to both broken up, and you couldn't actually on the Chabad Rav, you couldn't, in other words, it would be all broken. So the Kumar, Basharei, and they was not going to be covered. Look at Rashi. In year 4, and then Lo Yakumu, so Lo Yakumu. So go ahead and serve on it. What's the first now? Lo Yakumu, if they're not the whole thing up, and then Yakumu is still going to be established, it's still going to be there. Then you first is graphic. The buffer stone, the city was saying the beginning of this price up, says the beginning of this price up because of ED. I'm sorry, earlier, Bimus and Nifgam, Mutter. So it's Bimus to one stone, or it needs to have one kind of tip, and that's in his back, which is a bunch of stones. That's where it has to be completely smashed into a bunch of different pieces. To his back, that's to completely doesn't survive anymore. And the Zarah, however, when it comes to just chipping it, it's sufficient, and therefore, you have a riot. You're saying it's correct, that's sufficient way of destroying that kind of pedestal. So today, have a wonderful day, a wonderful rest of your week. Let's send this to you tomorrow.
I'd ask for certain terms in Spanish. That's real fucking shit.
Maybe from
I even remembered in LA. LA was studying USC these are Americans.
Good morning. We begin today's class. Today's class is Zara. Daf Aleph. We're going to be picking up on Daf Nun on the days, but 7-8 lines from the bottom. We begin by taking our responses. We begin taking our annual commentary first. The entire year, the Tosin response to all the Jews and all the dresses, as is supposed to be covered for other stuff. We also think our commentary responses to the month is not allowed. We think Stephen and Drazen response to all the Jews and all the dresses honor of Israel Drazen, and all the sellers have no and it's not just for the children, it's be healthy and well, and we should be grateful to the Jewish thing here of the time. Good? So today we're picking up, yes, we got a bit of a tangent in this little photo reviews, which was Naga, Levar Naga, the African. There is no carpenter, no some of the carpenter. It's very sophisticated for covering the connection. We're pressing down to a little bit side discussion. Now back to our discussion out of Zara. Now, it's important to know, and this is an option, that when it comes to serving of Zara, each of Zara has its own method. Many of us have been learning a lot of Zara. Some of those are quite strange ways. Some of those ways mirror some of the services that we're doing against some. Now, typically, if a person serves Zara in the way that of Zara works, so then that's obviously a violation of Zara. However, what we learn here is if a person serves a Zara, yesterday, even if it's not the way the person's supposed to serve that particular Zara, but if that thing the person does, that service the person is involved in, is a service which represents some type of avodah, some type of service we do in this that itself, even though it's not normal for avodah zarah, is going to be counted as a violation of avodah zarah. You see the reaction is, like says, some of my Mufanel will get to the exact case scenario. She says, it is to call our voter to the pit. All our voters name, which is done with a mikdash, so all about them that a person does that for a voter, they dark with a cop, they ain't dark with a cop, child. That avodah zarah has that type of avodah, makes no difference. So, for example, the animals in avodah zarah, even though typically that avodah zarah, not avodah zarah that person for animals to, but because that is an avodah which is done with it, it's going to be. Then obviously, if it goes ahead and says that avodah zarah, you live in that avodah zarah service, for example, throwing rocks, at the avodah zarah like makulas, that's going to be a violation of the particular avodah zarah. Now let's start with the one. You tell this halakha, and avodah zarah. So, also the makel, you have avodah zarah. That a person, the way he serves is with a stick. That's me. That's explains in this situation. He stands there and beats the drum with it, into something else, or he with some type of if you can see in front of someone with a stick. Now, he went off script and he said differently in the typical way. So he did, I'm not going to now he walked in front of it. So he shows the how, breaks the stick in half. And then he says, someone Zara, breaks the stick, and then walks away. Something like that, how you decide for something about Zara, no way. Roll a stick in front of it, and now you can analyze this. So, guy walks by, breaks the stick in front of it, he's violating about Zara, he's talking about Zara. He walks by, chucks a stick at it, no about Zara. What's the difference. I'm away. I'm on the level. Why is that level?
That motherfucker's out of bounds.
Why is it? What's the difference with Shabar?
That's out of bounds.
Let's get to the last thing. Breaking the stick with his Misa. What does the person do? They check the animal. They cut the human on him.
Challenge
The
that.
windpipe. They cut the food pipe. So then.
Oh, that's out of bounds. That's obviously out of bounds.
Different steps in the process of doing this program. The first one is Pizza. Here's Kapala Saddam. Here's Halafa, which is really the blood 2 hours ago.
Oh, shit.
Rika, which is breaking the body is supposed to be. So the word says, Pizza is definitely not Avoda. Rika is one of the Avoda. So the person breaks a stick, because that's tantamount to Pizza. That's tantamount to slaughter of the animal. So it's Rika as well. It's exactly the same thing. He's sprinkling the blood on the back.
Let me see this bitch again.
And that's part of the Avoda. So the person sprinkles a stick. Out of the Avoda Zarah. It should be tired for the Avoda Zarah. The Gemara says very nice. I'm a lady. The emails reach on the stuff when you stick. You can't sprinkle it because that's a this. When you throw it, it stays intact. It literally doesn't sprinkle a lot or any liquid when you throw it. It breaks up into a bunch of different parts. And it hits its target. But a stick, therefore, it's not considered to a Zika. You cannot consider throwing the stick to be similar to the Zika of Zika Saddam. So you don't have such a breakdown. And also, you want to ask the following question. Safas Lotzoa. What if a person serves excrement to an Avodah Zarah? It's just interesting. Rashi uses the word Safas to mean half kilo Zoa. You said it. Toshus understands that the word Shia, although often does refer to feeding, but in Gemara we don't find that Shia actually means to feed something. If a person explains to make it dirty. Either way, a person used excrement to see way of serving Avodah Zarah. Or if he poured a container of urine in front of the Zarah, what kind of doing that? As disgusting as it is, person for doing that. On top of the this law, it all makes sense to say when a person spills this container, it's like a pottery container full of some in front of the Avodah Zarah. You understand? Because it follows what you told us, which is that when the person sprinkles and it breaks up into a bunch of pieces because it's a liquid. And so, without getting drafted over here, it's not the case when it comes to X. Nice liquid embarrassing job. You're not going to have this liquid embarrassing. Why for spilling for going excrement? The word says that some of the case where it's possible you get excrement. The answer is so there's another settle that if you have a case where a person serves excrement roots to an Avodah Zarah, and if you come up with a case where technically it seems similar to an Avodah Zarah, which is you can you throw it and break it into a bunch of pieces with many like lime and with cellular infection. Now we go on. Let's say that this focus of serving the Avodah Zarah is similar to the service in the base of Mikdash is something to us like this tonight. We want to do this out. Traffic block out. The other case, the person slaughtering the gas action. Now, if the person is going to use gas action, us not going to ask us to use gas apples, but they're starting amongst us to show us the direct stuff a little expensive. That's how stuff.
That's garbage. Put down, motherfucker. That's
says it was for slavery in Greek to the Avodah Zarah. And the color of posting what the company say, no, he's actually talking he's exempt from serving the Avodah Zarah by slaughtering a
it is bullshit. Move some of those motherfuckers out of there and get that camera in close. Could have saved you, fucking losers.
A violation of Avodah Zarah? Why would we say that? My love doctor is the ultimate. Let's say they must be arguing with the power of the I'll say that one opinion says, I'm willing to we need to aim Zipa So you have to have something to just get in with. The Marisaba, what are we?
What is this bullshit?
You don't have to have this similar to a doesn't have specific benefits. You have to have contained today. You have to have something to service. Everyone agrees. No Christianity. No one said it has to have for a person to be tired for certain that there has to be similar to speak of.
Go baby, go baby, go baby. Go baby, go baby, go baby, go baby, go baby, baby. I don't know, I'm kind of
I'm not the expert.
So is it?
But apparently it has a similar for even though grasshopper is the nevertheless it's very certainly this is for him. And that would be the explanation of that. Amar Kaplan, Amar Barabua, Amar Rab. I want to put
what the fuck was that shit? That's some bullshit. Dog, I would have fucking scored. Motherfuckers be saying this game is tied. Rabbi were in the game. Sight, I go for 2, bitch. We be up a point. Oh, fuck did he do that? That was sick as fuck. That was sick as fuck. Dog, that was baller. That shit was baller. How the fuck did he do that? It's like that physics theory that like you get through a wall if all the fucking atoms lined up. Oh, this is easy. That was sick. For 2. 2. Shows motherfuckers done, son. Hey, money. What is this bullshit? Nobody wants to listen to Nick because he sucks. Worse. Personality. What is this bullshit?
So how do you go not asking why you get forbidden to throw those?
Yo, dog, what are you doing? What is this bullshit? Setting the stage for you, go fuck yourself. Yo.
Needs to be something which is similar to this request. So which is request, it's got a mimic as we commit that. As we do this request, but it's supply. Here the story was not the supply. So on the outside, it's to my issue, how do we become forbidden to have an offer? Overlay, so interestingly, he's bothered to it, not bothered to love, and he said, after you do pass, just after you love about it, I went to ask her that we love about it. But a lot of our girl already asked the word of way. He asked the kid about it. Let's drop the kid about it. Good out. We were only back right ahead and asked this question. He went back to that's the question. So I said to him, not the guy that goes to in this case, it's not the fact, but it's similar to the the other is it's to make Scarborough avoid the problem. It's like still being in our voters are every other story that see you do. The slow for this is part of the result. This is what we mentioned from Morale said one of the thought processes behind this of what desire was the bigger that it gets, the more attention that it attracts. Because slowly stays the program. So indeed What I'm saying over here, the larger every person who throws the stone after my coolest is really glorifying it's a glorifying, it's not a glorifier. Building that Avodah Zarah. That is Avodah Zarah. People will be, wow, check out this structure. Look how many thousands of people serving this Avodah Zarah that you know that I'm going to finish Avodah as well. So, these stones, said to Gemara, not just Tactonic words, but I'm building and Avodah Zarah. That's why it comes out. These stones are not just served. These stones are the Avodah Zarah. You want to find it when I'm out seeing me out. That will make sense for you to actually see this.
Yo, baby. Fuck you, bitch.
It should be called a symbol because they're powerful. It is not said. No says the Father. And then they told Akas the Akas, not his brothers become him.
Wait, dude, are you fucking serious? This is some bullshit.
He's not serving his stone, he serves all the previous stones, and now his stone becomes part of it, another person comes by, and he throws the stone over, he serves all of those stones, now his stone is included, and he adds one to it as well.
What the fuck is this defense? Worst defense ever.
Okay, stone. And if you want to go find that stone, how do you go find that one stone? The pile, the chief pile, and say, oh, this is the last stone that was thrown out of it. Practically impossible. And therefore, he's saying to him, see if you can find that stone, essentially he's saying you can't do that, therefore that you do that.
Intercept this fucking ball. Intercept it. Out of bounds. These assholes are gonna count that because they suck. Stupid slut. Come on, you little bitch. Worst catch ever.
Serve of Avodah Zarah and shit of Avodah Zarah at the same time. That's how Kevin said yes. The last one to do it.
Come on, you bitch. Put S in the D. Put S in the D. Worst stream ever. This is the worst. Please. The fuck up. Yo, come on, get your shit together. Yo, come on. Get money. Get money. Take money. Yo, fuck your prick and your click, you click. Oh, what is this? Bullshit. This is the worst. Yo, dog.
When it comes to wine, oil, and flour,
What is this bullshit? Are you fucking serious? Are you fucking serious? Are you fucking serious? Are you fucking serious? Dog. It's athleticism. Are you fucking serious? Worst shit. Dog. Are you fucking the worst? Dog. Everybody just calm the fuck down. Works?
These stalks are cut off these bullshit. That makes it into a problem, and that's why it's going to be an issue. In other words, you're right. There's no service.
No one's ever heard of
this. Service why? But not great in the base of itself, but there's a service of Skita. What's the similarity of Skita with the straight?
Life for life.
That's the Skita, so to speak, of the great, which is the
Fuck your bitch.
and that's why they're being I'm on the ball. I'm on the the one says no record.
G-Rod's anthem. Are you fucking serious? What is this bullshit? Dog. What is this bullshit? This shit even going? This is the worst. Oh, you what? First off, fuck this bitch. Look at this athleticism. Look at this athleticism. Look at this athleticism. Frankly, this shit is unprecedented. This motherfucker doesn't have a precedent. This shit is so unprecedented. Look at this athleticism. This is unprecedented. Gotta fucking watch it. Commercial. This is the worst. Athleticism. Dog.
It's interesting to say how often we discussed it with the definitely when it comes to Akron, the carbon on a bummer, which is
This is bullshit. Look at this athleticism, dog.
There are a lot of degree of carbon that has the midst about it. It has this on the membrane of the eye. Now, I don't tell you why you used to say that they be able to say it was carbon pressure. So it can't be.
Look at this one. Look at this athleticism.
Ella, Brandon, what are you talking about? The McCluster 8. Market it talks about such a significant moment.
Look at this.
Look at this. You have the Lazar, and we're calling it summer.
This bitch going?
Shit. How do I know?
I bet. Look at everything. Look at this move. Is this shit going? Sick. Look at this move. Yo, first off, fuck you, cheap, and the click you claim. Dog. This athleticism. Look at this. This is the worst. Stumble. How about you go fuck yourself? That's what it should be to say. Stumble. How about you go fuck yourself? Look at that stupid bitch on that building. Cops. Worst bitch ever. Yo, first off, fuck your bitch in that click you came. Look at this system. Look at this. Look at this move. This is athletic as. Look at this move. Oh, are you fucking serious? Field goal? This is some bullshit. Give the ball to Fold. Yo, first off, fuck your bitch. And I click you claim. I feel that ball first. Oh, ASU. Oh, what a fucking upset is. Fuck. This sucks.
It's something of a hafios. The word is
Yo, first off, fuck your bitch and the click you playing. Yo, just hand the ball off. Hand the ball off, baby. Okay, so you're gonna throw some. That was tight. Good play, good play. Yo, first off, fuck your bitch and then click you playing.
That would make sense if you follow the opinion that says that shit cannot give birth. Hell, we're not going to support the
penis and me like this, son.
What are you going to tell me? Science cannot be teaching that you cannot be going to the table because it's saying animal feels good. The chance you can actually do something.
Yeah, fuck your bitch, yeah. Click you playing.
The Pasuk says,
Alright. First off, fuck your bitch and the click you playing. Done. First off, fuck your bitch and the click you playing.
If he himself is not a trade ball, he has to prove the animals who brings his table are not a trade ball.
Oh, shit. That's not good. Oh. Fucking guys.
Who says the color means that he is healthy?
That was
so Tommy must be teaching us he is physically healthy. Yes, says no. Tommy the drop out. Tommy is perfect in his race and so myself. Another she really fine lifestyle and it's good over themselves. What says what about this album? But Noah was a traitor. Because if you tell Noah was a traitor, there was
yo, dog.
The pasuk says, he talked.
What's with Bill, son? What is this bullshit? Team sucks.
Go out to the words. See if we go ahead and find all the power from the city hippopotamus.
That's really bad. You suck. Dog. Suck. There's a bench. Dog, that's a yelling at the oh, geez. Like that would be sick.
And then I would not know necessarily that it has to be a few.
That was a terrible, terrible match.
You want to have some company. You know, it's something. Even if the animal's quite old, for its stealth, it must belong, but the teaches us to Sarah. That's actually to reproduce. It's the young enough to produce, that's the healthy enough to reproduce. Just on this, not this sounded compounded ideas most of the times directly to the sake of emotion. Define the words.
All we need in this question
says what it means is a person's not a person behavior. At the end of the day, you reach the conclusion that he was so good for myself. And that really
Jesus, oh, God.
he did his life. Questions about it. At the end of the day, he was so good. He was correct. He was right. He was not exact. Tommy says yes. He's a person who's perfect. And that's in his rights. This person is so such perfect line that no people are specialists get doing. It's so good. You got to analyze it, you get to it, you get more information.
You know,
Research,
like
you start some
son.
kind of investigation. Ultimately, so you know what? The person was engaged in behaviors that were wrong, but found that they're not exactly doing right. 6 hours.
What's he saying?
That's the case. Why do you say no is Sabbath? Tongue high the earth is the first, but these are common. Then it's Sabbath. The tongue is a higher level. Because it's perfect. It's the common first. It's the common milk and that's Sabbath. So it's just like Sabbath.
That statement sucks.
Person is perfect. Do nothing. Spend your whole life doing nothing. Lock yourself up in the corner, lock yourself up in a room.
God, what is
Don't
this
get involved. I'm the
bullshit?
kind of person who's just not going to get involved. I want to be involved.
What
To
is
do that,
what is this bullshit?
you're going to be like you.
I don't know what is it. Give it to me, babe. What is this bullshit? How did you and your dragons kiss my fucking ass? No one cares.
People are not one-dimensional. People are complicated. There are a lot of work processes that go into a person's mind. And you have to get involved with something that's wrong. You got to get involved. What are you doing? What are you getting involved for? We won't know all the details. We won't always just do it on the outside. But hopefully, people will take the whole to the end. So you know what? But from the side, it's so good. It's good. It's good. Therefore, what does it say? Each side of first.
That looks like a loser.
You know what? He said, you know what? I'm not bothering. Now, you're not looking for successful generation. You need to try. You tried very hard, and ultimately, so these are topics. These are people went ahead and screwed building the kingdom something.
It's nothing like that. Shut the shit up.
Ultimately, Sabbath. These are topics. The top of that is also he's fine. Plus what he says. He's coming to draw
There you go.
Of his skills. Ultimately, that's what. How do I know? The first is Makulis. The Makulis is cow, the throwing rock, throwing stones at it. I don't know if the person checks an animal Makulis.
Yo, what up, baby?
Plus it says, these could be owed as Zukayan Lasir. Now, we will see that these Zukayan, in the next couple of minutes, have to do for the Vodazara. In Pakistan, the Apostle was essentially instructed not to check Kavanas outside of Israel. Before the Mishnah was erected, various different bundles were used. Once the Mishnah was erected, bundles became chaos. So when the Apostle said religion, Lasirians, so it's a description of Ishka and ultimately described as a Vodazara. So I'm going to now you're something for him, I don't know if person said this, and never professor Buffett. Well, here's the quote, and this is famous, and maybe you look it out there. If this is not teaching you the tips, anything else, says how these people serving our Vodazara. Now, in India, we should work like that. In other words, we can't be teaching this sort of Vodazara in a normal way, because the boss has that already. So, what is Buffett teaching me? It's that teaching, it teaches me that a person who does a typical avodah in the Mishka, Avodah is even though it's not the normal way, but Avodah it's still bad. Once you call that, I can call off these losses. That was coming to me. I mean, boy, it's a good time there. You need this for when you learn elsewhere. Which is, you took them over there, the Zion of Seder Vayikra, who lived up at the countries, just usually the shots in Israel almost. A person went ahead and we hunted this animal. Already after the Yidden were told no more Shabbanas on the Bama, but that's when the animal came up. We cleaned up the shots in Israel. So outside of it, the punishment is taken all along. The person violates this and is not putting the property to the Olamori. Rather, bring down a Bama. It's says clearly against colors. Now, so for Shanada, you heard about the authority now in the years for it. And the other participant, how long is that about? Any kind of person uses the tunnel. Then, also in these cases, Ada elevators, I say, that's an interesting. Now, on the Ada, what are the things going on here? We have to have power because it takes 10. In other words, it's 30 for putting runs on the bummer. They'll have cars. So on the bummer, on the side of the after Nicholas direct cars. We found the Ada, and here on it, Noah, who was out of the country, issued the South Central bummer. He's talking about a situation where a person consecrated an animal to be brought on a bummer when it was still permissible to be a carbon on the bummer. But this carbon lingered around until after this was erected. That the three ones who did it on the bummer, the South Central bummer. After this was erected, we carbon on the bummer. Then, if I said, but I'm actually reading the text and send it back to usually agree their Kabbalah says we go to that, and the Gemara says, but he talks to the Kabbalah. He's already previously validity. Up and down, so the abundance of Kabbalah. The language is called the vast Kabbalah. So we use the Kabbalah of Kabbalah is there. So that's the Kabbalah. We can't even now have to do more. Now the passage is the vast Kabbalah. This is really the Kabbalah Kabbalah. Now when the passage is doing like that, the Zoom mix is outside. He makes his out, he makes his voice outside. And it's a voice outside. Now you from Tamil, but you can the course. You have a mix is outside. My attention to the Kabbalah. This is voice outside of what used to be on the Sukhayan. So now, the Gemara says nothing of a slight thing to the person who's courage if we bring this particular topic relevant. This unique case where it was not fit to count animals as the animals did not, and at the time we did it was why is it because we shot for Abamos? We were calling permissibility to the carbon, why was there? But that animal usually around the was arrested, and then I send you the order, no more Abamos. Now, how do you know from the Gemara? The person who brings that particular carbon on a bummer that there's not going to be cars. Yeah, for the on the cars. Still, because it's the cars there. And the one that is owned is also him. It would be a violation of the assay. And the law assay, well, cars are not going to get cars. In other words, what would you talk about? What do you talk about? Is to study is the person paying. Is talking about a person swallowing a carbon to my good. Privately is payoff when it was concentrated, when it became hectic, when it became not a sugya, but also the one such a solid, you can't be possible to use it for others to turn my feelings to teach you that a person who sets his carbon for my students is going to be my listening. What it says, whatever colors that are used before, the colors are below both. The pasuk should need to say, well, use with me exposed. The pasuk should say, well, use with me last year. The person should not check. It's a urine. Why is an extra word of both? He can do both. Remember, the person said, the person checks the carbon. On a bummer. Israel Bamos, when that animal was dedicated as a carbon to Bamos, that is going to be in Hasei, but what's I say? The Notari, as well, the word O teaches you that there's a problem of accepting an animal to my kids. New mission. It's the mission we learned earlier today. Let's take a look. So first we find the top of Markulis, on the head of Markulis, and we described yesterday as little bit disease was its head. So we looked at the roadshow, the head of Markulis, molds, money, sift, clothing, containers, a vessel, already we do not assume that those things are part of the rather person Shmanim, he stuffed the crown, Yena, Shmanim, and you have these widows, wines, the Shmanim, oils, the stuff the flowers, hold on to the edge of the color of his bath, anything similar to the bees. One on the bath, also those things are also a lot of benefit of the skin they have to cover the sauce. What's the denominator? And you see what this denominator means. I didn't get into it because I think I like to go through it. But all three things over here is what we're saying is that anything is not, it's here to beautify the that becomes usher. If it's just there for another reason, then it won't become usher. You don't even have I'm going to feel like Yosef. I'm going to go here. Yosef says we're in Loshia. Possibly, back on the Yapasi, it says, but here what you could say, we saw, she could say, if we're despised thing, it's you despite the level of Zara, what was it? It was H wood, the evidence stone, cast out the Zalman, well, Asher in Mohem. Those that were Asher in Mohem, that was that. That's the death of all. None of us says, well, Samuel chapter the first now, the desire, the silver, the gold, Alehem. That's on top of it. We have Mohem in one parcel and Lehem in another parcel. So what is it? Is it Mohem or is it Alehem? It's different between that. If you look at Rashi, Asher in Mohem, the first Rashi after the Mishnah, H where H is up Asher in Mohem, Mohem Mashma Shahadi Makrivin, whatever the castle of the Kali Kra, using our Komat, the Makrivin coming mitzvah. So Mohem is something that you're going to use as a hakrava. When Alehem, the next Rashi says, because Rashi will sacrifice Alehem, I will eat the acid, but he said it's evident in that passage. Let's analyze. It says, Alehem, bringing it down Alehem. Alehem, just like when the things that are on top of it, Dava shall know, is it's there to be what is on to be forbidden. Shani shall know, not there. To bring beauty out, to be permissible. After Maya, similarly, anything that's used over the Zara, Zara shall know also that it's something that makes you more beautiful, it can be delicious. And Sha'ari shall know, look, if it's something that makes it look nice, it's not going to be super permissible. Therefore, when it comes to garments, we're going to have most source of Caleb, you have money, you have clothes, or you have healing. Those are not going to make it nice, and therefore those are going to be permissible. We document the people. Hold on. Why are you running this in a reading way? They're not layers of Iman. They're the opposites. Not Iman, just when it comes to Iman. Kalash Iman, indications of which type of articles can be used to serve the Zara. Call Shalem. No exclusions. You can pop on its head. And then the king, low your mouth. In other words, that's the point of the in the first place. In other words, it said Alehem, teaches something about it, if you're going to exclusive if you mind doing Alehem, and has to be some recover from no with things like that. You know, because hold on, you just challenge your premise. Money, begging some money, it's very nice. Imagine these tons of coins around the Zara, beautiful. What's wrong with that? When it says, Amr Yana, you kiss cost of the Torah that is Shavar. It's not talking about lots of coins. It's a little bag filled with money hanging around its neck. That's not very nice. Okay, much sauce. But it never come out. And it maybe puts a beautiful suit on top of the Zara. Why is it clothing not never come out? It could be tremendous double tonight. You could spend portions of money on it. No, so now we do Yana, you go, and that's not talking about wearing clothing. Person who's got some clothing on top of folded it up and put on top of that. That's not making you look nice. It's like a clothing rack. Then a person adorning when I was inside clothing. It's kind of like wrapping a spouse on his no-no. Something on top of his head. That looks nice. Clean, any type of food can make it look, where it says no. Where a couple, It's a Shifale Mashkilta ratio. We put a Mashkilta on it. So what is a Mashkilta? So Rashi tells us exactly what it is, but basically some type of long it can be viewed as a long type of vessel. At the end, we wash the hands with. So it wasn't very nice. And that's what they put on top of its head. And that's why it wasn't nice. Okay, Amravasi, Barfira, Post Neiman at Kokolim, and he decided to purchase the Rebazar for another mother pasta. He's saying what we had to the So apparently, around the Rebazar curtain, anything which is in that curtain, whether it's water, salt, whether it's bath, also for the curtain, outside this curtain, no one shall know also hit something which is beautiful and be prohibited. And it shall know if it's not beautiful, much of it can become a problem. Yes, and learn and took one of the cool. Both my cool do not have cousins. When I regard to love, because anyway, if you come even inside, this outside, the shark is permissible once in the cafes. The fire kind of people leave themselves hundreds of and buy a lot of you don't like defend the capital and salt. In other words, you start upping the ante on the some of the people order and salt to small little salts. Come on, people actually get in front of the Zara. So you're gonna be like again. The idea of power is no limits. For the person that has no limits. Ella, I think the thing on the right is the outside. Is that true? Like the inside, the person serves all even from outside, it's being considered to be open. One of the Kitabu Shaya Narpas, you learn this also. The last shop has a gina or a garden or narpas, the bathhouse, next to the Tova. You can benefit garden both from this bathhouse to the Tova. So we show that you financially, morally, you can be paying the compliment. Meaning the enemy man, the Tova cannot benefit from them with payment. If the bathhouse when garden is owned with joint ownership by the Bazara and by someone else, because many and the basis and then pay the Tova, they should without payment. The word coven shall over the top. You learn this earlier today. And what is is made by an output. Asimiyad becomes also right away before serving you. So you start if you give us the Sonic to the Bazar, then you sort of actually surviving is not so much until it actually serves. I'm not by it. My tells us the Tova is the Tova's Tova. When we say Tova, it means giving thanks for giving payment to the actual priest. So what the Tova, when it says without giving thanks, it's without giving payment. So what the Tova's Tova without giving thanks for paying priests. Ralph, if you wanted to just exclude, Tovas Tova, the giving the payment compliment to the Bazar, no cases of Yashar, let's keep them for some sense is referring to the Sefer, which is as follows. This is hardest one of our hair. This bath is owned jointly by a Bazar and by others. Sorry? The benefit from it, the Torah, whatever Torah. No, Abaya, those that mean the Torah, it says the Torah benefit from it, the Torah gives thanks for payment. But the Torah said that the Torah cannot go ahead and give thanks to the priest. So now the Master is for those bringing about the faithful generation, certainly in the first one. Now the Master those who are only the record are safer, even if we got here ourselves, to the first one, now you might say, when it comes to the in other words, I'm giving to the other side. I'm going to give to someone because if I'm not paying any dues or any debt to the desire, the partnership itself. Word goes up. To cover itself, only to cover him as when an actor makes up because the surah. By the way, let's look at that. Maslusa now. Who's working with this? We're giving the time of the judge in the Brisa, how they to have the others come to the other Sama giants. First, shall destroy all the places in the country that to destroy all the places where they serve the Brother Zara. the Taylor should have stopped the hell was to cover Tasmadaba, plus against losing the use of this stuff. Yafa, I would think Passum, Volok, Gumro, maybe stop to the hand. I would think the whole these cases they were made, or finished, they were finished, they were brought, they were I would think Yafa, I would think that the option of the case was not coming over. No, after Yazar is actually served to be a Zara. However, it's actually Yafi, because of all the publish everything. That I wrote what we mean by Nakum, Ain Asura actually is not going to be offered until it's all like that. So you know, and a year after so makes them with Zara Siyad, makes you right away. Give it Rabbi Yishmael, the community Rabbi Yishmael. You know, the Kiva argues this is Kiva Zara. Flip it around. Of the struggle to cover and touch you in the yard. It was a Zara that's made by an Akum, it's also immediately, as soon as you finish making it, it becomes also the Zara, and it's done. He doesn't serve it. So you well, if we did mix it with his own, that's if this happens, it's not be also unless actually. So if someone says it, not this way. And clearly it's using is the orthodox, not like the Rishon. The stop here for today. Everyone have a wonderful day and a wonderful time.
Everybody got their eBay fucking, prep fucking outfits. I'm just gonna say, full has got an arrow pointing down to my dick. Hey, press only, block full. Like I said, nobody can reach your fucking what happens? There's no king. The king you're referring to. I get it. So your grammar is like leaving aside whether or not Christianity is about Israel, leaving that's a side fact. The Lord said, can I do that? Or whatever it is, can I mass produce systems? Because again, they're not worship yet. What do you worship? The Lord said, this is what it is, that is even like Israel. At the end of the day, when does the Avodah Zarah itself become us? Usually at the time that it's made, or ultimately, a word is only after the worship. That's so now, I've always come to the Asura and actually up to the people. But the Avodah Zarah that was on us after. The Avodah Zarah is us and we is fascinating in that it is money. The Avodah Zarah is treated more humble than the Avodah Zarah of active. Right? The Avodah Zarah of true is us immediately at the start before it's working. The Avodah Zarah is helping to only us after. Obviously, we want to know. Because in the heart of hearts, I said, that you're supposed to say, not just everyone. does anything in life, it's never really hardly has to do this. That means there's a relative. The next 42 minutes. Yes, Hashem, בכל תזכרנו ועושים שני ישראל. Give up. אבל אז become so become that still מיד, so ready to give up. We just know that yeah, we'll deserve that. It was like first wide line. Things coming out. Where does that get people know that yeah, we'll deserve of its happening is us immediately. Even without people, where does people that come? And we were on the crowd, see them all around. Because most of the questions that really the idols of the gods are burning fire. You should hustle, not Elohim. So ultimately, the hustle ultimately what? From the moment that they carve it out, like the soul of that, right? From the moment that they carve, the moment that the idol is worship, it's in us. We eat up, what is that? We eat up. Oh, you should be telling that yes. Wasn't that small? We say, so I need that person. Or you tell me that we never overcome how step also Elohim was a big level of overcoming. Has the ability to create the idolatrous identity of the has the ability to validate his idol. Where do I know that from? You must see that Elohim. As well as the Pasuk says, you can hustle your avodah zarah. You can go ahead and reduce. You can go ahead and undo its idolatrous identity. You eat up and really get it to that out from not going to be destroyed. You're going to have ultimately a first shmuel. What does shmuel say? The shmuel on the two. What's a shmuel contrast? The Safmo Pesach is Zohar Palah. You cannot cover his gold and his silver to exceed the Lakach. So then it says, you shall take the gold and silver upon the source of the right? So it's What's the way element? So if it was carved out from the idol, then what? Then ultimately, then one is so again, you see the ability to go ahead and the identity of the idol. Ultimately, again, at that point, and one is going to go ahead and then that the apple Zara of the holy becomes but again, what says the Zara of the smell and also wants to some says literally again, some says actually also that the idol is only until you do those things right. This is the Bible that we refer to. It says, both of them see the Trinity is so the Jews consider worship of the instruction of verse and verse invite. You see again, and this one thing I'm not going to hold up on at least I try to do the only mistake, at least we try to, we should not have mistakes, private mistakes. Because again, deep down, what we go through to explain, we should have been not what is it that we're not, and when we buy this, one of these stocks, nine level is for having the visa, that we have a result. I mean, requires things, has to be given the error, that you can't be the doctor, the result of the team instead of the use. שנאמר ושם בססר, ושפר את זה, אבל ההקלות תסתמרה. הנה נעבור לספקם בשביל, אם לא תהיה, אנחנו נספקם בשביל, בפועל זה נאמר, נוסיף לו לך השאלה, שופטים צפיצה ומזבח. אז זה שנה כעשר השאלה, וצפי מזבח, מה מזבח תאוי תפילה, אף השאלה תאוי תפילה. Listen, just like the game is there. Listen, the stones have to be in the way. So two levels of all sacrifices have to be very this was close to that's why on the Harabites. And that's why again you can put on the Harabites. If you notice today, if you look at the picture of Harabites now, what will you see? You'll see a lot of trees. We'll say that was not the that was not the last speech of the country and decided how to beautify the Harabites. That was a theological stuff. So that again was a specific effort underlined by certain whoever any tree that Harabites. That's because the system zero from the middle of the system. Because as I said, the either only by everything they trust was the other thing in for such projects like the government like this was the system is like that. So the American like this call how many giants in a hundred she would know that she is your unworthy judge is as if that's not what they are saying. And shows me the shows me teaching the public plus it shows me that I have no one judges and enforcers who always like me. Islamically, let's see them at Ashura public. Right after what it says, don't plant an Ashura and listen, so again, this is the juxtaposition over here. It's really the appointment of judges that Ashura tells me that the local events I go ahead and I appoint that judge. That's a too much time that I do. The other one is very powerful. What is the Ashura? The Ashura the person who has powers, the wrong person has the gives the person the ability to go ahead and undertake the law, then again, that's a very easy. I'm going to ask you that when welcome to the nothing is there. And let's say, if you're living in a place where our proper family is happening, and you still appoint the wrong judge, not only is it like planting an Ashura, but what? It's like planting an Ashura by his day. What is it happening? That's my focus that you told them that your people have not yet been resolved. They say, that is a major At what point in time does Abu Rizal become us? So the people who say Abu Rizal of the Abu becomes us immediately. Abu Rizal of the Jew only becomes us after he worships. And Ismail says the opposite. You have a result of the Jew becomes us immediately. You have a result of the opposite only after he worships. What's the major like this? I mean, incredible, overwhelming important. Because listen, all you believe to have a law from things that were clearly made for idolatry, but not yet used for idolatry. So again, we're not getting to that my point. It's more interesting. But we seem to have on this book, but not. What happened to the person? And pencil was broken, and he was spared for the body lane, see that body lane, you go right across the last over there. You see, this is fun. Listen, you can go ahead and you have a pencil that broke. The increase of the corners actually is told in the spike of the muscles. Most of the pencil broke, you took a hammer, and you essentially you banged it out. Until you go ahead and plus it's you repair the pencil for the sake of our focus. Now, once the stand is off, let's I take the pencil. We say 3 levels when you repair guys look for the sake of the devil design. What's that? So now, you might say, well, what's that first one of business? How about this go up and demand? What's the first time? Who does this belong to? Who does that belong to? People come in, these people that it's these kind of people come in. So they are small, they are so what's that? Culture education. This utensil, this utensil for us. It is not about desire itself. Including that you throw with you. That in some say, well, let's go come in a swing. Actually, I even show you also that a service utensil only becomes also when it's actively used for service. Only when it's actively used for service. The error of all those go come in this stuff. Rather what you see, it is the above go come in the snow. So I need to imagine. Even if I use that, well, the start to the others, which are standard wise, was a great feedback. Level desire, which is our family, the idol itself, doesn't become us until one, doesn't become us ultimately until it has to be worshipped. If the idol doesn't become us until it's worshipped, then what? Certainly the service utensils will not become further worshipped as well. So the Emma Ali doesn't be physical. Rather, it has to be physical. The Emma Asira, which levels it holds, and we have the Zara art. Yeah, but ultimately, becomes us immediately. Something like that says, Mike, the Samsung vendor was a Jewish house, Jewish service utensils, like about the Zara service utensils. Not us, actually, just like over there, it's only us that choose. So to over here, it's only us that choose. Oh, Gilma, no, that was the Hamok. Service utensils. From the castle from the about stories. My feet are still up in the yard. Just like the castle, right? Just like, yeah, but the of the after is also a unity. After Shanisha Assyria. So to the service Assyria. My journey to come finding the research. Why do you think the keys as one who ultimately again travel together? To play us, why don't you go ahead and explain the keys as one who maybe why is this? But also, the Hamuna is so much stronger than the what's the next the thing about this is just about not just when the service comes from service gets about the was investing in what is that? It's not. Lima was a middle defense. Remember, I will resolve it just a moment. Now, guys, the anything better than the Zara is. Right now, you got both. You got both in one day. This is says Gemara. Lima Taco. What's the middle utensils? Middle utensils. What's the they have a receptacle or not. They come from you start. What's the one? Now the what's the hell? Now the defense so that means defense rates. So it makes sense because Tumor is a function of having an identity as a team. What if we have this as well? Now, because of our son, okay, let's say let's have my metal utensil, it became covered. Now it's covered. It's broke. It's torn. Now we put it back together. What's the what's that look? Yeah, absolutely. We reverse back to its previous color stack. What? This is what you actually just come up. Slash says, especially to muscle return if you have to color or something in the market there. Cause you must control what this is. You see what to do. And effectively, you do the back to the understand Also, what is it about the sun? You still such habits, one such habits, the body kind of Zula, Shema Yom, Zula, Bas Yom. So, what's it? Everyone was like, you can't see the touch. So, too much space. You have to use it. It requires everything, right? It requires like, immersion, requires meditation. Because so that's relatively easily that it loses its identity because it becomes tough. So what's the idea of tough is simply by breaking what was it? As I was concerned, that since we could affect the communities, the quote unquote the people may get that also affects the community's talent, also affects the community's skill. Yes, I wanted to check out. They made a decision. The decision that was a creation that Gemara says, "Does the Yomu Tila Bashoma or the Kalibai, the Kalibai, and the Gemara gets the Gemara that the creation style of this Gopal, the Karim said, third order, the Kiba, the Shamset name, shown to be the Kiba, the husband, the Riska, always to come back. And it's time to go in other too much commercial. Therefore, again, had a big some may think that in a mikvah affects the power. Therefore, again, they say before you break the utensil and you put it back together, it resumes or it resumes its what is what happened. Was again 300 Summa. So let's go back to this. You have the utensil that was used for our zone. Remember again. You're established and when the utensil is used for our zone, it requires Tumma. What's kind of Tumma? Now what's what happens? Utensil broke. Now what happens? This one, you put it back together. So what's the does it depend if that both is Summa or not? What's the same? But the other Summa, when you say the way you get let's put that together, Summa, and then you make some stuff about Summa Grab, do we say the only game biblical Summa? It doesn't mean it was like the notion that some travel is not coming, was already see that one, you can misuse more than Summa. No, but perhaps you know that when so when you put it back together again, that's you must ask one question on the Shema Rabban on the Hadra. So number one is you can do that. And then it broke. And then it was put back together. Does the Bennett Tumma rich or not? Everyone agrees. Does the Bennett Tumma oh no, Hadra? Or not? Lama low Hadra. And the Bennett Tumma does not. So much that I've always become a woman that was from the study of Buddha. So although they really say that even if the Bennett Tumma wouldn't be so much, maybe Tumma Sabbath will say what is that one on Hot Sabbath, this could be treated and therefore the Tumma should return, which the answer is to this number one, the way you pass it on both sides, that everyone, hopefully, even that service utensils made for our Sarah will only become awesome after they are washed, after they are used in service, not after they are used. Because it's very important. We talk about that that the idol itself, awesome to be used or only after. That's what my focus. This service is awesome. Everyone
So where did we go?
If you were to go to the Abodizar surplus store and then found, maybe some extra whatever. Right? But they were never cheap. They're there for the service that was being used. Technically, one was just ready to purchase it and
Wait,
that's the
after
one
the
myself. Whether that's a company discussion on a technical level, was like number two takeaway is that I love my sleep class and cancel my store and it's great. The great is causes it to be come on. If you put it together, there's good that one has to put it. That's halacha only has the sumator. I saw sumator I want to just not take is what do you do with tomorrow? Right? Even though that is a big tomorrow, you consider like a rice for that, that's the thing. Says the my name is Dr. Jana. I grew up on the open now. What happens? What about offering? I go offering trouble. I lost to return. What is the status? What is the bottom of that? So does the Tuma about the how do you people, the Tarim, Tuma, people, the Tuma, so that I don't say why people got you. I don't trust you. That's the easy. Even this is how it looks like coming out of that. Thereby, giving you moving to come up from that offering. If you find out what it's coming, you beg. So why don't you ask about what the rest of us is actually some open? What happens if you worship food? If you worship food, for example, have a staff of a pass, a person down to the road and bread. So once can I go and can a person worship, can a person go ahead and think, can I hold each other by removing each other? The mother says, if you had a book, I was going to follow the next time. The bundle what's the best aspect? We make it established that a person is happy in the doctor so it's another guy which we should be the doctor level certain what? Not the one certain of course we should be the doctor you see Tuma of the apple or Tuma is this function of the apple it's object is but when I so in the vast of the ideologies I can see in the vast of the as well, people coming by as well. So what the progress about this is from what's the training, what about an offering level? What's offered up who's level? So what's the status of that? What are offered, that's it. They are forever us. The research and there's obviously only people like the just like the people hold that I like to say that government is offered like that would not be for some this is the battle some of that one as well. I was saying this is the right stuff which is the act of doing something with that can't be battle but which is that one can't be battle which whereas but Yosef reveals that from like that. So since you find the base culture, now was like this is amazing. Is amazing. So what about the consensus in the whole right in the people of country was like what is the people of country was like watching first last why my national attack base culture, but it's just like that's the example. You know, Shimon Savage was it his know one start of similar attack, right? Similar attack, fire missionary and actually second last one of the last remaining members of attributes and doubles. It's the animal story. That's not. It's right. It's trying to say, as the president, so I'm not going to go. So again, very much like it's not. Right, that part from the border, right on right. So I don't know, right there. So not great. So that's how. So also turns out a sun. That's what the sun of thunder. So Baruch when it's night, you guys, why do you run away from the existence? With no effort. So what's this case? So that's how we get two sons. He appointed his oldest son. He appointed his oldest son. First he appointed Sunday refers to his older brother. Then it was an extra to the was itself, and he passed up on the opportunity of the so what did he do? He ran away to Egypt. What did he do? He run a son's death. Good luck. Now, one side. He didn't just go to order. Can't go have this and this done. He eventually killed the base and this part. But a replica of the base and this does called brother there. So what's that? Years of fascinating. Well, pretty honest. Each of them I don't share each of my never tonight. Most of the people there's a position it's not constant that it's about himself. He's my whole he says we're going to see this moment. What's that about this or what's looking at for his power? So it says here's the site. Utensils used in the shul in the big church of Congo, which was built in Egypt. Most Spanish but they have not. Okay, listen to this. When I take those utensils and use them in the big and this project. Combine them. So as I said, what I leave it to that when I was about these things. So as I said, so let me again, these obviously only according to the people in the home that is still up under the was not a base out of the this time. Kohanim is hard but he shines through the Kohanim was served. By the way, one quite all starts with nice offering. Right, so that's right. So I said, what's this side? I see that common spirit in the school, that's how you know, and I was to come back to the heavy accepting that. No, once it is served in the house of worship of Congo, do not allow it to serve the influence of Roma is our actual and all the more so, he serves about Zara. Of course, don't let them back influence. So what do you see here? So what do you see here? You see here right away that Kohanim will serve in Congo are two different groups trying to serve about Zara. Also, you see that there's a new hold that is Congo not about Zara. So according to the new hold, that Congo was worshiping idolatry, hands was which were used in the Congo and used in the It's still Kohanim who so let's go back to the so here we see one says, they don't serve Kohanim, so the one says, and Kohanim will be considered one of the enemy. So they say, I always the rabbis asked the Kohanim to serve in following place. Therefore they can't come back to the question about healing the phone utensils. So maybe you can talk about can't come back to it. Maybe that's what the class of Kohanim, but they would be used not to deal with the same way that Kohanim can be in chapter 7 of the video, so anyway, so that so he said, no, ultimately again are awesome. When we passed to support this, he said, I forgot the passage. I forgot. So once I didn't remember, this is the show asking from that. So that he says, I know it cannot be used again and lift up and deliver some stuff, and the same cannot come back to the person that supports this is like a believing under the person. Basically, Tasha, what's the better? All the story during the story is not over. Correctly, related to the Hamara, Hamara, Salo, there is one of the questions. It says, Marco, from the all of the texts like Atmos, right, during this narrative, one of the literally were prepared and was like, Atmos was not exactly. Like, remember, Atmos is the father of Skill. Skill is literally used everything in the part of the incredible unspeakable damage on his father. So everything that we use by Atmos is coming. My love on God, eliminate. God, God doesn't that mean that some of us need to immerse in the middle? With eternal movies, then we are not doing eternal movies. So what's at this point in time? So Rebbe says, I'm going to borrow after the Shammai. Blessed are you. But let's just remember, this is Rebbe speaking that he also can show. But you, certainly have the Abidasi. You should back by us at first. Remember, the Rebbe is not going to have a process, it's supposed to process. Rebbe Yossi can show us from this process. Now, he interpreted it wrongly, but Rebbe says, because this is the process. Under what is it that we prepare them? Right? Simple. They give them away. That's the Achille Kafka. And the commission by Ahmad for our site, now they got totally new. So again, you say that essentially everything is what cannot be used for this. So to even this window cannot be used. So yeah, what's the fascinating? The justice is called justice. It is a predicate of the look at this move. Look at footwork. Look at this move. You fucking fool. Look at this move. There's athleticism. Not you little bitch. For the service of the so this is the death has to be made of what? All stones. Meaning that single, so if you just chisel down these stones, that doesn't work. Why? Well, son of my advisor, so it says you have to use stones, you can't use iron, those stones, the iron, the real outside. So why not just go ahead and take the stone? That was essentially once you drink out of this, once you the thing you bring up, once that made use of then what? That is actually a good part of the stones. You can build a house. You can whatever you want. You need a hundred Russia. Should we know that's a deductible. That's what you got. So you should that some at one point you want to go ahead and say that these countries are going to say why because the gold is over there taken from the deputies and these are like you know what's there was a concern that if you were to go ahead and use gold for silver they might be doing using the gold for silver over of the example of equity was something that the treasury was made was like about remember so I had to look at almost and also the content of the pages or the Tulane specific kinds of coins that you will need is from the gold and silver of the Sharai. It makes Tiba Shayu Sharai. Actually, the much of a mikra minakera, so the down the party, what's the house? Too much of the call of soon the Kalu. What's the house? Plus, is that when the old levels start coming, and these hours stuff, by definition, they go ahead and use the stuff. So, the gold so from the temple, very the thing that will be silver is no longer covered. Same idea here. When the people see it, also, our staff, innovation makers, for idolatry systems, what do they do? If you look, they protect no longer has to use up. If that's the case, again, on one side, that's where I'm coming. Break apart the stone. I get it. But I said, how do you put it away? So if you're running with the young levels, you're going to come this is pretending much like the gold and silver. Also, it's not to run a bar. Half a kilo of Spanish people, the bar, I don't need to correct. Was a mistake of the level. Once, yes, it's like technically still use it for regular measures. Why is it appropriate? A lot of the lights, so or who wants to be appropriate ultimately to use it for money studies. Therefore, the Hashanah come back. When the Hashanah come back, we break apart the staff, we put away the stones in one of the chambers. But I will say, to answer the original question, was chances use fungo. Can you use them as a question like a W remember the answer? What the possibility the answer from the answer that is once you test it, fungo has to be almost six, ultimately, again, abundance of publishing. Ina asura ela adke habes. Also from here we see that the abundance of publishing ultimately is not asur until it was just not as good as dramatic halakha. Let's say that I'd like to take it over cross business. That's a lot of power. I'd like to know penalty. And what is it that comes on? The only is at what point in time is the cross is it Abu Zara ultimately behind that community? Just again, it's obviously a religious object. The purpose. Leaving aside whether or not Christianity is Abu Zara, that's a side project. The Muslim is saying, can I let Buddha or whatever it is? Can I let because again, we're not worshiping that is small. When does the Abu Zara himself become us? Is that kind of me? More ultimately, I've always worship. The avodah of the Jew is more common than the avodah of an apple, right? The avodah of a Jew is also immediately once it's passed before worship. The avodah of an apple will only be also after its worship. You know, about it's just in the heart of us. It's speaking about the next one. Hashem can nurse the some Makish Elohim the tree. The pasuk on that Makish and Achia. Those are just concerns that are once they are active. Elohim not ultimately God also only become us after. So also this is Jesus that the Avodas the idolatry of an apple is only also once the worship says the Avodah of the Jews is also unused. But I did keep the law, not as S basically the word S ultimately again the guys and also now we're gonna keep kind of moving forward to this and that is slow. Ashti was so you know you small money is only on certain places where you start that really that the avodah of the Jews are saying smaller than others. You sell a student says the fact that everything happens is only those avodah are saying that you sell flower why don't you see the avodah you sell destroy it, or go ahead and already be disaster. In my maybe that's said that a person aspires to be once you go ahead and leave that but it's really stuff and that results doesn't become us until it's after I will have to last person is the first person and the last yeah just fully maybe that's an issue to go ahead and establish the person as this artist first to the let's see we have to solve it. Idol itself might not look to listen to what it says. However, says ultimately it says it's about against such an object is called such object. A brother, I mean, that the Avodah Zarah of the Holy Torah becomes Asr and Yehudi. The Avodah Zarah of the Jew only becomes Asr once he worships. The Yishmael holds the Avodah of the Jew becomes Asr immediately once he worships. He saw some things from the priest. No, it's because of the priest. I just want to Avodah Zarah, I will say, God going on is because the second level inside, the second level is never put anywhere. Has the That means that it is already the next so the most exciting study could be Seigneur Hashem, but has the high or she says that we give up. Avodah come to Surah Midah, so what's it ready to give up? This we know that the Avodah was at first wide phase coming out. Sarah of an apple is immediate. Even without where does he know that from? Elohim to but also the question says that literal translation is the idols of these are burned in the fire. We should Naasa Elohim. Also ultimately the Paslu will be used from the moment they carve it out. Like the soul of right from the moment that they carve it, make it the Paslu. The moment that the idol is made, what do you do? That's everybody's fault. You got how fire this is becoming that way. Wasn't that small this one? No, you need that Paslu. Where do I need that Paslu for? You can't hear it. You know, I have a whole problem. That whole soul, I don't know. How do you know that a whole has the idolatrous identity as we go to validate his idol. Where do I know that from? So you must be Elohim. Your Avodah Zarah. You can go ahead and you food. You can go ahead and undo this idolatrous identity. You eat up, and with it, like that out from naturally destroyed. That's ultimately again from people. What is small said? Small got what they small contrast people. What is it contrast? And some of Kesef is so how covered. You cannot cover gold and the silver. The last time, the devil told you something to gold and the silver. So what's the solution? So what's the but possibly the other part, if it was cut out from the idol, then ultimately again one is so again, you go ahead and repeat unity of the Avodah Zarah. Again, at that point, has to be an Avodah Zarah permitted to go ahead and that you can ask the Avodah to come to only go have it. Yes, but ask the Avodah to come as well. Now, actually, the reason of the Kiva, give me a proof. This is speaking from the passage that the Avodah Zarah of the Holy Torah becomes Asr because Asr but like the Avodah Zarah of the Yisrael, how do we know that it's only Asr once you worship it? The sum of so what's the passage says? Literally again, what is the sum what is the sum? Actually, Asr not Basisa. The idol is only Asr until those things in private. Let's say what in private that we refer to here. So it actually says, the assumption is this is the chapter, so you can work with Avodah Zarah. The assumption is where's the Avodah Zarah? Right, in private again. And perhaps I'm going to do an Avera, but one thing I'm not going to do an Avera public. At least again, my private communities are that's what we have here. There's all these Requires he has to be given the whatever is head. Listen, you can't be Madato. You have a Zara of instead it has to be meaning some basation. Put it in the whole place. Give it up. Let me keep away. I'm gonna push them around. Then I'm gonna come to the אמר, עשית לך eats by the man is there just like at the stone so to an ashara obviously also that's why
Yo, what up, girl? Yo, can you hear me? Hello? What up, Neo? So need you. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
What up, big dog? How are you? Hello, how was you? A long time. How'd you find out about it, dog?
Like hearing some random calls on the Discord server.
Where, dog? May I ask your age?
Like underage. I'm underage.
Okay, you can't be in here, big dog. Take care. See ya.
Alright, I'll leave.
Seems like it could be. It could be. You know. You know how much shit I had to fucking mute for your ass?
So the Amrish like this. Man, dying in a huddle to the note that shit. So judge, it's as if you're married and so now I'm married.
Listen, that is.
Good kiddo.
Motherfucker's healthy.
What is that? Well, then again, it's a very beautiful society. That says, living in a place where I can't tell me this. It's still a point to be wrong. Judge only is my country. But what? It's like country and Assyria by there. What is it? Você that must be like smaller than the ball has not been resolved. And that is a major. At what point in time will Missouri become us? People will say they have a Missouri of the boom becomes us. They have a Missouri of the Jew only after he worships. That is says the opposite. They have a Missouri of the Jew becomes us and they have a Missouri of the Apple becomes us only after he makes them a focus. Incredible, overreaching on the point. Because listen, with these dependencies, from things that would really run down to, but not yet use that. So again, look at my quote. Let's switch to he seems to be liable on the spot. What happens if a person took a missile and the pencil was broken and he repaired it for the sake of idolatry? So the trash because he tells you see that process. You go right across the room there. You see this food. You finish but listen, if you go ahead and you have a pencil that broke, the Hickeys I love the corners actually probed in a special to the smelling muscles. Most of the pencil broke. You took a hammer and you essentially you banged it out. You created until you go ahead and use the pencil. Once you say you will carry the pencil to the safe of our medicine. Now once the stand what's I think you see levels repair the pencil to the levels. What's that? So now, you must first question, this one of the questions. How about the first question? The man. What's the first item? Two questions belong. Police defense belong to two levels. From the people. So they were small when they became the chance of having it. So let's say 14 to the people. Remember again, this defense is a serious defense for our result. It is not our result itself. So what is the Sam said, well, let's go come in a slim actually. What I clearly showed you was that a service essential only becomes also when it's actually used for service. Only when it's actually used for service. The Emma, I've always spoken of this now. Well, everybody is here. We have always spoken of this. The Avodizara of the Jew shall vanish the idol itself, doesn't become us until doesn't become us only until it's actually worship. If the idol doesn't become us until it's worship, the service utensils will not become us until they worship. That's right. So the Ella الأمر السلمية يشبه that the Avodizara of the Avodizara ultimately becomes us immediately. The sanction is was a legal house. He was like from Avodizara said, not us actually just as it's on us so to be on the other. Oklahoma, Nada. There was an equivalent halachos of service utensils from the castle from the Avodizara itself. My Asura Iyad, just like the castle, right? This is just like the Avodizara of the Apple is also immediately after Syria. So to the service utensils, my way to come to the visa. Why as one who is shared ultimately as a travel visa? To find the asa, go ahead and bring the question needed for the why isn't this? Why isn't this? So you look at education things. Like I'm moving to the United States. Too much struggle for that. What's the next thing fast? Not just the now, not just now, when it was a service intention, was he asking about what's it? Remember, I've always got to this moment. Right? Right now, Got both. Got both in one day. Sometimes I have which is my topics. Let's say metal utensils, she came with covering care. Let's say the customized utensil. So let's say you have two different utensils. She came with covering out of base two. Utensil out of home, and the covering utensil with the receptacle. So we never whether they have a receptacle of 200 versus a become product. You shall let's say what happens ultimately is it doesn't make a difference. Whatever it is. What's your option in terms of risk? So target. And we'll set this to it up so you can come somewhere. It's with sex. Because tumor is a function of the object having an identity as a being. Once the object loses the status of tumor as well. So what happens? Now, how do you bounce? So let's say I have my metal utensil. So it became covered. Now it's covered. It broke. I put it back together. We'll say what? Yatsuru Lutuma Yusha. It reverts me. This is just a moment. Rashi said, Lutuma Yusha, if you have to charge from it, you're marching there. So there. Because Lutuma Yusha, what's this for this? You see that to be a country you have to go to the stuff. I will say, I want a Matinda, Semayomula Bastioma Ola. So we'll say this for this. I don't want to say this. You can't think of something. So I think too much moves. And I cannot be happy with it. But then it requires effort. Right? Requires night. Requires night. In some ways, that's follows. There is a way to continuously be kind of how can you purify utensils? How? Break it. Break it. Thereby smashing it is an extreme. There are things that breaking utensils. Or it wasn't definition of breakage is rendering this unusable for its there are plenty of ways in which you can go ahead and break an utensil relatively easily so that it loses its identity as it becomes tough. So what's the effect? Is color my utensil by breaking. What does Doctor say? That's all what the since you can affect is color, meaning that the breaking. The quote unquote breaking. So people may get confused that the mikvah also affects his power, also affects his purification. Therefore, I'll say, they need a tzir. Tzir, they need a whole institution that so the Gemara says, God Hashem is yomu tzviva b'adoma. Why? Why? And the Gemara, and therefore the Gemara says, you should stumble on what is to happen. I didn't say the start, learn all of the Akiva, you can say to me, stubborn to the Latziron, because of the risk on our bodies, that in his unsibo, other tumor kamai says. Therefore, had a singer that maintained that Tzviva is what affects this continuous power. Therefore, again, if you go to the breaking utensil and you put it back together, it resumes or she had the summa. So let's say now, let's go back to the summa. You have the utensil that was used for all the stuff. Remember, we already established that when the utensil is requires summa. What kind of summa is it? So that's not going to be solved. Now let's say, well, the utensil broke. What happens? This one. We put it back together. So let's do my side. Let's say again, it's a boulder zone tomorrow. What's the same? When do you say that it broke because let's put back together you can use for tomorrow and then you come and about the grab on the road? Do we say that it only regains divinity? It doesn't regain divinity. There was a notion that something that you saw is coming. It was a difficult order. So do we say that again, this is more regains tomorrow? Well, they have to know that when the Rabbanan imposed this true revolution, that the utensil was coming. And when you put it back together in Tumah, that's both to race. And the Rabbanan This is one of the instructions that but I understand why he asked the Shana Babel Zara. He asked the Shana to us to get as we go further from one question on the field of another. Too much Rabban on the Hajj. We'll say, Shana number one, you can do that stomach. And then he broke. And then it was put back together. He didn't come a return or not. Biblical color return. Come a return or not. Oh no. Or not. Or not. In Tim Salama Loa Hadra. And if you say that there's too much does not come, you shall be abundant to the we'll say, will we say that even if one wouldn't return, but maybe what? Maybe Thomas Avo the Zara with the Abanon, because Avo the Zara, it can be treated with return, to which the Gemara answers, take. I have to leave this with the so let's consider 2 points from the studio. First of all, number one, the way you passed it on both sides. He said everyone, both men and people that is wrong with you, the service utensils made for Avo the Zara will only become usher after they are worked, after they are used in service, after they are used. What's explaining important? He was talking about the people that are small, idol itself. Is the idol itself usher and it's created or only after it's working? That's a matter of guess. When it comes to service utensils, everyone will agree. Everyone will agree that it only becomes usher after one, after it's used. So for argument's sake, if you were to go to the Bodhizar surplus store and the manufacturer, made some extra whatever, right? Bodhizar treatments, right? But they were never used. They were never used. They're there for the service that they were never used. Technically, one will be very interested and that's a lot of my whether that's appropriate business discussion, but a technical one to do. Looks like number two takeaway is that halakha of asking that when the pencil has floor and it breaks, the breakage causes it to lose so much. When you put it back together, there's a clear that one of the that halakha applies to Kimatar. I said Kimatar does not do. It's what? What's tomorrow about the sun? Right? Even though that is a rabbinic tomorrow, you should have let it go or not, that's the case. Says the Bible. But in the Yara. At Romas, I want to come to offer now. What about offering to an offer? What is the status ultimately again? What is the status? What is the last food, so to speak? So, but the Torah about the Zara, does Brittle have the ability to remove its Torah or not? What do they do? I don't know why asking about food. Why don't you ask about the places that you use to service ultimately or whatever or offer up to the other? Because you must feel no company. Even this is kind of a make for coming out of that. You constantly talk about the things. You can't go to the use of the offering about the Zara. Since you can't go to so certainly get it from the actually. Come on, some of the Zara don't do it. Because of the dispute, you talk about it. Also, as we say, if a person has a dispute on that one Zara, and he's a doctor that offering, thereby removing from that offering. When they open, if you put it that way, you say, why don't you ask about some offering? What happens if you worship food? If you worship food, for example, a person bows down, can I go ahead? Can a person worship? Can a person go ahead and give the concept? That is Zara, thereby removing the Torah. Which the Gemara says, if you had was comfortable, I was told to follow about it. That's not a catch. Why not? What's the only thing? You see the bottle, human now. What's it? We've already established that a person is the doctor who's at both sides. So it's never you established to be the doctor of the other doesn't want. Not the one doesn't want. The doctor associated tumor of the Avodah Zarah. The tumor is a function of the idea that this object is an Avodah Zarah. But when I saw it, if you do back with the idolatrous identity, if you first do the back with it, well, keep coming by it. What's the shame? Tax Avodah comes from opening. What's the shame is what about an offering to Avodah Zarah? Person offered up food to Avodah Zarah. What's the status of that? So was a good season. Since the Bishop could not be the was the only game so speak about people just as much as an active offerings are offered, that's it. We are forever us. So do say then those are the only regular people. They people hold that ultimate like that would be I like to say yeah, that would be identity cannot be this is the alliance of which is the act of offering something to an animal. That can be bottle, but the promote is black. On a candy bottle, which says, children find the base fun. Now, was like, this is amazing. This is was like, what that becomes in the school, that's the people of fun. Was like, last one, national base that's Fondo, you know, for similar such was Fondo was son of similar such, right? Similar such, similar such, very active, last remember attributes of the it's like so again, bring up that but that's part of the border so so you right there. And I'm just great. See what I'm talking. So it's a turn out had a son. That's going to son fun though. So in the sky, why do you it may happen. So what's the listen to this? So I looked at two sons. One is his oldest son. Well, first the point of the Conrad. Conrad referred to his older. Then I was saying ultimately he was obsessed and he had the opportunity for greatness. What did he do? He ran away to Egypt. What did he do? Punish some death. He was not. I was like, he didn't Conrad built a base of Mithras in Egypt. The effective built a base, a replica of the base of Mithras in Egypt. He became the Holy God there. That was like, he was fascinating. So, pretty awesome. Ilk yıllarda şey barışmış var. İlk yıllarda ve ikinci yıllarda. What's interesting is there's an interesting discussion. That has an example. So, my hope is that this moment or was he working that tomorrow? So what's here's the child. Utensils used in the shul in the which was built in Egypt. Now Spanish for him, but they send me. So listen to this. When I take those utensils and use them in the base of this project, combine them Everybody was like, what's the show? Everybody was talking about this. So remember, again, this obviously is only a cash shop. According to the opinion holds that the shul of Kanya was not a base of this. It's not. So how should this Kanya, but you should and by the way, quite all start right here. And I was to come back to the no, once upon served in the house of worship of Sanyo, we do not allow it to serve in the midst of the inroads are of Roma, the Java Act. So we're saying, and all the more the Torah is served about Zara, of course, we have into the midst of it. So we're saying, so what is it there? So what is it there? By the way, that Ohio is served in Sanyo are treated differently than the Ohio is served at so as you see, there's a few holds that this Sanyo was not apples and oranges. But focus, so according to the opinion who holds that Sanyo was treating idolatry, and the transmission to refuse the house of worship of Sanyo, and now, there's no Ohio is served in Sanyo, do not go back into the so do we see says, they don't say Echad Kohanim, so you might have Kohanim would be considered among them, the rabbis, Shinas, the Kohanim, because the Kohanim are the choice to go serve. And it always different, they can't come back. And some of us about people in the club, and also when it comes to defense, so maybe you can say, you don't have to come back into the nation. Maybe that's just the class of people. But they are between the actual and the nation. But you say, no, the same way that Kohanim can't their hands were small and and I have a fun support this. I forgot. So once I can remember, this is that you asked me from them. So that he says, the utensils were used. There's something called and in the base and Mikdash and in the base and the same Kohanim who served in the base and Mikdash and Kohanim cannot come back to serve. And also the concept that supports this is the kind of like instant process. Should be catch doesn't matter the old school beginning is not over instant. Correct so the Malo, they follow the says Marco and says all the possibility with my love exactly doesn't that Blessed are you. Right, let's just remember this is speaking from Yossi Ben Shol. Blessed are you. Abiyasa. Abiyasa. You can read that, my words, remember the Reggie said, and you're going to have a positive support. That the Yossi Ben Shol asked the question of his trust. As the witness, he interpreted it wrongly, but then he says, thank you so much for trusting me. So this is the person. They run away, right? So guns, they keep them away. That's so again, let me try to say that essentially anything other than sexual enough. So to keep audio will not be used for this other person. You must share it. What's the sexual discussion? The subject is called what does he prefer? Long to they face nationalized after that. So what you did was and they went ahead and used stones, they used them. They put the stones in the chamber, the northeast chamber. The fire chamber, put it there, put it such levels, what happened? This reality there for the service of the people. Other than that, and literally what should we do? These things say we just that's not going to work, right? Because I've already so much of that. So this gas has to be the one, so down the step, that does also on the environment. So it says you have to stop. The Amai with the leader with the little that was like so much at one point in time, we want to go ahead and say that these can't go to water. Because of the golden sword that is taken to these countries that are you know, wasn't always a concern, but it's the ultimately of the semiconductor of actually was exactly was maybe so you might have said, but what's that about? You know, Sarai, you look at the Allah, Sarai, Sarai, I'm not buying you. Nora had to so then the people wanted to go ahead and say wanted to use And use our by definition the door. So they took the gold and silver part that gold and silver is no longer covered. Same idea here. When the Greeks came in, about some our gas, innovation in the dollar systems, what did they do to it? If you look at it, they prevent it. You know what? So if that's the case, you're going to look like that's the right part. So I think that's what I said. I would be put the way in the thing. So if you are the ultimate limiter of it, just like the over possible example, once gap used by dollars, technically distribution evaporates. Distribution evaporates, you can use it for what? You can use it for regular marketing items. The man says it's inappropriate. Why is it inappropriate? Since a lot of them lifestyle, since a lot of lifestyle service of what he wants, they're being appropriate, so more money. Therefore, the national come back. National come back. There's a bunch of staff. We put it in one of the favorite coordinators for the website. It's a regional question. The regional question
Today's stuff. No. To begin our share this morning, we're taking our sponsors. We thank our annual voluntary sponsor, the Tilson family, for sponsoring Golden Spirit here as a support service. Proudly so, we also thank our sponsor for the month of Steve and Wendy Drayson in honor of Israel Drayson, Dina Drayson, Stanley's wife, and English's wife, Thomas Leah, Spanish, and everyone should be there. So we can send them Today's Dr. We are picking up on Dr. Test on the base at the brand new carrot. Mishnah starts as follows. Bishlo Omer Kol Shavana Zubitzatzu, Tzad Maturis. So a brief introduction today. As we go through the section of Zara, different about Zaras. One of the Zaras was called Zara Maturis. That's interesting and it's important to point out that it says in the Pasuk, the same Elohim Acherim Lo should not go ahead and mention the names of Avodah Zarah. So we generally know that there's a rule that if there's an Avodah Zarah which can be the Torah, for example, Baal Pa'ar, then it's permissible for a person to go ahead and mention that name. But we don't find Markulis anywhere in the Torah. This is on Daf Notice, how is it possible they go ahead and list off and name this Avodah Zarah? So he explains that this is not it's Avodah Zarah. Well, he starts to say on Daf Notice, Alex, people are not happy with this place. He starts off by saying, "Sure, they can't. If my student they let mention its name, the Torah, not mentioning the Torah." So the Parakal Musa said, "Hey, Master said, Omar, Abashay, Elohim, Achem, Losazkiru." Pasuk says you should not mention the name of Zarah. So how is it that we just go ahead and mention the name of the Zarah in our Mishnah? So we explain over the time that its name really was not Malchus. Rather, Kilo, Lashon Sheba, its name really was Kilos. We used to call it in the name of praise. And praise is Avodah Zarah. The Chacham of the Kilo was there, Kulis. The Chacham changed the whole play on words and said Kulis. Like what happened when, like he says, Lashon Rad V'Kelis. Today, you we're just like scorned by the other nations. They changed the name to Kulis instead of Kilos. They're our Kulis. Kulis and the Russian Nar. Stupa Parakidanasha Narkatam. They had on the bit beforehand. So they gave it the name of Markulis, definitely the surface of the Zara. Now referred to it as Markulis, they have the name of praise, but this is how the common refer to the particular Zara. So now, what does the word Zara serve? What do they do to service the word Zara? The word Zara by one stone pit. So the Zara was set up with another stone on the top, come by with chuck stone. They just practice watching you do something like that. But Morale explains that the Uri writes that this word Zara in their mind, the way it worked was that had a vision there, a person giving directions. There was a head on the top, and on this way and on that way, and they felt that they were able to find their direction traveling parallel. Why go rocks at it? My understanding from morale is that the fact that the more people who service the Zara, the more powerful it gets. So they wanted to attract people to service the Zara, and the only way to actually show how popular the popular is by throwing stones at it. The stones safe. Stones are hard, they don't disintegrate. So you throw stones at it, and a massive pile of stones flies. Everyone's like, you know what? Let me do that one too. Typical of the Zara person bows down. Nobody has any idea how many people bow down to the Zara just stands here. It's a statue. This one is just having people. So if their evidence stays forever, so that's how you. So that's because people throw their stones at it. Interestingly, we showed them right that the way to throw the stones is kind of like a snapper in football. If they throw the stone between your feet, they would snapper got it. It's funny about that. But either way, that's how they showed it. They would throw it between your feet, and they would serve the Zara service. Now, the small said, show us about his statue. He had 3 stones next to each other. So again, set up like the Markulis, which is 2 stones next to each other and one on top. Rather, 3 stones next to each other. Where are they located? The Markulis. Next to the Markulis, Hasilos, those stones are forbidden to have any hanal from them. I'm going to read everything very vague. This mystery is vague. So you want to really address what's going on over there. The Stallion, if you have 2 stones there, then the color, they're not, they're permissible. Use those whatever you want. The following this you would say, Eros, when you appear next to this Avodah called Markulas Asuros, the forbidden, which aims Eros, it's do not appear to be near Zara, Mutara, it's permissible to benefit from these things. So now, even before the Gemara asked the question, the obvious point is that the Papa makes a lot of sense. Why? Because if there are stones near the Avodah of Makulis, it's going to be a conclusion. One of two things. Either these stones fell off of the actual Avodah of Makulis, or these stones were used to throw out Makulis. Either way, if it fell off of Makulis, so then it's Shivrei Avodah Zarah and Shivrei Avodah Zarah. We'll see soon, but again, we just remember people search for it, so therefore it makes sense. So, what's the qualification for which stones will be usher? The one stones that became to the Avodah Zarah will be usher. There's something else called text. Which is analyzed today as well, which is not the actual Avodah Zarah, but the tool that's used to serve the Avodah Zarah. So in this case, the actual Avodah Zarah is the structure of Markulis. The tool to serve the Avodah Zarah are the stones that are being thrown at it. So either way, it's going to be a problem. So that's why it makes a lot of sense. The year of Avodah Zarah will be prohibited. Whatever is not near the law will be permissible. And three stones seems to be difficult to understand. That's what the Gemara begins by saying, "This summer Rabban and Kasam Odu L'Shvar." And so the Chachamim's opinion makes sense. What do they think? They do L'Shvar. People go ahead and they search broken pieces of Avodah Zarah. Now, here, the broken pieces are found near the Avodah Zarah. Then, if you remember the name of it's logical to go ahead and conclude you must fall off of the Avodah. Asuros, it's going to be Asur again. People serve the broken pieces of Avodah Zarah, and these stones are like near the Avodah Zarah. 1 plus 1 equals 2, which is you have a stone that fell off the Avodah Zarah and must be as part of the Avodah Zarah. However, if you look too far away, doesn't look like it fell off the Avodah Zarah because it be permissible. However, it's not. But we analyze this as a small. What is position? Be open to small. If there's a new thing you must do search broken pieces of an Avodah Zarah, even if there are only 2 stones, there's no reason to permit it. Also as well, 2 stones is forbidden as 1 stone or 3 stones.
No way.
These are the opinions. The people only serve the after a while it's been passed. But pieces of Avodah Zarah are by definition.
No.
Not to say the same thing comes to 3 stones. 3 stones will be permissible. But the difference between 2 stones and 3 stones doesn't seem to have any explanation that makes any sense. It seems at this point in time that the only qualifying factor would be, do you believe that people serve broken pieces of Avodah Zarah? So the answer is yes, that everything that's near the Avodah Zarah is a problem. The answer to that is no. That everything near the Avodah Zarah would be okay, to make no difference if it's 2 or if it's 3. One says, I'm going to be to Yosef. Yosef sent him in to Yochanan. Then no, this understood what's going on. Remember, if we're talking about a case where you know that these stones fell off of the Avodah Zarah, everybody's going to agree that those stones are going to be prohibited, and there's no reason to differentiate between 2 stones, 2 stones, 1 stone, or a half a stone. It's only going to be a problem to fall off of the Avodah Zarah. You know, and even according to pretty much says that people don't serve Shabbat broken pieces. How do you really have those cousins? The love Henry Porter. That's quite a normal typical of a Torah, which is the person has a statue. The statue breaks. The person says, I'm not going to serve a broken statue. to protect, he can't protect himself, so then I'm in the service of a desire. But that's because it's not normal for that desire to be broken. I will also, in this case, to be power to ruin mystery. That's how it works. It's constantly breaking. We're throwing stones at each other. I knew it's normal, and therefore would agree that in this case, people. So again, that's what's done in this case. In other words, everybody agrees in the concept of a desire of Markulis. Everybody agrees that people serve the broken pieces of Markulis. What is the what? Okay, and again, everybody agrees that we know that these pieces fell off the Avodah then it's going to be a problem. Where is the machlokas? Where is the machlokas about the halacha of stones that are found near the list? This stomach, top of the mouth. When you don't know if it fell off of Markulis or not, then it's the Rabbis, if it's close by to the Avodah Zarah of Markulis. And Rashi says that it's out Amma Bakatsi Amma, within an Amma or half an Amma, it's pretty close. Not 1 to 2 feet. If it's that close, you could have a Nami Deep and Meaning Alpha. You have no idea if this stone fell off. In other words, you can't pick up this stone and match it to a space on the Avodah Zarah and say, this is where this stone is off from. However, very close by to the Markulis, which is, you can have more. You can remember the name of Julia tells you it's every boxer, and there's really quite between 2 stones, 3 stones, it's all going to be a problem. The years are my close between when you small kind of come up, can the photos when they are farther away than this hour that we mentioned before. The Hobbit side Markulis just to explain farther away than an hour, the I'm going to say, let's just go a little further and we'll explain it to you. But actually, hold on, before we get into this, Hobbit actually tell me far away is it says beside Markulis. In the Mishnah, it actually says sound beside Markulis. Beside of Markulis. Versus my beside, it says the beside is considered to be close enough as it's not close enough as indication of authority. Everyone says. The Mishnah of our Mishnah says the following. Open Markulis cut on the side Markulis does. What people do is to build their own miniature of what is ours Markulis near the big. So creative people will combine, they take 2 stones and put together, and they make their own Markulis. So explain. Shalom to Dami Markulis. If you take 3 stones and put it together, first you have to solve 3 stones and put it together, next to the Markulis to create a Markulis, that will be a problem. That's 2 days. Staying, if it's only 2, it's going to be in the color. In other words, in that, you're talking about where they are farther away, but you're there with 4 almost. It's not the followers. We can reasonably assume the fellow of the Markulis. Because they're really falling off, within an hour. We're going to establish a problem. Which must be Markulis. That's like some kind of association of Markulis. How do I know if these 2 stones happen to be together? It has nothing to do with the Markulis. Or if these stones are part of Markulis? Well, here's the answer. 2 stones, then this is considered part of Markulis. No one's making a miniature Markulis out of 2 stones. So it's creates it. And if it's within 4 amos, says that the strong people make these resume to be a person's miniature. Now, on side, we're going to say no. Ain't no free Markulis touching the side of Markulis brother. People don't do that. So when you want to make you an Avodah Zarah, therefore, this is Restream, purpose to matter. Nearest, if it's close to it, within an amma, a silos, and it's within an amma, Mutara, urgency. Therefore, the Kohanim are not doing that there's a problem with Markulis within 4 hours. If it's within an amma, you see a Markulis and part of the Zara, and you smell it, take it a step further and say, even if it's beyond an amma, I'll agree with you, so I'll agree with you that within an amma, I'll assume it's part of the amma. Zara, but beyond an amma says this small, I'm even worried about stones that are set up together, even though it's not set up like the Markulis, but it's set up together. Other words will explain this in a couple of minutes. Then says this small, I am worried that perhaps the person corrects his phone. Markulis over here, and here for 3 stones together with his Amos are going to be a problem. Amar Mars. The Gemara goes back to analysis. You do a synopsis menu if you know that the fellow you have a desire of Markulis, give you that call to you. That's going to be published in the previous time. Everybody uses the fellow you have a desire that's going to be us. Whereas if the next time, it's very clear. Focus on that word. Avanim stone should not shoot in the Markulis that fell off. Give a desire of Markulis. What you say? If it appears to be next to it, it's going to be forbidden. Anything else you know? It's not near it. It's permissible. So if it's down here, it's a problem with Tasser. If it's not near it, that's you slow on the process, so it's the pseudo stand the cars. It will be a problem. 2, it be permissible. Now hold on a second. It says no over here. If the stones come off the end of the shop, it's not cool. Gemara says, "I'm a rabbi. Lo came not true. Rabbi don't do it not true. Must be a mistake. Rather, Ema Shenmitsu. In other words, that price out. It says that Ema not can't be. In other words, it's impossible to assume that anything that stones that cut off the Markulis are going to be permitted. That's just a little different. What is it saying? It's Ema Shenmitsu. Stones that were found, in the case, then we have them up there. We're getting to something. It says what time and then right, so it's not on there. It's not says staggering to be so low. If you have 2 stones that were in the grass of the word desired, it's going to be awesome. Shalos, if you have 2 that in the buttons, even if you're far away, Asuros, it could be awesome. If you look at Rashi, it explains the Kanye that is Kisma, the Sisa, Daled Alpani Asura. In other words, we keep using different terminology. We have this Sad Markulis. Then we have someone who's called. Sorry, yes, it's cool, which is within 4 hours. We have Nikin Rubble, which is within an hour. Differentiate between within an hour and 4 hours. Now, you can find another term, which is Tfisalo. What's the Tfisalo? So the doctor says Tfisalo seems to be similar to Tfisat, which is 4 hours. But again, we just got finished explaining that if it's beyond an Amma, up to 4 hours. That's where Rabbi Small says 2 is okay, and 3 is. But then we have to realize that so much styling if you have 2 stones, 50 feet below, within grass of Markulis, which is for Amos, Asuros. He said it's a problem. Shoros is clear if Sotos, even if it's very far away, it'll be a problem. Just such a thing, just what they're saying. He's like, if 3 is a problem, it's well beyond 4 Amos. And 2 is a problem as long as it's within 4 Amos. On the Rabba, look up. Rabba explains that. Akash, it just depends how many pieces. Otherwise, pizza Akash. How did the Tanya Asur put pizza Akash? That's when it's also that's within 1 grass in testing in normally Markulis. You don't need to do anything beyond stretching out your hand. Basura Bailey Smoking Rabbana. What called to fell almost near a steel card. Prices seems to be very close by. Now, your God says, the ocean dummy, what's the case of? He says, he can cut baby things. He can have a go by baby, which means that it has to go up. There's a little hill in between. In other words, just naturally, it's impossible for the stone to get there with by just fall. Because if it falls down, it will be on one side of the hill. In order for it to get up to the other side of the hill, there has to be some kind of human intervention. That's where we can take the I was want to ask, remember I mentioned earlier that a makulis is set up with two stones on the bottom and one stone on top. But Armin said, Shalos, there are 3 stones that are rigid, each one's next to the other. So it's not in the typical fashion of so therefore you want to ask, makulis up the things makulis, which is 3 stones next to each other. Hanya, the name of the right, so Elu, and after they said the kulis, this is how the stones are how this kulis look. The Akasikan. You have one either side, the Akasaka. One is the Akasaka. How about Kitanya Aru? Whoever explained that you picture the central prime Avodah Kulis was built from the bottom and one stone on the top. However, when it comes to person assembling his own miniature Makulis, he didn't have a requirement for that. Looks like that, any 3 stones was sufficient for him. Well said, you find 3 stones next to each other, next to my coolest, you have to assume that the person assembled as an avodah my coolest, even if that's a story for it. The Yami Masa, Pharaoh, the king of his reign, so he destroyed the chalice, also Ezra Kechavim came, Yami, and continually made my coolest with stones, took the rubs, whatever was left from it, just turned it into a marquee. Now, also, over the cover marquee. Other over the cover marquee, this was our marquee. So what they did, they took all the stones, like, how many stones are piled up here? We got a whole assembly of stones. Check here, they took all those stones, they keep them when, dropping the Drakios. They went ahead, they paved out roads and highways. So look at this, 3 stones. Went ahead and the ultimate piece for the Avodah Zarah. They went ahead and they paid stones out of the Avodah Zarah. Now, if you're up on us, the part, there's some up on us who said, we're not going to travel on those roads. We're not going to travel on those highways. They put them to look hard. There's some up on us, spread out and travel on them. So you're going to have a we have to check the non-sociodosis of really holy people. Mahalachale, he has problems traveling on these roads. Not different. You have to be better than the non-sociodosis. You have to be better than the son of holy people. Therefore, and you want to who is this person? He's referred to as the son of holy people. Gemara says that in the Nashon, Beredi Semai. This is exactly what Beredi Semai. So why is he considered to be son of the praise? What I call it representation. Gemara says that he is the Shirasa, he's Ziza, Lomistaka. He gazed at the surah that was engraved onto a coin. The surah of a person's face, and of a Zara, so he refused to look at his money. Seems to be some element of Hasidus. If you look at Tosos, there's no understand why this is considered to be such a Hasidus. Look at the set of the first none, rewind in, it says here, that's the question. Not Hasidic is that. Why is it Hasidic so pious? Hamim Perak Shabbos, we learn this at Shabbos. You're not allowed to look at the image of a person's face even during the week. There was a few calls out because the Shabbos is in there even during the week. Why? Because it says most justice. The person's mess. So what? Steal. You just would even power. Why is he getting so much credit for that? The Coach explains that Sheva Piklasit Ziza to Ruggle Liros Batagir will Shaifa Bay Hafna. When you have points that you're constantly looking at, part of the card, that's how people exchange of business. You're constantly in it. So it's such a case like that. There's no how quickly you're always looking at it. So therefore, it's not considered turning to the Zara, and that's not a problem. This person, the merchant, who is more identical to the Sinai, he would look at that. Technically, it's permissible, but again, he wants to say Zara, so he wouldn't even look at a typical, normal code that circulates. But hey, back to our Gemara. Toys, he has no problem with traveling on the road. So therefore, they wanted to say it must be for them. Not the part. What's the reason for those who need to travel to settle up the hug on the gift? In other words, the logic of why it would be permissible, and other cousin, and Akim has the ability to get. He used to do these people that he tells you where he's at. And I said, in the Bible, so that works. The told us over here, but Yosef, the word of the cousin is able to carry it out. Mentioning the shift with the dual structure of the Avodah. And that's something we've mentioned a number of times, but if let's get if you move out to the number. However, because Takrovis of what is the cousin, the Avodah Zarah, that's the purpose. You know, come get by Yosef from around, Allah you can never be not tell something that is considered Avodah Zarah. So now the pasuk, the Yitzchak do. They were cleaning Shabbat for ours by Yosef Mames, certainly describe these sacrifices. So we learn Mames just like mace. Ain't no Betela alone. You know, there's a verse in As Hakova for what the comes through. Something used to serve Avodah Zarah, Betela Olam, it can never and become qualified. Now remember, now if that's the case, which is possible, the church, the Torah cannot have any type of nullifications. So why do people travel on these roads? If you travel on these roads, they do not break from them. Alma just said, Shekhinah ain't min the lesser. It has to be similar to min. What does that mean? You look at Rashi, it says it has to be changed min. Last drop on the page. Zivachim Habi will have a sexual. You know, it's in this to make this hard sentence. So, and the pastor says to you, Zoveh for him, the person who brings what was the sacrifice to the Avodah Zarah, Yacharam, don't do Hashem about the person only being a carbon to Hashem. The pasuk can't Avodah Zarah with service of the only carbon brings to Avodah and that's Avodah Zarah. So the pasuk is essentially telling you is something that can be brought as carbon to Hashem. If Kavua is brought as Avodah Zarah, that's Takona's way to cover and can never be reversed. But it has to have the qualified factor that it can be brought as a carbon to Avodah to sacrifice to us. There's no way to bring a stone to a Avodah. There's no way to bring a stone carbon to Avodah. And even though Gideon's right in saying that Avodah to problem cannot be reversed. That's only true when it comes to the problem that technically has been brought problem to Hashem. But it's something that can't be brought at the time of the Baruch, and though it's awesome, and even though nevertheless, this particular detail that can't be reversed is not to be true. And therefore, they said you're allowed to go travel on these roads because by correcting them or lying them out as roads is Nevato Be'ilus status. Amar of Yosef. Yosef says, Amar of Yosef, Yosef Abba called the Ali. Ich Abba Bar Yirmiyah La'asrin, Abba Bar Yirmiyah Yosef to our land, also arrived at the city of Ishmael. What it said, Over to Kufavim, and Akum, Shehevi Abanim and Markulis, stones, Nivon Zara Markulis. The people at Lahem grew up, he used them to lay out the stratios, he feels for the stratios. The terminology is stratio bakir, we have this type of Shabbos. It means the highways, the stratios, taros. You're allowed to travel on those roads. However, you use the Markulis, and you do exactly the same thing. You keep up in the stratios, and you put in the highways. Astros, you can't use it. Why? Because Yisrael, he does not have the ability to be without the Avodah Zarah.
Yeah.
And he ended up with nice. Nagar, below Nagar literally means there's no cup or the son of cup. However, in this context it means there's no chacham, ben chacham, or the son of a wise person, the Afakine, who could explain this. Father, if an akum brings stones from Akus to mix roads, you can't travel on them. The major problem with this, and nobody actually can make this, I know chacham, I'm not a very big town, local Bernard, and I'm answering this. In other words, personally, I can answer it. What's the problem? What was bothering you about this? It's bothering you about this road. In other words, this must be the point after Jesus said, Hashem was coming to come and you have to come up. What's really bothering you? Okay, that's your problem? You're going to keep this out. But the only time Thomas the road you come and never come up is if it's something you can't go well in the service of the Father. But if there's nothing to it, there's no king connect, similar to what you've done inside the base of the then there's no, then yes, it's Kabato, and therefore even though not a Naga, or a Naga, as far as you get terminology, it goes up to a bit of a tangent, but another case where that terminology is used. Omer Yosef says the following: Dalam came to our land, talks to the Island of the right, and before that Mishnah listen. Following, Matsian, person to go ahead and get rid of the worms from a plant, Zamen, who actually explains it seems to be the tree lost some of its bark or has some kind of hole in it, it seems like they would wrap it up to rehabilitate the tree. It says, Matsian, you can take away worms, or I guess use some type of insecticide, or Mazan fixing the damage to the infection, the light on Kolamayit. Again, on Yom Tov is not a question. There's a difference between Shvius, the sabbatical year, Shvius, Nisha, the person is not allowed to do things that they shouldn't die, you go ahead and rehabilitate the species that shouldn't die from that. However, you can't do that on Kolamayit, or it is Kolamayit, Hain Gazmin commits. However, the semen goes up. You're allowed to smear beforehand. Baby money expenditure.
Says I'm son.
They're protected from the low bar nagar yapati. This Christmas, it's difficult on the field to explain this mission. Hey, Edward Shapers his book. He said in the low nagar, the low bar. However, I'm happy to try to use Masakina to explain. Everyone's going to go through all the potential problems that would have been the reason why he thought this was an unanswerable price. Well, if we wondering why he's getting this room, he's attracting call money and to treat. In other words, in both cases, why is it that he said you can take the worms off, go ahead and repair you during Shvi if you can't money? Difference. See, that's the Kakashi way. We couldn't understand the difference between Kolamayit and Shemitah. And you can ask, Mike, the Shvius Kisar, Mike, the Mike also. Why is it also a price? Well, it's not the very Shvius. Why can you tell me? It's not even. You have to analyze it. Shvius, when it comes to Shvius, to Shemitah, what's also? More also. Working the land is the problem. Working the land is permissible. Check off the person's can't be busy with some type of burden somewhere. You don't actually have burden somewhere. You can't work the land. Money, when it comes to money, it's an entirely good thing. It's something to do with what's in. That's the problem. The person that's what's involved with repairing the trees on color money, not because it's a problem of working the land, not because it's a problem of planting trees. So that's not the way you spend your life. You just have to get some out outside, trying to fix up your trees, and killing what we want of the trees. So just spend your life. So money, that's what you're coming out. So that's your problem. That's the difference between money and stuff. That's not a problem. The different needs are very different. Ella must be zero Gisim Kakashi. You must be bothered that the differential between zero which meant putting soil inside the street to care a spot where else inside the section. Agizim, and he said that's permissible on stuff, but it's for this color. And Gizim, he said it's going to be a problem. So pruning the tree is going to be a problem during now, you can ask, now, zero by Gizim to calculate, you can ask, right, is Gizim the shot? And what the reason the soil in it, the maximum diesel offer, why putting offer? Again, is that actually a good question? Are they even similar? Zeal of community life. Zeal is just trying to keep the calf so it doesn't die. That's very then. Sorry, it's permissible. Giza, when it comes to Giza, which is pruning, how's ruining Lana? But also, what's the point of thing? When you prune it, more than one branch will go out. So essentially what you're doing is you're trying to create a new tree or a new branch. They're fundamentally different. So giving the tree, preventing the tree from dying, and enhancing the tree that you get fixed. So that could be the problem. So that one says, it must be a zeal. It must be the two different forms of protecting the tree. And we'll explain. The Katani, we learned Maslim in the Zam in the field. We learned to get a lot of pulling worms out and to repair this tree by placing the soil in a different tree. For a minute, we have a spear up, and it says, Nizam Esanatios. First, we have to go ahead and do this disease. The carpet also could tie them. The token also, another way to tie them up somehow. We're exactly sure what all these things were. But when you're tying them up to protect them, the also let them around them, and you fill up those bathroom with dirt, to not get us to have the opportunity to feed it up until Rosh Hashanah. That's important to do. Just like when it comes to Shabbos, you're supposed to Shabbos, you're supposed to bring in Shabbos earlier than you have to, and end Shabbos later than when you have to. When it comes to Shmini, it's something you're supposed to set the Shmini, not just, in minutes, it's depending on what type of stuff for 30 days. So in this case, 30 days will be a problem. However, things that are not free to do all the Rosh Hashanah. That's what he wants every to start. That's what he wants says. The Zayas and the Chiefs, that was included there. And it says, Ad Rosh Hashanah. Up until Rosh Hashanah. Ad Rosh Hashanah. If until Rosh Hashanah you have to do these things to protect the tree so it doesn't die, that's only the thing that protects the tree. It is a problem. It's an apple steer. That's a very good. That's really fine. Our even the once you go through, that's not a problem either. What's the problem? It doesn't look about that much. Two things. There's two types of kids. If you look at the Rashi, the few types of these holes underneath the olive trees. God, sometimes that was done to create a new tree. The God estimate too. Sometimes it's done just to fill in the cracks in the ground. To start that hole. So again, Hanami says Zahanuni Havi, the physical chapter Zahanuni. One of them is to protect the tree that the tree dies. It's a shard. One is done to create a new tree, for us, and that's going to be a problem. So again, we don't have a problem. This is one verse that says, it's just a mitzvah. The one verse that says Zeal. That's not a contradiction, we're just talking about things. And one time what you're trying to do is protect the tree or the plant system dies. Other things you're trying to actually create a new one. So the Gemara says, LLC. It must be the seed. Well, refer to the reminder, seed is after you prune it, seed will smear oil here where it's pruned, will stay moist, and the issue of being damaged as a result of it. And once we do the problem, the Katani, we learn in our Mishnah, sucking, shaman, liquid. Not from a person's allowed to smear oil to the area pruned. Those are lying. Hey, whether this is Kolamoid, or if it is during Shviyah. Very many of the Shviyah, every contradiction, it says clearly, Satsapagin, first the Shviyah. To the napkin, makes hold to the Fafnasa. You can fatten them up. You get to put something for fertilizer there to fatten them up. Add Rosh Hashanah. That's an idea. During the period to be added on time to Shmita. harvest on it, only up during the year, harvest the city can't be seen to smear oil on the interior of the pruning. So here it says clearly you can't smear the oil to no hafa of maybe one of the shari. In our case, what permissible wasn't shmita. There's it. Now you want to make sure the tree doesn't die, you can smear oil on it. Fruits the next way different. That's planting the offset. So again, you still don't have a terminology of there's less naga, nobody who's able to smart enough to answer the question. You don't have any question yet. What's the problem? The celebrate the Ravina, Yunia, the Mayan, I see on the Mayan to pass away. The sick of the sparing the oil area on Salamite is problematic in the Mayan. When we said that Sikha is going to be permitted, Zion is going to be a problem on Salamite. Then we explain the food. How is to proclaim, both of these are done. Both smearing the oil on the area where you pruned it and filling up the area of the tree where it has some kind of infection. Both of those are done for one purpose: to stop the tree from dying. Might side the shari, might be the usher. Why would it want to be permissible like this? Usher, hiding the drummer. This is what he meant to say. He said, let's not there's nobody who can come by to help us answer this question because we really didn't know the answer. Careful. And he mentioned that the call to be careful, but again, that it should usher, that's really glorified. Both of them, it's not a major careful understanding. And we're it doesn't explain what's in the Gemara. Again, the Gemara really essentially exactly the failure by saying there's no power. Nevertheless, the Gemara still feels that it's a no. Yeah, both of them are might. I'm mixing it up. Both of them are might. In other words, both of them are might. I'm sorry, that was incorrect. Both of them are might, so they should be exactly the same. If there's a problem with Kirchhoff, the power difference should be both by filling in this infected area of the tree with soil, smearing oil on the tree. Both of those are in Kirchhoff. The problem with Kirchhoff is the problem, they should both be up. What's the other suggestions? That's the problem. It's a problem of planting something. Well, you're not planting trying to stop the tree from dying. If it's permissible to smear oil to stop the tree from dying, I feel to put some soil on the answer to that question. And that was you said, let's nagar by nagar, if a kid nobody can come to the answer. We'll stop here for a second.
Right there.
Great day, Trevor. Good morning, good morning. We begin today's job. We begin by thanking all our sponsors. We thank our annual common sponsors for across the ocean, across the first-time family show. This sponsor for the month of Av. We thank you and overdraft in honor of Israel Jason, Ian Jason, his wife, and Irene's wife. We also thank our sponsors, the staff, the Ian Ishmael speakers, Ruben Lay, Ben Mayor, the director of the so much practice, Avenizar, men. That's picking up about the text on the mission starts as follows. So it's speaking about Hafse Asher. It says, growing vegetables underneath these. But says in the next shaman in the winter months. I really want to stop that because in the winter months, the shade of the problem, every all the sunlight is impossible to get, and the shade that comes from the trees to the detriment, and therefore planting them under is perfectly fine because it's not benefiting from the children who are at all. Having too much sun, and therefore it is better for those who have that shade and live in the summer. And the Chazaras, says the Mishnah, you can do these trees, whether it is for the summer in any case or with the Zara, which is the house we can't plant lettuce trees, the lettuce underneath the shade tree level. The only risk is to be from the time when says the power. After the love of most of the summer, you're not even allowed to plant these vegetables in the winter months. Why? Kind of the snake kind of real no terrace land, every land is ever. So he says so, he says, you're right. Actually leaves, the branches of the tree that are in these fruits are the detriment. It does really that. The reality is that all those leaves are going to ground. The tree will fall off the tree, what has to decompose, and they start fertilizer. What happens is you're going to have these that growing in the ground. With the fertilizer of the leaves, they're going to receive the nutrition and the sustenance to that Seshera, and therefore to fix the problem. You are going to immediately start discussion of Zebazadorian. We'll just explain it now in the Mishnah to explain what this means. Zebazad means you have to come together to a single result. In other words, the results come out of two different things bringing you out. Okay, so this Mishnah, person plants vegetables with the crop, we should use it. The ground is not above the ground. No one says that you can't even make something which is connected to the ground, or to say ground, into above the ground. The ground is not above the zone. Where are these vegetables in nutrition from? This is entirely permissible. As Yossi, however, don't forget you have leaves of the zone that fall on top. These will decompose and turn into fertilizer. And then those vegetables will receive nutrition, and what will ultimately produce you're going to eat? The combination of the earth, which the decomposed leaves, which is a rodara, that going over will join forces to the vegetables. Clearly, what is the sequence of DSC? It's a force of Hethus, of a civility, and force come together. How is a part of this? You cannot allow to benefit from it. This is a very big silver. Shots and Mr. Someone have an opportunity to go through some of it today, and then maybe we'll somehow up on nice. Clearly, our next note of yes concern is that the going, Katakama is not concerned to the going. Katakama was getting punished. It's true that he leaves it in my head, and they're going to fall down of the ground and decompose in terms of fertilizer. However, not concerned that they're permissible, it's never going to get. Is it really true? The Yossi suburbs says it's a glory also. But on an average, says it's a glory. Is this really true? Is our Mishnah actually telling us it does? The true fact about the things that Yossi and the the problem is, the Yossi is what is actually problematic, and the Rabbanan, they just, it's never a problem. However, the problem is a bit weird was this. We look into in our necessity. And that's what they did. Now, if there's a good word to say, especially as a Bodhizara, what can he do? It shows him to do it. Omakul Yam, or he throws it in, but the Talmud responded and said, After Nafi Zedel, if you will get help, it's going to turn to fertilizer. Now, the Pasuk says, well, give back your death from Uman and Ahir. Exactly the opposite. The Yosis have the opinion that you can take Zara and just spread it out all over the place, and you're not going to spread it out all over the place. What's going to happen to it? It will decompose and it's going to produce trees, produce vegetables, something around going to have a positive benefit. And says Yossi, no problem, I'm not concerned about that. You can still do it. What are the common responses? No, you can't do that. It's going to turn to something. It's going to cause them to grow. Exactly the opposite. Our Mishnah says Yossi's concerned for 7 days. Previously, we learned not concerned for 7 days. Make all of our Mishnah not concerned for 7 days. So the other word says the Gemara is it. How should Rabbanan, Zira, contradiction of Rabbanan, the Kasha of Yossi. You have a clear addiction in the opinion of Yossi. Now, this problem of Yossi, the Kasha of Gemara says, okay, let's settle with Yossi, because there's a difference. We'll explain. This problem of Yossi, no Kasha, the Pasuk is the Ozil. In that case, what are you doing? You're taking the Avodah Zarah, and you are throwing it. What this means is that the Akum, who's grinding this up and he's nearly destroying the Avodah Zarah and being the battle. So it was a Avodah Zarah, but this process of grinding it up, throwing it to the wind, is a way of nullifying the Avodah Zarah. That's why, in that, the Yossi says it's not a problem. In other words, it's not even an issue of as they go. In that issue, there's no problem with Avodah Zarah being anything to grow, because it's not a Avodah Zarah. In our case, though, it is a problem because the tree's perfectly full circuit has no Avodah Zarah, and it's a problem. So Hacha, the right evil that trees not going to waste, awesome. However, why is it that in this case, in our Mishnah, the Chachamim say there is no problem with ever the Goren, whereas when it comes to grinding up the little Facebook, we have to flip around our Mishnah. There must be a mistake in the way of our Mishnah. We need this discussion happen. We need this discussion between Rabbanah and the we must mix up the ritual. So I never like to do this parish. We have a Mishnah, we know that it's nice, carefully lifting out. That's what we want to do a number of other answers. Not going to talk about that. The fact that the Gemara, and Tosfos has a problem on our Mishnah, which is, even if you go back, why did you do it? You only wake up at 7 of going at the end. Look at the beginning. Let's look at Tosfos. If the last white line at the top of the Kirchen is Nani Kamako, ask you about the Russians, the Mosakama, the Lodami, the Haka. Let's just think for a second. What did the Kamako say? The first 9 minutes said, they said you're not allowed to go ahead and plant vegetables under a tree the summer. Why? Because the tree is going to protect them from the sun. Now hold on. If you argue that is that growing is permissible, is shade sufficient for the vegetable? No, it has to be connected to the ground. So if you're arguing that the garden is permissible, two forces coming together, why don't you just say the vegetable is receiving its nutrients from the ground and getting some protection from the shade? Add those two together, let that go in. That's Tosfos itself. A fundamental principle of the garden. He says, if you go through the Tosfos, he says, it's an interesting opinion that Zavik growing is going to be permitted. That's only when we're talking about two things that are, we recognize that planting a lot of things for the growth. It has to be planted in good and shade. It has to have a bit of water. Too much, not to make sure it's protected from insects. A lot of things have to be done to make sure you put all those things together. And it'll say, if 1, 2, or maybe 3 of them are problematic, but you added in another one of the things, which is insert, just add it all together with everything going. Individual force that brings this thing to its fruition has to be permissible, or something which is permissible or not permissible. So for example, in our case of the Mishnah, 100% of the ground is permissible. That's fine. 100% of the shade is a problem. Now, if you're going to take two things together, ground Isser and ground that has that 7 is a goyim. Shade of Isser and Sheheter, that would be 7 is a goyim. But to say a ground and shade, which is and just 1/3 of the 7 is a goyim, now the simple logic behind this, the idea is the Ron writes this, Zev is a goyim works with the mechanics of bittul. With nullification, you have a certain, you have something which is going to be added together, you say bittul. And exactly how it works with bittul. So in a case like this, we be working with Rabbanah and Tad B'Trei. Ultimately, the bottom line is that it's going to be it's going to work with the mechanics of bittul. So therefore, you have to have some which is hectic. That's point number 1. And point number 2, in our Gemara, it tells us that the Yoshi is going to say that Zev is a problem when the item is still here, but when it's holding this people, when it's being destroyed, it's not a problem. That's how we set the contradiction. Rashi explains that the way that works is when the guy is grinding up his avodah zarah and to get to the wind is the same nullifying his avodah zarah. Tosfos to these, go to the next Tosfos, deeper amounts, Pasam, you all the way at the end, and Laresh, that actually catch that we should explain the purpose. It's not a Nazara being nullified, not going to produce before when a person takes a Nazara, grinds it up into a bunch of pieces, and it throws to the wind, it's so insignificant that it can't really actually produce any worthwhile. That's why the Gemara says in our Mishnah is concerned why, because you have a leaves that are coming off the tree, and they will be composed and be positive fertilizer agent. However, when it comes to the case of the person grinding up the Zara and spraying it in the wind, it's so significant that doesn't mean anything. Now let's go back to the Chacham. Now first attempt to ask, and we're just to switch it around. We just put submission, but like I mentioned, we don't like to go rotate. Don't flip it around. And the Yossi Givius Mishnah is also not a problem because that's how it's believed. Now, the Rabbanan is Amar Rav Moshe Kahana. We're going to set Rabbanan by a concept that was introduced by Rav Moshe Kahana, which is Timura, which is Mashpa'ar, Hogim B'Bara, Hogim B'Tzeh. Now, just to give some context, try to tell us what's going on. If you have a carbon that becomes apostle, so it is, they allow it to get a mum, to get a blemish, and then there are two of skinning it. If you skin it from the ability to pull off the entire hide in one fell swoop, apparently when you pull it from the feet, to pull up the whole thing, hide would be a complete hide. Whereas if you do the other way around, it breaks into two pieces. That's my understanding. The problem with this is that when you do it from the feet, it requires a lot more butchering of the meat. So the meat loses its value. So the Mishnah says you can't do that for meat. And the Gemara wants to know, why can't you do it? If it makes, if it, in other words, Zion cuts it, really, it's concentrated. You can't do it for the seed because it ruins the meat. The Gemara says, who cares if I'm ruining the meat? I want to make money for the base of it. I want to sell a nice, good hide. The Gemara is saying, right, what you benefit by valuable hide is going to look having a messed up piece of capsule to the not so star of that state. Something will benefit on one side, process was benefiting on one, you're also going to lose out on the other side. It's a concept of balancing it out, equaling it out. Now that's just what that term means. Be after all holding the muscle in the skin, you're losing the meat. In our case, much better. The Gemara says yes. You are right. She's telling you that these are full down and so whatever you're benefiting from the additional fertilizer that you're getting from these leaves that decompose, you're losing out from the sale. So you have some total of zero benefit from these leaves. You're right. Techniques say that you can fertilizer and the added for nutrients to the soup. But guess what? We're still going to have a bunch of food that didn't grow well because they're all growing in the chain. I'm not concerned about that type of benefit because there is really net benefit. You get it because at the end of the day, the shade's still ruined. And that's why in our case, there's no problems. That is a goring. Nothing's really benefiting from the fertilizer. Is it even true that most of the opinion of the take two forces together? It's a problem. You know the Mishnah, you see Omer, you know the Nichor Shel Allah, person is permissible for the person to plant a branch of Allah. The first year for the tree is in its existence. You are not allowed to benefit from the fruit. However, you're allowed to benefit from the fruit. The Gemara says, you're allowed to take a branch from a young tree and plant that branch by itself. Ain't no Nichor Shel Allah, not allowed to plant the nut, the walnut of Allah. One tree. They're going to actually, from now on, the benefit from it. Can't correct. I'm a agrees if you did it in not up drafting, you would create a lot of efforts that grow from it. Why would that be? In other words, there's a few other forces, just that one robot. The Tani Nami Hockey, in Nata, a person to this fruit. Because of grafting. This is really relevant to know. Graft an old tree and tree, which you follow. You say this is essentially a young tree. You have to wait out years for it to actually finish the follow-up, or you say it's part of the halacha is not to be able to hear what you see. That according to Yossi, when you have the Zedder Zedorim, the old tree and the young tree, you put them together, what's the halacha? You follow the old tree. Why Zedder Zedorim is going to be permissible. Now, you might suggest you're right. It's true. Yossi does say that when it comes to our law, when you say Zedder Zedorim, that's still permissible. You're right. There's a difference between Avodah Zarah and other Yisurim. Avodah Zarah is one of the few cardinal sins. So the reason why you have to be very careful. You can't even own a little bit of Avodah Zarah. So maybe in such a case, you say that doesn't go to the no. But in other cases, we'll say it's permissible. The power is the Shari. It's a difference. So how do you learn the Bright? Saga Shanidavla Vizera was never field that was fertilized with fertilizer of the Zara. The same person is Chashma because you have a cow that the cat because you fed it these Kashima and these kernels of the Zara. In one place, in one place it says Zara, you can go ahead and you can plant fields, no problem. Why? Because again, the fertilizer is 94, so mixed together with the permissible. Paraki Shate, you go ahead and make a barbecue. You have another price, so you can't benefit from it. Rather, the field is going to have to sit there fallow until that fertilizer is going to be ineffective. Paraki Rosa, a cow is going to have to become skinny. To put the cow on a diet that all the benefits of the Kashinim of the kernels that it ate. So now you have clearly two different opinions. Now we don't know who's the author of these two different opinions. It says, you know what? Try to attribute them to names that were familiar. Nylon, let us assume, the word that says the problem is that it's a problem on the no. At this point, we're still saying that Yossi's what he said. That make a problem. So take Yossi. And the other is going to be the kafala. In other words, the mafokis in the earth. Whether you have to put the cow on a diet or use it fuel, that is the mafokis between the Yossi. And what do you see? This is the answer of the Zara. And contributing the Mishnah is the two. This is clearly. Yossi says, in any case, they're going to be looking when it comes to our laws, we look at the now, if that's the case, they'll be consistently hold that the Jordan is going to be okay, not a problem. There's a problem with our Mishnah. What's this? Incorrect. This is it's not ridiculous. The Harabanan, and this is our other Rabbanan. We want to do that, sir. We distribute, but you can't just make up the answer. More it says, hi, Rabbi Elazar, who's this Rabbanan? Rabbanan do make Rabbanan this are. Let's suggest he's not executed Rabbanan when it comes to Saul. What the discussion is. So now the various focus column getting very high. This could be making sourdough bread. So you really have to explain it so much. So what is sourdough? If you do, you take a little bit of flour, you put it with water, you allow it to ferment. You keep feeding it, and it makes you whatever, and you put a little piece of your bread, and that's on the left. Happens over here. High the crown. Sa'ar, you have Sa'ar The sourdough of Chulin, the starter. You have this Chulin, this starter of Chulin, Shal Truma. Now, Chulin was eaten by everybody. Truma can only by your Kohen. What happened was we have both of them. Chulin, Shanafu, fell into a dough. Now, interestingly, the Gemara, Lo Bazeh, there wasn't enough of this starter of either Chulin but when it started, the Chulin and the Truma got together, when it started and the dough rose. Now, what halacha can a regular get eaten? Now, it has Chulin in it, this for everybody to eat. That's what it is. This was for Kohen. Rabbi Eliezer says, I follow the last one that fell in. So if the last starter that fell in is going to be full in, then it's not to eat it. It's still only going to eat it. A Talmud in the Klan said, hey, it's not this with myself. Hey, Ramen. No, it's right. It's not. So my other, it's not a problem. So prayer wasn't but for Rabbi Eliezer is the one who says that it's the to all seconds. Now, Abaya says, weird to Rabbi Eliezer saying that the second one forward is the Chulin, that's for everybody to eat. Ella Shakadam, the Sinic is Isser. If you first remove whatever sourdough starter that fell in. So if you have Suma that fell in first, and then you quickly pulled it out, you can't get all of it out, you get most of it out. And then afterwards, the Chulin fell in. So says Rabbi Eliezer, in such a case, the Chulin fell in and you pulled it out. Now, it does have some effect on the dough, because you remember, if you took it out and it has no effect on the dough, there's no question. The whole question is whether combining them together, we have Chulin and Truma together, the answer is to create a problem. Is it a problem? But says Abaya, Rabbi Eliezer, opinion that if the Chulin fell in seconds to be permissible, that's only true if you took out the Truma. What do you see? Clearly, is a problem with Eliezer. So that's it says you have to put the cow on a dice. You need the field fallow. Now, the word says, hold on a second. You attribute this Mishnah that there is a great Rabbi Eliezer because of Abaya. So we might be tired of there wasn't coming. Who says Rabbi Eliezer actually followed Abaya's rationale? Maybe that's Abaya's opinion. There was tired of the Mishnah with Akar Anibah. Maybe so he holds what he said, which is I follow the final one. He explains. If the final one gave it the ability to rise, what something which is prohibited? It's prohibited. He got a bed here. Which are it? If it got finished off, it's permissible. And what? Not like the buyer, rather, they something, they wrote something. It makes no difference if you took it out or not. It's going to be dependent on which one came in second. So you want to okay, so that really lets you clear up nothing to do with that as they go in. We have a nice discussion here about sourdough bread, but it has absolutely nothing to do with what we just talked about. So now we're again trying to figure out who's going to be the author of the brisa that teaches us that you may have to either leave your field fallow or cause an animal to lose some weight. Ella, Rabbi Eliezer, up on the 8th. This is my question. The lesson up on the 8th is actually a mission we're learning in a few minutes today. It's not for testing the commission on that. That's what it is. Not talking about it. First, you took from an Aseh Asherah. Asurabana, you can benefit from that wood. What happens if you use that wood to light a fire inside the Yasha, so we'll get to this later today. But based on an earth in the oven, the very first time that you're going to fire it up, not for the sake of using it, but it's for the survival of the oven, which causes everything to fuse together in a way that it stays together. Build this oven, you install it in your oil. The way it works is you have to heat the first time. The heat, when you put it in the oven, causes the oven to last. So if you put a shaver, put a Hadizar into your oven, for the very first time, guess what? Your oven from here on in is supposed to be survival mode. Why? Because of the Avodah Zarah. Every time you use it, it's going to be using the effects of Avodah Zarah. Therefore, you got to get a smash to pieces. Yosha, if it's an old Avodah Zarah, you sound cool, can't use it anymore. Now, what if you actually bake bread in the oven with that evil Avodah Zarah? Asur, you can't benefit from that bread. Down about here, those loaves of bread got mixed up with other bread. You want to see what's only from that. The Ezra says, yeah, Noah, right comes up with the clever idea is, what are you worried about? Benefit of Zara? All right, how much was that worth? One grain? $5? Okay, $5, bring it to Yamela, drop in Yamela, read your Zara, and everything's going to okay. On the road, in spite of anything of the country, Zara, this is not going to work. The opinion of Rabbi Yezer, we are a set, because Rabbi says this, this is in the seventh white line. Anytime you have the bread from this oven, it's going to be ready to go. In other words, you'll be in our Mishnah, you have a few minutes, so the opinion that that is going on. Because you're not only benefiting from that one piece of wood, the other one is there. But then it's going to be because it's about the FCG mix. Hold on a second. Who argues with it also? Let's see this. Rabbi the previous was my name. Who's going to argue with those that the previous Mishnayos from my folks to choose resin Rabbanan? The Rabbanan have to be like Mako. The problem with this is, you know, Rabbanan the Eitzah Machmir Machmir. They're even more stringent. There's nobody who says it's permissible. Both of them agree that Zebra the garden is going to be a problem. Somebody's taking a step further and so you can't even redeem it. So how do you distribute that to that is one? You know what, rather, no, made a mistake. That was Rabbanan with the R. Going back to Rabbanan on the R that says that we're not worried about that because get mixed together. Anyway, the time about one of the two weeks off, and we're coming. Again, have to be compared. So, all right, it's cooling, it's consumable. Who says you can compare it to Zara? What's the rather, go over back to going, but over the beginning. Power of the unseen, or up on it. Get it on the list. The discussion about the Avodah Zarah and the field that was fertilized to the Avodah Zarah. It's not hard between the Yossi and Rabbana. Now, why that's the problem? Why? Because we try to go ahead and say that there's a difference between Avodah Zarah and other things. Ultimately, the bottom line is we have a major stira. Our Mishnah assumes that Yossi's word is not fit, says that it's a problem. And if some other words to say it's not a problem, but it doesn't fit, doesn't work. The word says the following. Yeah, let's go all the way back to the Jordan. Let's read our Mishnah. Because Yossi, with his range of Rabbanan, he was just responding to the problem. He was not actually giving his opinion. It's a really deep. There's a going with the out of these things. And therefore, I have no problem with planting these vegetables in the winter months to see they going to fall down. But we get true. We are concerned with everything. Now, this is the glory of our son. Older we hear us, how you summon. Mike, walk to me and say to me, let's plant vegetables under these up in the winter. Why? Because you have fertilizer coming from the tree. Rabbana is already for the Kahana. The mother will answer and say, no, we're not worried about it, like we said earlier, because it cancels itself out. In other words, just clearly to summarize what we learned so far, Mishnah tells us that if you put trees to the detriment of vegetables, it's permissible. That's what the problem says. Your opinion, and they say, yes, that's our opinion. And you said, don't you have a field problem over the garden? So then why are you allowing this person to plant these vegetables under the tree? They say, well, it's under the tree. It's bad for it. But don't the leaves fall off and turn to fertilizer? They respond, they say, yes, that's right. Not a problem. The state is so bad that the advantage of the fertilizer can possibly make that up. That's not considered as important. Watch the halacha. We're running out of time. We'll get back to this at the end. There are some fascinating halacha questions with regard to Zebedee. Try to get back to it any of the other Abu Ginza. This garden, the Zal of the Zebedee was recovered. It was fertilized their wounded. So, for Abba Major of Yosef, they sent the question to Yosef. I'm going to help you. I'm going to do a small thing. Remember, halacha that you Zebedee is going to be permissible. Even though the field was fertilized with Zara. Nevertheless, we allowed to plant in it. Why? Because the Zebedee is royal. It's from the top of the test. On the base, brand new Mishnah, just not on that age, the person boy, from an Asura street, a Sura Baga, you can't from that wood, and it's a Madonna. This is a top of you went cleaned up your other with it. You can explain. You have to break it because that seals up the survival. We did in Yashan, it's an old item, you decide to cool it down, and then you can use it. Avodah Zarah, a Sama, you can't benefit from the bread. I'm about to the bread got mixed up with other ones, all awesome. The Hanoi can't benefit from any of those loaves of bread. Take the value of that benefit from the bread. On the road, you cannot redeem the wood. Not only many characters, the person took a branch of the tree and you turned it into a character. The Rashi says a character is a viewing glass. I don't know what it is, but it's some type of viewing to it. Sometimes I don't want to go into exactly what it is, but somehow it separates threads in different directions like this between you. Basically, it's a tool specifically used for reading. You made it out of an Avodah Zarah tree. Also, you cannot use that reading tool. All it was that you actually use it to read the Bible. Also, you can't use that beggar. It's out of that beggar, that garment, that mix of other ones. And continue doing the stuff, like all the what the Lord says, take the value of it, touch it as you know, and then you take it officially show that the benefit on the Lord was responsible, and they said, any hideous items to cover these persons and everything on the side. Why do I touch both cases? They are trying to trace the person taking you and the person to the oven, and then making you read it to us. You ask me, can I say, you know, in case you move the oven, the hot oven, the mix of the evening, the hot oven, the past, and you see it. The idea. And benefiting from it, it's getting destroyed. Since you're benefiting from it and it's simultaneously getting destroyed, maybe supplication will be a little bit more mystical and say it's just going to be that the amount of your hardcore, you used to be sure that it's still there, they will go bottom, maybe a bottom will agree, it's therefore for another case where it's not going to actually we have both lists. We have to calculate what is going to the other case where the item is still here. But in such a case where the item is actually physically present, going anywhere else, we're going to say you can't redeem it, will pass, and we'll do the yes. Maybe there's a group of the answer that since it gets destroyed all the time that using it, you're allowed to go ahead and redeem it. Seriously, you have to have both cases. Omar of Kiev, Rabbi Barafnei, Omar of Kista, Omar Ziri, Halacha, Rabbi. So we have this whole chain of the sword here. They say Allah is like a leather, and yes, we can do this. Ikudami, some say, I'm going to kiss some of the out of our of Rama's email. How is that the sword? Again, the sword is traditionally how we found it very important. Bottom line is, they both say that Allah is like the other. Yes, but you can do it. Allah Abba says both, so the weird is that they have to have it. When it comes to bread, I will probably put it in the barrel of yayin SS, mixed up with other barrels of wine, permissible wine. I will just low, but the other is not going to say to just redeem it and benefit from it. Just on the Christian says, after the carbon comes to a carbon, takes the value of that one cup of Noah, and then doesn't drink it, you could sell off that wine to an aqua. You think about that? Then one has a story. There was a guy, this Alvin from Yaginetza, a barrel of Yaginetza got mixed up with his other one. Also, remember, this Amr said, go out the Zizi, you give him the value of 4 coins, you can narrow this to take the 4 coins, like it says, tuck to the chin, and it will be permissible because you've officially gotten rid of that benefit and you could benefit from that wine. Again, it doesn't mean you could drink from it. I should say very clearly, put the halal to sell to an alcohol, what you for the purposes of how does it happen to go ahead and be vodka? It's it says piercing disease. Takes a branch, a stick of the or shot, some type of staff, a pin, or even a leaf or branch or even tail because what happens is it's sheep. If you goes down and shoot down the tree, if it's a season for the sake of beautifying the tree, then of course it doesn't happen. Ruin the tree to such a way of actually nullifying the road itself. Whereas the first thing should fire, when you take down the tree, you have shavings. That's an element. Are the shavings permissible or are the shavings prohibited? Once you think about a Huna, Bar, please about Huna, there's in the Mahuna and the Huna. So this Salamar, one of them says, return. Some that this is going to be permissible, some say they're going to be prohibited. Tanya command out in the chart. You have a brisa like the thing that says a bit from Tanya says every brisa. You have an apple. You went ahead and shaved down this large tree with soft for his purposes, Shafar Mutar, both the tree and the shavings are looking like if you off for the sake of the tree, he fell and the shavings of Yisrael, of Yisrael, remember what it is, of Yisrael, they would shoot you left in the result, you made the tree and the shavings of the focus, what that luck is, just goes with those, something to stop it. What's the law for the Moses book? If this book sees by itself, you have to go ahead and use the argument. What do you have to do about it? Every splinter of the Zara needs its own different. Why? Now it's not one entity, she must be small entities. Yes, and say this is bottle, that's bottle, that's bottle, until it becomes nullified. More of my small says, it's the children aim the tail up. And when the Zara becomes bottle, as it grows. And he wants to hold on. That's not true. We're missing. That he loves me about. As the tree grows, it becomes was as we read earlier. The actual process of the tree is not going to become buckle. The leaves fall off of the tree, that doesn't make the buckle. That's just the natural process. Now I'll pick up. This is what he said. It was becoming truthful about the desire only needs to be nullified. However, the also is a growing role. In other words, since it's growing randomly, it needs to be back there. That's very hard to do. Let's say this is much. Then I saw by something. The first thing it says, "Oh, do this you are." And now you go ahead and serve broken pieces in your desire. The hospital. We're running out of time. Marisada and Mark says, "Eight of these cigars are not going to go ahead and serve broken. It's a broken piece. You want to know. Everyone agrees that the outfit will serve the broken piece. I'm a shit. Talk about the broken pieces of the broken pieces. It's very sad. And that's what they're talking about. How the mouth of it for this one, one opinion says it the secondary broken piece also mouth of it in the car, and other opinions says the sugar song from this. Rashi explains that this has been mentioned earlier that the section is becoming naturally broken because the octave is going to say that the desire to protect itself into a bunch of savage pieces. It's broken. So that's the nothing. You might say, serious slam with car. agrees that broken pieces and broken pieces of broken pieces are permissible. Russian will vote for problems of Furios. Can't tell over the Zara Furios with different parts which fit one into the next. So it's easily assembled and disassembled. See what you have to do. Talking about a case where even a single person, you don't need anyone, you have to have a craftsman to put it back together. Myself, and one of this things you have to get off zero global case. Simple person, DIY guy can simply put it back together. It's not buckle. My summer, the other thing is you tell them the Kayla was not the buckle, rather elevate wasa. Only way they could use the Hainu. Okay, the normal way. Allowed to do wasa. If it's not the normal way, allowed to do wasa mean Utah the buckle does not need to be buckle because it's not only as Rashi explains, she's elevated was decent in those cases. About after Rashi put in the parrot, last time in fortune to restart for it to fall off and to fall apart, but because it fell apart in the way, therefore it's like the buckle. Hadron Allah.
Morning, let us begin by thanking today. Our annual Talmud Torah class for those who Eretz Yisrael. We're dedicating all the student drushos this year. As is supposed to be so. First of all, for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Av, Haba Alinu L'Tovus. Even when we vision unlock their pets. Israel trees, Gina trees, and he roses white, and stem roses white on the rock. And the film sponsors for today, Saeed and Simahiti for the first winner for the Reese, Nechama Bas Chaya Tega, who is undergoing lengthy and complicated surgery today. Stand with a fierce Lebanon cold for the Israel. Instructions to the nurse allow our hostages to be home to shower in the car and allow our holy soldiers to be successful. The whole Nasi. Let us with that. Let us use the lot to do all the champ. Today's daf is meant to 48. We are picking up on the design at the second Mishnah, or the first Mishnah on the about 12 lines down. Shosha Batim. There are three different types of homes. And listen, obviously, Sol and Zara. But yes, our topic is excellent, right? Although it's not always that way in Shas, but it happens to be this Masechta. We're pretty consistent. All of others are all the time. So the Mishnah says as follows: there are three different types of homes when it comes to Avodah Zarah. The Gemara says as follows: if a home was built from the beginning for Avodah Zarah, in other words, you have a home that literally was built for Avodah Zarah purposes. Again, that home is Asr Dana, good. You remember, as you've seen already, if it was built by a couple, then what? You can tackle it. You can do that. Don't buy a Jew. Okay. Saido Kaidola, let's go. Let's see a regular home. The home was built for regular mundane purposes. But then I came along and he plastered it or he decorated it for and he added something to the home. The cover of all those no Tamasha. Ultimately, if he removes any of the what we'll call Zara additions, then the home becomes permitted. Category 3. If it was just a regular house, but it tells you that the actual is idle into the house, so one idle house, ultimately the house also. Why? Because the house is considered to be serving Avodah Zarah, right? It's attending Avodah Zarah. Once the Avodah Zarah is removed, ultimately again the house becomes permitted. So therefore, three categories. Category 1, you build the house for the sake of Avodah Zarah, the house is also. Category 2, you build the house for regular mundane purposes, but then you plaster it, you paint it, you decorate it. Remove the plaster, remove the decorations, remove the additions, house is mutter. Piece number 3, the house. You just brought Avodah Zarah into it. When Avodah Zarah is there, house is unfit for use. Also, once the Avodah Zarah ultimately is removed, house is mutter. Said Amar Rav, Hamishtacha is also Rav says if one bows down to the house, ultimately it's asr. The Lord says, this is very right. So again, it sounds like you have a regular house belonging down to his halacha, asr. Halacha, kasavar, dalash damim. So what he's seeing here. So he's saying that was, and then attached retains its decanted status. It's made of materials. Those were originally. Now you attach them to the ground. Up until now, you've always been focused on the idea that anything that's attached to the can't become us. So you see from the fact that Rav says that you could bow down to a house and make it us. It was initially attached. Even if you now attached it, it is mutter. I'm sorry. It is still, it is like it's detached, and therefore can be into a bonus. I think for a second. Vanan denotes, but ultimately again, what we learned halacha is the only way that it's usher. If you originally hadn't built it for the sake of Allah, which sounds like again the only way a home becomes usher is only if from the beginning, from its that it was worshipped. Whereas the no, the way it works both actually. Whether you went ahead and built it for the sake of Zara, even if you actually worshipped it, or you bowed to it, even though you didn't build it for the sake of Avodah Zarah. Either way, halacha l'maisa, that house becomes Avodah Zarah. If that's the case, if that's the case, then there aren't 3 categories of houses. There are 4 categories of houses, right? Because category 1 was you built for the sake of Avodah Zarah. Category 2, created for Avodah Zarah. Category of Avodah Zarah inside of it. Now, what's the 4th category? The 4th category is it was built for main purposes, and then you bowed down to it. Wasn't that category included? Remember again, this. Right, so first of all, what's the point of the Mishnah like this? Gemara highlights the point of the Mishnah like this is also to indicate to us what is Avodah Zarah, and therefore we could know how to be mevak Avodah Zarah. Since when it comes to bittul, how are you mevak Avodah Zarah? So then if the atom has the ability to decommission it, essentially by damaging it, even in some small way, right? If you damage it, ultimately again, it is mutter. So whether you built it for the sake of Avodah Zarah, or ultimately it was built for mundane purposes, but worshipped afterwards, either way, from the decommissioning perspective, the process is the same. Since the decommissioning process goes to Bana, building it, and the Ishtaka that bowing down to it are lumped together in one category. Okay, incredible. Shalosh Shavah means there are 3 different types of stone, right? For our purposes, category 1. Evan the Chatzlam the Tefillah Rebimu, Haris the Asura. The stone was originally quarried. Ultimately, again, to be the pedestal for Avodah Zarah. Bimos means like the platform upon which the Avodah Zarah is situated. So that's why the stone was quarried from the beginning. Haris the Asura. That stone is also Sircha, Saida, the Kaidos, if you have stone was for regular, whatever, mundane purposes or no purpose at all. And then you plaster it or you painted it for the sake of Avodah Zarah. No Tomash C8 in the terrace. You remove the paint or the plaster from the stone. The stone then becomes for use. What happens again if the stone requires Avodah Zarah? The stone was quite for mundane purposes, but you just put Avodah on top of the stone. What I was saying, Avodah Zarah is situated on top of it, the stone is also. And if the Avodah Zarah is removed, next, says the Gemara. Bahusha sees the kid with this idea of plastering or painting over the stone has to be, Gemara suggesting, or Rabbi suggesting, that you did something at the physical stone itself, not that just some type of plaster so on top of the stone. It has to be that you actually did with the goof, with the body of itself. It says, I don't need to buy this tonight. Gemara says, but we're comparing these stones to the keys of the house. Ubayis love the root of this sar. And when it comes to talk about plastering or painting, Nothing's going into the house, and yet that's problematic. Gemara says, no, buying Islamic being RV. Gemara says, no, house with stones or bricks, there's the area between the stones or bricks into which the plaster or the paint or the decoration is able to get in. Gemara says, no, we lost, the Shaya of the Shaya. In this case, I think the case where already the house is already previously painted, and now what are you doing? You're adding on an additional layer for the sake of all this. So nothing is happening to the actual body of the house itself. Anything that's done is exterior. I'm going to even detail it. Rather than I'm giving a statement, but the Afagab decides the kind of social event, do not all Mashafidish Shapir Dummy. So this is very interesting. Rabbi Ashman is as follows. I'm stone. Right? The stone was far for no particular reason. Then what happens? I paint it or I plaster for the sake of Avodah Zarah. What's the halacha in that situation? What's the halacha? What does the Mishnah say? You remove the paint for the plastration, the stone is to go. And plus, you have to do, Rabbi Yann's and you do have to do anything with your body. You don't have to physically do the body of the stone itself in order to be mavable the Avodah Zarah identity. Why is that? Because you might have thought that once you paint or you decorate the stone in its entirety, maybe that makes it like that was originally quarried for Zara purposes. The stone itself is fundamentally awesome, and maybe to be mavable, you have to manage to do something with the body of the stone itself. Kamash Malon knows that when you paint, plaster, decorate it, all you need to do is what? Remove that exterior paint, plaster, decoration, and you need not to do anything with the body of this plaster, the body of the stone itself, in order to go to be the vapor the Avodah Zarah. So it's very interesting. Very interesting. There's a tremendous in this as well, which is what's happening over here. The stone is becoming tainted. I've always seen that. What's the more ash? We say with the house. Stone. Right? House regular. The stone is regular. None of all this other happens. You paint it. You plaster it. So I might have thought that now that I changed the house in order to restore it back to its previous holy setting, I have to make some type of comprehensive cathartic change to the body of the house or the stone itself. Kamash Malon, that sometimes the pathway to meaningful change could be exterior change, could be cosmetic, fundamentally alter identity. All I need to do is to plaster, strip away I don't have to do anything to the body of the stone or body of the house. In the world of change, sometimes the object, the entity, or the person is so broken that the change be comprehensive and cathartic. The house itself has to be changed. The stone itself has to be changed. And other times, seemingly relatively easy, minor exterior changes can be made, and it makes a difference. I will say sometimes when you know that we want to change, we get so scared of the comprehensive cathartic like house change or stone change. Meanwhile, all we like sometimes some tweaks. A little bit, remove a little plaster over here, put a little paint over here. Even sometimes the smallest exterior changes in the way we live, in the way we conduct ourselves, to the most tremendous effect. Apple Memchas 48 Amish. Oh, so Sarah was saying the three different trees. Elon Shem, no Elon Shem, all those stuff on him. Now listen, here's this thing. We're going to see something fascinating, which is we've always thought, and maybe I'm projecting, right? We've always thought an Asherah tree is a third type of tree. Like there's a species called Asherah. It turns out that is not the case. By the way, there's also no tooth fairy. So it's fascinating. Where it says an Asherah. Now again, we'll see. Actually, subject to discussion about this. Right? But Lamaisa, Shira is not as much a type of tree as much as it's worship for Avodah Zarah is called an Asherah tree. So Shalosh Asherah, three things like Asherah. If you share is Asura. Anytime that you plant the Zarah, it doesn't matter. It's a redwood, it's a fir. Right, that's not all I know, right? Again, so I say I planted Zarah. That's called an Asherah. So the Gemara says, fine. Asura. Category 1, Category 2, a regular tree, right? The tree was given mundane tree purposes. Gidol epislo, I prune it and I cut it. Ultimately, again, epislo really means I trim it. I prune it or I trim it for the sake of avodah zarah. So in this case, again, tree was planted for regular mundane purposes. Then what happens? I prune it and I trim it for the sake of avodah zarah. The hichlif, and now again it regrows. No tell mash. So ultimately, again, then it was this case, that which regrows is Asr al Avodah Zarah, right? Because in this case, for Judean purposes, I trim it for the sake of Avodah Zarah. The new growths, therefore, are Avodah Zarah. So how do you then restore this tree back to its permitted status? Way or cut off growths. And if you went ahead and you got a regular, but you placed an avodah zarah underneath the nakla, and then it removes haresik metaris. So apparently, while the avodah zarah is under the tree is also it's considered to be serving avodah. Once you go ahead and avodah zarah from underneath the tree, and ultimately again the tree becomes permitted once again. Incredible. So again, you can begin to see that the three categories of trees, the three categories of stones, the three categories of closely resemble one another. I'm with you. So most category was where I planted tree planted for regular mundane, regular purposes, and then halacha myself or I trimmed it for the sake of avodah zarah. In that case, the new growths are the ones that are other. This is assuming, of course, that you prune or you trim the actual body of the tree. The Gemara says, Va'anan, Gido Upis Lotzanan. So it says, here's what's interesting. So Yanai says, now we're talking about over here, Ivrich means grafted, right? Here means, right? So what's this mean? Now I'm coming along, and saying, what's the case? The case is where you're doing something much more substantial. Right? Ultimately, again, you're going ahead and you're grafting it, or your processes. So if it means to graft it, here Rashi points out over here that you take one part of the tree, you put it into the ground, grows roots over here, then you hit, and it becomes two independent trees. So what's happening? That's how the Mishnah says. The Mishnah says even if you graft or trim it, that makes it avodah zarah. Eliki even Rabiana the Indian bittul it. The Rabiana statement is relevant when it comes to bittul, the avodah zarah. Decommission. So what's the very between the itmar? Gab the hevrech ve'herkiv the gufilan. Kinat omar shehech lef shvedami. The most it's very even if you graft, we'll call both of these grafting. It's to graft. You can go ahead and graft one tree into another. If you can imagine, let's say you have like a sapling, it's bendable. You take the top part of the sapling, you bend it down to the ground. You plant that top. That top then develops roots. You then cut it like we'll call it the bow. Effectively, you have two. So the Gemara says, what was you about to say? Well, the lists are cool. You might have thought that these grafting cases, immediately if you'd actually planted the tree from the beginning for the sake of avodah zarah. That wasn't obviously, as we've seen, once you're creating something for the sake of avodah zarah from the beginning, it's on a much greater severity. I thought that grafting is the equivalent to planting shmalon, that is not the case. Okay, incredible. Shmuel says as follows: person bows down to asura. Anything that grows on the tree after this sounds like this is the case of the tree was planted for regular purposes, then the akum came along and bound to it. So anything grows post bowing is going to have the status of avodah zarah. Okay, Master Rabbi Lazar, Gido Pislavos Kochavim Be'echlif and Otel HaShichlis. So it says the ultimately again. So Rabbi Lazar is a kasha to Shmuel. It doesn't make any sense. The Mishnah says if you pruned or if you trimmed the tree for the sake of Avodah Zarah, and then there were new growths, the new growths were also. So Gido Pislo in doesn't get to do a Maisa. You have to prune it or trim it for the sake of Avodah Zarah. Then the new growths are also. But again, low is low. But if you didn't prune it, you didn't trim it, you just bow down to it. It sounds like that would not create a problem. So therefore, again, Rabbi raising his kasha on Shmuel. So the Gemara says, Shmuel says, Pudin is reflected in the Mishnah. That's the opinion of the Rabbanim. This goes back to staff. Shmuel don't Yossi by Yehuda. Shmuel holds like Rabbi Yossi. The Amar, he says, Elon Shenat Labasof Abdul Asar. So again, I will say we've seen this is a fundamental focus between the Rabbanim and Yehuda. The ultimate Rabbi Yossi says that even if you planted a tree for regular mundane purposes, if you worshipped it, it subsequently becomes Shmuel's view, but that is not the view mentioned in the Mishnah. Okay, so let's go to Rashi. So Rashi is we might have so should they really argue in the case of that? So mostly just understand what's happening. Our Mishnah said that if you have a regular tree and then you are doing a nice with the tree, any new growths are usher as avodah zarah. Shmuel comes along and says, even if you didn't prune it or trim it, you just bow down to it. Any new growths are usher as avodah zarah. So the Gemara now is suggesting that machlokas between Shmuel and Rabbi Lazar is actually machlokas in the Rabbanon and Rabbi Yossi. The Rabbanon's view is mentioned in the Mishnah. That if you just bow down to a tree that was planted for mundane purposes, you haven't done anything. In other words, I shouldn't say you haven't done anything. In other words, obviously, it's not avodah zarah, but you don't fundamentally change the trees. Rabbi Yehuda holds that even if something was planted for mundane purposes, if you bow to it, if you worship it, from that point of bow forward, the item is endowed with avodah zarah identity. That's not focus on here. Maskei Rashi, remind Rabbi Yossi by Rabbanon because I see it. Rabbanon are arguing with new growth. Dilma, everyone agrees that when you bow down to a tree, the new growths are certainly up. Everyone will agree to that. What's the matter? Will be eternal keeping, and perhaps they're about the status of the tree itself, worship. Rabbi Yossi, who the Savri Karnami Asr, who holds that when you bow down to the tree itself becomes Asr. Because the Pasuk says you have to destroy their Asheras, and therefore again, once you worship it, by definition, you endow it with avodah zarah identity. Rabbanan hold no. Ikar Elon Shar. Ultimately, again, the Ikar Elon, the primary tree remains committed. Why? You shall their Asheras. Now, what Rabbanan are pointing out over here is once it says the Asherei this Rafun that you have to burn their Asheras, why do you need to say anything else? Why do you have to say Asher Tidadeyu? You have to do this. Why do you need that second phrase? Because it's telling you there's a type of tree where the new growth is asr, but the primary tree remains mutter. What type of tree is that? What type of tree is that? That was initially planted from mundane places, then leveled or trimmed. The new growths ultimately become asr. If he came up, and again, Mishnah said the reason we don't answer it up like this is because the Yossi by Yehuda Rabbanon, will say the proofs that each of them both are potentially interchanged. Gido upisulo man katanilo. If that's the case, then who is the author of our Mishnah, who said that if you get a mundane tree, I should say if you prune or trim the mundane tree, that the new growths are us, the author. Lo Rabbanon Yosef Yehuda would neither be the Rabbanon Yosef Yehuda. I Rabbanon below Gido Prisula. Namito Sefes Asura. Just went to the Rabbanon, then ultimately again, without pruning or trimming it, the additional growth should also be usher. And Ida Yosef Yehuda, Iker Elon Nami Asher. So Yehuda, the primary tree itself would also be usher after worship. Gemara says, how do we answer this up? Ibaisim Rabbi Yosef Yehuda. Ibaisim Rabbanon. Right, use or Rabbi Yehuda. How so? Ibaisim Rabbi Yosef Yehuda. Ikar Yehuda below Gido Upisur Ikar. When even if you don't prune it or right, but you worship it, that's a primary also. When is that? Stomach. Rose is interesting. You just worship it as a whole without the tree that you are worshiping. Whereas I guess when it comes to tree, a person can say I'm a trunk guy, or a guy, But again, let's say you just stop worship. According to the ultimately again that makes the tree ultimately about Gido Pisulo the Adaite Nechole. The Ila no Nechole. But if you prune or you trim a tree for what are you saying? What are you saying? And really what I'm worshiping is what? The new growths. The growths. Interesting. The Gemara says the flexibility of the Rabbanon. How so? The Gemara says, Gido Pisulo is Trichole. Ultimately, again, we need the case, ultimately, of pruning and trimming. I'm going to thought like this. Since by pruning and trimming, you are doing something with the actual tree itself. For I might have thought that the actual tree itself becomes aser. Kamash Malon, that is not the case. Kamash Malon, that halacha l'maisa, the ikar tree remains mutter, and ultimately again the new growths remain become aser. Okay, so let's say, halacha l'maisa, what do we do with this? So therefore, again, 2 out of the 3 categories are pretty straightforward. Category 1 is that I plant the tree for the sake of Allah. What is that called? What is that called? Ashira. Right? Again, remember, suddenly it's not a type of tree Ashira, but rather again, any tree that is worshipped, right, that is planted for the sake of Avodah Zarah is called Ashira. That's category 1. Category 3, I put Avodah Zarah. Again, I keep saying I was doing these things because remember, if a Jew does it, changes the math on all of stuff in a bad way. So I say again, Akum puts Avodah under the tree. What's the halacha? While the under the tree itself, the tree is us because the tree is considered to be in its right. It's attending to Avodah Zarah. But once the Avodah Zarah is moved from the tree is totally mutter. What about case 2? Case 2 is one that we spent this entire sugya. Akum prunes or trims the tree for the sake of Avodah Zarah. So what is that? What does the Mishnah say? The Mishnah says ultimately again that is the new growths. The new growths ultimately again are asr al avodah, but the tree itself remains permitted. The tree itself remains permitted. And I will say that is how the Rambam Paskin as well. That whether that reflects the view of the Rabbanon, okay, so that's my focus. But just also to clarify, the way we Paskin is if an akum goes to the tree and the tree was planted for regular mundane purposes, and the akum bows down, we pass like the Rabbanon, that tree become usher. That tree is like the mountain that does not become usher. When this circles back, anything that is naturally occurring cannot be made into Avodah Zarah unless, of course, there was some human intervention that have changed in the item. That's why if you're doing something to a tree, okay, But if we just look to the tree, what happens? That which grows subsequent will be avodah zarah. The tree itself, the fruit of the tree, still means permitted. Incredible. Now, Ezu Asherah. What is an Asherah tree? Again, remember, you must ask me a different kind of question because you already, at least in our pure definition, tree planted for the sake of the zarah is called an Asherah tree. You must say Ezu Asherah. What is the color? Any tree underneath which you find an idol, an Asherah. And we'll explain exactly how line of this Mishnah stems with the previous Mishnah. The Mishnah says, Kosha Osa. Any tree that you worship, ultimately again, is called an Asherah tree. The Maisa B'Tzidan B'Ilashei Ovid also. There was one time, so we'll say, so again, there is some type of this happening over here. The Rama holds an Asherah tree is any tree that has avodah zarah underneath it. The Shimon holds Asherah tree is any tree that's shit. In my son, it's not being able to show you. So one time it happened in Sidon that there was a tree that they worshipped. Matzu Tachtav Gal, and they found like a pile of dirt underneath the tree. I'm going to be sure Shimon says, "Bad Kwesa Gal." Go and dig up the pile. It's like Allah said, Batul Batul Batsura, an idol buried underneath the tree. Amalahan, Hoil with Surah Hain Oldin, Natural Say. Good news. There's an idol there. The assumption is they were worshiping the idol, not the. So therefore, because they're worshiping the tree itself becomes okay. So it's now let's a little bit of a strange Mishnah. He says the Gemara, Asherah. What do you mean when the Mishnah says what's an Asherah? We just learned this Manan Shalosh Asherah. We literally just learned this as well. What did the Mishnah say? 3 different types of Asherah. We literally just did this. How to say? Shtayim lekakol va'achas machloges v'rabshim v'rabanon. That everyone agrees with. And then there's one case of Asherah. What's the Asherah case that's machloges? This is very interesting. Any case where you find an idol underneath the tree. That's the machlokas case. Why? Maybe Shimon Omer, Kosha Ovdinosa. I'm sorry. Kosha Shadavos. So Gemara says, Rabbi Shimon Omer, Kosha Ovdinosa. So it's interestingly enough, the machlokas over here, is when you go ahead and you find an idol underneath the tree. Does that make it into an Asherah tree? Now the Kama says, the Rabbanan say yes, and Rabbi Shimon says no. Rabbi Shimon says if there's an idol underneath the tree, then what? They're worshiping the idol, not the tree. Okay, now let's say, now by the way, now the rest of the Mishnah actually makes sense because then the Mishnah tells the story. What was the story? There was a tree in Sidon that everybody was worshiping. There was a pile of dirt underneath. The Shimon says, hey, dig up the pile. They dug it up. They find it up there. And says, oh, good news. They were never really worshiping the tree. They were worshiping the idol. The tree is permitted. Okay. So the Gemara says, what's like stamina shit? It's just like, we're trying to figure out like, what is some Asherah case? Or really, what I was asking is like this: what is the identifying mark of an Asherah? I understand what an Asherah is. Like an Asherah is any tree that is planted for avodah zarah. What you want to see asking over here is: you're walking down the street, you see a tree. Well, we see some identifying marks, right? Or some identifying simanim that what you're looking at is an Asherah tree. How would you be able to pick that out? Listen to this. Okay, here's a good one. Anytime you see a bunch of idolatrous priests sitting underneath a tree that bears fruit and no one touches the fruit. Good. So if you happen to see that, it's a pretty sure that is an avodah zarah. That's Shmuel says, "Filu hani tami lebei nitzarfi even if you hear people say, "Oh, the dates of this tree, we're going to save them for Beit Nitzarfi." That's the name of the temple, right? Because again, it was common it was common for idolaters to make beer. Remember, again, about sometimes date beer. To make date beer for Yom Tov. Okay, so again, we'll see here what's happening over here. First indicator would be seeing the priest sit there and they don't eat fruit. Second indicator is that halacha myself, if they eat the fruit, but they have to utilize the fruit when on their Yom Tov. Ultimately, again, and Neymar said the elders of Pumbedisa told me that the halacha follows Shmuel. And others will say, so again, remember, the machlokes between Rav and Shmuel is Rav says that if it's in a Asherah tree, no one touches the fruit. Shmuel says that's not true. They'll eat the fruit, not for mundane purposes, only for ritualistic purposes, but the mice they would still eat the fruit. Again, halacha is Shmuel. So again, it's a tree, and the fruit is only utilized for Avodah purposes. That is an Asherah. Incredible. Amud Beis. Let's call Lo Yeshe B'tzila. So as I say now, again, if we are dealing over here with an Avodah tree, an Asherah tree, so the Mishnah says you cannot sit in its shade. Everyone says, going to see. This is not talking about the actual shade of the branches. That's obvious, right? Because sitting in the shade of an Asherah is mamish getting benefits from the Asherah. That's not what we're talking about over here. Tahar. And if you sat in the shade, ultimately, again, you're tar. We'll see the meaning of all this in just a little bit. Now, similarly, again, you really should not even walk underneath the Asherah tree. And if you did so, you are tamei. Okay, we'll clarify everything in the Gemara. Haisa Gozela says Harabim. What happens if the Asherah tree extended into the Harabim? So literally, again, I was like, can you imagine that this could be a real problem? You have overgrown Asherah tree, right? Very inconsiderate idolaters, right? Right. So the Asherah tree is growing into the Harabim. Now the problem over here is that what? That Allah Haisa. Here's what we believe from this Mishnah, that if you go ahead and you walk literally underneath the branches of an Asherah, you are tamei. Now, what Tomo will have to see? You are tamei. The problem is if that tree extends into the Sharabim, supposed to do, the Gemara says, if it extends into the Sharabim and you walk underneath, ultimately, tar. You are tar. You are tar. Incredible. So now, obviously, now if you look at Rashi says, let's just look at this Rashi, even though make a little bit more sense than the Gemara. The hach to Drabarani, who crud to my Gemara stuck to the Amma. We're going to see. Apparently, when you're going to the branch of Avodah Zarah, what does this sound like? What does this sound like? What does it sound like? What type of tumas ohel? Now, again, Rashi points out over here. So, what the Mishnah is telling me is, if you walk underneath the branch of a tree, you out tumas ohel. Tumas does avodah zarah today. Rashi is telling us this is tumas d'rabbanan. It's d'rabbanan. Now, what the source even of that rabbinic tumas we'll see tomorrow. It's rabbinic tumah. Now, obviously, the good news is that since it's rabbinic tumah, what the ability to do what? To legislate when the tumah applies and when the tumah doesn't apply. They have that ability. Because they have that ability, therefore, Allah said they have to say, if you're walking under it of your own volition, okay, but if it's extended sarabim, and therefore, I guess that's inappropriate, must be a business. I'm just holding the shram, which I'm allowed to do. The tumah doesn't apply in that case. All right, so let's analyze. A lot to unpack over here. Well, let's go through the first. So what was the first case? First case of the Mishnah was sit in the shade of the zar. So you have an Asherah tree. Let's just go. Most basic level, right? The tree was planted for the sake of Avodah Zarah. Therefore, it is an Asherah. Now it has nice big branches. Can't count. It has ugly big branches, right? But so I can't sit underneath. That's obvious. Sitting underneath branches is what? What do we call that? Hana. It's benefit. First scanners, you're not tumah, right? You're not tumah, right? That's obvious. I can't. That'll be so. I can't get hana from Avodah Zarah. So what's the shayla over there? Whereas the Shita, Barchano, Rabbi Yochanan Mitzvah Sel Tzila. This is very interesting. It's say very often, right, if you have a tree, right, so the tree casts a primary shadow, then there is a secondary shadow. I might have thought, this is from the height of the tree, and you'll see in just a moment. I might have thought that the prohibition to benefit is only from the primary shadow, but from the secondary shadow, there's like a thing to shadow, would not be a problem. Ultimately, even in the secondary shadow, you're not allowed to get benefit. Nichlas and Nichlal, did itself come up? Some Muslim Yashav, Tame, I'm sorry, what's this again? Lo Yeshiv Silah, Shita, that's obvious. That is the secondary shadow. Nichlal, did itself come up? Yashav, Tame. Is that telling me ultimately again that if I sat in the shadow, right? This is the shadow ultimately again, the height of the tree. That if I sat there, to which the Gemara says, "Lo, that's el kamasa nami in yash." No, not necessarily. If you sit in the shadow of the height, you will be tired. The idea over here is anytime you're secondary shadow, you never become tame, right? But obviously, you still shouldn't do it. In other words, if I sit underneath the direct canopy of the tree, that is usher. Any secondary shadows are usher. You should not do it. But if you did it, ultimately, again, no trouble. Okay, you get them asking about Seifa, others go ahead and bring this conversation on the Seifa. Ultimately, again, and if you sat underneath it, you are tar. So that's obvious. I was both like, of course, if I go ahead and I sit underneath the secondary shadow, I'm going to be tar. We're talking about over here the shadow that is cast by the height of the tree. So does that mean that the secondary shadow ultimately again you can say that even no, how come I should that you would sell commerce and you're teaching us that if you stand in the shadow of the height of the tree, you're going to be tall. So say bottom line, what's the takeaway? Takeaway is what says like this. Again, we're going to circle back to the previous case. So I love that kind of eat that shade of the Asr and Tameh. Anytime you're sitting in a summa, but it's going to be Asr nevertheless in all cases. Incredible. Below Yavar Tavim Avar Tameh. Okay, so what's that? It's like this. So now, okay, so here's what we know. Go underneath the shade, go into the canopy, because remember again, it has to be like a total case. So when you go under the canopy, ultimately again, there is going to be tumah, rabbinic tumah. So says the Gemara, the lo yavar avar tameh. Therefore, you should not pass underneath the canopy of Avodah Zarah, the shade of Avodah Zarah, and if you so ultimately again tameh. Okay, says the Gemara. I know what's the reason. The leka takubas avodas kochavim. Money. So let's say maybe you say like this, because at the end of the day, Rashi over here. Yasher the leka takubas kochavim. The nitsa ayel al takubas v'alav. So we'll say maybe it is like this. Anytime you find shayla, chances are there is an idol beneath it, buried beneath it. In which case, then the tree, the Asherah tree itself, serves as an oh, I'm under the same roof as me and the Avodah Zarah. So is that what's happening over here? So the Gemara, if that's the case, money. Rabbi Yehuda was saying, so Rabbi Yehuda was saying, Omer, Minayim, Mitakoles, Avokam Shanatami Ba'oel. We'll say, how do I know that Zarah itself conveys tumah, but underneath the same roof? From underneath it, as Avodah Zarah, that literally like a Baal Par, literally they worship the Baal Par, and they ate the corpses of the dead. So the Gemara says, or offerings to the dead. So more you see from this pasuk. Pasuk is comparing Avodah Zarah ultimately again to a ma meis metame ba'ohel af taklovis avodas kochavim Mitame oil. Just as ultimately corpse conveys to us oil, so to Avodah Zarah conveys to us. So we'll say this is very important. This is incredibly important. So the concept ultimately the source for a corpse conveying the source for Avodah Zarah in Tumah ultimately again is comparison to a corpse. Now remember again, we're quoting a pasuk. This is a din drabara. This is rabbinic law. This is not biblical. So therefore, again, the juxtaposition, or I should say, the comparison to Avodah Zarah and mace tells us that just like mace can be based on us, well, so to Avodah Zarah. Therefore, back to the Mishnah, do not go ahead and walk underneath the canopy of an Asherah, because again we assume that if there's a tree at some point either is Avodah Zarah there, was Avodah Zarah buried there, and therefore you are coming to job on to Mashola. Incredible. Haisa goes out. So we'll say now what about the last case? Right? Now what's the last case? If the Asherah tree overextends its borders and goes into the Rosh Hashanah, and the branches enter Rosh Hashanah again, and I walk under it in halacha, I am I'm not Tomei. It says the Gemara. Very interesting case. Avar or over? It's very interesting. As Haisa goes out to Saradin, if the Asherah tree extended into Rosh Hashanah, tar, and you go underneath it, you pass underneath it, you're tar. The rabbis did not legislate in that case. The Gemara asks, how do you read that word? Is the word or over? Let's search the word over and over. If you went through, it's facto. Over me, you can go through. What does Mishnah say? It's saying, allowed to walk underneath that tree because it was there, or no? You really should still try to avoid walking. But if you walked underneath it ex post facto, you're still tar. So big enough community. Yitzchak ben Elazar, Mishmei Dechizkiya Amar, over. So interesting, Yitzchak says, over, lechatchila. But you are allowed to walk underneath that tree. The rabbis were not gozer in that case. There is no tumah, and therefore Allah Lamaisi, you are lechatchila underneath that tree. Amar in Avar, Rabbi Yochanan says, Lamaisa, ideally avoid it. Ideally avoid it. Ultimately, you can walk underneath it. So hopefully, the Gemara says you're not arguing. So they're not arguing. What does everything depend on? Is that if there's another path, everyone agrees. If there's not another path, you can walk through. I'm going to say that Gemara is often interesting. I'm going to shish to Shameh. She said to his attendant, so apparently the overhanging, there was an overhanging Asherah tree. When we get to that spot of the Asherah tree, do me a favor, help me run past. Like help me run under it quickly. What's the case? Mishra, if there's no other path, right? It was the only way through, then what? The run. But again, if there is another path, just because you're running, right? Just because you're running through it, doesn't make it mutter. So it's going to be olam deleka diakafin. In reality, there was not another path, and therefore, again, Shishas was totally permitted to walk. So why did he say to his attendant, let's run through? The Gemara says, "Ba'adam chashuv shiny." Ultimately, again, because Shishas answers Adam chashuv, and what was he concerned about? He didn't want people to see him underneath that tree, because of course, remember, people are not that people are knowledgeable about all of these circumstances. So he was concerned that people see through that tree and don't understand context, and they glean from that how you're allowed to go ahead and walk underneath a tree like this in general. And therefore, he said, in order to avoid any type of suspicion like this, halach l'maisa to go ahead and. So therefore, again, so therefore, what we see just the takeaways is number one, the idea of the Yasser. what the canopy ultimately conveys Tumah D'Rabbanan. If Rosh Hashanah you're allowed to walk through it, there's not another path. But if there is another path, again, take that pathway. Halacha l'maisa, Adam Chashuv, even if there is what his actions look like. You know, that last story is also very, sometimes in life, like, we have to take compromised pathways. Sometimes in life where I have to do things evolved in life, get it done as quickly as possible. Don't linger less than ideal circle. Sometimes we don't have a choice, but best to get done and move yourself forward to the next stage. Rosai, good job. So stop over today. Shkai, everyone. Morning. Let us begin by morning shir to thank. We're dedicating all the Sherman Rush this year. We start over Stephen, Wendy, Jason, in honor of their parents, Israel, Jason, Rose's wife, and in memory of Stanley Rose's wife's home. And our Dafnomi sponsors for today, Saeed, Simahikim for the Restream for their niece, Nechama Bas Chaya Fega, who is undergoing lengthy and complicated surgery today. She should have a full survival today with cold police, which welcome should be our hostages to come home to Shalom and the call our holy soldiers to be successful the whole Nazi day. Let's with that, let us give a lot to do. Baruch Hashem. Today's daf is class 48, and we are up on the design on the base, the second Mishnah, first Mishnah on the page, about 5 lines down. Shlosh Bat, there's 3 different types of homes. Obviously, so Zara. Avodah Zarah, excellent, right? Not always that way in Shas, but having this Masechta, the persistence, all of Avodah Zarah all the time. So they have the different types of homes when it comes to Avodah Zarah. What is that? Gemara says as follows: the home was built from the beginning for Avodah Zarah. In other words, you have a home that literally again was built for our purposes. Again, that home is Asr. Asr Ban. No, good. Now again, remember, as you've seen already, if it was built by a home, can be can do that. Can't be mevatlot. Okay. So let's go home. The home was built for the mundane purposes, but then Akum came along and he plastered it or he decorated it for the chidesh, and he did something to the home with avodas kohanim. No tamasha mechadesh. Ultimate proofs. Any of the what we'll call Zara additions. Then the home becomes category 3. It was just a regular house. But it said Akum brought his goat into the house. The one idol was in the house. Ultimately, the house is a lie because the house is considered to be serving Avodah Zarah. It's attending to Avodah Zarah. Once the Avodah Zarah is removed, ultimately, again, the house becomes permitted. So, we'll say therefore categories. Category 1, you build the house for the sake of Avodah Zarah. The house is asr. Category 2, you build the house for regular purposes, but then you add on something for Avodah Zarah. You plaster it, you paint it, you grade it. Remove the plaster, the decorations, remove the additions. House is mutter. 3, regular house. Just Akum brought his Avodah Zarah into it. When the Avodah Zarah is there, house is unfit to use. Asr Ba'dah. Once the Avodah Zarah ultimately is removed, house is mutter. Says the Gemara, Rav says if the house down to a house, ultimately is asr. They were interested. Right, so again, it sounds like you have a regular house, and then the Akum going down to his house. What's the halacha? Asr. So what do you see here? Here, something that was detached and then attached, retain its detached state status. Just think about this: a home is made of materials. The materials were attached them to the ground and you worship them. So until now, we've always been focused on the idea that is mechuber, anything that's attached to the ground can't become usher. So you see from the fact that Rav says that you can bow down to what else and make it usher indicates to us that as long as it was initially detached, even if you now attached it, it is mutter. I'm sorry, it is usher. It is like it's detached and therefore can be into Avodah Zarah. Just 1 second. Ultimately, again, what we learned, the only way that it's usher is if you originally go ahead and build it for the sake of Allah, which sounds like again, the only way a home becomes usher is only if from the beginning, from its inception, that it was worshipped. So we said, no, the way it works is both acts. Whether you went ahead and built it for the sake of Allah, even if you never actually worked it, or out to it, even though you didn't build it for the sake of Allah. Either way, that comes Avodah Zarah. If that's the case, there are 3 categories of houses, right? Because category 1 was you built a home for the sake of Avodah Zarah. Category 2, you decorated for Avodah Zarah. Category 3, you housed Avodah Zarah inside of it. Now there's a 4th category. What's the 4th category? The 4th category is it was built from underneath and then you bowed to it. Why isn't category included? So you must remember again why we so first of all, what's the point of a mission like this? It's the point of a mission like this is also to indicate to us what is Avodah Zarah, and therefore we could know how to be mavak Avodah Zarah. Since when it comes to bittul, remember how are you mavak Avodah? So remember, if the akol go to decommission it, essentially by damaging it, even in some way, right? If it damages it, again, it is mutter. So whether you broke it for the sake or ultimately it's broke for mundane purposes, but worship after either way, from the decommissioning perspective, the process is the same. Since the decommissioning process is the same, those two, building it and they have that bowing down to it, are lumped together in one category. Okay, Mishnah, Shalom, there are 3 different types of stone, right? For Avodah Zarah purposes, category 1, Evan Shefat Slametus Harija Asura, it's stone originally quarried. Ultimately, again, to be for Avodah Zarah. Bimus means that form upon which the Avodah Zarah. So that's why the stone from the beginning, Harija, that stone is also Sircha, Aidos, the Kaidos, what happens if you had a stone was quarried for regular, whatever purposes, or no purpose at all, and then you plaster it or you painted it for the sake of Avodah Zarah. If you remove the paint or the plaster from the stone then becomes for use. What happens again if the stone wasn't quarried for Avodah Zarah? If the stone was quarried for mundane purposes, and you didn't do any additions to the stone, but you just put Avodah Zarah, when the Avodah Zarah is situated on top of it, the stone is also. But if the Avodah Zarah is removed from it, then ultimately the stone is mutter. Stone cases very much parallel the house cases. Next, says the Gemara. So the Gemara says, when you talk about this idea of plastering or painting or stone, it has to be, the Gemara suggesting over here, it has to be that you did something actually to the physical stone itself. Not just that you applied some type of plaster or paint on top of the stone, but it has to actually did something with the goof, with the body of the stone itself. Says the Gemara, says, for the case of the stone, the case of the house. Is love the goof and missar. And when it comes to talking about plastering or paint, nothing's going into the house itself, right? It's being applied on the exterior of the house, and yet that's probably no. By Islam, being RV. House when you have like the bricks, there's the area in between the bricks into which the plaster or the paint or the decking is able to get in. On the shy of a other side. In the house case, we're dealing with a case where already the house is already painted, and now what are you doing? You're adding on an additional layer for the sake of Avodah Zarah. So nothing is happening to the actual body of the house itself. Anything that's done is exterior work. No, rather Rabbi Ami made a statement. ultimately again was making terms of gittel, meaning what? This side the kind of official event, Ginoto Mashahidish Shafir Dami. Shimon said this is very interesting. Rabbi Ami's coming at it as follows. I have a stone, right? The stone was quarried for no particular reason. Then what happened? I paint it or I plaster it for the sake of Avodah Zarah. The most say, what's the in that situation? Or what does the Mishnah say? If you remove the paint or the declaration, the stone is good to go. And thus, you do not have to you do not have to do anything with the actual body. You don't have to physically change the body of the stone itself in order to be so the Avodah Zarah identity. Why is that the Gemara? The Gemara כיוון שסייג בקיא בגופו של אבן, כאבן שחצה מתחיל לבס בחרם דם, בטיסה כולה, because you might have thought that once you paint or you plaster or you decorate stone in its entirety, maybe that makes it like the stone that was originally quarried for the Zarah purposes. Case, the stone itself is fundamentally usher, and maybe to be mavelit, you have to manage to do something with the body of the stone itself. Kamash malon, that when you paint, plaster, paint it, all you need to do is what? Remove that exterior paint, plaster, or decoration, and you need to do anything with the body of the stone itself in order to go to be mavelit. You have all the Zara. It's also very interesting. So there's a tremendous mashachas in this as well, which is what's happening over here. The stone is becoming tainted. We have all the Zara. So now what's house? Stone. You painted it, right? It's house here. The stone started not of all the Zara. What happens? You painted it. You plaster it for the sake of all the Zara. So I might have thought that now I have changed the house in order to restore it back to its previous home. I have to make some type of comprehensive cathartic change to the body of the house stone itself. Come on, that sometimes the pathway to meaningful change could be as change. Could be little things that fundamentally alter, strip away the pain. I don't have anything to the body of the stone or body of the house. Sometimes the object or the person is broken, but the change has to be comprehensive. Itself has to be changed. Stone itself has to be. And other times, seemingly rather clear changes can be made, and that makes all the difference. They both say sometimes when we know that we want to change, we get so scared of the comprehensive house change or stone change. Meanwhile, all we need in life is sometimes some tweaks. Remove a little plaster over here, remove a little paint over here. Even sometimes the smallest exterior changes in the way we live, the way we conduct ourselves, can have the most tremendous effect. Incredible. Top of Memchas 48. Amish. They're saying there are three different types of other trees. Elon Shenotu, Mutchilo Shem Avodoskam, Areze Asura. Now here's what's interesting. We're going to see something fascinating, which is we've always thought, and maybe I'm just projecting, right? We've always thought an Asherah tree is a particular type of tree. Like there's a species called Asherah. It turns out that is not the case. By the way, there's also no tooth fairy. It's fascinating. It says, and Ashira, we'll see actually it's subject to this discussion about this. Right? But Maisa, an Ashira is not as much a type of tree as much as a tree that's worshipped for all the Zara is called an Ashira tree. So Shalosh Ashira, even Shanatu Shabbalas Khamar is Asura. Anytime that you plant a tree for the sake of all the Zara, it doesn't matter. It's a redwood, it's a fir. That's not all I know. Right. That's it. So the nice again. So I planted a seed of Avodah. That's called an Asherah. That's called an Asherah. So the Gemara says, fine. Category 2 is the of the tree, right? The tree was planted regular, mundane trees. Then what happens? I prune it and I cut it. Ultimately, again, epistle really means I trim it. I prune it or I trim it for the sake of Avodah. So in this case, again, tree was planted for regular, mundane purpose. Then what happens? I prune it and I trim it for the sake of Avodah. And now again, it regrows. No tell mashahichlif. So ultimately, again, we'll say in this case, that which regrows is also zara, right? Because in this case, for the purposes, I prune it and I trim it for the sake of avodah zara. The new growths, therefore, are avodah zara. So how do you go ahead and restore this tree back to its primitive status? Take away or cut off the new growths. If you can, you have a regular tree, but you place it in avodah zara, right? You place avodah zara underneath it and nakla, and then it was removed. So apparently, while the avodah zara is under the tree is also because it's considered to be serving avodah zara. But once you go ahead and remove it, incredible. So those are three categories. So again, you get to see that the three categories of trees, the stones, the three categories of homes, all close to yourself. Had a tree that was planted for regular purposes. I put it or I trimmed it for the sake of avodah zara. In that case, they are awesome. So I'm reading it down. And he's assuming, of course, that you prune or you trim the actual body of the tree. The Gemara says, so once I see this interesting. So Yanai says, they're talking about over here, give riff. Right here, kid means right. So what's this? What I'm just coming along, but Yanai's coming saying, what's the case? So you're doing something much more simple. Right? Ultimately, again, you're going ahead and you're grafting it, or these two processes. So hivrik means the graft. Hivrik means Rashi points out over here that you take one part of the tree, you put the top into the ground, grows roots over here, then and it becomes two independent trees. Marcel second. That's how the Mishnah says. The Mishnah says even if you graft it or trim it, that makes it avodah. The Rabbiana is rather relevant when it comes to the bit of avodah zara. Decommissioning household. It's very interesting. Even if you graft it or both of these grafting, there's two ways to graft. You can go ahead and graft one tree into another, or like I said, if you can imagine. Let's say you have like a sapling, right? So you take the top out of the sapling, you bend it down to the ground, you plant that top. That then develops roots. Once it develops roots, cut it like in the middle of the bow. And now effectively you have two trees. So the Gemara says, what was your thought? You might have thought that these grafting cases, maybe it's as if you've actually planted the tree from the beginning of avodah zara. Obviously, as we've seen, once you're creating something for the sake of avodah zara from the beginning, that takes on a much greater severity. I might have thought that grafting is equivalent to planting something from the beginning for avodah zara purpose. Much malon, but that is not the case. Okay, incredible. Person bows down to a tree. Anything that grows on you after the moment that he bowed down with is also. So obviously, it sounds like this is the case of where the tree was planted for regular purposes. Then Akum came along and bowed down to it. So anything that grows post bowing is going to have the status of avodah zara. Okay. Master of Elazar, Gido Upislavos Kochavim, they have no to Mashich with. So it says, the ultimate doesn't make any sense. It says, if you pruned or if you did the tree for the sake of on the shop, and then there were new growths. New growths were awesome. It doesn't get to do a mitzvah. You have to prune it or trim it for the Zara, then the new growths are awesome. But again, low Gido is the low. But if you prune it, you didn't trim it, and you just bow down to it, it sounds like that creates a problem. So therefore, again, Rabbi Elazar is Rashi on Shmuel. So the Gemara says, I'm going to Shmuel. Shmuel says, that's the clear of the Rabbanan. This goes back to Shabbos. Shmuel don't Rabbi Yossi Yehuda. Shmuel himself holds like Rabbi Yossi by Yehuda. The Amar is Ilan Shenat Lobasof Aser. So again, I want to say, this is a fundamental yes between the Rabbanan. The ultimate Rabbi Yossi says that even if you planted a tree for regular mundane purposes, if you worshipped it, it suddenly becomes Aser. That's Shmuel's view, but that is not the view mentioned in the Mishnah. Okay, let's get to Rashi. So Rashi raised the kasha. You might say Yehuda, so do Rabbi Yossi Yehuda and the Rabbanan, do they really case of Tosefes? So just understand what's happening over here. Our Mishnah said, right? Our Mishnah said, that if you have a regular tree, and then you prune it or you trim it for the sake of those, so you have a nice little tree, any new growths are usher as Avodah Zarah. Shmuel comes along and says, even if you didn't prune it or trim it, you just bow down to it. Any new growths are usher out Avodah Zarah. So the Gemara now suggests that machlokes between Shmuel and Rabbi Elazar is actually machlokes the Rabbanan and Rabbi Yossi. The Rabbanan's view is mentioned in the Mishnah that if you just bow down to a tree, in other words, the act, I shouldn't say that. In other words, obviously it's not Avodah Zarah, but you don't fundamentally change the tree. Rabbi Yehuda holds that even if something is planted for a mundane purpose, if you bow to it, if you worship it, from the is endowed with Avodah Zarah again. That's the machlokes over there. Maskei Rashi. Remind Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbanan b'Tosefes. How do you know that Rabbi Yossi and Rabbanan are arguing with new growth? Dilma, the Tosefes is a different. So maybe everyone agrees. When you bow down to a tree, it's are certainly usher. Everyone will agree to that. And what's the machlokes? Will be key. And perhaps they're arguing about the status of Savri Karnami usher, who holds that when you bend down to the tree itself becomes Vichsiv Bashirafun Baish. It says you have to destroy the Asher, and therefore again, once you worship, by definition, you endow it with the identity. But Rabbanan hold no. Ikar Ilan Shari. Ultimately, again, the Ikar Ilan, the primary tree, remains permitted. Why? You shall uproot the Asher trees. I will say now, what I'm pointing out over here is once it says the Asher, that you have to burn their Asheras. Why do you need to say anything else? Why have to say Vashem Tigadeon? You have to uproot it. Why do you need that second phrase? Ezu Ilan Shigidu also because Shari, because it's telling you there's a type of tree where the new growth is Aser, but the primary tree remains mutter. What type of tree is that? Havi Omer Ilan Shenatu Labasof of what type of tree is that? Initially planted for mundane purposes, then wound or trimmed, new growths ultimately can become aser. And again, the Gemara says maybe the reason we don't answer it up like this is because because again, I will say the proofs that each of them both are potentially interchangeable. First one, line in Cain, Gido upisulo man katayla. If that's the case, then who is the author of our Mishnah? Who said that if you worship a mundane tree, I should say, or trim the mundane tree, that the new growths are for us. So who's the author? Lo Rabbanan, lo Rabbi Yossi. It would neither be Rabbanan or Rabbi Yossi. Below Gido Pisulo Namitos Asura. If it's right to the Rabbanan, and ultimately again, without putting a trimming it, additional growth should also be usher. And even Yehuda, Iker Elon Nami usher. Yehuda, the prime tree itself would also be usher after worship. So it says, how do we answer this up? Is Ema. Ibais Ema Rabbi Yosef Yehuda. Ibais Rabbanon. Ibais Ema Rabbi Yosef Yehuda. The views here could be reflective of either the Rabbanon or Sibar Yehuda. How so? Ibais Ema Rabbi Yosef Yehuda. Rabbi Yosef Yehuda below Gid Pisul Iker Elon Aser. When ultimately again does Rabbi Yosef Yehuda say that if you worship a tree, even if you don't prune it or cut it, but you worship it, the primary tree itself becomes also. When is that? The stama. Rose says interesting. Stama means you just worship the tree as a whole without specifying any particular part of the tree that you are worshiping. I guess when it comes to tree worship, a person can say like I'm a trunk guy, or I'm a branch guy, But again, let's say you just stem worship. According to this, ultimately again, that makes the entire tree ultimate sulo. Goli ate bibito sefta nchale. But if you prune or you trim all the zara purposes, what are you saying? That really what I mean is what? The new growth. Interesting. Another possibility flexibility of the Rabbanon. How so? Ultimately, again, the case, ultimately, a pruning and why? The Ovid late might say, I'm going to thought like this. Since by pruning and trimming, you are self. Therefore, I meant that the actual tree itself becomes aser. That is not the case. The ikr tree remains mutter, and ultimately, again, the new books remain become aser. So let's say, what do we do with this? Again, remember, 2 out of the 3 categories are pretty straightforward. Category 1 is that I plant a tree for Allah. What is that called? Asherah. Right? So now again, remember, suddenly there's not a type of tree Asherah, but rather again, anyone. Category 3, put Avodah Zarah. Again, I keep saying I remember, we're talking about Akum doing the tree, because remember, so in a bad way. So I say again, Akum puts to the tree, what's the halacha? While the Avodah Zarah is up, the tree is usher, because the tree is ending to Avodah Zarah. If the Avodah Zarah moves under the tree, it's totally mutter. What about case 2? Case 2 is the one that was Akum pruned or trimmed the tree for the sake of Avodah Zarah. Now, what is the Mishnah saying? It says ultimately again that the new growths ultimately again are usher of Avodah Zarah, but the tree itself remains permitted. And I will say that is as well. Also to clarify, the way we pass it is, if an akum goes in, there's a tree, and the tree was planted for very good purposes, and the akum bows down to this, we pass it like that tree does not become us. That tree is like the mountain. That does not become us. Remember again, this circles back. Anything naturally occurring cannot be made into Avodah Zarah unless, of course, some type of intervention that affected change in why you prune or you trim the tree, doing something to the tree. Okay. But even then, when you use the tree, what happens? That which grows subsequently will be Avodah Zarah. The tree itself, the ikr of the tree, still remains permitted. Incredible. Mishnah, Ezra, what is an Asherah tree? And I both say now, I can't remember, you must answer different type of questions. We already established what's an Asherah tree, at least in our pure definition. Any tree planted for the sake of Avodah Zarah or an Asherah tree. Now you must say, Ezra Asherah. What is it of? Okay, we'll see what Mishnah's question is. Any tree underneath which you find an Asherah tree. we'll explain exactly how the line of this Mishnah stems with this Mishnah. The Restream is kosher often also tree that you worship. Tree that you worship often it's called an Asher tree. There was one time. So we'll say, so again, there is some type of machlokes happening over here. The Tanakama and Asherah tree is any that has a avodah zarah underneath. Rabbi Shimon holds that any Asherah tree is any tree that you worship. So what happened in Sidon that there was a tree worship? And we found a pile of dirt under the tree. Go and dig up. They found an idol buried in the tree. Good news. Good news, there's an idol there. The assumption is they really were worshiping the idol, the tree. So therefore, because they're worshiping the idol, therefore the tree itself becomes. So it says, now let's show it up a strange Mishnah. This is the Gemara. Ezu Asherah. What do you mean when the Mishnah says what's an idol? We just learned this in the Mishnah. Vanan Shalosh Asherah Stilem. We literally just learned this in the previous Mishnah. What did the Mishnah say? There are 3 different types of Asherah trees. We literally just did this. Oh no, that's what we used to say. Shtayim l'divrei hakol v'achas l'Reb Shimon v'Rabba. There are 2 cases of Asherah that everyone agrees with, and then there's 1 case of Asherah that is machlokes Reb Shimon v'Rabba. What's the case? What's the Asherah case that's machlokes? Kol sheyesh tachteha avodas kochavim. This is very interesting. Any case where you find an idol underneath the tree, that's the machlokes case. Why? And Shimon Omer kol shal. Sorry. Kol sheyesh tachteha avodas kochavim. So Gemara says, and Shimon Omer kol shal ovdin osaf. So it's interesting enough. The machlokes over here is when you go ahead and you find an idol underneath the tree. Does that make it into a Asherah tree? Tanakama says, I want to say yes, and Rabbi Shimon says no. Rabbi Shimon says if there's an idol underneath the tree, then what? They're worshiping the idol, not the tree. That's my focus. Okay, now by the way, now the rest of the Mishnah actually makes sense because then the Mishnah tells the story. There was a tree in Sidon that everybody was worshiping. There was a pile of dirt underneath the tree. The Rishon says, hey, dig up the pile. They dug it up. They found an idol. Rishon says, oh, good. They were never really worshiping the tree. They were worshiping the idol. Therefore, the tree is permitted. Okay. Stop. So the Gemara says, okay, but what's like stamina? Just like, well, now we're trying to figure out what would be some Asherah cases that, or really, ask me like this. What is the identifying mark of an Asherah? Now, I understand the definition of what an Asherah is, right? An Asherah is any tree that is made for Avodah Zarah. But you want to see, asking over here is, you walk down the street, you see a tree, some identifying marks, right? Identifying simanim that you're looking at is an Asherah. How would you be able to pick that out? So listen to this. Amar Rav, a bunch of idolaters sitting underneath the first fruits, and no one touches dirt. So you have to see that. So pretty sure that is Avodah Zarah. That's not Asherah. Shmuel says, Afilu Hani Tami Lebei Sarfi Aser Das Lebiyomidam. Even if you hear people saying, oh, the dates of this tree, that's the name of the temple, because again it was common for idolaters to make beer. Remember, the times the Gemara they drank beer. To make date beer for their Avodah Zarah on their Yom Tov. Okay, so again, we'll say, see, here we're having trees sit there and they don't eat fruit. Second indicator is that halacha myself, even if they eat the fruit, but they have to utilize the fruit when they're young. Ultimately, again, Amemar said the elders of whom told me that the halacha follows Shmuel. Will say. So again, remember the machlokes focus on between Rav and Shmuel. Rav says, Shera tree, no one touch fruit. Shmuel says that's not true. They'll eat the fruit, not for mundane purposes, only for ritualistic purposes. But the nice they would still eat the fruit. And again, halacha is well. So again, if you see a tree and the fruit is only utilized for avodah zarah purposes, that is an ashera. Incredible. Hamad days, let's go. Called lo yeshiv sila. So as I say now again, if we are dealing over here with an avodah zarah tree, an ashera tree, so the Mishnah says you cannot sit in its shade. Everyone says we're going to see. This is not talking about the actual shade of the branches. That's obvious, right? Because sitting in the shade of an ashera is mamish getting benefit from the ashera. So of course that is going to be usher. That's not what we're talking about over here. But if you say ultimately again, we'll see the meaning of all this in just a little bit. But similarly again, you really should not even walk underneath the ashera tree. And if you did so, you are tamei. Okay? What happens if the ashera tree extended into Sharabic? So literally again, like, can you imagine that this could be a real problem? You have an overgrown ashera tree, right? Very inconsistent, idolatrous neighbors, right? Right. So the ashera tree is into the Sharabic. Now the problem over here is that what? Now, here's what we glean from this Mishnah. That if you go ahead and you walk literally underneath the branches of an ashera tree, you are tamei. Now, what type of tamei we'll have to see? But you are tamei. The problem is if that tree is into the Sharabic, then what am I supposed to do? The Gemara says, if it's into the Sharabic and you walk underneath, ultimately, you are tar. You are tar. Incredible. So now, obviously, Rashi says a real Rashi, even though we'll make a little bit more sense to you. Half to a drabanavi, who crud am I going to see? Now, when you go into the event of avodah zarah, what does this sound like? From a Torah perspective, what does this sound? What does it sound like? Like a tumah? Tumah's own. Now, again, Rashi points out that what the Mishnah is telling you is, if you walk underneath the branch of an ashera tree, you are made out tumah's own. What type of tumah does avodah zarah convey? It's drabana. Now, what the source even of that rabbinic tumah is, we'll see in a moment. It's rabbinic tumah. Now, obviously, the good news is that since it's rabbinic tumah, what the Chazal have the ability to do what? To legislate applies when the tumah does apply. They have that ability. Because they have that ability, therefore, Allah so they have the ability to say, if you're walking under your own volition, okay, you come in. But if it's extended around him, and therefore, again, that business. I'm just wondering which I'm allowed to do. Chazal said the tumah doesn't apply in that case. All right, so let's analyze. A lot of time here. Says the Gemara. Let's see the pshita. Let's go through the first case of the Mishnah. First case of the Mishnah cannot sit in the shade tree. Let's just go. Right? The tree was planted for the sake of avodah zarah. Therefore, now it has nice big branches. Can't count them. It has ugly big branches, right? But that provide a shade. So I can't sit underneath. The Gemara says that is also like sitting underneath the shade of the tree. Of course, you cannot tumah, right? You're a tumah right now. Right? It's obvious I can't do that. That'll be nice stuff. I can't get a handle from avodah zarah. So what's the shadow over there? I'm going to be open on this class. Very interesting. So the shadow of the shadow. And it also says very thing, right? If you have a tree, right? So the tree casts a kind of, and then there's a section of the shadow. I might have thought, and this is kind of from the height of it, in this moment. I might have thought that the prohibition to benefit ultimately again is only from the primary shadow, but from the secondary shadow there is a secondary shadow, like a faint shadow. There would not be a problem. Ultimately, again, even the secondary shadow, you're not allowed to hit. You must see the itself kamasa. Itself kamasa in Yashav. Tamei. Let's do that again. That's obvious. This fellow itself sees secondary shadow. Mechlal, the Mitzel Kamasa, in Yashav Tameh, is that telling the ultimate that if I sat in the shadow, this is the shadow ultimately again of the height of the tree, then if I sat there in Tameh, which means low, that fiddle Mitzel Kamasa Nami in Yashav Tameh. If you sit in the shadow ultimately again of the height, Mitzel Sila creation. Those are the idea here is anytime you're sitting in secondary shadow, you're not going to be right, but Lamaisi is still shouldn't do. If I sit underneath the direct canopy of the tree, that is usher and there's tumah. Any secondary shadows, if you did it ultimately again, tumah. Okay, Ikidamaskula, Seifa, the Yashav Tar, ultimately again, and if you sat underneath it, versus Pshita, that's obvious. Of course, if I go ahead and I sit underneath the second, we're talking about over here. So does that mean that for the secondary shadow, ultimately, you can sit there even like that? Low, notice that if you sat in the shadow of a tree, you're going to be tall. So say bottom line, what's the takeaway? Takeaway is what says like this. Again, we're going to circle back to the previous case. If you sit underneath direct canopy, direct shade of the tree, other and tumah. Anytime you're sitting in a secondary shadow, never tumah, but it's going to be usher nevertheless in all cases. Incredible. Below Yavar Tachtavin Avar Tameh. Okay, so what's the next case is like this. So, okay, so here's what we know. When you go underneath the shade of, you go into the Tumas Ohel case. So when you go under the canopy, ultimately again of a all again, there is going to be tumah, rabbinic tumah. So says the Gemara, therefore, you should not pass underneath the canopy of Avodah Zarah, the shade of Avodah Zarah, and if you did so, ultimately again, you're tumah. Maybe you say like this, because at the end of the day, Rashi says over here, so we'll say, maybe the din is like this. Anytime in a Shera, what? There is an idol beneath it or buried beneath it. In which case, then the tree that serves as an ohel, I'm under the same roof as me and the Avodah Zarah. So is that what's happening over here? So the Gemara says, if that's the case, how do I know that the Zarah itself conveys tumah, but underneath the same roof, as Avodah Zarah, that little bit again from Shneimar, Vayitzmedu lebal par, Vayochlu zivchei meis. They literally worshipped the Baal Par, and they ate the corpses of the dead. So the Gemara says, or offerings to the dead. So what do you see from this pasuk? Pasuk is comparing Avodah Zarah ultimately again to a mace. Mace, Mitame Ba'ol, Taklovis Avodah Zarah, Mitame Ba'ol, corpse, conveys to us. All of us. So we'll say this is very important. This is very important. So the concept ultimately for corpse conveying tumah, source for Avodah Zarah conveying tumah is comparison to a corpse. Now remember again, as much as the Gemara over is quoting, this is a unit drabana. This is not biblical. So therefore, the juxtaposition, or I should say, the comparison to Avodah Zarah and mace tells us that just like a mace conveys for us oil, therefore, back to the Mishnah, do not go ahead and walk underneath the canopy of Avodah Zarah. Because again, we assume that if there's a tree, at some point, is Avodah Zarah, was Avodah Zarah buried there, and therefore you are coming to us. Incredible. Says Taisa, so we'll say now, yeah. What about the last case? Nice, now what's the last case? If the Asherah tree overextends its borders and goes into the Rosh Hashanah, and the branch is Rabin again, and they walk under it. And what's the halacha? I am tar. I'm tar, not tar. It says the Gemara. Very interesting case. Ibarno or over. Very interesting. Right? Lashon the Mishnah is Haisek Sarabim. If the Asher tree extended into Sarabim and you go underneath it, you think you're tar. The rabbis not letting that case. Ibarno asks, how do you read that word? Is the word avar or over? We'll also understand the word avar. Over means if you went through post facto. Over means you can go through. What's the feeling? What is Mishnah saying? Is Mishnah saying I'm allowed to walk underneath it because the rabbi cannot go over there? Or no? You really should still try to avoid walking underneath it, even if it's surrounded. But if you walk underneath it ex post facto, you're still tar. Yitzchak ben Elazar over. So here Yitzchak says over. Like you are allowed to walk underneath that tree. So we're not gozer in that case. You are allowed to walk underneath that tree. Rabbi Yochanan in Chavar, Rabbi Yochanan says, ideally, if you can't avoid it, ultimately you can walk into it. Hopefully, the Gemara says, very interesting. So they're not arguing. What does everything depend on? Is there another path? Is there another? If there's another path, agrees. If there's another path, ultimately, again, everyone agrees, you can walk through. Shesha says she's attending. So apparently they had this cave walking to Sarabim. There was an overhanging Shesha. So he said he's attending. Somebody returning. When we get back to the overhanging Shesha tree, do me a favor. Help me run past. Help me run under it quickly. So he says, hey, if you dummy, what's the case? If there's no path, right? If this was the only through, then what? It's mutter. If it's mutter, why do you have to run? And again, if there is another path, so who cares? Just because you're running, right? Just because you're running through it, doesn't make it mutter. In reality, there was not another path, and therefore, Rav was totally committed to what path. So why did he say to the attendant, let's run through? The Gemara says, ultimately, again, Rav said, I'm always concerned with that. He didn't want people to see him underneath that. Because, of course, remember, people are not that people are knowledgeable about it. From that halacha l'maisa, you're allowed to go ahead and walk underneath it this in general, and therefore, in order to like this, to go ahead and run through the tree very quickly. So therefore, again, so therefore, what we see for takeaways is number one is the idea that if the tree is planted for the sake of Avodah, of course, it's going to be also. Walking underneath the canopy ultimately conveys Tuma, is a Tuma D'Rabbanan. If it extends into the Sarabim, you're allowed to walk through it, assuming that what? There's not another path. But if there is another pathway through, ultimately, again, take that other pathway. Even after this, let's be conscious about one is like. They will say that last also very, sometimes like we have to take pathways. Like the life where I have to do things far from ideal. Like, what's the level of the life? Get as quickly as possible. In other words, don't linger in the less circumstances of life. Sometimes you don't have a choice, but do what has to get move yourself forward to the next stage. Wow, what a run! So yeah, great job. So stop running. Straight, everyone. So we speak still in the context of Avodah tells you what to come out or the hills. Those are going to learn inanimate objects that will actually define
The thought purpose is like example, the mountains look like the mountains can be so that which is on the hill can double Zara, but the mountain hill itself can sing a night, as it says. The seven concepts are like what says Zara has literally Zara for a you cannot for a concept the gold on the silver is on still here, there's only that which is hard. That which is hard. The mountain or the air. Not the mountain so the self which is hard. Some of these are. Mas Dios ha ido a favor. Los Dios algunos estaban hermosos, estaban bravas, as Elohim al favor. Go ahead and destroy the gods of the mountain. لماذا Dios ha ido Elohim Elohim Elohim that is in the gods on the mountain, but the mountains themselves become gods. Elohim Allah bows. You're not allowed to worship Allah has bows Elohim, but the those themselves cannot become gods. So first glance, it appears that this will be seen that and the Canaanites. If you become history, let's go also in the solution. As the mountains and hills that which is on the mountains, that which is on the hills, and the mountains cannot. You just see these destinations. The Canaanite says, Sakos Nesach and Sahara. Ultimately, the Canaanite says, do not come to what is on them. It's indicates to us that it is not the relation of us, but only that which is upon them. And as they say, he says, Elohim, and again, that's in the law. But ultimately, the bottom line is the same. That's only about not the mountain itself. I got up, and the thing might be that Suda, the source is saying, what about us? Is posed difficulty for us. Like, what about the Asera? So the Asera, remember again, this is something by definition is part of the struggle landscape. By definition, it is part of the earth, yet you see it is Asera. So we'll say, using what we just said, Saki to the Aleon, or Elohim, Elohim, Elohim, Asera, the Aser. So, it is creation used by Jesus Yad. Because the book says, literally translated, it has Jesus Yad out of literally necessarily say, that man is the king. Yeah, it is that this kind of has man involved, that is the word is man involved. So, other enough, a person can, so we'll say, because a person can actually just consider something, therefore, by definition, subject open to transforms by himself. So we'll say, that is that is not your point in this world. By definition, you're not your point in the left. So there's not just some of all these are up. Even if you're mountains, I using that word, and I say that. People worship shouldn't have all these other people. I don't mind teaching by others. But the true is planted by who's planted by man? True is planted by man. But the calls. He said that they use that's the person was involved therefore this idea transforms first with concept about the other. So both use three sets with other also. And also whatever ultimately has three sets needed. And then whatever is created to heart by man, health is not used by man, practice grows on its own, but the license is the origin of that food is something that is done by man, therefore by definition it can be transformed to level zero. I'm going to tell you and you over the other Nirvana. So we do instead. I'm going to dash that we are going to see that over the other Nirvana and follow the other Nirvana. So then I'm going to teach you that is muscle property. That's the muscle property. The mother who should have the most to have a give on the saw, the Isla Anad, God, Shirish, Sham, Abogas, so I say that you give on the before, something that we mentioned before, our gas going ahead and the markers every year find about the Zara. Also, what is that? Possibly, I think, have US color stored all the religions. The Gentiles went ahead and worshipped idolatry. So I can show some this is the language. Elohim al-Hafarim Arab. The gods on the 12 mountains, the Allah dwells on the hills. Every was it to the island, every green tree. So that if people comes along, and they say, you don't understand. First time the time to the obligation to describe what we are. How do we know that? It's simple. If the Torah goes to just coming from the word to describe what we are, then what? Then what? What's he like? It's actually that way. Not exactly that way. So what could have just said, describe what we are. Why do we need that? The Kiva says the first act is giving us geographic markers. So it's giving us all these other GPS. Telling you that finally you get into Canaan and you have to reach out the Avodah Zarah, I'm going to tell you where to find the Avodah Zarah. The Avodah Zarah is on top of the mountain. The Avodah Zarah is on top of the trees. On top of the hills. The Avodah Zarah is off of the green trees. So therefore, again, that we keep on understand the Torah when people love down to disagree with that which we mentioned before. I mean, it could be very well agreed. Because this is camera that we see. I think it's not everybody actually seems to be in the same also. It's a beautiful thing. It's a Mishnah without Machot. A Mishnah without Machot. Doesn't get better.
Yo, what's going on? Can you hear me? Yo, dog. Yo, person. How you living, pimp? How'd you find out about me, my friend? I'm just asking you, how'd you find out about me? Nice to meet you too. How did? That's okay. How'd you find out about me? Was it Twitter? Was it Discord? Did you find out about me? Twitter?
Yes. You those Discord. I don't know Discord. I don't know Discord.
Oh, okay, from Discord. Okay, cool. Tell me about yourself.
It's my first day on Discord, my friend. The moment I'm training the fish.
Oh, well, welcome.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. How was your day?
Very nice, and you, my friend.
It's been very, very good. So today's the first day you've ever used Discord?
Yes, it's the first day, my friend.
Okay, what made you want to use Discord?
Give me a second, please.
Take your time.
I need a translator. One second.
That's okay. What language do you speak?
Spanish.
Okay, I'll translate for you. Just un momento, por favor.
Oh, we do really nice Spanish, my friend.
So today is your first day on Discord, is that correct?
Yes.
Así que hoy es tu primer día.
Oh no. How did you find out about me? How did you find this Discord?
¿Cómo me conociste? ¿Cómo encontraste este Discord?
Yes, understand. Yes, understand.
¿Cómo me conociste? ¿Cómo encontraste este Discord?
How did you find out about this Discord server?
¿Cómo te enteraste de este servidor de Discord?
Friend,
Yes.
are you sure to a click of my phone? I think left his address.
So you found about me from Kick.
Entonces, ¿te enteraste de mí por Kik?
Repeat again, please.
Entonces, ¿te enteras por Kik?
Yes, friends send your address to this friend.
Very cool. Well, you should know that you're always welcome here. If I can ever do anything to help you, please let me know.
Es un chico genial. Deberías saberlo. Siempre eres bienvenido. Si alguna vez por favor, hazlo saber.
Oh, thank you very much, my friend.
You're welcome.
Yes, I need information for this program.
Okay, what do you need to know about Discord?
Bien.
Okay.
¿Qué necesitas saber sobre Discord?
Discord board.
Discord is a great way to connect with people. Are Spanish-speaking Discords that may be of interest to you with lots of people. Additionally, it's a great place to pictures or videos, and also to live chat, discuss.
Discord es una excelente manera de conectar con la gente. Hay grupos de Discord que podrían interesarte, con gente. Además, es un lugar ideal para publicar textos, fotos o videos, y también para chatear en vivo y debatir.
Okay, got fish, my friend.
Excelente.
Very nice information.
Absolute. If there's anything that you need from me, just let me know. If you have other questions, that's fine. If you want Spanish-speaking server, I would just Google Spanish-speaking Discord servers, and there will be a list. And you should know I'm always live in here, so if you ever have any questions or you want to discuss anything, I'm here for you.
Si necesitas algo, avísame si tienes alguna otra pregunta. No hay problema. Un buen servidor hispanohablante. Busca en Google servidores hispanohablantes de Discord y encontrarás una lista. Y que sepas que siempre estoy aquí en vivo. Así, ¿tienes alguna pregunta o quieres hablar de cualquier cosa? Estoy aquí para ayudarte.
Ready, my friend. I know Discord in Spanish. In the moment, import is the is English and French. The present in the moment is very good. Some for my practice.
Certainly, I hope you want to learn English. Is that something you want to do? Do you want to learn English?
Claro que sí, te ayudaré si quieres aprender inglés. ¿Te gustaría hacerlo? ¿Quieres aprender inglés?
Yes, of course. My new teacher. I like teacher. Are here. Nothing. Fantastic teacher.
Absolutely. I'm certified to teach foreign languages, and I generally have a higher knowledge of English than most people. I will help you with anything that you want. The best way to learn English is to be around English speaking people. So make sure to stay in the server. I'm listening to podcasts and movies and speak in English, and it will help you learn English.
Por supuesto. Estoy certificado para enseñar idiomas extranjeros y, en general, tengo un nivel de inglés superior al de la mayoría. Te ayudaré con lo que necesites. La mejor manera de aprender es estar rodeado de personas que lo hablen. Así que asegúrate de estar conectado al servidor. Siempre escucho y películas y hables, lo que te ayudará a aprender inglés.
Yes. Practice with the music is essential.
Good.
You stream in the heat only for this.
I have been banned from Kick, but I stream on. I have been banned from Kick because I spam people to get them into. That's how you found out about me. But I'm on 22 different YouTube streams. I'm live on Twitter. I'm live on TikTok. I'm live on Instagram. I'm live on more than 22 different YouTubes. Everything but Kick.
Me banearon de Kick porque envío spam a la gente que se unan a mi Discord. Así fue como me conociste, pero transmito en 22 canales diferentes de YouTube. Hago directos en Twitter, TikTok, Instagram y más de 22 canales de YouTube. De todo, hasta el pastel bull.
The last sentence was incorrect. It translated incorrectly. So I stream on everything but Kick.
La última oración estaba mal. Se tradujo todo, menos patear. Así que transmito en, menos en Kick.
Oh, okay.
Do you know what ChatGPT is?
¿Sabes qué
No.
es?
Do you know what ChatGPT is?
¿Sabes qué?
No. Do
Yes,
you?
yes.
You do.
Yes,
Okay.
¿Sabes?
Excellent. Excelente. A very good thing is to go to ChatGPT and ask ChatGPT to give you a glossary of different English words and to study them. And that will help to build your vocabulary.
Una cosa muy buena es ir a ChatGPT y a un pinta superficial para que te den un glosario de diferentes palabras en inglés y las estudies y eso te ayudará a construir tu vocabulario.
Okay, thank you so much, my friend. My friend, you have a go.
Take care. I'm always here if you need help.
Cuídate, siempre estoy aquí. Si tú.
Take care. I'm always here if you need help.
Cuídate. Siempre estoy aquí si necesitas ayuda.
De nada. De nada.
Are those cops in front of the same thing, they're everywhere. Window. Warrior here. top pillow. It's great. I think that's the guy that we saw with the Fuck Ice had it like a month or so ago. LA City Council. What did you guys the one putting swastikas on the wall across the city? They're the Nazis. You're the one drawing this on our walls. Got it. Got it. Moron logic. Everybody. Moron logic. I told you I'd rather beat off every day of my life. I'd rather be with a miserable cunt. I'd never be with a liberal, libtard, ever. I don't need that headache, pain, annoying. That's what they are. They're annoying little bag pain. But I get more real. Sorry to get so graphic. That's fucking real. Call it a day. It's been a good run. Got him earlier. We'll go back in a second. Thank you. What's happening now? That's why I don't have any like fresh Mexican food or talk something. I am pretty hungry. I ate probably about 8 hours ago. This is the time I drink my last Red Bull, drink the water, start getting the whole time totally on the subject. We're here to protest. But I'm starving. Right now, just come back. I'm just gonna be honest. Wait, why am I logged into my other account that I can't like if it says your account is suspended and it's not your account is suspended and not permitted to perform this action? Learn more. There's Spike Mike. I was trying to get the light. Oh no, that's not instead of 102,000, almost 103K, man. It's in 120,000. I don't know if too many people are scrolling through their feeds, seeing an old post that's really long, and then going back and watching. You know, small stuff like knocking out those dudes. When you put that on the feed for sure, watch that. You get millions of it, right? Millions on that. But like me, not too many people like doing the other than the ones who totally love it and miss it. I understand. They're at work. This dude's next. Flashing his. Oh, here it goes. Here it goes. I knew it was coming. Oh, there we go. Oh, boy. Here it comes. You want to watch it? It's funny. He's on the way a little. They just started on that side. Oh, there he is. I did it. I did it. Who was talking that whole time? Whole damn time. Running her mouth all the time. And it's up. He said we could be on the sidewalks. And if that's the that's the case, why? Notice it's right now. There goes that. Yes, he's got a great camera. Few of them have really good live too. Alex has a fantastic, really crispy ass camera. You know what? I think it's most of them. It's just, I think it's what it is more settings and also lensing. What lens are they using? What are the internal camera settings? Speaking of settings, you can go over the myriad of fucking settings in Battlefield 6 and change them. Where's the guy that was lighting the flashlight in the face? Where's he at? Where did he go? Where'd the guy go with the light? We'll see. We'll see. I mean, you got to remember, it is more red than it is blue anyway. You look at the last election. Because the people in the rural areas don't vote. It's the major cities here that you, just like in any other city. So that's why. Why do you think he wants to do the measure 50 and do the redistricting? He understands. He saw the warning signs. Between Texas already doing it in the favor of the Republicans, and if he doesn't get this done here, it's lights out. Between them not having any kind of candidate, no real steam. People don't care for that. I think more people in their party don't like or would rather vote independent at that point. Sam, thank you for another. Is this like the 92 riots in LA? Please explain what happened. Oh, there he is. How did he go by it? Did I miss him on that time? Yep, they already walked him by. See, there goes the guy with the flashlight. They got him. The guy that was pointing the flashlight, got him. Okay, so in 92, you had the Rodney King meeting, right? Or before that, real pivotal thing. Officers got caught beating a guy on the side of the highway for him running and 100 miles an hour away from them. We'll leave it there. Now, the acquittal officers that were caught on tape. Rodney King, that's what ended up finally sparking it. It wasn't leading. It was the fact that acquitted the officer. So that's what sparked it. So downtown it was wild here, and that's what sparked it. That was more of widespread riot. Even here, remember, I don't know what it was. What was it, like 2 months ago? Tore up downtown. Even when they did that, right? That the whole thing was really relegated to downtown only. But when the riots happened, it was almost all over. Included all of Sears in Hollywood. And it's been gone, never came back. Single item out of Sears. Okay? It's in Hollywood, near South LA. South Vegas, fire, or you can just go outside the house, 4 or 5 big groups, because the firefighters weren't putting out fires anymore because both got shot in Tiller in the back, and the guy who controlled the back of the long truck, steering in the back, he got shot. Well, they were responding to. So after that, they're not safe. You can't just set up respond to fires unless the scene is safe. So things started. Somebody set someone on fire. It's burned. It didn't burn anymore. I see green. Yeah, yes, Alex. Is that channel 3? So yeah, across the city they were looting everywhere. There was a lot of looting across the city wall. You can see how LAPD and Sheriff Department would either with the help of literally had the National Guard overnight. They came here. They were here for weeks, setting up checkpoints everywhere. They stopped the looting. So much different. It went on for a week or so. We had a dusk to dawn curfew, where you could not be out after the runway with him, and you could not be up until the sun rose. So yeah, I remember the dusk to dawn curfew. I like this guy. Tell him, bro. No, that's the guy. We'll strike you down. Waiting to get trampled. That's not okay. Where did he spawn in from? He did come from across the street somewhere. I don't know. And he drove down. There's that parking structure right there. Yes. So I feel like maybe that's where he came from. See the parking structure over there? The lights on. Probably just rolled up, parked, and walked in. Maybe. Let me see if he's still on. I don't know if he's even on it. I gotta go back. I just, I wanted to go here because I knew they were snatching up these boats. Guys, I'll text you when I get home. I love you guys. I'll see you tomorrow. I think he's done. All right, Tommy, up 105,000, man. Congratulations to Tommy. Here's again another link to Tommy's page. Again, he's only on Twitch. X11 is 1080. I'm sorry, he's only on X. Thank you, Tommy, for allowing me to feel that. I really do appreciate you, sir. Sure, I think it was kind of like I asked him. Is that a wow? Those cameras are like little cheat codes. I'm sure you can sit as long as you want. 9 hours and 16 minutes. Granted, I did get up for what, 15 minutes to do the whole package. I'm being serious, guys. Don't sleep on AXA. Go subscribe to his channel. He's live right now. He's got a better camera setup than I do right now because mine's not with me. Your camera looks crazy, bro. It's wording. Hit 105,000. Shit, man. 105. Again, that's views. That's hella crazy. I've never had 105 views. I mean, I did when I was Periscope. Never when it became Twitter Live. Because, you know, my account, we had almost 90,000, like 87,000 subs on Periscope. Which then ended up becoming, look, it says Chapolin. Oh, sorry, it's Chavo. Sorry, my bad. Their other character. And Chapolin is the cricket or whatever the fuck it is. I think it's a cricket. What kind of bug is a Chapolin? Anybody? It's a grasshopper. I want to say he's a grasshopper. Yeah. That dude just passed like 2 years ago. Should I go after Chavo? Later. That's pretty recent. Trump needs to at least acknowledge Tony. That'd be great. You should be, you know, he has that little, like the little table, the little kid with all the, like, influencers. You should write him down for sure. Have that table. Fantastic. Certainly didn't pack up all the stuff they brought. Well, he's a grasshopper. Even Bundes confirming classification. He finished already, Michelle. His speed is done. He was at 105. Teenage Network, K-Net. Thank you. Teenage Network, K-Net. I didn't know he was working with DJs. Look at how long he's been doing that. I had no idea that they had like a state breakers deal. He should be back on. Here, I got your labels. There you go. Emily, does he have a YouTube? I would have played that, but everybody said he doesn't have a YouTube. Everybody was saying that he has the just on X, that he got kicked off. Or maybe like they were right. They said maybe he said suspended. Right when he comes back. I mean, I'd rather watch him there. I'll make whatever page. I don't care. I don't normally watch people.
So bottom line, what comes out from the Mishnah is as follows.
There's no
Even aside that we
problem.
have human drasha, what comes out from the Mishnah is as follows. That Allah for the Maisa, even if one worships a mountain or a hill, so one does not transform that object into an entity of Avodah Zarah. He is who worships that which is on that. By the way, it's not that whole. So it's only if one worships that which is on the mountain, that which is on the hill, those objects become Avodah Zarah. Ashira is different. Ashira is the exception. Remember this phrase in the Shlish, but because it's the person that was involved in the crafting of the therefore, by definition, plenty of the tree into the center of Avodah. Why are they putting
They're so worried about all the pollution. How they pick up after their garbage? I mean, I know why, because they're low lives. Like the parents do spawn them. But I just want to know,
especially the highest place in the city. Historically, that often did not happen because of anti-Semitic persecution. Jews weren't allowed to do that. But in the fact that the halacha is, the base Hashem is always supposed to be praised on the highest point.
Yeah, Shelly, everybody was saying he's
So the follow the
again, there's different levels. I've been
Rabbi Yosef
a few times. One day or
so we know already that if the Mishnah is teaching two different opinions, then what? Then what? There is a machot. You're arguing about something. But then you kind of come up and look at these exactly saying the same thing. You say we got kind of come up. Our Bachama, our see boy hard to hard to the land. What's this? The practical difference between what happens if the mountain is covered in gold? See boy hard to hard. So the mountain itself is covered in gold. Shine it is. Let's say that one worships the mountain. So what's the Shaila? What's the Shaila?
Just show you.
So the Shaila is, what's the status of the covering? Right? It was like, is the covering considered to be part of the leaf or not? Remember again, watching is different than the rest of the stuff. Not just that it's really the set and distinct entity. Therefore, again, the coating on the mountain, and therefore can't be transformed into Avodah Zarah. Or is it separate and distinct? It can't be transformed into a Tanakama Savar, Tanakama Sipoy Har Kehar. Tanakama holds the covering of the mountain is not like the mountain. Therefore, if we worship it, it's not becomes Avodah Zarah. Rabbi Yosef really suffer. Sipoy Har Hallelujah. Yosef really holds that no covering of the mountain is not but like the mountain itself, and if we worship it, the cover does not become. Was it today Josh? Had a conversation with Sipoy Har, how to be psychic. Was Sipoy Kesef Ale, Kosher, and so they would do the kind of started this. Because it says, was Sipoy Kesef, Kesef Ale, Kasama of the story. Even if the Kesef is Ale, even if the Kesef himself really covers it now, still nevertheless, it is considered to be like part of the mountain, and therefore again, I'm sorry, not considered to be part of the mountain, separate than the mountain, and therefore becomes usher. Rabbi Yossi has Rashi, Rabbi Yossi, Sabar, Sipoy Har Kehar. Rabbi Yossi really holds that the covering of the mountain like the mountain itself. But all the Gavin Har, but also the mountain. The favor, the high level of the smoke of the mountain connection. Like that. The covering also does not come usher. The Aliyah and the city and the so what's the left Yalehan is not referring to covering, not Yalehan is referring to what? He's referring to the idols situated on top of the mountain. Okay, but the Gemara suggests, although it's not a cover those things the same thing, the fact that the part of the Matlobs is secretly high. Mount covered in gold was the status of Tanakama holds that it's not like the mountain, therefore it's usher. And Yosef says it's but the mountain, it's like the mountain, and therefore Shisha Summer. Shisha says no. Yehuda Talmud, Sipoy Har, says everyone agrees the covering of the mountain is not the mountain. That was the ultimate cover. Dashing like the kind of that Alehem and Kesef and Zahav Alehem comes to include not just a separate entity idol situated on top of the mountain, what? But even a covering, a gold covering on top of this. The Hacha, we'll say on the base. The Hacha is actually very interesting. The Ilan Shenatu Ulebasof of Dukanif. Let's say, watch this. Watch this.
You know, when protests come, you see all the people. They just have people donating to me just to talk shit.
What are you arguing about over here? The Hacha the Ilan Shenatu Ulebasof of Dukanif. The issue is as follows. If you planted a tree,
Every day they copy me.
some reason is
Every day they copy me.
Shalom Hashem Hashem. Just like planted a tree, somebody else, like even planted a tree, not to see about the Sarah, not to see about the Sarah. You will myself up to, and all the things on the end, to worship it later on. Supposed to remember, the very beginning piece of an Ashira tree is a tree planted by a Holy Sarah, it's a tree hustle from the beginning. In this case of the field, and going ahead and a planting a tree that any specific Kabbalah, and ultimately only beginning to worship it later on. So the Gemara says Tanakh Suffer, so the Tanakh holds Eva. So what's actually the focus of it? Actually, it's a moment. Eva Shinatu, Tabrashi, then A on the days 45B, first line. Eva Shinatu, Shiloshi Mashira, Udavas. Shama Tanakama Gama Harimu Kvosha, so the Tanakama says the mountains and hills are mutter, what did Kokiotsi Bahen, Shinukbarin, although high school Lasana, let's go from it. The 8 several says therefore again, Tanakama will say that the tree is planted not for the sake of Avodah Zarah initially, just stop a tree of Avodah Zarah. The trees are working, that's just a mountain. Right? That's what's the piece of the mountain. The mountain was there, not for Avodah Zarah there, and then subsequent worship. So it kind of holds that a tree planted initially for regular purposes, tree purposes, and then only later on treated like a mountain. Therefore, again, the
for you They're hurting on me, yeah. But I will never be free. No, no, no, baby, no. You can't bother me. Yeah.
And later on, he's worshiped as a Zarah. So that tree cannot be transformed into a structure of Avodah Zarah. Why? Because he knows that at that point in time, that tree is like what? Is like a mountain oracle. What about Tfisas Yad Adam? What about the fact that this was involved? Tfisas Yad Adam only plays a role when trees are considered Avodah Zarah. Purposes, functions. We didn't have that one, right? So again, when nice stuff that that's not
for you.
On the other hand, that's first. We'll just read those. Let's do this in media.
To hold you.
Even should not be done.
The hurt is on me, yeah. But I will never be free, no, my baby, no. You gave the promise to me, yeah. You broke it. You broke it. No, no.
Because of the ultimately has that according to the story,
These
this is the Shishas. So Shishas says,
you bring my word to an end. This you accept and pretend.
And then only worship afterward. Why? That type of tree, like what? Like a mountain or like a hill. What about Sasi good on the boat? Sasi good on the comment says it's only a principle of pride. When he is, but you said, maybe Sasi, no, we learn Shana of Abdul Asr. Those areas says no, the tree, even if the tree was initially planted, just stop it. Any specific intention, only worship afterwards. Nevertheless, the tree will still be Asr. And what's that again? He also reading content because he knows two sides of all person priorities. So you know, as there was no intention to find Avodah Zarah. Since the intentionality to find Avodah Zarah comes later on. Yes, I'm not from my study to translate. And anything that is ultimately has human involvement in also was that anything has human involvement has the ability to resolve into the purpose of Avodah Zarah. Has the ability to transform ultimately into the object of Avodah Zarah. Because you spoke to Adam. The Asriya, I suppose when the Mishnah says any Adam, what does that come from? We have the Asriya Ilan Shenahum Ulvasova. Saying, does that not come from root? This particular case of a tree that initially was planted for establishing purposes, and later on, ultimately was worshipped.
Every night for you.
The Aflab Yossi that is the summer, he learned nothing of herself after Asa, and ultimately
Bound to hold you again.
And only
The hurting's on me, yeah. But I will never be free no more, baby, no. You gave a promise to me, yeah. You broke it. You broke it. Well,
Plus himself only quotes the first phrase. The second phrase is the drush phrase. The first phrase is God comes on himself, wipe out all of the enemies. Like what? Like enemies out on earth. Like their gods on the mountains.
but you bring my world to an end.
The mountains cannot become
This heart could not accept and pretend.
What did he mention? But propose Elohim, ultimately again the hills cannot become their gods. I would say,
Lady, shut the fuck up.
I would have thought the original was saying that would be fine when they choose. That is a Mizara, the Rola Anan Elohim. It says, Bashrei and Tisra, it says, Shilos destroying the fire. It wasn't sealed in the blood. Torah explicitly said, these are to be destroyed. Ella, that's called Israel on Lama. In one that is happiness wasn't until the praise itself is Elohim, so this says, you shall destroy their gods, which are on the mountains and on the hills. That gives me a clear indication that the obligation to travel is that which is on the hill, but not the itself. Itself is worship. Even if not itself is worship. Yet when it comes to Shira, what does the Torah say? Hachas called Tzila'ana. Why do you get on like that? Hachas means what? Underneath itself, they're out like what is the Torah? Shira itself cannot come up with idols underneath. What's that? The Torah itself says, that's right, the Torah itself says that what? The act of Yeshua, which tells me what? Which tells me what? That this can become, that this can become about results. What's going on? So that's the Torah that Yeshua can become about results. So then why use Yeshua? Listen, how you look at that, and over the fire. When you was about that, she was almost at the bar, we give it the start, the she was doing
Where is the pool table? The pool table is right there. This is just a tower that comes right off.
So what did that bottom with the phrase?
So it's great for your grandson. And it's, mostly for this.
They understand this to be a reference
You got to what?
for
Okay, something else I really want you to see is they did do a really cool bar over here. Your old cabinets and shelving things that they've retrofitted and recreated out to make cool bar areas. This is fun. I love it. Also, Prince Room. She got her your little red Corvette in here.
How can I? Where we'll call it. the initial trees in return,
Crystal was
that
concerned what
subsequent
she should be
growth
doing.
is going to be awesome. Working rabbit just like that. Avimer, Elon Shenatu, Ulabasov out. Was it that refers to
Please. Oh, I live in South Philly and I'm walking down the street and a guy lets me cross. And he goes, Dad, well, I said, well, I did start crossing. And I let his carry on. So naturally, I responded back, shut the fuck up. We laughed at each other and just kept it moving. And that was the most silly interaction that ever been. And if someone has a ring on 60 and I would like to say it. I live in South
Now, why do I need to cut down your burn? You told me burn. Burn is pretty good. Right? Burn is extremely perfect. Right? You destroy it. So I think you can cut it down. You don't see the system classic. It doesn't need to be burned down, which is that. That's a critical of an actual for stopper. Subsequent worship. So what becomes a certain now, again, this is just having tomorrow's not for this more. But what happens again is that that is a each road. And the desire because each that becomes served as a whole. I go to a person worshiping as I say. Despite the stopper, person worships it, only that which grows after the point of our desire designation ultimately becomes a whole. That's why once he says, Hashem got the human. And that time, just the destroy the no, what do you have? You have to cut off whatever grew after the Apple Desire designation. I'll assume you're able to measure that.
What kind of things do you do in your spare
So
time in the summer? Well, whenever I get time to, I like to hang out with my friends and drive around. I get in a lot of car wrecks that way. It's great. You know what? Swimming around with the top down. What kind of things do you do in your spare time?
will also be covered. Probably only you yourself up.
Whenever I get in a lot of car wrecks that way, it's
You have to just cut off that. Which we must about 1 second. We're talking about the Gemara's speaking in the pasuk. The Gemara's speaking in the pasuk is one by Should be Rashi. Rashi is from the Asian Nasi. But you also read the Talmud will say, "Will the face of Elon Shvat will myself up." So you must below them. I supposed to listen to this. But yet the Gemara's reading the pasuk Allah. The pasuk Allah. Which was what's the reason about? Had the pasuk not said Omer Hashem Tigadeon, I would have said you have to cut down the action. What is that about? You give on Shem I would have assumed that would see had the Torah not said and all the word is Hashem Tigadeon. I would have assumed that was referring to which is initially I've actually to the other hand to say this is months now, according to funding purposes. And then subsequent worship that the tree is as I've already done. So the phrase is actually to God you want fantastic. One of the kind of camel. The holds that also you plant the tree for regular purposes and months. And then worship it. Like the tree remnants in winter. Like the tree is not transformed to Avodah Zarah. So what do they do with the phrase I've actually taken my activate with the Shalom Levi. What's this is amazing. We use it for the Dutch and Shalom Levi. You do it although the scope of holds me in Kibush Eretz Yisrael. Kibush Eretz Yisrael, hold them in the Avodah Scope. So the Shalom Levi holds, Eretz Yisrael, you teach that instruction about Avodah. First step was cutting down the apple itself. So literally, he's cutting down the idols, not to be over. And then, but then the primary objective was the conquering and capturing of Eretz Yisrael. After Eretz Yisrael was conquered and captured, then what? Then they went back and destroyed the apple of Israel. It was amazing. So what happens again? Three old people are holding the people. So they're knocking down the whole Zara. That's the conquering of the land. As you're rolling through the land, so they're going to cut down, knock over whatever they can. But they can't spend the time destroying it. Right now, however, people are also the country that the land has to receive ultimately and destruction of what is still coming. This is what we got in this moment. We do overcome the people start to start that says if the such a study that comes down. And we enter into reality what? I would go ahead and cut down the apple. The after people start to operate. After we conquer that and the uproot. So what's that? There's two elements so is right. Something that we overcome there's different things that a person has to do. Something that was like doesn't have to go to the finish. So it's like one goal line. I think that's just age. That's not even that's just age. The number of it's crazy. Recognize that right now they're all about 60%. I know that about 7%, but I need to practice going forward, and I'll find ultimately the 30% as well. Right or wrong, my knowledge. Depends on what's happening. Just throw it down. Go walk starts to be knocked out of position. Cut it down, but the goal will be destroying levels is already volume levels is already taking a lot. As you say, remember, again, it takes 14 years. So first go ahead and conquer the land, knock down the Zara as you're going through it, conquer it, then go back and destroy. Those are the words of life. You touch them is close up, so what's the answer down again? Still conquer. And so Yosef, you shall go ahead and bring your actually, when you touch them, also actually, you touch them into instruct. You touch them instruct and leave it. You should back from this matter, stop it out. So in other words, just the burn it, rather than say, I'm going to we don't attack Suro. Let's say, so we don't and then burn. Yeah, because of the man, not devil out of hands, destroy the stones, reconstructed his vehicles, but then we forward. Don't take the time ultimately to burn it now. So after Rabbanan, Hai by Leila, okay, well, this Rabbanan, Shechach, the Sharish Acharah. I will say that Rabbanan ultimately use this possible teaching that when you uproot Rabban Zara, it's not just enough to destroy the object, but the Sharish Acharah, I will say, the Sharish Acharah means you have to make sure to vestige of the idolatry. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Yossi Yehuda the Sharish Acharah, where's Rabbi Yossi Yehuda learn that you had to uproot the Rabban Zara efforts? Not Kalei, we baratem es shema min hamakom. Ultimately, you learn from the phrase that you shall destroy your name from this place. The idea being that it's not just enough to destroy the idol, not just enough to destroy this death, but rather they want us to actively uproot all of the apple desires. And I will say, which again is an incredible use as well, because it teaches you that in general, we have this with those also, with negative behaviors. Mazel tov. So this is an incredible use. Somebody check his card, by the way. So I just want to point out in this episode, incredible Musar Hashkafa, which is the same way that Zara, that is not just enough to stop worshiping it or to destroy that, or to go into destroy them, but rather again one of the shari negative needles also. You don't have negative needles, you don't have needles, it's not just enough to stop the negative character, the negative behavior, it's not the shari shachar. Listen, every behavior is rooted in something. Everything negative is rooted in something. It's not just enough to stop the behavior, but a person will start with sharish after that. Person has to go ahead and ultimately again find the church heart on Purim. says there's Koach of Purim. It's very well known. Perhaps again the most quoted piece of Torah when it comes ultimately again to Yom Tov of Purim is a statement in the Tikkun Zohar. The Tikkun Zohar says that Purim is Yom Purim. It is a power of tshuva to it. It is a power ultimately again of the ability to change. The power of the ability to go ahead and transform ourselves into something dramatic, something amazing, something rock it off. Dramatically amazing. Okay. Usually I don't get rattled so easily. It's the heckler. So Purim offers us this incredible and dramatically amazing opportunity for comprehensive change. So it's like the Shaila is what Hashem HaKadosh, the Rebbe, says something absolutely amazing. And he explains that on Purim is an amazing halacha. The halacha is that Kol HaPoshet knows that the halacha is under normal circumstances somebody comes to collect their credentials. Thank you. On Purim, the halacha is Kol HaPoshet knows the most. And he asks, the money you give them, how much you give them, that's up to your discretion. But I'm going to have to give it.
Zoot, how you live in Pimp? Zoot. What'd you say, Big Dog? What's up? All right, that's not good to seek therapy over this issue. Ready to play?
Yeah.
When's your appointment, Zoot?
Is one number that old.
Zoot, you have an invitation. Are you ready to accept it, or are you going to jerk yourself off raw? Yo, Big Dog. What? On this shot. Was that the greatest shot you've ever seen? No way that works. Not in this dog. That could have been a lot worse. That could have been a lot worse. That's a bad move. Yes, it was. I'm glad I did not make that move, dude. Did you see where my ball is? No, that's. You're not going to take a shot at it? That was good. Why not? Look at this shot, Zoot. Look at this shot, Zoot. No, you have two moves. Now you have to make it the next move. What are you going to do, Zoot? Just make it. It's really easy. Psych. Hey, Zoot, I met Riser's parents. That was fucking clutch, Zoot. That was amazing. It was fucking definitely. Zoot, that was amazing. Oh, that was terrible. What are you gonna do? Dude, what are you gonna do? There's no way you're gonna get that. Zoot, you're fucking up. Are you gonna go? Did you water bump me? You perfectly water bumped me. What are you gonna do, Zoot? Too hard. Too hard, Zoot. Oh, Zoot, I knew I took a risk.
You're just gonna help me.
Zoot, STFU, dog.
I would appear when I'm married. Well, you just help me.
Zoot, you're not gonna. You're done, Zoot. It's over. It's over. You're gonna run out. You're gonna run out. You're done, baby. And I'm gonna make sure of it. Let's see. Like the most impossible shot ever. Zoot, you need to get help. Okay, but that's not good enough. You need to seek professional therapy. That was.
Have you ever wondered if you had?
Yeah. It's just something I don't have, but I wondered if I have everything just to eliminate things, and I concluded that I'm like the most normal person on earth.
Don't think so.
You're pretty fucking sure of it.
You have ADHD.
Yeah, that's like everybody does.
Everyone has ADHD.
Yeah, and I also, if you recall, here to get medication that way. Right, this is going to be an amazing shot. Oh, Zoot, what did you think? What are your thoughts on that shot? Make this. No way you make it. No way you make it. You're going to hit the wood. You're going to hit the wood. Zoot, you make this shot. Do it. That looks good. Oh, do it. And he made it. He made a 10. He said 2 of the best shots I've ever seen.
I feel like I'm stuck on you.
What up, baby?
If that endorsement wasn't there, I wouldn't.
If ifs were, we'd all be drunk, baby. Yes, it would have been. Oh no, Zoot. Zoot, you have a chance to come back.
The comeback era. You think that was a good job?
Yeah, no. I forgot. I thought I had the lead on you.
You do.
No, I don't.
With a shot like that, you do now.
Hit my ball, baby.
Holy shit, this is terrible.
That's a bad shot. No way. No way. Do it. Oh, that was almost really good. Not necessarily. Oh no. Oh.
Do you go out like the store?
I do. I've done it on stream, but usually I get my stuff delivered. I've been to Santa Barbara or San Diego.
During the day, that's first.
Santa on street.
Yeah, but during your average day, not now. Average day. I might be able to.
Average day. I'll probably leave in the mailbox or the backyard. I've been on walks, but I don't. No fucking way. No fucking way, folks. This motherfucker, if you're watching this in the future, had 3 of the best shots I've ever seen in a game by me. That was fucking epic, Zoot. Zoot not playing that game anymore. That was fucking amazing. Zoot, that was the best I have ever seen you play. Maybe ever. That was shockingly good. Like, not joking. That was shocking. What up, baby? Dude, I'm fine. I'm in really good mentally. Positive. Excited. The future. No, I'm good. I know, random shit happens. I get it. But that was phenomenal. No doubt about that. Are you gonna go? Are you gonna go? Are you gonna jerk yourself off raw? Okay. You're a boy. No, just one, the original way. Oh, Zoot. Zoot, do you know what the Zoot, do you know what the dragon attack is?
Yeah, you just won.
Yeah, but I almost fucked it up. I didn't win.
Right, this is
Zoot, do you know what the dragon attack is?
What do you rate which one out of 10? So I wrote it.
A 4. Dude, it's garbage.
What do you think of my show?
It sucks. Oh, no way. So you got to move all my shit? There's like a funnel for you to make it, and you fucked up. What a miss, suit. What a great shot. This is hard, though. Oh, Zoot. Oh, Zoot. No way, dog. No way. No fucking way did I miss that. What are you going to do, Zoot? What are you going to do? Don't do that. Don't do that. Cool. Uncool. I know it's legal, but it's uncool. So you didn't even mention the new feature that they have. Zoot.
Can you mute the emoji?
Oh, that's a good question. I don't believe you can. Zoot, what are you gonna do? Zoot, last pass.
Ready, set, go. Oh my god, that was good.
Are you fucking serious? Just give him the game.
Right button.
Zoot.
What do you rate my defense at? What do you rate my defense at 10?
Right now you're playing very well. 10 out of 10. 9 out of 10.
Defense?
Yeah.
Okay, my defense. I know that you're probably in a really good position. My defense is way too strong, and I might be able to score this game.
You airman that, son. Look at this shot.
It doesn't work. You know.
Because your defense is like super good right now.
Yep.
Oh, are you serious? That's garbage, Zoot.
Oh no! I'm gonna fuck up. Right, Rabbi, are you pro? Are you pro me winning?
Oh man. Yeah, that's okay if you win. It's not too big of a deal. Oh, Zoot. Easy win. Easy. Maybe the easiest shot you've ever had. Look at this motherfucker play. Pass. Now look at this. Look at this shot. Not good. Was that a pass? Oh, Zoot, are you happy with that? Don't miss it.
That was the hardest shot that I could have done.
Are you proud of that?
Yeah, you just did a terrible shot.
All right, well, why don't you go?
I just did a terrible shot.
Look at this path, Zoot.
You just won.
I dedicate this shot to your comedy career. Are you ready for your comedy night on Monday?
Yeah.
What are you going to say? Are you fucking serious? Oh, I got really fortunate, though, where the guy went. You're going to miss. No doubt. And then I got really good. Oh, and you split my guys. It's amazing. All right. What are you going to do, Zoot? Are you proud of that shot? Whoa, whoa, whoa, whoa, whoa. That's as close as I think you could have come. Are you serious? I just fucking lost. That's garbage. What a shot. What a goal. That was phenomenal, Zoo.
That's why it's playing.
Table soccer's done.
No. You have the table soccer.
Okay. Maybe.
It's not much.
Okay. Do you want to try to beat me with that guy?
Yeah, I'm gonna win.
That's what I hear.
I think I'm gonna win against you.
I don't.
Check my post on Reddit this week.
What are you posting on Reddit? What are you posting on Reddit?
Looking for the worst 20 boys have been left for the dollars.
Zoot, are you gonna go or are you just gonna jerk yourself off raw? Zoot, are you gonna go? Or are you gonna jerk yourself off raw? Zoot, go! Zoot! You have 20 seconds. 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3,
You're really
go! After this game, I have to restart my streams. You just won.
He's not a really bad player.
Okay, I mean, I appreciate your opinion. When I need it, I'll give it to you. What are your thoughts?
I think this is good news.
I think that might be one of the worst moves in the history of humankind.
Frank, this maybe out of 10. You know what I like about this right now?
The ice is fucking me up.
The ice. Have you ever thought about not sucking at this game?
Dude, I'm the biggest pimp of all time. About what are you talking, son?
Alright, this is the greatest thing that happened. I fucked up. I'm not in. Oh no, I'm upstairs again.
I'm ready for it, baby.
Can you see the most obvious moves that could further exist? You know what the best part about that?
What's that, big dog?
You just fucked up.
Are you sure?
You know why you fucked up?
Wise dog.
The more you push in next, the less sure it is.
That's true.
Good.
Zoot, would you marry Bonnie Blue?
For the money, yeah.
What money?
What?
What money?
She makes like $50 million a year. Kidding me?
Okay. So you
Yeah.
not that much at all.
Kidding me?
No,
The
dog.
most famous woman in the world.
No. No. No. Dog. In your world, maybe, but like there are a lot of those kinds of people who are married and you don't know spouses' names.
I know her husband's name was Oliver because I watched the documentary.
Right. Zoot, what are you doing to me?
Have you watched the Bonnie Blue documentary?
No, because I have a fucking life, man.
Don't.
I all day long. I talk to people IRL. I talk to people online. I even email motherfuckers. Yeah, I mean, I like talk to people in my, and I talk to people online, and I email friends. Oh, zoot. Why did it have to be the ice level, dog?
The one thing I can say is I've never seen you commit a crime in real life. Simple fact.
Um, yeah, I mean, a lot of crimes are subjective. Like, um, I, I think somebody could consider my creating like a bunch of spam accounts a crime. Maybe. I don't really know. Maybe not. I do my best not to commit crime. I do my best to be a lawful person. Not saying I'm perfect.
Well,
One person's crime
well, not,
is
never
another.
seen you commit a felony.
Yeah, I mean, I do my best not to commit crimes.
Bar if you committed a felony on track.
Yeah, I've seen you commit felonies.
Oh,
Yeah, you have. You said that you would me, and that's a felony in the United States. Yeah, I mean, you can't just say that though. You don't have a diagnosis, and in the United States, there's a high likelihood that you would be uh, um, incarcerated years.
so I apologize. I said I didn't mean it.
At least in the United States, an apology doesn't matter for that shit.
If I tell someone I want to kill them and I'm in it in a very single way and they don't get it, that's on them, not me.
No, it's not. At least in the United States, that's a felony.
In Australia, it has to be like you have to have like literally tell people to kill. I told literally tell people to go. And I regret doing that, so really sure.
So do you think you're going to beat me? I know I told you this, but I met Riser's family. I met his stepdad and his stepmom, or his stepdad and his mom, and we talked about aliens, and it was really interesting. And he said that they really liked me, which was really nice to hear. Because I'm fucking amazing, baby. Dude, do you like the black shirts? I mean, the all blacks. Dude, do you like the all blacks?
Yeah.
Are they Australian or are they New Zealand?
New Zealand.
And you like them?
Not really.
Okay, well, you just said you did, though. Oh, I see the best move that you could do. Are you going to see it? It's the red. Look at the red ones. Put the red one in the corner. So it's like a big L. Go. Oh,
It's your turn.
turn. Oh, I'm so foolish, Zoot. I didn't realize it was my turn. That's hilarious. But you just fucked yourself. Maybe. Oh, no, you didn't. No, you didn't. You just gave yourself 5 hit points. Zoot, here I am. It's my turn. I don't know how that to me sometimes, but I either forget that I got an extra turn, or I just.
I just thought.
That guy is really good.
How do you win against that guy?
Somebody. Oh, whoa. That's a big extra movie. Who I played who just dominated me. Like, made me not even want that guy. It was like. I played this. There's one of those fucking things that exist where they make it so you can't get any mana for, and it makes it really, really difficult.
Is this a DLC character?
A DLC character.
Let's play Ludo.
You want to play Ludo? Ludo is the shitty because there's some kind of fucking bonus.
The Cruz was playing Ludo with some guys on the street the other day.
All right.
Dang, it's not called Ludo.
There is a really hot chick fucking kicker. Like, I don't normally go on 5 bitches, but this bitch is smoking. Miss Aquarius. I figured. How was your day?
We had a good day. Went to brunch, 12:30. Came home around 3 something. I took a little nap, and we left around 8 something. And yeah, had a good time. She had enjoyed herself. So yeah.
Excellent. Zoot.
Tell my girl, and I'm gonna get ready to get in bed.
Excellent.
Take a shower.
All right. You want to play?
Can't play right now. Rabbi, you want to get a shower, but I can real quick. Just hold on, give me a minute, okay?
You got to resign that game so that we can play with Marius. So just be patient.
Give me a minute. Give me a minute. So, hi, go.
Zoot, do I have to teach you how to be social? Zoot. Zoot. He's there. I don't understand him.
Okay. You can't come here and motion plus, you did not take this. So just give me a minute. Let me think. What's that long? Less than 10 minutes.
Take your time.
Yes. To do this. Now, let's see. Oh, he gone.
He gone.
How is he?
You know what I'm gonna get with Zoo? Hey, speaking of unpredictable, Adi sent me a message, and yeah, Mr. Quinn sends me really nice messages. Sometimes she sends me really mean messages. I don't know what her, and I think that she's got some issues, like really serious issues. So, I wish her the best. I responded to her that I hope she's doing okay, and I do, but she's got a tough, and that's difficult. All right, did you go? What club did you go to?
Hold on, that's my best friend. I'm gonna be right back. Hold on.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm Jewish, folks. I don't like it. Lots of people don't like it. Now, these days, bad.
Look at this athleticism. Hey, please follow the channel, follow yours. Dog, you know how much work it is to this fucker looks like he's got a bloody nose. Hello, friend. How are you? Dude, Henry Gamer. Shout out to James Bong. I hope he's doing well. Wow.